Hockin, and in the background you heard Ste Tudor. Good morning,
Hello.
Ste.
Good morning, sir.
You okay? Let's deal with some admin.
sir.
This is our third hour being the city community, the Manchester City community as a whole, and others beyond as well, as you'll see during the day. Our third charity podcast. 12 hours is what we're aiming for, and I'm chuckling because 12 hours relies on my computer surviving. And Steve will remember well that the first one we did, I cut off the feed after about 10 minutes, was it? So didn't realise I'd done it, and so we talked for half an hour and no one could hear us at all. And then we got Gary Owen on, and unfortunately only had 10 minutes to speak to him because we were winging it, having never done it before. So we've pre-recorded a bit today. Hopefully we're getting a bit better at it. Hopefully my computer does not explode or overheat. And yeah, we've got some amazing content lined up. The first thing I must do, Steve, though, is release the tweet.
Release the tweet.
Release the tweets. Yeah, just a tweet that I've pre-done to say that the podcast is live, and that's
Let it roam free.
That's that. Yes, let it roam free, wild, not shackled on in the Twitter drafts. So yeah, this is the third one. In aid again, and I must reiterate, it doesn't have to be just this. In aid of the Manchester Foodbank, we'll have a pre-record that I did with Nick shortly after me and Steve had a quick chat, and then an update from Nick himself from the Foodbank about what's happened since we last talked, because the pre-record is from January this year. Sad to say, not a lot's changed since then. Certainly not for the better in the world and for the requirements for food banks as a whole across the country and beyond. So, Steve, should I just start with... I'll just say what we've got coming up today.
Schedule, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I say it's in aid of the Foodbank Chat. Check our social media feed on Twitter for links. Obviously, if you're listening now, you know where to go on YouTube. But links to donate to the food bank. We always say, if you're struggling yourself, don't feel obliged to donate to charity. Perhaps when times are better, you can, if you so wish. And don't feel... This is for the food bank, of course, and we want to make a lot of money for them today. But people are listening from all over the place, and they've all got their own favourite charities and passions. If you want to donate to your own charity, that is, of course, fine. If you want to do your own good deeds in your own way today, that would be much appreciated by everyone involved. Right, the lineup. So yeah, we're going to talk nonsense for about 20 minutes, Steve. Then I'll let you go. The pre-record with Nick from the Food Bank at 10 o'clock. Steve Mcinerney, Mr. Esteemed Company, is coming on to talk about, well, I guess parenthood, his job, and we're going to have a look at City, the season so far, how we feel about it. The quiz. The nonsense quiz is up at 11 o'clock midday. Hoping to get Lewis from City Extra and Big Steve, the one and only Big Steve, on for a City Extra special. Steve, you're back at 1 o'clock, yeah?
I'm back at 1 with a review of the World Cup so far, yeah.
Yeah. Plenty to talk about, really, isn't it? So, you're with Adam Keyworth, Tom Young. I'll be hanging around in the background, probably just annoying you every 10 minutes or so, because I'm really looking forward to this show as well. So I'll probably want to pipe up at some point, but I'll let you three talk for the main. 2 o'clock, Main Road Ramble, Hypotheticals pod that they always do for this charity podcast. And just say heads up to them and Noisy Neighbors, and we've got Adam Buckelater from across the pond. The support we're getting for this as well has been unbelievable.
Definitely. Yeah.
They're Hypotheticals. I think it's John Ashley who puts forward some crazy, hope you don't mind me saying that, crazy football dilemmas, and they have to discuss what they do in those situations. 3 o'clock at Ali Fogg's put together an amazing piece on mental health. That's about 25 minutes, and then hopefully he'll be popping in to talk to me about it afterwards. 4 o'clock, City Report. Talking of Amos, I'll talk to Adam about falling in love with City from across the pond. 5 o'clock, to be confirmed, because we haven't decided what this show is, me, Joe Green and Andrew Dettmer, I've said I want to do 3 things that we do to change football each, but we may change the topic before then. But yeah, we're just going to have a chat about something probably pretty similar to the Main Road Ramble one. 6 o'clock, I caught up yesterday with the lovely Risha from the Homes Charity Coffee for Craig. about what it does, why it was set up, and basically the amazing work it does in Manchester for the homeless. 6:30. Steve, you're back. You recorded something with Joe Green. Am I right in saying it's about how you fell in love with City initially? Childhood and your early days, yeah.
Main Road and the smells and the sights and
yeah. Some of the smells good, some of the smells not so good.
Yeah.
But all part of the charm. 7 o'clock, we'll repeat the Foodbank Chat, of course, because it is one of the most important pieces of the day. At 7:25-ish, Noisy Neighbours on, and they got an exclusive interview with Nile Marr, son of the one and only Johnny Marr. So that should be amazing. About 8:30, random chat and wrap up for who's around, and there's an open bar at 9 p.m. where hopefully a few of us get together and talk, well, just utter nonsense basically. So what's new? And I think the Noisy Neighbours will be, Joey and Mulv will be on there, and whoever else is available. So that's the lineup. It is subject to change, so might move it around, but that's your general guide for the schedule. And I think Jordan, if you're listening on YouTube, in the description, if it's not there already or will be at some point, the full schedule should be on there, so you can dip in. Also, should say a lot of this content will be put out in the subsequent days, because obviously people don't have to work, don't have time to sit here for 12 hours like I do, listening to content, but we will put it all out there in the future so you can pick and choose stuff you want to listen to. So, if you'd like to donate to the food bank, as I say, I've just released a tweet on the 9320 pod feed. It's a GoFundMe site. They've already raised, I think, over £60,000 on that GoFund feed, which is amazing. We made 3,000 last time. We don't have a target. We just want to raise some money. And as I say, people may want to donate to their own charities, and that's wonderful. And if you don't want to, just listen in, enjoy yourself, and listen to some great content today. Right, that's the admin done.
Well done, sir.
Should I point out where the fire exits are? Left and right, front and rear. Airbags will fall down from above should my computer explode. So, anyway, how are you doing? Have you? I mean, it's the World Cup's season, of course. Have you enjoyed what you've seen so far? Are you getting into it at all?
I very much enjoyed the Wales game, although it was extremely nervy.
Game of 2 halves.
It very much was, yeah. But the rest of it is kind of work related now. It's kind of, it feels a bit weird anyway because of when it is and where it is. So there's that to kind of deal with, and then on top of that, I've got so much kind of work, writing about the World Cup that basically. I can't feel fully invested emotionally into it. So that's not to say I haven't enjoyed some of the games. Argentina one was just hilarious. You see, so yeah,
I didn't put that one on because they went 1-0 up. Right, that's it. And then I saw on Twitter people going, yes. "Oh my god!" So I had to put it on, rewind it, and watch it. Yeah, but some games you think, well, it's not even worth watching. But they've been. Yeah, I mean, even Australia felt pretty obvious once they equalised, fans. But there's been some great games, haven't there, I guess, yeah.
Well, I feel that this is going to be one of those World Cups where the superstars take centre stage, which is rarely the case, really, isn't it? It's often that they flat to deceive. So, although Messi was kind of hit and miss, I guess, against Saudi Arabia, I think Messi will come to the fore. The only one who I don't believe will do so was Ronaldo. I think he'll flop. But as for the rest, Mbappe, Lewandowski, etc., Harry Kane, I think this will very much be kind of a tournament for the big dogs.
If he's not injured, yeah.
Harry Kane, well...
A scan on his ankle, and it's not supposed to be serious, but of course, in a World Cup, you pick up a 1-week injury.
It looked bad, that injury, and I was surprised that he stayed on, particularly in a game of that nature where they could have brought him off. So I don't know if they eventually did, but they still kept him on for a while, which is something that City have done in the past, haven't they, with certain players with knee injuries. And it just looked bad. When you saw it in slow motion, he really rolled his ankle. It was a whole weight of the opposition player was on his ankle, which are made of glass anyway. So. We'll wait and see. There is an opportunity for Callum Wilson maybe in the game against USA, and then he might come back for the Wales game. But I've heard that he's okay, as in, we just don't know the extent of the damage to the ankle, but it's certainly not serious, and it's a case of whether he can make it for this Friday or not. I should just say what you're saying about the food banks there. The thing that always stuck with me when I did the first one, and I can't recall the exact figures, so apologies for that. But when you said that we raised 3,000 last time out, that makes such a massive difference. And it really opened my eyes, It was.
Yeah.
I remember there was a guy from the food bank who kind of broke it down and said, how much, say, £1,000, the difference that £1,000 makes. And it's astonishing. I mean, it's absolutely astonishing. And then when you think of Christmas coming up as well. So the need for this pod is, and I should say as well, just in case, Howard, I don't get a chance to say this at any other point on air, the work you've done is astonishing for this. I know Jordan's helping out, and I know that there's a lot of people helping out and chipping in, but the work you've done is astonishing. So take a bow, sir.
Well, it involves sitting on my arse, so I'm always happy to do it.
No. The organisation, and it's staggering. So well done you.
Well, thanks. I don't like praise, but I'll take it.
I'm the same. I apologise for giving you praise because I hate it if someone praises me.
Yes.
But it's needed.
It's live, so I can't edit it out. I mean, I'll say across the pond, Joey Mulv, Andrew Dettmer, Joe, John, Adam, Amos. I'm going to forget people here, aren't I? Ali, you'll see during the day, obviously, Lewis. Jordan behind the scenes now. Just keeping it all together is Jordan as well. I inevitably mess it up at some point today. The people,
Jordan's got an odd job, really, hasn't he? Today, I mean, he's there for the duration, and that's it's longevity, and God bless him.
Yeah, I hope he can go and walk away, but I'll let him know if it all falls over. So we will see. And of course you've got Tom and Adam has stepped in. Joe Green, of course. He gets a full surname because we know so many Joes, don't we? So.
We do, yeah. We don't know a lot of Joes, yeah.
So, lots to look forward to during the day. I know you're going to do the review later, but a quick word, I think, on Wales. Yeah. You said such a strange game. Did you come out actually in the end feeling more positive than negative about that?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The second half kind of really changed my mentality. They were just nervous. The occasion got to them. You could see it. And they were stilted, They were kind of hindered in terms of not playing in the style that they're capable of doing so. And individually, they were making really sloppy mistakes. The big concern for me in that first half was how players were just bypassing Aaron Ramsey in the middle of the park. He did not look fit. And yet he ended up playing 99 minutes. So he's just a phenomenal character, really. And the same goes for Gareth Bale. The way that we played on the front foot in the second half gave me a lot of encouragement. The problem is we don't have the class or the quality of, let's say, a Declan Rice. We are so susceptible to even straightforward breaks. I watched some of the kind of breakdowns of the passages of play afterwards, and USA, even in that second half, had 2 or 3 opportunities where if they just played the right pass, they would have been clean through. So when we do play on the front foot, we are so susceptible to a break. I can't see us playing on the front foot against England. We're going to have to against Iran. They've got dangerous players up front, Iran. So let's wait and see. If we beat Iran, though, 4 points to take into that England game will be huge.
Could be enough for.
Might
have to do the maths there. Goal I don't know how they work it out anyway. To be honest, is it?
Well, I mean, coming into the tournament, I had to do like a team guide for every team, and then so obviously you look at past World Cups and see how they fared. So many groups end with 2 teams on 4 points, and one's just squeaked through. So many of them. So if we get 4 points, it's a coin flip.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you.
I support the home nations all the time. So.
Well, I cheered on England.
Not next Tuesday, obviously, but
you know what? This is a very likeable England side, and even though I'm Welsh, I cheered on England, and I wanted you to win and win comfortably as well. And it was so impressive how England played.
To be honest, if I'm a Wales fan, I want results that are good for Wales. So England winning that match is probably good for Wales. Yeah, same with City. Like if United beating Arsenal is good for City, I'm supporting United. I'm not sat there in a full United kit with a rattle. But I always want what is best for my club, and that's how when sometimes you have some dilemmas about who you want to win.
But,
That's
I mean,
how, always do what's best for your club. Yeah.
absolutely. But even if you're in a different group to Wales, I would have been very pleased to see this England team win because you've got a lot of likeable players. For once, Southgate kind of let the handbrake off and you played on the front foot. And when you've got the type of players that England have, Foden, Saka and Grealish and all the rest of them, and it's very easy to get behind, very easy to support, you'd have to be quite an embittered Welshman to not kind of like this England side, and there's lots of embittered Welshmen out there, but I'm not one because I live so close to the border, I guess.
Yeah, would be a bad taste to say. A few cottages might be burning after next Tuesday night.
I made a similar joke on WhatsApp, so I can't say
Yeah, well, that WhatsApp's private, yeah. Let's leave the World Cup chat for you later, because there is a lot to talk about, and we will. I mean, with 93-20 itself, we'll be doing, as I'm sure the podcast will, a lot of World Cup chat over the next few weeks.
Including, Howard, sorry to interject, but on Fridays, I should say, each Friday for the next 3 weeks, we're going to do kind of World Cup stories. So it'll be me chatting to yourself or Joe or Asan, whoever it may be, just going through your lives and kind of picking out 5 memorable World Cup games. So I'm really looking forward to doing them. That'll be really, really fun to do.
Yeah, and you said, I need your stories on WhatsApp. I'm like, 96 is my favourite one. I went, hang on, that was the Euros.
Yes.
So I'm not sure how many stories I've got, but I'll have a think about it, yeah.
Well, we're
best to
virtually,
use someone else first, yeah.
We're the same age, aren't we? And
Yeah.
within like a couple of weeks, in fact. So a real kind of, I don't know, if I see this goal, it just takes me right back to wearing pyjamas and being a kid. Brian Robson's goal against France. Can you remember that?
Earliest
82,
goal.
that wasn't it? Yeah. So I probably would have picked England against France as one of mine, even again as a Welshman.
Vaguely remember, it was 3-1, was it? I vaguely remember them saying that's England's biggest opening victory
Yes.
until Iran. Yeah.
He won a watch, and I've always remembered that he won a watch for scoring. I don't know why, but I always remember that. I think it was like a Timex watch.
Yeah, did you not see those old clips on YouTube of the Milk Cup where they all had to...
Yes.
When the League Cup was the Carabao was once the Milk Cup, and they all, like Liverpool players or someone, had to drink some milk on camera afterwards. Or something. I went to, the dark days. I went to, City played at Blackpool and drew 0-0. Couldn't see a thing because there was winter sun right in our eyes. Nothing happened during the match, but I always remember there's a half-time raffle, and the third prize was an egg sandwich.
Oh, that's amazing.
I know, yeah. And to be honest, if I'd won it, I'd have gone down there and got it because I was absolutely pretty hungry at the time, yeah.
You had to go down and pick it up as well?
I think so, yeah. Imagine staying behind after the match to pick up your egg sandwich you'd won in a raffle. So, yeah, different days then, aren't they? Now you win holidays at half-time on the Etihad pitch to the other side of the world, don't you, so...
I won a laundry basket years ago, and it was like a local paper competition, and I don't know why I entered it. It's very much not like me to do so, but I entered it and I won, and it was like the third prize. And then fair enough, I got this washing basket, very happy with that. But then they got in touch and said, "Can you come to Chester and pose with it for the local paper?" So I'm not gonna get a bus into Chester and stand next to a washing basket, no.
The only thing I've won is wandered into Piccadilly Station once. The woman there go, do you want into this competition? You win a holiday to Amsterdam. So me and my mate were there. I went, okay. And we won it.
Right.
And we went, wow, that's amazing. Then we realised why they were giving away holidays to Amsterdam so readily. I can't remember who it was for, but basically you had to drive to Newcastle or somewhere near to the dock to get a ferry. And apparently it was one of the roughest weekends in the North Sea in decades. So the ferry could only hug the coast. Everyone was projectile vomiting all the way there. Then my mate's ill. Well, we only get a day. You don't even dock in Amsterdam. You have to then an hour's journey. My mate's ill all the time and can't understand why. On the way back, he pretty much falls asleep on the wheel on the motorway, and I'm having to grab the wheel. Turns out he's got glandular fever during this entire trip, didn't know it. So he's in bed for 2 weeks afterwards. It was the worst 2 days ever. If you win a holiday, if you walk into the train station and win a holiday somewhere, and it seems too good to be true, then it probably is. That's the
being away anywhere. If you're ill and you're away anywhere, that's horrendous, isn't it? I remember a night out in Nottingham years ago, and I had the flu or something, and Christ, it's horrible, and all your mates are having a time of their lives, and I remember they took a photo, and this was back in the day, I think, where you had to get them printed off, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This was like, in the 90s, whatever, and I saw the photo much later on, and I look so miserable, you know what I mean? All the lads around me are like, "Hey, we're not good," and it's just me just going, "I want to go home."
I just remember sat on the ferry, I put a pint down and it just flew off the table and smashed on the floor. Probably should have realised the table was at an angle of about 30 degrees at the time. Anyway, before you go, let's talk non-World Cup. We'll leave the horrible trips from the past, because I have a real phobia about vomit anyway, so I really don't want to talk about it anymore. I had to laugh at Simon Curtis's tweet. Remember when we're not doing tribalism today, obviously. The Foodbank guys will tell you the amazing cooperation between United fans, City fans, Liverpool fans everywhere across the country. They come and donate food at matches and so on. But I remember when we got taken over in 2008, our owners would get bored, and it now seems that Liverpool's owners and United's are selling up, and Ronaldo's leaving. It was quite after Argentina shock in the World Cup, Argentina lose to Saudi Arabia. It was quite a fun Tuesday, really, wasn't it?
Well, talking of Saudi Arabia, I think a factor in kind of United's thinking might well be Newcastle, because
I don't think they would.
No?
I don't know.
Just, it seems so inevitable that Newcastle are on the rise and they are going to basically be challenging City in seasons to come. However, to what extent, we don't know, of course. It could be where they're just perennial kind of top four finishes, or it could be where they're champions elect in 2 or 3 years' time. But I think Newcastle are going to be one of the major players, and United, Liverpool as well are like, we can't compete with City, we can't compete with Newcastle. Let's sell up and go home. So I think personally, the takeover by the Saudi Arabians has been a factor in that.
Yeah. Well, as City fans, we could laugh about United Glazers selling up, but it's not really good news for City fans, is it? Because the Glazers aren't good for United. So Jim Ratcliffe's hanging around in the background, is he not? So.
Yes, he's a possibility. I loved it when Liverpool fans thought that he might buy Liverpool. Just this lifelong United fan. It's
is he not? No. Is he a United fan? Yeah. Do you have a picture of Remy Moses on his bedroom wall?
Yes. But it's he's never going to buy Liverpool in a trillion years, and yet Liverpool were like, it could be Jim Ratcliffe. No. It'll be interesting to see if someone not particularly desirable bought United. It'll be interesting to see how the press treated that. So from a City perspective, and the kind of knocks we've taken, I'll be interested in looking at that. But let's see how it plays out.
Yeah. Just today, are you going to be catching up on any of the World Cup matches? Do you see any shocks there? So 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Morocco, Croatia.
Yeah.
1 o'clock, Germany, Japan. 4 o'clock, Spain, Costa Rica, and 7 o'clock, Belgium, Canada.
Right. Well, here's the weird thing about me at the moment. I'm having to do previews of games 2 days, later on. So I can't watch any of the games. It's just doesn't make sense. I'm having to catch up at night. But so today I won't get the chance to watch any apart from Belgium and Canada this evening. And I'm having to write about these teams who are playing today in 2 days' time. But unless I clone myself, it's just not possible, or go without sleep. But there's some really interesting games today. Germany, Japan will be really interesting.
City interest today, isn't there? So.
And Gundo, it's I fancy
Kevin
Japan,
De Bruyne, Spain. I don't know if Roger starts, to be honest. Laporte will. I asked Asan yesterday. He's in World Cup mode. Are you secretly? I don't know. Do you want all City? I mean.
Not wanting home early?
No, not home. Well, home early is one of the questions, but right now in the group stages, games are more interesting when the City players on the pitch. But also, are you not secretly wanting them not to play because Leeds at home on the 28th is more important than anything that happens here. You don't want absolute knackered squad starting off
the truth of it,
the rest of the season.
For me personally, the truth of it is, it seems so long ago, that game, the Leeds game. It seems like another universe away. That's not a factor for me. I'm not even considering that. I mean, obviously, maybe when you get to the business end of the tournament, the knockouts, it might feel like, we got Leeds in 3 weeks' time, whatever. But right now, it just seems so long in the future that I'm not overly. I just want them to perform well. I mean, I'll say that for virtually every player, bar the ones who I actively dislike, such as Ronaldo. But whoever they play for, you just want these players to perform at the standard they're capable of.
Yeah.
Because everyone benefits from that, don't they,
Yeah. And I say, it's a month and 5 days away, so...
Maybe Neymar. I wouldn't mind if Neymar flopped.
We've got 16 players at the World Cup, so absolutely certain that surely a lot of them are coming home early. So
yeah,
it is a long way away. Probably.
Who's the player that you actively dislike, Ronaldo aside?
Oh, it's hard when it's Ronaldo. Neymar does. I flip flop on Neymar. I think he's going to have a great tournament now. So I am interested in watching him because as a footballer. He's. I don't know. I don't know if media coverage skews my image of him. Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah. No,
I don't really hate. I mean, Bruno Fernandes whinging at the referee is just something that always gets to me. And if a City player did it, if anyone did it, I'd be the same.
Yeah.
Other ones I absolutely don't
like. There's not many I have to say.
Come back to me after the group stage. And that someone will have wound me up so much, basically.
Yeah, and Mbappe leaves me a little bit cold, but I mean, he played really well last night. So
he's got a god complex, hasn't he? So
it's whole PSG thing as well. It's anyone who plays for PSG just leaves me a touch cold, to be honest.
Right, I should let you go then if you've got a ton of work.
We've got a few minutes left, sir. Because
okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm just worried about your workload, yeah.
No, I'm fine today. It's a straightforward one today. It's and then I'll be joining the party hopefully tonight. As we said off air, you don't babysit your own daughter, do you? But I have my own.
You're getting paid £10 an hour.
Yeah, but my wife's that tonight, so I'm basically look after my daughter. So if I can get her down, then I'll be joining the party. Right. God, I'll tell you what. Mention it to Steve back a bit later. It's just everything changes. I mean, now it's a case of if I can get my daughter down, I'll come to the party.
I'm sure we'll be starting with how exhausted he is, basically. So.
Yeah, but when we did the first charity pod, it was like that was ace. I was absolutely, I got the vodka out. Like at night, it was brilliant. But now it's a case of if I can get my daughter down.
Yeah. No, that's why I said you can go if you want. So, you've got a lot of work to do today. Then you still do. Is it just previews doing every day?
Previews for the 26th today, which is Saturday's games. So it's all the ones who played yesterday, which I didn't have a chance to watch. So none of it makes sense right now. I'm having to just write about them and not watch them. So I'm hoping to get a better balance in the days ahead. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to miss England games or the Wales games. So I've got Friday off.
So when's Wales Iran?
10 o'clock Friday.
Oh, the early one.
Yep.
Hate early kickoffs for City, so as do Argentina, it seems. So
yeah, it's really odd. It's going to be so strange to watch because Argentina was odd enough anyway, 10 o'clock. But when it's your own country, you know what I mean, and you're there, kind of supposed to be really up for it at 10 o'clock in the morning, eating your cornflakes. Can you remember which World Cup was it? Was it 2002, which was on in our time in the morning? Was it 2002?
It was in South Korea, wasn't it? And Japan, I think.
Yeah, and John Motson, every other sentence was about cornflakes, wasn't it? Can you remember that? Every other sentence, it's like, Heskey scored, whatever. Oh, everyone will be spilling their cornflakes now. It's like, yeah, it's the morning, you've mentioned it.
Yeah, most people are drinking already.
I was. I one of the England games, I was in the pub and it was like so weird. It's like 8:30 in the morning. It was well strange.
I think, American fans, Australian fans, they're all used to this.
They are, yeah.
All the time.
Hardcore.
I had talking to commentators, Chris last night. doesn't seem too enamoured, does he, by John Hartson on co-commentary? And all I could say is, well, he ate Dion Dublin, so he's all right by me. So, no.
The standard of the co-commentator is atrocious. It has to be said. It's, I bear them no ill will, but they are not of a standard that you'd hope for a World Cup. It's fair to say.
You weren't on board with him being patriotic during the Wales game, were you? So.
No, I mean, it was all right, but if it wasn't Welsh, he would have annoyed the crap out of me.
He's okay. I don't know. Yeah, we will say it is strange. I don't think they have to do a test for the job, do they? They just get tired and there they are, and you have to put up with them. I think basic commentary I really like, so most of the time I'm not sure co-commentary's needed a lot of the time, but
no, just chip in now and again. That's all you have to do. I mean, the worst. McManaman's the worst because he doesn't shut up. Every time the commentator speaks, McManaman thinks the commentator is talking to him and not the audience, and so responds, and that is immensely annoying. Right, I've had a little rant. I'm off.
Yeah, recharge your batteries. Maybe you might want to rant a bit more at 1 o'clock.
I will. Good luck this morning, and and thanks for everyone listening in, and thanks for everyone donating. I just want to echo what Howard said earlier. If times are tough right now, don't donate, just listen in, just enjoy. But if you can, of course do. And good luck, everyone.
Cheers. I'm 3 coffees in already, so...
Oh, Christ.
Who knows what state I'll be in by midnight.
Yeah, by 4 o'clock, when you have that 3 p.m. crash.
A monumental crash. Let's hope there's something pre-recorded at that time. So it'll just be silence on the airwaves. So, right, thanks, Steve. I'll speak to you hopefully in a few hours. So,
all the best, everyone. See you later.
See you later. Right, now, as I mentioned earlier, it's a pre-record from January. This is Nick from Manchester City Foodbank talking about why we're doing what we're doing today, why it was set up, the need in the country, and the need for the future. As I say, this was a pre-recorded January, and I listened to it yesterday and thought, nothing's changed, it's totally relevant. So we can reuse this clip. But after it finishes, I'll pop on. Nick's been on to record a voice message telling us what has changed since we spoke in January. But first, this is a recording from January this year, when I spoke to Nick about the food bank. Hi, I'm joined by Nick from the Manchester Food Bank to talk about the cause that this day is all about, why it's needed, and so on, and why it's so important, and what it wants to achieve and has achieved already. So, hi Nick, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks Howard. Cheers for inviting us on.
No, well, thanks for coming on and talking about this. It's not, it's quite a depressing thing to talk about, but there's also lots of good stories that will come out from this as well. So I'm just going to start at the beginning and ask you, how did the Food Bank initiative get started? The Manchester Food Bank side of it.
Yeah. So at the City Fans Food Bank support, we looking back at December 2019 now, it became clear that the situation in the country in general was not going to improve anytime soon. Food banks have kind of been a creeping illness in society over the past 10 years, and they've kind of just jumped on us. I think the pandemic has really exacerbated those kind of issues and put them in the front of people's minds. And there were already a few fans food banks across the country, significantly first started in England by Everton and Liverpool fans about 6 years ago now. And, as football fans, I know we often, rib each other, getting under each other's skins quite a lot.
Occasionally.
Just occasionally, but, at home, at the workplace and everything, we're always talking. We do always talk, and we do often sometimes, especially when you get into the fan groups and podcast stuff, you do this all the time. You talk, you hear each other's opinions, and you share best practice. And the Fan Supporting Food Banks national network is something that now encompasses West Ham, Newcastle, there's Villa, there's even a Morecambe group, and Southend recently, I think, and Southampton have got on board. It's a national initiative to basically try and look out for the communities that our football clubs represent. Very easily, you could find out that a friend, a fan that you've gone to the matches with, or family have ended up using food banks through no fault of their own. And it's just I think it's putting the community back into community clubs. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. So how did you actually start it? Were you involved right from the beginning with the City Food Bank, and was it?
Yeah, it's pretty much stayed the same core group of about 5 or 6 of us, and we've got a lot of associated, friends and associates who've helped us spread the word ever since, yourselves included. And there's always at least 3 or 4 of us every weekend home game opposite the Asda at the end of Sir Howard Bernstein Way, collecting up to 3 hours before kickoff. And honestly, I think at first we really didn't know how it was going to go. We turned up with a couple of crates from B&M and a borrowed gazebo off a friend who really didn't want us to show the company that was on the gazebo. So not to drop him in it with his employer. But honestly, the response was incredible. That first game, I think we were playing at Everton New Year's Day, January the 1st, 2020. It was awful. It was practically pitch black at 1 o'clock. It was 11 in the morning, I think, because it was vile. I hate early kickoffs with a passion. I didn't like them before. I definitely don't like them now.
Not on New Year's Day either. So.
Definitely not on New Year's Day. I was chuffed with the Arsenal away fixture. I'm sorry, match going away fans. I feel bad for you, but yeah, the response ever since has been fantastic from fellow City fans. In that first 10 or so games in January, February of 2020, before the pandemic hit, and we started collecting outside women's games, we collected over, I think, 1,200 kilos of food and toiletries for Manchester Central Food Bank. And then obviously the pandemic cut it short. Lots of stuff went on in the meantime, just because it was lockdown didn't mean that people still didn't need feeding. If anything, it was it was the inverse. We saw food bank usage rocket. So we did a lot of fundraising. You guys obviously did that first fantastic 12-hour broadcast. A friend of ours, Ben and Helen, they started a virtual club night, which has now turned into a real club night, which is fantastic.
Seen it, yes.
Mistaken for Strangers, shout out to them, which is amazing. But like I say, it's City fans, even non-City fans from all over. Like, he's a York City fan, which don't need to go into too much of that. When I went to their wedding this summer, and they showed an awful highlight of York beating us, which was not something you want to see at a wedding to a City fan.
No.
We can cut that bit out. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. It was just right. It was right in my head. It was horrible. Honestly, the look on Helen's face, she was mortified.
I remember them beating United as well in the Cup, so it's all fine.
Exactly, that's it. Sorry, we'll go back to the lockdown stuff. Yeah, there was the massive fundraiser, which is, I think it's just touching £54,000 now, set up with the United Fans Food Bank, and that's the point. Hunger doesn't wear club colours has always been the motto, and to do it with them hand in hand is really shown a great example of doesn't matter who you support when it comes to living and dying and struggling in our communities. And it's just been, like I say, the support from other City fans has kept us going all the way through. So till starting again this season, in just, I think, 10 games and 1 collection with the official supporters club. We've smashed last year already, and we've not got in the last figure, but we're judging off the previous ones. We're looking at 1,500 kilos, 1.5 tons of food and toiletries, which has been given directly by City fans and City supporters branches. It's been incredible, and you're doing a massive show of support to, like I say, to your communities, to your friends, families and neighbours who are struggling right now.
So just to repeat, where are you situated before matches?
So at the moment, our usual spot is right at the end of under the next entire bridge, which is now a city landmark, of course. Connecting the Academy Stadium to the main stadium. So it's opposite the Big Asda, at the end of Sir Howard Bernstein Way. If you actually type us in, MCFC Fans Food Bank Support on Google, we're on Google Maps now, which is great. So it helps, because eventually we would love to be stationed at different parts of the stadium just to increase donations and make sure as many people who want to donate can donate. But for now, like I say, because it's the small group of us, we're sticking there.
Do you do just the men's games, or do you do any other women's games, other occasions?
We last year we did become the first fans food bank in the country to collect outside women's games, and that was because we were in a really unfortunate period of no away games, postponed games, and bad weather. Actually, I think it was one that got postponed because of wind and rain, which is strange. It's just, it doesn't happen often, does it? So we did start collect outside women's games, but we've not been able to resume this season because of the working constraints of our group. But we are hoping. This is only the second year, and we've not even had one full season. So we're hoping that as time goes on, we're just going to be able to grow and keep on doing the work that we're doing, and eventually work towards a future where we don't need to do it.
So the GoFundMe site. I can read it out, but I will read it out right now. But it's probably easier that everyone listening to this just goes onto Twitter, check the 9320 Pod Twitter feed all day. My feed, Harry Hock 3434, all the food bank. Your food bank Twitter handle again is?
It's at MCFC Food Bank.
Yeah. So if you do like to type in web addresses manually, it's gofundme.com/f/MCFC-fans-supporting-food banks. As I say, that's the link. If you can give any donation, obviously you are helping people to put food on the table for people who are really struggling.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate it. But it's easy. Go and find the links all day. If you're listening far away from Manchester, obviously it's wonderful if you want to do something local as well. If you want to make a charitable contribution, we're not demanding you click this link, but anything you can do today to help make someone's life better is amazing. When you set up that GoFundMe, did you have an aim? As you say, I wrote the figure down, £54,202, amazing, is what it's raised so far.
Yeah. No, we absolutely didn't. It was an interesting one because we realised. I feel like a lot of us moved a bit quicker than our government did, but we all realised that this is going to be absolutely catastrophic for so many different sections of society. I remember. Yeah.
Just to say the obvious, has it got a lot worse since we last did the first charity day?
Well, this is it. Everyone thought that, okay, as things get a little bit more back to normal, whatever that means, that food bank usage is going to drop off. And it just didn't. It stayed at the same level, and there's a lot of things affecting that. I think pretty much everyone listening can empathise with the current energy price hikes that are being seen across the country, and also the £20 uplift to universal credit was removed, which was shocking. So they've actually stayed at a steady level at the moment, and they have risen every single year. Food bank usage has risen every single year on year since records began in 2006 or so, which is worrying. I thought a pandemic would maybe see a peak and a trough, but it hasn't. When we first started this fundraiser, it was just after when I say we, I mean us and the United Fans Food Bank, we'd successfully petitioned both of the Manchester clubs to make a donation to the Greater Manchester Food Banks, as we'd just seen Everton and Liverpool do. So I think, and that came to 50 grand each from each club, so 100 grand, which was amazing and a great show of support from the clubs to the communities that they represent. So the fact that our fundraiser has now gone over the £50,000 that either club donated, I think that shows incredible. It proves how fantastic football fans are and can be, despite getting a pretty bad press over the past 30 years.
Yeah. Do you have any ultimate aims, or is it just to keep fighting the fight and doing what you're doing now, raise money, have people drop off food?
Yeah.
I guess there's not a lot more you can do than what you've already done, because it's such an astonishing achievement already.
This is it. I mean, it does speak volumes of like a community power, the power of fans and us as individuals when we come together and show our voices. But unfortunately, like you say, it's just keeping plugging on. You have to it's almost like fighting a rising tide. However, it's to us, a lot of it is about showing the, like I say, the intent and the community mindedness of City fans. If I could put down one sort of, I don't know, aim or something, we would love for the dream is, I remember Dave Kelly from the Evertonian from Fan Support and Foodbank telling me once, he said, if every single fan at Goodison Park donated just one item of food every single match day, then no child in Liverpool would go hungry that day. And I think that's kind of what we aim to. We just want as much engagement from fans as possible. And like you said, you don't force people to donate. It's nothing like that. We'd love for people to just come over and have a chat with us. We've hosted tenancy unions this year because one of the biggest causes of food bank usage is evictions and rent arrears, those sort of things. So we want to just keep speaking to other Manchester community groups and link the dots, because these are wider societal issues, and we're just City fans who feel the way we do and want to look out for our communities in this way.
Have you've experienced the other side of, where the food goes and the good it can do?
Yeah. Oh, well, this is just actually to link it back to the actual fundraiser. What this fundraiser does, it gets portioned out to all the different food banks in Greater Manchester, the Trussell Trust food banks, that is. What Manchester Central Food Bank did, and they're the people who we collect for on match days, they use their part of the donations to run a series of holiday help pantries in primary schools in Moston over last summer, which was amazing. It was, I say it's amazing, like you said at the very start of this, it's a bit of a depressing fact that lots of children come back after school holidays noticeably thinner because parents find it tough on low incomes and such to feed the families in the time when they're not getting school meals. Obviously, free school meals are a massive thing that Rashford has campaigned on and brought a lot of awareness to. As long as he keeps doing stuff like that and not doing anything decent on the pitch, as he maintains to do, that's fantastic for us. But the point is that everything donated makes a difference. So everyone who donated at your last broadcast, that money will have gone to support primary school aged children being fed over school holidays in North Manchester, and that's a massive, massive thing. We shouldn't have to be doing this, I don't think.
No.
But the fact that we're showing that we feel that this is not right, I think it's a really powerful message to be sending, and I'm so glad to be doing it with fellow City fans and fans across the country.
I say in a perfect world, or even near perfect world, or even an average world, shouldn't be needing this at all.
No.
But it's not going away, is it? It's here to stay now, the need for food banks. I can't see it declining in the coming years. The only, I say only good, it's a smaller good thing is you have seen fans, we talk about less important things, like 22 men kicking a football around a pitch, and we look at tribalism, people slagging off other clubs and VAR. But this one, smaller good thing that's come out of this is it shows the power of football fans coming together.
Absolutely, and look, football it's so important to our day-to-day lives. Look, these are I hate to call it a distraction because it seems to cheapen football. It's not about cheapening football. We all live our life with distractions, whether it's reading, playing games, or watching football, or doing anything. We need those things in our lives, and it's nice to have that. It's also nice sometimes to know that the club you represent or the fans that you sit alongside have also got the same sort of feeling as you when it comes to things like this. And you're right, this isn't a thing that we should have to do. This is the 6th, 7th largest economy in the world. Richest country rather. We shouldn't be seeing this happen in this day and age. You're seeing things like rickets making a comeback, Victorian diseases, which is terrifying. But no, as long as we all look out for each other, and there's a lot of power in communities. So, and I think we can all agree that, football fan communities are another part of that.
So, just a final question: if people do want to help, there is the GoFundMe. There is the opportunity before home matches to drop off food. Are they the two things that you ask for people? Is there anything else people can do?
That's it. Yeah. So On our social medias, at least 2 days before every single match, we do post a little graphic saying where we are and what food is the food bank are in need of at any one time. But pretty much any non-perishable food, anything that doesn't need to be put in the fridge, nothing that has alcohol in it for addiction reasons, at the food bank.
Yeah.
Toiletries are a massive one as well. We saw a lot of Premier League clubs over the past couple of years try and combat the period poverty sort of thing, and toiletries, all sorts, as long as it's not bladed or anything like that, that are really, really welcome.
Because people do, yeah, some people just think it's about food, don't they?
Yeah, it's day-to-day life essentials. I mean, God, I was picking up some nappies the other day as part of a donation. God, I felt so out of touch because I didn't realise just how much a pack of nappies can actually cost. And these are absolute basics for raising a family, living in this country. It's crazy.
Okay, well, hopefully we can raise lots of money today. So thank you very much for coming on to speak about it. Thank you for everything you've done over 2 years as well.
No, Howard, honestly, thank you, all the guys, the Arsene Ali, everyone who's involved with this today, and all the guests and all the other podcasts that are coming on. It's pretty much all of the good stuff we've done over the past, just over 2 years since we started now. It's all been because of the support and activity that other City fans have given us and engaged in. So thank you so much for this. We really, really appreciate it. It makes us proud to be Blues.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm just sitting on my backside for 12 hours, so...
Hey, work is work.
Work is work. It's an absolute joy to help, just anything we can do to help. And if you're listening, again, your Twitter feed, your Twitter handle is...
Yeah, at MCFC Food Bank, and it's at MCFC Food Bank on Facebook and Instagram as well.
Right, we're going to be tweeting today. We're going to put this podcast that we're speaking now, we'll put out the day after as well. And we'll be tweeting all week, basically. So check the 9320. The handle is 9320pod for details. The link to the GoFundMe. If you can bring stuff before a City match, anything, toiletries, food, anything, it helps put food on table. It helps people survive, basically. And you are making a huge difference with just one tin or just one item. Anything you can do helps. Every few pounds you can donate helps someone not be hungry. So yeah, if you can do anything. If you can't, don't worry about it. Just we've got 12 hours of top quality content if I don't press the wrong buttons and wipe everything. So just make a difference if you can, but if not, just listen, enjoy the day, help how you can in the future. And Nick, thank you very much for coming on and talking about the food bank.
Oh, cheers, Howard. Good luck with the rest of the show.
Thanks, and hopefully one day I won't need to ask you to come on to a charity day.
We can all dream.
Thank you very much, and we'll go back to the studio now. Okay, that was Nick, as I said, from January this year. This morning, he sent me a voice note, just a brief 6-minute clip about the year so far, the 10 months that's followed, if anything's changed, the situation, where they are. And this is what he had to say this morning.
Hi guys, my name's Nick. I'm one of the members at Manchester City Fans Food Bank Support. I'm just going to give you an update on how things are going with our group and the support we've been receiving. The start of this year's football Premier League season coincided with a whole range of terrible, unfortunate, events in the UK. Most namely, that everyone is affected by the cost of living crisis. Energy prices have been rocketing. With the mini budget, we saw people's mortgage rates, absolutely skyrocket, which in turn affects rents and things that we've talked about before is, how all these things are linked in our communities about, housing and health and ability to put food on your family's table. Like I say, everyone knows someone who's affected in some way by this, and it hits everyone no matter where you work, what you do, where you're from. This has obviously led to food bank usage going up. we've spoke to Manchester Central Foodbank, who are all of your fantastic donations go to. They're one of the biggest food banks in the entire Northwest, covering a massive region from right up in the north to Harper Hay, down to Rusholme, Gorton, Beswick, where Manchester City play, of course. And still 40% of those food bank emergency 3-day parcels go to children, which is it's just devastating. In response to this, the food bank, Manchester Central Food Bank, they're having to actually divert their funds that would normally go to fund projects that make sure that kids and families actually have access to schemes such as the Healthy Start vouchers that pupils get in this country. They're having to divert the funds that they would get, trying to stop people from being able to having to use food banks in the first place to go to their emergency food service, which is it's such a shame. However, despite that, we have to say in these first third, nearly half of the season, we've had some of the best responses from City fans ever that I'd say that we've had since we started back in New Year's Day 2020. More donations coming in, we're seeing more new faces, people just popping in to say hi, because look, we never expect donations from anyone. It's always a fantastic show of solidarity to members of our own community. The collections have been huge, and thanks to City fans, we still remain the biggest donor, the single biggest donor to Manchester Central Food Bank, which I think is a massive source of pride for us as a community club and a fan base that wants to do things like that. And as our part, as the group, to combat this, to try and do our part to step in more when we can. We're expanding to increase the donations. We've managed to. One of the biggest problems people have with our things is people we're unable to do midweek collections because of work and care commitments. So we've managed to do a deal with Manchester Active, who run a lot of the leisure centres in the city centre across Manchester, actually. And in the squash centre now, there is a permanent donation point. Big blue bin, you can't miss it. So if you ever can't get to us, or our side of where we collect is too far away, you can go to the squash centre. And exclusive here first, we're going to see if we can try and roll that out across the city. So we're touching all parts of the city, from Wythenshawe up to the north and across. So that's fantastic. And also something else that we're very proud of is we've managed to start women's games collections again, which we were the first fans food bank in the country to start doing that back in January and February and March, before the pandemic hit and lockdowns forced us to stop. So we've been doing that for the past couple games now, and that's been incredible. The women's fan base, the City women's fan base is incredibly generous. So that is a massive thing for us. And in case you happen to be going, they're playing this Sunday, playing Sunderland this Sunday at the Academy Stadium. So we'll be there collecting first. Probably one of our last ones till after the World Cup. And look, this is everything that we do. As we've said this before, this is us. We are not the only ones doing that. We are only able to do this because of the generosity and the community spirit shown by City fans, and it means so much to us every single time that we see a new face, a recurring face, at the collections. But it's not just that. You guys have done this charity podcast a fair few times now. All the podcasts involved, Howard and the team, thank you guys so much. We've had support from the wider City community, online content creators, even down to in case anyone missed it, a little bonus over the World Cup. Laporte and Gundogan pledged to donate 1,000 meals to us, whoever tops their group. So we'll be keeping an eye on Spain and Germany over this World Cup. But like I said, once again, I just really do have to say thank you all so much, because in a time of intense need for everyone in society right now, especially in more deprived areas, which Manchester unfortunately is one of them, it makes all the difference to know that when not many people are looking out for us, that especially those who have the power to change things, our communities are, our fan bases, and it makes me massively proud to call myself one of thousands of City supporters in the country. So thank you guys again, and good luck with today. I know these things are hard.
Okay, that was Nick with his voice note about the last year. So thank you for that, Nick. I think, Stephen, can you hear me? Next up, we've got Stephen Mcinerney, Mr. Esteemed Company, coming on to chat. I'm not sure if you can hear me at the moment, though. So, can you hear me, Stephen? Let's try now. Thanks also to those who have already donated. I've seen some donations come in. Really appreciate it. We'll read out some names later when I've got a free moment. Stephen, are you there?
I am, mate. You good?
Hello. How you doing? I'll just put your volume up a bit. So.
I'm all good, mate. Thank you very much. How's things going yourself? Everything okay?
Yeah. I say I'll just make you louder. So.
Oh, it's still very quiet. Sorry about that. I can boost it my end if needs be.
No, I've no idea how this is coming out on the other side, so maybe you're super loud now to everyone, but I'm sure Jordan will let me know.
I was down quite a bit, actually, at my end, so I've just boosted a little bit. Fingers crossed that makes it a little bit more audible.
Yeah, well, if you just hold on, I'll do a tweet. So a one-man band at the moment. I'm also in charge.
Got to do the socials.
Yeah, I'm also in charge of catering as well and everything else.
I've just had breakfast. It's disappointing. I could have held on. By the way, they've just announced a minute ago, Pep. They just announced it right now. Good timing, eh?
Now that is timing.
Right now. Yeah, I would be doing a video now as well. So this is big news.
So sorry.
No, don't worry. It's fine. It's all good. Everyone knew anyway. It's the world's worst kept secret, let's be honest. It's very good news.
Yeah. Nice little video from City. Now that is timing, and we're going to start with that, so...
Yep.
Magnificent, sorry. Oh, well, you can go now, Stephen, then I'll just...
You don't need me anymore.
I'll just be watching City social videos for now.
Yeah. I'm going to quote tweet that as well now. 1 second. I'm just doing a little bit of social too. Is this on the YouTube right now? Are we live right now? Just us tweeting, basically. YouTube, is that it? Yeah. That's what charity podcasts are these days, just people tweeting.
I don't know. I'm an old man, so Jordan, the City Extra crew, of course, are streaming it through their site. No idea how it works. If it goes down, then we're absolutely doomed. But wow, it's always good to have some live breaking news when you're recording.
I know, innit? We need a jingle. Breaking news.
We just don't have music on this one, but because I'd be so terrible at it. So, how are you? Right, we're going to get to Pep soon. How
go
are you?
To start a Pep. Yeah, go on, Pep, man. No formalities.
First, how are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm good, actually. I got some sleep. I'm in a good mood today. I'm nice and awake. I've been up since about 6:30, but I just put on a game. I played a bit of game this morning, and my son's he slept, and he's had a difficult couple of days. He's been doing this little kind of like newborn cluster feeding thing, where basically they want to feed every 10 minutes, and it's just awful because you can't sleep. But he finally come out of it, so I actually feel refreshed. I feel like a human being because we slept last night. I got about 6 hours, and it feels like heaven. Brilliant. So so I'm good, and of course it's Guardiola news, and of course being on this podcast with you now, and it's all good, man. It's a good start to the day, so it's a wonderful start to the day.
Is Nicola all right as well?
She's good, yeah, she's good. I can hear her cooing away actually in the background down there, so she's good. It's been a journey. Little Ruben's given us trouble, but I love it. I actually genuinely do love it. I hate it at first, I'll be honest, but then you love it afterwards. That's the best thing about it. So it's all good. It's all good.
Wow. Have you ever known exhaustion on this scale?
No, not even close. Genuinely, like people. I think quite arrogantly, me and Nicola, because we're like best friends anyway, we presumed, we've got this, we'll breeze through parenthood, because we just thought we would do, because we feel like we handle life quite well, and then we were so stupid. We were so naive. It's on another level. Like everyone says it's true. There's nothing like it. Getting a house, getting married, all this kind of stuff, easy, absolute easy. Like all that kind of stuff is it's a piece of piss compared to raising a small gremlin of a child who just wants to just cry and keep you up at every minute of the day. But then about 3-4 weeks in, they start to smile at you a little. Well, he's just started smiling at us and like becoming a little human, interacting a little bit more with us, and it's just the best feeling in the world. It really is. And like people say, and it's a cliche, but it does wipe away all those little tiredness. It gets rid of the tiredness straight away when they grin at you, and it's just the best little thing. And
that grin might just be trapped wind, though. So
yeah, well, that's what I've heard.
Do beware.
I've heard. But I yeah. Well, the thing is, it's good because when they've just had a massive poo, which is the most exciting thing in the world as a parent, and then they smile afterwards, you're like, it's not trapped wind. I can prove it. I've got the nappies to prove it. So, so it's all very exciting and very tiring, but it's definitely. It is what people say it is, and I can be honest about that. Exhausting and horrible, and you do doubt yourself at first and all that kind of stuff. But then they just smile at you, and you see your wife in it, or you see yourself in the baby, and you're like, oh my god, it's mental. It's absolutely mental, and it's lovely. So we're very happy, and I can't wait to get into City one day. Hopefully, you'll see a Pep Guardiola game. Now with this news, he'll actually get to be in the stadium with Guardiola. Hopefully at one point.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Segue.
he'll still be rubbish, and he won't defect to the dark side.
Exactly,
like I
yeah.
did with my pet, with my father. So
Good. Yeah, no, you've got to
like that,
the blue side always.
Yeah. I have to say, having a massive poo is also a highlight for me as an adult as well as a child.
What a day! I'm not kidding, by the way. Like the parents will relate to this because you spend all the time on the internet saying you should have this many wees a day and this many poos a day, and if they don't, you're there like, is my son ill? And it's like, no, they just pooed twice today instead of 3 times. You know what I mean? And they'll poo 4 times tomorrow. I know no one wants this talk, but it's
one wants this
It's
talk.
the reality. It's the reality of it all.
No one came on expecting it to go. This has escalated very quickly.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry.
Let's talk Pep Guardiola then.
Yeah.
Obviously, yes, we kind of knew it was coming, but have it official, have it in writing. I'm sure there's a photo about to be released of him with a pen sat next to it.
Cheeky.
Just players who do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if it is. I was always wanting it to be a cardboard cutout of Cheeky. Generally, when he's just sat there.
Yeah, if he's not available, yeah. How do you feel about it then?
It's wonderful. This is as big as a trophy. It really is. I know that sounds like hyperbole, but I genuinely believe it. I mean, it's what it means as opposed to what it does for me. When you've got a manager of the quality of Guardiola, this is in footballing terms. As a player, this is the level of Messi, Ronaldo. And in terms of managerial, and he's a superstar, isn't he? Guardiola. He's the biggest name, if not the biggest name, that's attached to Manchester City. He's probably bigger than De Bruyne and Haaland. And it's the status that he brings and the momentum and the energy that he brings, and for a man to be that good and still want to hang around rainy Manchester and be here, it says it all for the ambition of the club. It says it all for how well run they are. It says it all for any potential future signings. He's adopted this club to be something that means an awful lot to him. I think in his life now he's got Barcelona and City, and I wouldn't be surprised if City are closing in a lot on Barcelona in terms of his affection, and I find that crazy. I think it felt inconceivable, even when Guardiola's going to join, that he'd be here this long. And yeah, it's building a dynasty basically, and that to me is it's remarkable because look around the Premier League, they are genuinely terrified that he's staying on, and to me that says it all. It's a statement basically.
I think they're trying to form a rivalry by force one, basically, by Liverpool sites reporting this news. Well, I mean, so if he stays to 2025, that's 9 years.
He's got to do 10, hasn't he? Though you don't get that close and not do 10.
Then
even if he just doesn't do anything for the final. Yeah, even if he doesn't do anything, even if he just gives it to get Brian Kidd, but get him to do it for the 10th season. Even if he's just there on the sidelines, you've got to get the 10 years, haven't you? You know what I mean? Like, you can't sit there after 9 years and do nothing, because I like to think with people like Guardiola, what drives them is they're so determined and they're so obsessed with what they do that they must care about their legacy to an extent. A bit Games of Thronesy, like how they're perceived, and I hate to mention him because once again it's the dark side, but I remember when he did the foreword in Ferguson's book, and he talks an awful lot about his admiration about someone who could go that long at one team and constantly reinvent themselves and still get a reaction from the players. And I do think there's a part of him that admires that and maybe not craves it as such, but he's definitely interested in the idea of leaving a similar legacy, because the Premier League is, it's the biggest league in the world, and that's not me saying that as a Premier League fan. It's just by every metric it is. And if you can come to the Premier League and manage in the league where it's famously hard to stay around for a long period of time and win so many trophies, and that's a legacy. You must. I think he cares about that kind of stuff, because ultimately, when you don't, he's already hung up his boots. What do you hang up as a manager? A clipboard or something? I don't know. But when he hangs up his managerial clipboard, what is it? What do you reckon?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah,
Your jackets, basically.
his D squared suits. You
Yeah,
know?
the £4,000 jumpers and jackets. I reckon, yeah.
But yeah, but when he does that, and I think ultimately what will matter to him is these accomplishments. And I think he looks at this and goes, I could be here for an awful long time here and do something that's not been seen before. And I think that appeals to him.
Quite revelation that you've read Alex Ferguson's autobiography there.
No, I saw it on Twitter, screen print. Yeah, I'm gonna defend that. Like, I would never.
Well, I say my dad's a United fan, but it was different in those days. Didn't force it on me. But I've just, for his birthday yesterday, what day is it? I did buy him a United book. It always hurts me when I spend money on United, but I like to buy the best present for someone. So yeah, it wasn't a book that gave money
Good
to someone.
son or Berting. Good son or Berting.
Yeah, which is it? Good or evil?
Yeah.
The deed I have done, is it allowable? There are City fans that still won't have Sharp products or have a Vodafone phone, so I've probably crossed the line there, have I not? So I apologise.
We'll forgive you.
What is it then that makes, as I say, Barcelona is his true love, broke him after 3 years, perhaps because it's his true love it broke him, but Bayern Munich, I won't say broke him, is probably a bit harsh, but he needed to move on, he needed a break as well between the two. What is it that City have done, those that run the club, that have allowed him to stay here for 9 years? Hopefully 9 years.
Yeah, I think it's just being nice to him in a simple way. Like, I think it's quite famous.
So giving him power.
Yeah, there's a gifting power and just respecting him and letting him get on with his job. I mean, quite famously at Barcelona, there's all the political side, isn't there, with the constant presidential elections, and they used Guardiola as a pawn, and he was often there answering questions about all that kind of nonsense. And I think he got tired of it because obviously the intensity. Thankfully, if you work in Manchester as a footballer, you're probably going to get left alone most of the time, aren't you? I can't imagine anything like that in Barcelona. Like, you're a superstar, and the intensity that comes with it. I think it probably was just all a bit too much for him. He got burnt out quite early, quite young, and at Bayern as well. I mean, I think he got quite disenchanted by the constant snipes from the former Bayern legends and so on, constantly in the press and making digs at his selection and questioning his style of football. And of course as well, he came in off the back of a treble, didn't he, as well, with the previous manager. So there was an awful lot of expectation on him, and he just never really fitted in. Whereas I kind of know this is true just because I've heard it's true. And City have built this club for him. The people like Varane and Cheeky, the end goal was always Guardiola for them. And all the players and all the coaches and the way they've been set up to play, and everything's been put in there for him. And quite famously, they said they'd build a house for him if he wanted, didn't they, at one point? So basically, he's in a place where he's just everything's there. Every whim is is catered to, and I think he's smart enough to realise that he just won't get it better anywhere. And I can only presume he's a bit like every other human being. As when you get older, and we can relate to this as individuals too, you start to crave that familiarity and comfort, and you can't be arsed with the stress. And he's at a place now where he gets to manage the best players, and it's also unstressful. And they trust him implicitly, and they treat him like an adult. And to me, that must be just as valuable as the quality of the football, just that familiarity and that comfort of it all. And once again, if he was probably 10, 15 years younger, you might crave a little bit of abrasiveness and something new. But I think right now he just enjoys the comfort of it all. And I think that's the credit once again to the owners. And they get a lot of criticism for sometimes people like Cheeky and whatever, but they clearly are a huge part of what makes this club so successful and what makes Guardiola so attracted to staying here.
Is there any risk at all to him being all powerful at City?
All powerful.
Yeah.
Obviously.
He is unsackable, and I've got no problem with that.
Yeah, well, he is. Yeah, exactly. But he is. That's it. I mean, whatever Pep says goes. It really does. It is as simple as that at City. And
but that's what you take with a genius, I guess. Isn't it?
It is, and he's worth it, and we all know he's worth it. I mean, I guess there's always a little bit of rough with all the smooth of anything, and Guardiola. There'll always be some slight question marks about him in certain games or whatever, because maybe some of the ideas about him slightly overthink every now and then are true. Maybe they are, but it's you're really looking for a problem when you go for stuff like that. And maybe I guess when you build a club up in one way so much, it's probably going to be really hard to follow him. I think that's probably on the biggest negative. Post Pep Guardiola life is going to be difficult because everything's been built for Guardiola, and it's going to be very hard to wean the club off that, basically, I reckon. But for me, I don't really see the negatives. I mean, I think he's just that good. And if there are any negatives, I don't know. What about yourself, Howard? Have you noticed any? Is there any for you that pop up?
No, we had an awkward chat on the podcast last week about, he was a witness in the Benjamin Mendy trial, and it's like,
Yeah.
we were talking. I don't want to discuss that, and we can't. It's a criminal trial, and we will let justice take its part. But in a way, there's no one to stop him. Now differing opinions are available, and obviously I'm not a legal expert about whether you're coerced or made to appear, but I'm pretty sure as he was close with Benjamin Mendy, when he was a regular in the team, very close, like his son's close.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing where he can just say things like, do things like that. No one is ever going to stop Pep Guardiola. So, not on the pitch, no. I mean, we all get frustrated, like, why has he done that, blah, blah, blah. He's a human being. Obviously, there's Champions League fallouts and stuff like that, and we all as fans, even though we know a thousandth of what he does, have questioned some of his decisions in the past. Because that's what fans do. I think the small problem, and it is tiny, I just thought it was worth a couple of minutes, was that in a way there is no control. I mean, I'm not saying he's out of control. So I just think,
He's rabid.
You are that powerful. There's no one to rein you in. Everyone in the world needs reining in at some point by those close to him. And of course he will be. He's got family. He's got friends. I think he misses his old, number two, his old assistants in a way, tactically on the pitch and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So of course he's got a huge support around him. No, it's not. It's not a major thing for me. I just think.
I think you're right.
I just think the aura around him sometimes may stop people saying, "Are you sure about
just
this?"
Like no, Pep, just no, stop it. Yeah, and I think you're right. That needs to be said, and I think it comes with the territory of someone like him, because Ferguson would have been the same, wouldn't he? For example, I can imagine Mourinho would have been the same, and all the great managers, they are great because it's inherently who they are, isn't it? They are so consuming and all powerful that they drag people along with them. But of course, there'll always be a negative side to that potentially. And I know it is true at City that what the club have to kind of, all departments of the club sort of have to toe to his demands to an extent, and they do tread a little bit around him because they don't want to upset Guardiola. And right, I guess rightfully so, because their wages are directly linked by the success of the club as well. So it makes sense to an extent. The most important person in the club is the manager. It just is, and it's weird given that he's got HR above him and he's got all these kind of people who still pay him. But I guess we just have to accept it, don't we? Really, and just take winning trophies.
We watch the videos and stuff, but they don't show everything. He may actually, for we know, his setup might be to welcome criticism and be challenged and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, we'll build him out as some god who doesn't take any criticism.
He is a god. No, you're right though. He absolutely
that's
is
not
a god.
What I meant. I don't think he's the sort of person who just refuses to take on advice. Absolutely not what I'm saying there. More just that some might be wary because, after all, he is Pep Guardiola.
Exactly.
And you must, if you doubt him, if you work with him in parts in a circle, I guess you do or yourself have an ego to be in that position. But perhaps also you think, well, you start second guessing yourself because it's like, well, Pep analyses everything to the nth degree. So if he thinks this is right, maybe I'm wrong. But as you say, if you're 99% good with him, then you take the 1% where perhaps it takes a misstep. So,
of course.
Do you think this will be his last club job? At least before a break or perhaps an international.
Oh, he'd
job.
probably have a break anyway. He'll probably go to somewhere, and I don't know. He'll probably go and live in China and learn Mandarin or something. He'll do something like it's unpredictable. Like he took a year in New York, didn't he? Before on a sabbatical and went and learned German because obviously he was going to Bayern. I suspect I personally think he'll go to Italy or something at some point. I've got a feeling that will appeal to him. Just because, once again, the lifestyle, Pep's a man of culture. You can totally imagine him, sat there sipping on an espresso, can't you? Somewhere with his fashion designer wife, for what it's worth, as well. I can imagine it's something that would appeal to them. And I also think there's potential money there as well. AC Milan have got a lot of money these days, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try and make him their future manager, because they've got a lot of prestige AC Milan as well, haven't they? You know, they're a historically huge club, and I can see Italy one day. But you know, he's also said he wants to manage internationally, doesn't he? So I wouldn't be surprised if he does. Yeah, it might be his last club, but it would be Italy if anywhere. I can't see him in France personally. I can't see him going back to Spain or Germany. So maybe Italy, if not just internationally.
Yeah. And final question, I guess, is this is great that we're talking about Pep rather than
Nice, isn't it?
yeah,
Rather than babies.
rather than
you know.
nappies,
It's pretty close, but I'll take Pepper.
rather than bodily fluids. Yeah.
Well, there's many kind of bodily fluids going about right now. No, I'll stop. Never mind.
Yeah. Final question, I guess. What is the effect on existing players and potential transfer targets? Could it be huge? Especially
question,
midfielders who may be leaving next summer.
Yeah.
That's where I'm leading you here.
It's mad, isn't it, that of all the positions, is midfielders all want to go. You think they'd love playing under Pep. But, yeah, there's definitely... I think Gundogan's quotes were pretty reassuring in a way that linked to Guardiola. He basically said, in other words, Pep stays, I might stay. He basically said that, didn't he? You know, obviously a lot more suave, he said it. But I do think it's just probably simple as that with Gundogan. I reckon the timing as well, where it's like 2 years or maybe 1 year and an extension, that kind of suits Gundogan too, doesn't it, given his age? You know, he'll just be like, all right, I'll just hang around with Pep. It's easy for me, you know. I don't have to worry about it. I can see Gundogan staying now, basically. Bernardo, I don't think it makes a difference. But I think it makes it easier for him to stay if nothing comes in, you know. Because obviously, once again, that familiarity and the consistency, and he knows, obviously, he'll be built around. And I think Bernardo will still want to leave, personally. I don't think his future was ever tied to Guardiola's. And so personally, I think Bernardo will still want to go. But yeah, if he decides no one comes in for him the right offer, it's easier to stay then, isn't it? Because Guardiola is Guardiola.
Yeah. The targets, I guess, if you're someone like Jude Bellingham. I mean, who would have known? It's not just that if City were trying to get Jude, I'm sure they are trying to get Jude Bellingham this season, it's not that you don't know who the next manager is going to be, do you? City might announce it very early, who knows? Yeah. But I guess without knowing, you're pretty wary to sign for a club where you're literally saying, well, I will be under an unknown manager. So I guess if Pep had said he was going, City could have made a very early announcement, but I find early announcements very weird because they're unsettling especially if the manager's still in a job. They're not ideal, are they?
I think they would have learned from that as well.
Would have made recruitment very hard, would it not?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's always a chance that they hire the manager and then just tell the players and say, just, you know, don't tell anyone, you know. So, like, it's one of those things where they could have done that.
True.
But I think they would have learned the lessons from doing that because, you know, there was the Mancini Hughes thing, wasn't there? And then there was the Pellegrini Guardiola thing. I don't think they do that. They also probably just wouldn't care about that, by the way. That's the kind of thing the media cares about and Pellegrini cared about. But do you really think Caldoon's losing any sleep over what Pellegrini thought for the last couple of months? I don't think he really gives a shit, to be honest. I think he's been like, yeah, well, we got Guardiola and the rest is history, so we made the right call.
Yeah, but for Jude Bellingham's development, he'll want to know.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, you're right, you would do. And who wouldn't? Because anything from Guardiola is a step down. And I really hand-hearted mean that, and I hate to say it because it means one day it's going to be difficult. But anything after Guardiola is a step down, and Bellingham would be aware of that too. And you know, it's only 2 years and only guaranteed one because we all ignore that part of it, don't we? But we're just saying it's 2 years. He is going to stay the extra year, but that's enough for Bellingham to go. You know what? I'll get a couple of years at very least with the best midfielder coach in the world, and that must be tempting because look what every player thinks about Guardiola, and obviously that natural gap that would form in the squad as well would potentially know Bernardo or Gundogan and or both maybe. It must be absolutely hugely tempting for Bellingham to play with his best mates, and you know his best mate in Haaland and all the England lads that you already know is under Guardiola.
Tapping him up now, are they?
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. Well, you know, the rumours on the forum is that they've already been tapping him up, haven't they? You know, so. I do think, of course they are. Foden and Grealish are saying, you know, Grealish is like, you come here, come to City. You know, he's doing that clearly, you know. And I can't wait. I personally think it might happen, and that would be very, very exciting because I do think he's as good as people say he is. But yeah, the transfers and all that kind of stuff, it makes a difference. Of course it does.
Yeah. Did you raise any eyebrow? I say, Asen was fine with this. I'm fine, but the fact that it's quite normal because the last one was the same as this, was it not? The fact that it's only 1 year plus a 1 year option, does that unsettle you at all? You're not bothered?
No. I don't really see what would change in a year from now for him to not think City's the best place for him to carry on.
Yeah.
Personally, I guess he's probably just being sensible in his slightly older age. He's probably thinking, like, I'll just give myself a slight out because the world can change very quickly, and I do think it's probably a reaction to the world. What's been going on, and there could be a world war kicking off, in a year. You know what I mean? Like, I know it sounds crazy, but like, look what's been going on with the pandemic and everything going on.
Stephen. Keep it
light. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, it's been such a crazy past couple of years, hasn't it?
Oh.
That if I were him, I would want agency over the future. Where it's agreed. To say, look, I want to stay for 2 years, but who knows? I might want to be with my family in a year. Is that all right? And they'll probably go, yeah, sure. We trust you. And I know it sounds very dramatic, but he also might just get tired and want to go home, and who would blame him, because things can happen, and you don't know what the future's going to happen, because no one would have called the last 3 years ago. So, and smaller and more important things will happen than that as well. But I don't really blame Guardiola for doing that. I'm not concerned by it, because I don't think he would have agreed to the potential of extension of another year after that if he wasn't happy with the idea, in theory, if that makes sense. Like, he would have just said, I'll just do a year if he wasn't sure about the idea of staying too.
Yeah.
But to me, this is 2 years. But if if I'm not too sure and anything happens, I'll go after one, as opposed to I'll do one then see, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's the other way around. It's like, I'll do 2 years, but can I go in a year if something happens? Sure. I don't think he's waiting to be convinced for the second year.
Yeah. No, I've never, Wood Wars or no Wood Wars, I've never been worried remotely bothered about what may or may not happen in even 1 year, let alone 2 years.
Yeah.
So as soon as Bernardo Silva, the transfer window shut this summer, I didn't care about, he'll probably go next year. He was here for this season. I only think about this season. Erling Haaland's got a release clause in 2 years. Why on earth do I care? I'm worried about what might happen in 2 years early. You have no idea what's going on then for the club, for him, for anyone. We might be loaning him out to Plymouth Argyle for all we know, after a disastrous loss of form. So, no offence to Plymouth Argyle. He would do a great job for you. So, the fact that he isn't leaving this summer is all I care about. And, of course, the option's there. So, let's hope he does reach double figures.
Sure he will.
Should we flip it a bit to the season as a whole, then?
Go for it, man. Go for it.
That said, all the adulation, deserved adulation for Pep Guardiola, have City actually had a good season for you so far?
It's not a bad season.
Well, no.
It's been probably good. The thing is, we've got exceptional, very good, fine, average, poor. And I think it's been pretty good. I think it's been all right. We probably would be top if Arsenal hadn't had a freakishly good start. That's unheard of from Arsenal. And
sorry, that sounds like Liverpool fan talk. We'd have won 4 leagues.
No. I guess what I'm saying is who saw
other team,
but who saw Arsenal doing this good?
Exactly.
That's what I'm getting at. And,
I know.
There's always Arsenal have had an insane start of the season, and I don't think City's hasn't been great, but it's no different to any other year, really, is it? At this stage, it doesn't feel any different. Like, City don't always start the best, and they always have the odd hiccup near the start of the season. And 10 wins out of 14, a couple of draws, a couple of losses. It isn't great, but it's still a very normal start under Guardiola for the start of the season, and that's, to me, is fine. And of course, the Champions League's been good, and we're in all the competitions. We're sat pretty well. Obviously 5 points behind, but it feels later in the season than it actually is because of the pause, doesn't it? If that makes sense, like it feels more dramatic and so on. But there's so much football to play left, 24 games, which is just a stupid amount of football. And I think it's been a good enough start. I think it's been fun, actually. That's the way I'll describe the start of the season. Been fun. And I think people would be saying the same if the games had paused 1 game ago as opposed to now. I think they soured the World Cup a little bit for City fans because we ended on such a negative. And I think before that, everyone would have been really content with what they'd done so far.
Yeah, but I guess the reason that 1 game has shifted the mindset hugely.
Yeah,
but I also could see it coming in a way. Not
Yeah.
on the day, I didn't think we're going to lose this, but some of the performances. I mean, Fulham in a way was a huge positive, of course, but there'd been some, like Villa away was for me the worst performance. Newcastle away, in hindsight, not that bad, but you could see flaws that haven't been there all the time because the bar's so high, is it not? Tough games against Dortmund and Copenhagen, red cards perhaps have, clouded our judgment of what's good and what isn't. But I guess why I asked that is just have City regularly played well, over long periods.
No,
Because we kind of expect that as a par score nowadays, don't we?
I don't think that happens at the start of the season, though, does it? It never really does. I mean, I guess you're right. I guess in terms of we haven't played that well. Though there have been moments where we've been brilliant, I would argue. But I guess I'm judging it based off what I expect City to be doing at this stage of the season, really. And for me, it's relatively it's par, really. It's kind of what I expect from City. And then City famously turn up around winter, don't they? And they really get into the rhythm. And obviously we can't do that now. But winter's still in January, so fingers crossed that'll kick in. But I do think Guardiola needs those first 2-3 months of the season just to sort of look at the problems, work out what they are, and then fix them on the training ground. And we need to wait and find out if this break's going to be a good thing for Pep and the players. But usually that's what happens. So I feel relatively relaxed that even though we haven't been playing the best football City have done, that feels normal to me, and we're still placed in a pretty good position like we usually are at this stage of the season. So I'm not concerned. I can admit that it hasn't been perfect and the football hasn't been as free-flowing as expected. But then maybe the expected is the wrong word, because I think we all probably accepted there would be a slight change in tact given Haaland coming in and so on. And we do seem to have ceded a little bit of control, and maybe there is a little bit of lack of width and so on. But we've also gained some other sides to it that maybe will make us more formidable in other games. So I'm very much still in the assessment stage of the season, personally. So far it's decent. It's decent. It's good enough so far, I'd say, to potentially set us up for what we want to achieve. Maybe another loss, and I would have been a bit more concerned. But so far, it's been acceptable.
Yeah, because your mind kind of says, right, we're halfway through the season because we're having a break for the World Cup. But as you say, we're nowhere near halfway.
Nope.
Yeah,
15 points to play for the year. So
24 games. Yeah, so 10 more games on the other side.
And even then, halfway through, it's still an awful lot of football after that, isn't there? So
huge amount. Yeah. Are Arsenal now for you clear title challenges? Do you think they'll be there or thereabouts coming into the season?
They have to be considered, don't they? But title challenges can still drop off, can't they, in the last few games? So they're a title challenger right now, and whether they are with the last 5 games or not, I don't know. But the thing for Arsenal is, Arsenal fans are getting very defensive naturally to anyone who suggests these things, but it's not based on anything other than just logic, really, because to do what they have to do, it's all very well playing football at the start of the season and winning games when there's zero pressure on you. We know how much football is about the psychological aspect, and to win that many games at the end of the season, look how great Liverpool were, and they still couldn't keep up with City. They broke point totals in themselves if City hadn't been there, but they still couldn't keep up with that relentlessness. And when you're staring down April and May and that run of games, and it's long and it's heavy and players are tired, and you drop points in one game, then it's very easy to drop points in the second, and all of a sudden you've lost your lead, and that is hard to handle. And that's where people are questioning Arsenal's ability there, not because they don't have the ability, more the mentality, because it's just difficult. It's a slog, isn't it? And that to me is the real test of Arsenal's title credentials. Can they really carry that on to past the 30 game mark? Because even doing up to 30 games is a lot easier. It's that last 8 games, when you really are staring down the end of the season, that's when the real big teams get going there, and City are proving that they can do it time and time again. And Arsenal, they just haven't, because they literally haven't done that, and not in this setup anyway, this era. So I think it's fair to question Arsenal, because the questions remain unanswered. Do they have the depth? Do they have the mentality? Because it's a relatively inexperienced squad when it comes to winning, trophies, other than City's lads. So we'll have to see, really. It's going to be fascinating, but right now they are a serious team, and because the other teams haven't been serious, other than City.
I think, my doubt was to play devil's advocate and why they could absolutely be title challengers is what a line you said, a couple of words, basically, City being relentless. I have my doubts if this is a season where City can be relentless. Now, I've said this every single season. We ain't getting over 90 points this season, and then they do. If City are getting in the 90s, then they almost certainly win the league, but I'm not convinced they're getting close to 90 points.
Why?
Because it feels like a slog this season. So, this is, of course, I can't say what's... I think it's key, really, the hardest thing for a manager to do, and Alex Ferguson used to just change things around regularly with his assistants. The hardest thing for City to do, for Pep to do, is to motivate that squad to 100%, season after season after season after season after. It's impossible. At some point, Klopp's finding it out. Maybe there's other reasons. Maybe there's burnout. It's almost impossible to keep them so focused that they can be so relentless season after season. And I think from those I know it's 14 games, there's a World Cup in the middle. Who knows what's happening on the other side of the World Cup, and we'll come to that in a minute. But I'm seeing small signs that there is a small drop-off here, which is not a criticism, it's just the nature of having to be perfect every single season. It's just not achievable. I've seen the level of performances, it's the system, small system issues. Don't think we quite got the system right. It's not down to Haaland, it's just little things here and there. We discuss them all the time, don't we, on reviews, like, does Cancelo fit with Grealish on that side? Does so fit with this? Is Mahrez out of form? Blah, blah, blah. Should Bernardo be wasted on the right? I think he's trying a lot of things out. It's not quite in place.
Isn't that very typical early season Guardiola when he's trying a lot of things out, then he settles everything? That's what I feel.
It just feels, yes, but I don't know. There's just something in the level, there's less control in games. But of course, we've got Haaland up front to kind of like counterbalance that. I'm just not convinced. I think it's going to be it's not a bad thing, really. I think it's just going to be a more open season where points are dropped and points can be taken by teams that wouldn't normally. So,
do you reckon
that's just my just a
Arsenal
general
can push
feel.
90 points?
Of course, this manager and this team are best placed to come out the other side and win 15 games on the row. But right now, I just don't feel like that's something that's going to happen.
I don't feel like that has to happen, I would say. I don't think Arsenal are going to be able to get 90 plus points personally either. I mean, I don't like if City can't do it, Arsenal definitely can't.
No,
that's how I
if,
feel.
If it only needs 85, then that obviously increases their chances of
Yeah,
doing
sure. And then 85 is still pretty high. And
Yeah.
this is still, it's still very difficult. Even like, a couple of years back, we got 86 points to it, didn't we? And that was we weren't anywhere near our free-flowing best, and everyone was still miles behind City at that point. Arsenal, how many points are they on now? To have a look, 37. Okay, so they're doing it's going to be interesting. It's very difficult to say. I guess I definitely veer on the positive side, and I'm doing that just because I'm basing it off what's happened previously, and I do think. I guess I don't feel like I've seen City at their very best, but I guess the difference in opinion is, do we think there's another level to go or not? For me, I do think the likes of Bernardo and De Bruyne and whatever, and even the experience of Foden now and so on, I think when it comes to it, I do think they'll find another level, because I just think they know how to. And I think that the very best people like De Bruyne, they drive you to titles because he's done it before. I don't see why he wouldn't do it again. And it might be that this year we only get, how many points did we get last season? 93. We might only get 86 or something like that. 80.
Rubbish.
It's rubbish, but I also think that would probably be enough to win the league, because I think that's very possible. And
if Arsenal keep going at this rate, then fair dues, then doff your cap. We didn't win the league. That's life. We can't,
do you know what?
And expect the league.
The only good thing that we know is that if we don't win the league this year, fuck, everyone else is fucked next year. Because I think we will invest big. We will buy, a winger. We might even buy a mythical left back if they exist. We might buy, I'm being giddy there. I'll stop there. We'll buy Bellingham. We'll buy a winger.
It's
probably
not Football Manager. This is
no,
real
this
life.
this is real life. We don't buy left backs. What's this nonsense? But I do think we'll come back very, very aggressively. And it's almost like there's a slight upside to it, because City will mean business and they want to knock those plucky little pretenders off the perch. We keep saying Arsenal, though, by the way. Do you take anyone else seriously? Because I don't rule anyone else out. But Liverpool look very far behind us still, don't they? 10 points.
Well, that's
They're 15
point.
Points. Oof.
They, past Liverpool, could do the same thing. Yeah, well, they were out of it last season. The season was over, remember? Rory Smith's tweeted in December last year, something's wrong with football. I'm paraphrasing here, when a couple of draws in December could end your title campaign. And he was talking about Liverpool drawing a couple of games. Of course, they then went on
1 point behind, yeah.
So, which Liverpool is this? They've got a bit of form back. They can go and win 10 games on the row. I would never rule
I still think
Liverpool
they will
out.
as well, personally. I think they will do that.
Yeah.
I just don't. I just don't get why people don't think they'll do that. I think Liverpool are going to go on a run and win loads of games. I'm almost certain. It don't know if it'll be enough for them to win the league, but they are not going to be in sixth come the end of the season. They'll be in the top 3 or 4.
I look at Arsenal because the 5 points clear, but ultimately Chelsea know just too much for Potter to sort this season for them. United are competent, highly competent. Got a
Competent doesn't win your leagues, does it? No,
but they got. Well, how did Solskjaer make them unbeaten away from home for a year?
he didn't win the league though. So
I know, but
yeah,
but he's obviously a far inferior manager to Ten Hag. He's a good manager, Ten Hag. Plenty of us would have been happy with him if if Pep had left at the end of the season and he had moved on. If he's still at Ajax or something. So
I think there's more. Just the United are just
there is
competent.
more.
I don't think they're going to be more than that. This season, I think they'll be competent, which
always comes around to what is needed to win the league. If it is lower, like low 80s, then someone like United could do it. If it's in the 90s, then no, competence and and a good manager is not enough. So we don't know. It's all the unknown. No, I'm not just looking at Arsenal basically, but I think because they've had such a good start, then you have to look up more than down. So
it's gonna be interesting, isn't it? I mean, I do remember. Someone just tweeted at me actually. Like Rob said, remember around 2020 Christmas when things weren't going very well. Pep signed a new deal, ended up winning 2 trophies and got to Champions League final. So who knows? I think we've probably not really thought about the influence that Pep signing a contract could have as well. That will galvanise the players, won't it? A little bit. That will because it galvanises Pep. Like Pep's the kind of person, if he's just signed a contract, he knows he's going to stay. There's an almost pride factor that will kick in with him. He's going to be banging heads together, I reckon, from January onwards. And thankfully, we know these City players react to that. So I think we probably haven't really thought about the potential impact of that because maybe it feels familiar, so we don't. But that will have an impact. I'm almost certain. And it will have an impact because the players will know that they will be spending big in the summer and, and Guardiola's going to hang around and they've got to impress and they've got to improve themselves again.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think that knowing he's going to stay, unless you hate him, unless you're Ibrahimovic or someone like that, is obviously galvanising for the players. The uncertainty's gone. And I assume he'll have been in Abu Dhabi discussing transfer considerations for the future.
Absolutely.
Expect nothing in January. Well, I assume he likes what he's heard about. As you said, City will be. I think whatever we win this season, City will be aggressive next summer again.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, cool. As for the team itself, I talked about. Has it been perfect? Do you see any systemic issues in the team, or are you just, as you alluded to earlier? This is early season. Pep's got a month now to sit down by himself and think about stuff.
There's always issues, isn't there? There's always a problem. Usually, it depends how much that problem actually is. Like for years, it was a couple of years it was no striker, and then it was no left back. And Guardiola's always sort of kind of just fixed around the problems, hasn't he? Because he's that good. And I guess the question really is the problems that we've got now, are they any worse than the problems we've had previously? In terms of things for him to manage. I'm not sure they are. I think they're just very much just another thing that he could potentially fix. But it could be that the lack of another fullback, left or right, I guess, because it's very obvious that it's basically Cancelo, Walker, and then a couple of kids, younger ones. Like Gomez is in that category for me as well now. Like Gomez, Esbrand, and Rico Lewis. They'll only play they need him to play. They'll play a centre back instead, Ake or Stones or whatever. So we could have probably done with a senior fullback, just that could put some pressure on Cancelo, because Cancelo is such a pain in the arse. Like, I love him to bits, but he can be quite shockingly bad, can't he, at times? Like, it's mad, like how he can be so brilliant and then just absolutely stink it out for 2 or 3 months.
Well, and flogging him to death like we did with Walker quite a lot in the past.
No, because I love them both.
Excuses for him. Maybe he'd make.
I'm not. Yeah, I get called happy clapper all the time, so I feel like I'm allowed to say this.
Yeah.
But it's just honest. He's been shocking recently, and I guess the reason he's still in the team still is because there's no one else. Yeah. Like you know what Guardiola's like with red cards. If you get yourself sent off and do something stupid, you don't play. But he's done that constantly with time and time again. He ended Fabian Delph's career at City, didn't he? I know Delph isn't Cancelo. There's many things, but he's not Cancelo. But still, I don't think Cancelo would have been straight back into the team straight away. We had another senior fullback. Because I think
why we let Danilo go, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
He's a right back now, is he not? So.
Yeah, But yeah, kept them both. But I guess I'm not calling him out here, but I think there's a couple of players who are guaranteed their positions in the team. I guess what I'm saying, and even if they are as good as Cancelo, they're still never a good thing because there's obviously an obvious downside to that potentially. But this is one of those finding a problem that most people would love to have. Like, I'm sure most teams would kill to have Cancelo in the team, and I'm very, very grateful. But I'm nitpicking here because I guess that's the point of what we're doing, and we do we miss a bit of pace out wide because obviously we've lost Sterling and Jesus to a certain extent, but Sterling for me is the main one. Someone a little bit more direct who could cause a bit of havoc because I think we miss people who can just beat people, 1-on-1, don't we? That's my biggest problem with City, I guess. More than anything, I just wish we had some actual wingers. I don't think we have. We had Mahrez, but Mahrez can't really dribble that much anymore because he's lost a bit of pace, and we don't really have any real wingers in my personal opinion. I don't really count Grealish as a real winger.
No.
He's a wide creative player, isn't he? Whatever that means. I just made it up, but he's not a winger in the traditional sense. And Sterling was. Foden isn't a winger in the traditional sense. Mahrez is, but probably on his way down, unfortunately, a little bit of his career. And I just kind of want that. That's it, really. And we might struggle a little bit later on in the season with a lack of someone who can just run past someone and win a penalty in the area, or something like that. And I do think as well, maybe we're also probably not hindering Haaland as such because he's been absolutely fine. But if you're going to have a Haaland, you probably need wingers too, don't you? You know what I mean? Actual wingers you can just beat a man and put a cross in because it plays to his strengths as well. So I don't even think we're getting the best out of Haaland, even though he scored a ton of goals, which is unbelievable. So other than that, though, I don't centre backs, keepers, midfield, forwards. I've not really got any issues majorly. It's just probably out wide a little bit, which is the City's weak point again. A fullback and a pacey winger would make such a world of difference. But that's City.
I am contractually obliged to mention fullbacks just for 2 minutes. Now it's easy to. I have this. Yeah, it annoys me every time we drop points in the season, and it happens every season at some point. That our transfer dealings or history is rewritten. Every time we drop points, it's like, why? We're now paying for blah, blah, blah. Quite a lot of fans like to do that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of on board with it this season, though. Honestly, do you remember when the transfer window shut, did you think we're fine or did you think we're going to pay for not buying? Gomez, we didn't know. It was potential, but it was always unlikely. He was just going to come in, absolutely, be a trailblazer and nail down a fullback spot. Many of the issues of recent weeks is entirely down to one fullback in his 30s being injured. At the time the transfer window shut, did you think we're going to pay for this, or is it just easy to rewrite history now that Walker's picked up an injury?
My honest thing is I thought we'd be fine, and I think we still think we will, to be honest. I do think there was some little glaring issues there. But there's always been issues, as I was saying a minute ago. There's always been something that has not been perfect with this squad. And
is it possible to have a perfect squad? So.
Yes,
it is. Yeah,
it literally is. Like if we had two world class pacey wingers, Sterling was still here playing on the right, which I think would be very useful for him. And if we'd gone out and bought, I don't know, someone like that Rafael Leao lad or that Kinkazi regen, Napoli or whatever.
I'm not pronouncing his name.
Yeah, I just call him Caradonna. It's the easy way to pronounce it. And then maybe if we'd signed, I don't know, obviously this never happened, but if we just kept Zinchenko or we signed that, I don't know, Theo Hernandez, someone like that, then yeah, we've got literally a flawless squad, The thing is, even if we'd signed Gomez and brought in then another senior one, you'd have. You'd have. I said Theo Hernandez because I watched him for France and he was brilliant, so I want him. But I had someone like him, and then Gomez is the backup there, and then Cancelo and Walker on the right, and all of a sudden that's perfect backline, isn't it? You've got options and variation, and you have a wide winger still, and you probably just keep Sterling, and that'll do, And then all of a sudden you've got a perfect squad, and there's no real flaws there. There's always going to be a player who'll be out of form, of course, and you could probably nitpick over that. But ultimately, there are question marks because there is a lack of numbers in certain positions, or a lack of profiles of certain players in certain positions, because we've got midfielders that wide as opposed to actual wingers. So I do think it's possible. And it does frustrate you a little bit, doesn't it, when you see these issues in front of you that are really obviously issues that aren't addressed. But I guess it comes down once again to City trying to play the market in a measured way as they can do, because they could always just cave in, couldn't they, and pay more and more for certain players. But they like to wait, don't they, so get the right one.
pulling out of deals is fine. It's just when we put our eggs in one basket is weird. Pulling out of Cucurella looks like a brilliant step. Everything we pull, every player
He'd be great at City, though, isn't he? Let's be honest. We all know he'd be great at City.
I don't. Yeah,
I
just
think he would be.
defensively again. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing small sample size for me to know just how good.
I think he'd be absolutely fine. I think Chelsea are a mess.
Yes, but you do not pay £60 million for someone who's had one good season. I can see why City would want him, and also why they have a ceiling. And if Brighton want to say no, that's entirely up to them, of course.
Yeah.
Chelsea just played whatever was necessary. But it's just that they must have had other options. I mean, it can't be the only player that you think suits them.
There is
and
a
of course,
genuine
what's
lack of
frustrating
left-backs.
is that we made so much money during the summer, so the money must have been there. Maybe we should just sign the entire Hernandez family and sorted, so.
Works for me. Yeah. I do think there is a genuine shortage of quality left backs around though, which I know this to be relatively true. They did look at that Tagliafico guy, the Argentinian one, a couple of years back, and then they just in the end they went, but he's not that good. They just thought about signing him because he was a left back, and I think they decided he was just it wasn't really worth the hassle because they'd rather just wait for someone to come around. And I think the frustration for me at left back is maybe they tried it with Gomez, but I still think once again Gomez, he's got potential clearly, but he's a lot more potential than finished product. I wish they'd take a bit more of a risk on someone who clearly does. Maybe that's what they're trying to do with Cucurella, to be fair to him, but he's waiting to become a superstar a little bit instead of waiting for the actual superstar. I do think sometimes he can be a little bit reluctant to spend 25 million, on someone who's 21, who looks. Maybe I'm argued against myself here because maybe those players don't exist because of City, the City tax. But I do wish they would be a little bit more creative with the fullback situation because they're waiting for a world class left back they can pay 50 million for, which is it's not going to happen. I don't think. They're going to ask for 80 million, or they just won't pay, or they're already at a major club anyway. So it's just it's frustrating. Left backs, who would have them?
Who would have them? Yeah. Youth players, I always like to talk about youth with you. Are you happy with opportunities they are getting? I guess a bit of a disappointment in a way is Cole Palmer. Again, it's hard. A lot of the season's still to come, but not just seeing the full potential of him. But do you feel he's been played in the wrong position? Do you feel that Mahrez is getting in the way? Could have a bit more football, but again, injury is also an issue. And of course, Rico Lewis breaking through is amazing. How do you feel about the opportunity youth players are getting at City at the moment?
I'm really happy with it this season, actually. Little to moan about. I mean, there's always potential for more, but ultimately, he's had a lot of football. Cole Palmer, he's had 7 Premier League appearances this season.
Yeah,
which he just doesn't think. I know it's only been minutes here and there, but so far this season he's already played in 12 games, and that's great. Yeah, I mean, I still think he's learning. Obviously, he's still very much in the educational part of his role at City, but he's clearly a squad player. He clearly is a squad player that Pep trusts a little bit. Not implicitly yet, but he definitely trusts him a bit. And Rico Lewis, I mean, Rico is a phenomenal story. Is he 18 yet, Rico Lewis? I think he might have turned it a couple of days ago, didn't he, or something? But either way, he's he turned 18 literally 2 days ago. Right. He's the two local lads in the team, and they're on merit as well. To me, I'm sort of happy with the use of these players and the fact that they are integrated in the squad. And I do think Rico in particular, I think he's got a chance of just genuinely being a regular at City. Because he's so young and he's already involved, and he's getting the kind of sort of Foden treatment at a similar age as well in terms of exposures to the first team. And I'm also happy with once again the development of Palmer. I do think he's going to end the season with 25 to 30 appearances for City, I think, and because he's already at 12-13, he's going to double that. And Cole Palmer is a young lad trying to break into possibly the best squad in world football, with the best manager in world football, with some of the best players in world football. And he must be happy with that, surely, And he's just got to bide his time a little bit because that time, the Prem soon come for him and all that kind of stuff. I think it actually will happen. I think he will get a chance eventually at wide. Mahrez might get a knock or whatever, or he might just get subbed off, and Palmer will go out wide, and you'll have that game where he gets a couple of assists and a goal, and people will go right, and Pep will go right. He's the natural option out wide on the right now, and it's just about patience for him. There's always some young players that you want to see get a chance as well from the academy. We started talking about a pacey winger, and we've got Carlos Borges, who's just stupidly good. But then I've seen plenty of young, explosive wingers in the academy. You never know what they're going to do until they were the first team and so on. And there's a good chance that the reason he hasn't played yet is because he's trained with the first team and done nothing, So it's always easy to say, and I've learned this, I guess, from experience as well, because I used to be that guy who was like 6 years ago, play all the youth players, but I guess you forget that, we don't see them in training, do we? They might be shite in training, so it might be that they just struggle. And we can say, they scored a hat-trick for the EDS, but like they might come up against Kyle Walker and Cancelo and just have absolute stinkers in training, and of course in that instance Pep isn't going to play him, is he? So we don't really know how good they are, on paper, so to speak. And so I would love to see it, but ultimately, I guess I'm happy. I think it's going in the right direction. If we ended the season, I think this season's going to end with Rico Lewis established as a squad member for next season. Cole Palmer already is a squad member. Foden's broken through. Esbrand's getting the odd appearance here and there. I'm happy with it personally. I think it's quite fun.
Yeah. Do you still get to watch?
I've not been to.
I've not had a chance.
I've not had a chance. It's just life's been too busy, if I'm being honest, mate. I do think when things settle down with a little lad, I'll probably get him down to some games myself. Where just put him in a sling and then just go watch some games. And
do you enjoy that as much as the senior football a lot of time? Or?
I did. I've just been out of touch with it for the past. COVID was the big kind of leveler there, because obviously it killed a lot of academy football in terms of in a spectator sense for an awful long time. That I've got out of the rhythm of going to games because we couldn't go for a long time. So I've not caught up a lot with the current under 18s, for example. I know the names, but I've not really watched much of them, and it's a bit of an oversight personally. But over the past year, I've got married, bought a house, had a kid and all that kind of stuff, and it's been on the back burner, sadly. And eventually, hopefully, that will change, and I do plan to start going back to those games again, but just when life settles down a little bit. Because I do think academies are really important. I know that sounds really obvious, but I just think they are, and I think the soul of the club is in the academy, and I do think that's where City will. I think City as well will warm themselves to a lot of people if they start to have young players breaking through. City will never be anyone's favourites, but a City team that's got Cole Palmer, Rico Lewis, Phil Foden, eventually, hopefully, playing for England as well. That's credibility, isn't it? It is in a lot of people's eyes, and you can't really throw the money at City. They will do, of course, but
They will,
they will do. But like, there is a good story there, and like, the more you have of that, the players care. The fans care about it, we all care about it, and I just think there's no negatives to having new players in the team. I think it's only a win, really, so I do think it's important.
More to the point, the more youth players bring through, the more money that leaves. So we might actually one day sign the left back. Or
Don't be silly, Howard.
Yeah, but then you can make those impact signings, can't you, if you bring in a youth player through every
Absolutely.
time. Then you don't have to sign 3 players every summer, you can sign one big one, especially if players aren't leaving. So
yeah, definitely.
But finally, the big question about the most important tournament. On the other side of the World Cup, we've already said we don't know what's coming. Absolutely unique situation we've not had before. How important is the Liverpool game in the Carabao Cup on the 27th?
That is going to be such a weird game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have no idea how that's going to go. I mean, I guess they've got just as many players at the World Cup as we have, don't they?
No,
I guess
not even close.
Oh, really? No. I've not really thought about it. How many have gone for Liverpool?
I'm sure it's not.
Let's have a
7.
look.
Yeah.
Liverpool squad. I'm looking at the Liverpool squad right now.
16, I can assure you.
Alisson Becker's obviously there, Van Dijk, Konate. Oh, there's quite a lot that's not there, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And a lot of them won't play.
Player.
Like Trent probably won't play, will he? Let's be honest.
Got quite a few English. 7. Got 7.
Thiago's not there either. No, Milner. Gonna be Keita.
Jota's in. Yeah, there's some injuries there as well. So
no Salah, of course, but then we've got no Haaland as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
So Luis Diaz, is he? Yeah, he's there, isn't he? Was he there?
Injured. He was injured, wasn't he?
Is he Luis Diaz injured? I think you're right. Yeah.
Jota's injured. There's other injuries, and there's some. Yeah, just obviously the countries don't make it.
That's going to be a weird game of football. I genuinely don't know if we'll just throw that game. In terms of like we'll just play academy lads.
Depends
I guess we'll probably know.
How long a lot of players have been back.
Yeah, I guess they will know in about 2 weeks, won't we? When's the last? When's the last fixture of the group stages of the World Cup?
I don't know.
Let's have a look. I'm going to have a look now.
Yeah, some might come back. Yeah.
Friday the 2nd is the last set of games, and the round of 16 starts on the 3rd. Yeah, so we'll probably know by by about the 8th or 9th of December, by the quarters, if some people are going home or not. And I think some will be.
Yeah, praying for Portugal to go out.
Yeah. I think and whoever goes home will play. They'll play, won't they?
Yeah.
They'll have a week off and then they'll play in that game. So we could have a strong side. It could be just full of academy lads, but I can't wait for that already, man. That's gonna be fun, isn't it? It's a month from now.
Yeah. Christmas football as well. Will be back at last. Weird, very strange situation.
Very strange.
Look, time has defeated us. It's 11 o'clock and it's time for a quiz. So,
I'm going to change a nappy. Literally.
Who's got the best deal here?
Yeah.
I'm on my 5th coffee, so this is not going to end.
Oh, I'm terrible at quizzes, so I wouldn't like to be around that. Knowledge just doesn't stay in my head, sadly.
Most of it's nonsense and multiple choice. So we will.
And everyone
one day,
listening, donate to the food bank because they do wonderful work at the City Food Bank. Links in the description, I guess.
It is.
Head there right now, everyone.
So on the YouTube, there's a full schedule which could change later on, subject to people being available and stuff like that. Of course, 'cause people have busy lives. The GoFund thing will be tweeted out by us and loads of us all day. So do click on. If you can make any donation, however small, please do. But don't worry if you're struggling yourself and can't. Yeah, the schedule's on the YouTube link as well. The link to the charity. Just do what you can, or just enjoy our output. Stephen, thank you very much again for coming on.
Cheers, Howard.
Taking the
Superstar.
time out, and good luck with the nappy.
See you later, guys. Bye-bye.
All right then. Ta. Right, thank you again. Now I have to find the quiz because we did it earlier. So it's already been done and it was great fun. I shall just open it up. And this is, as I say, hope you're enjoying the content. Do, if you can, make a contribution. If not, loads more to come. Another 10 hours of content. So this was quiz. This was Asan. I was the quizmaster. Asan, Tom Young, and Chris. It was great fun. So here we go with the quiz. Hello, I'm Howard, and welcome to the Manchester Foodbank Charity Podcast Quiz Show. Quite a long title. This is the quiz where the usual rules apply. I make it up as I go along, and that definitely includes the points. And the contestants squabble and claim some of my answers are factually incorrect, which they probably are. But I have final say either way. We have 3 eager contestants for the quiz with no prize. Delighted to be joined by Asan, Chris, and Tom, which I think means 2 debutantes. Asan, how are you doing?
I'm not a debutant.
Are
I
you
hope
not?
you're not talking about me. I've done a quiz before, lad. I think I might have won the quiz that I did. I'm 1 for 1 in this Howard Hockin quiz malarkey.
Oh, I apologise. Normally when I ask for quiz contestants on WhatsApp, you leave the thread completely, so... You go into hiding for 3 days, so... Sorry, I didn't realise. It must have been quite a while ago, though, so...
Don't take it personally, Howard.
No, I don't. Well, no, I don't. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I am 1 for 2. My debut, I destroyed it, and then in my follow-up, I got my arse handed to me by Ste of all people.
I know, yeah.
So it's
the ultimate embarrassment.
Poor.
Yeah, I'm sure
It
won't
was.
mind me
It was,
saying
and I'm still spitting out the sick in my mouth from last night's commentary after the Wales United States game. So I need to win just to put a dampener on Steve's ecstasy from last night.
Don't mind.
What happened on the commentary?
Don't
Because
mind
I
Clive
listened to it
Tills.
with
Oh
the
my
sound
God!
Yeah, biased. Let's just put it. Nice.
It wasn't.
patriotic.
It wasn't biased. It was mutual masturbation between Clive Tilsley and John Hartson, right? And it was to
mate,
the point
that is
where,
an image I did not need before.
honestly, right? It was. It got increasingly more sycophantic, and then when Bale scored a penalty, having done nothing the entire game, they were talking about him like Moses had just descended from the mountaintop with the tablets of... Honestly, it was embarrassing, even by the standards of Clive Tilsley. It was embarrassing.
Good penalty though. But
Yeah.
just play devil's advocate. At least John Hartson isn't Dion Dublin, so I mean,
Yeah, but but Hartson's just right. Hartson is just give me 15 seconds. First of all, this is the man that kicked Al Berkovic in the face on the training ground. This is the man that is whining about what he thought were soft tackles and American players going down with cramp. And the minute that Bale gets touched in the box, he's screaming blue murder. And then when Welsh players go down with cramp, they are heroes on the battlefield. The pair of them behave like fucking schoolboys yesterday. Pardon my French. So yeah, it took away from what was a very enjoyable match. So I had to turn the commentary off.
But still better than doing Dublin. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, but it's a low bar, isn't it?
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, it just depends if you can zone out, and I can't. So once you hear something, it's like you're with it for good then. And it's no wonder they go now with cramp with this 27 minutes of injury time in every single match at the moment. What's going on there? Just adding everything on, basically. So, don't know.
It's a new tactic I might try. It stops players talking to you because they're too tired to talk. If
Yeah,
you play
just
that
keep
much
playing the
injury
game
time.
until they collapse.
Yeah, and they tire. So
Right. I think I almost forgot because we were letting you have that rant. So I almost forgot to introduce our final
Sorry.
contestant.
apologies.
No, I absolutely love a rant on any podcast. Yeah, Tom, second time lucky. I think you are a debutant, are you not?
I am a debutant indeed. Yeah, I am a big lover of a quiz, so I thought I didn't anticipate I'd be quizzing this early. I'm usually quizzing after a couple of pints a bit later in the evening, so it mixes it up a bit. I'm not quite sure how my brain works at this time, but we'll wait and see.
It's like me playing pool. If I have to have that 4 pints where I suddenly hit top form, and then on either side I'll get much worse at playing it. So we will see. It's not too taxing, this quiz, but there is a general knowledge at the beginning, so which people tend to hate. So should we get going then?
Let's go.
Let's give it a go.
Yeah, I can actually feel the enthusiasm coming through the airwaves. So we start with a very short general knowledge round, then a World Cup round. And I've chosen the order in alphabetical order, but it changes every single round, so everyone gets to go first, second, third, and so on. So you're not always going first. 3 points for a correct answer, just making it up on the spot. If you get it wrong in these first 2 rounds, I can pass it across to other people, and they can get a 1 point bonus point. Okay. So, Asan, you're...
Howard, excuse me, can I just what's the process of passing it across? Is it this person turn?
Yeah, it's in the allotted order. So, in this round,
Okay.
the order is Asan, Chris, Tom. Is that okay?
Cool.
So, if Asan gets it wrong, it goes to you first, Chris, then to Tom. If you get it wrong, it goes to Tom first, then Asan. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, simple. My printer has run out of ink cartridge, and it's actually cheaper for me to buy a whole new printer with the 2 cartridges than go out and buy 2 new cartridges, so I may have to do that. So I'm doing all this manually, so that'll just add to the fun, so apologies for any clicking or writing down you may hear. But it should be okay. So Asan, there are only 2 questions each in this first round. 1 to 6. Pick a number.
Lucky number 6.
Okay. As always, some of these are easier than others, but it depends on what you know, does it not? 2010-11 season, who was Roberto Mancini referring to, or what? It's up to you when you answer it. Referring to when he said, "We were beaten by a moment of pure genius." That's the 2010-11 season. How good's your memory?
Oh, wow. Wow. Moment of pure genius. You know what? Is it Rooney's overhead kick?
It is indeed.
I can't believe so early in the morning you reminded me of that.
Well, he shinned it, so Mancini was
Innit?
talking rubbish anyway, so
Yeah.
that's why I allowed it in. Well done. You're off the mark with 3 points. So.
The metamorphosis of Wayne Rooney from a professional footballer to a pub bouncer is pretty wild. Like, I saw a picture of him yesterday, and I was like, "Wow!" Like, yeah, he
But
looks
he was
40
always
years
he was
old.
always going to go that way, wasn't he? Always.
No,
Like,
but
he
still, he
was
looks 40 odd years old.
Yeah,
It's wild.
I know.
It's mad when you consider he's younger than Cristiano Ronaldo as well. And I know that he's had a lot of work done and what have you, but still, what you to consider that is quite ridiculous.
So we'll
did you
agree
see that on
Cristiano's
that?
right then, that he's the better looking one of the two. Then.
Definitely.
Did you see that though with Micah Richards? Micah Richards is only 34,
Is that all he
and
is?
he's been on. He's 34. Yeah, and because that's how short that's how early his career was halted because of
It's just
injury.
injuries for so long.
Yeah.
Chris, 1 to 5.
Number 1, please.
Number 1. Who is Manchester City? They're not all City ones. Who is Manchester City's youngest ever Premier League debutant?
Oh my God.
I think you've got one of the toughest questions here. So.
Oh God. I'm going to take a punt at Sean Wright Phillips.
It's not the right answer, so it can be handed over for a bonus point. Tom gets first guess.
I will go for Rico Lewis.
No. So, Asan, a chance to get a bonus point. Stretch ahead.
You said Premier League, didn't you?
Yeah, their youngest ever Premier League debutant.
Micah, surely.
It is Micah Richards, you said.
Of course it is.
Couldn't believe when you picked number 1. I went, oh my God, is he gonna join the dots here or not? He didn't.
How
Hey, Sam,
old
did
was
you
Micah
say
Micah Richards?
I don't know. I've not written the.
7. Sorry, this is really urgent. I need to check this. Aitan, did you just say Sue?
No.
Who just did a Ronaldo Sue? I heard it.
No, you didn't. It's just in your head. Obsessed with it.
Oh no, Cristiano Ronaldo is living in my head rent free. I thought, honestly,
You know what?
Carry.
I did make some kind of celebratory noise.
you made a noise. That's
whilst
what
having
it was.
coffee in my mouth. It might have.
Okay.
It might have
Yeah, it
sounded
sounded
like
like
it was. It was that celebration, but I would never do that. This is not the City Extra podcast.
Take that dance's name out of your mouth.
Jordan's listening to this somewhere as the producer of the charity event, going, "Oi."
Oh yes,
I apologise for that.
We remember them doing that. We will not forget.
Yeah.
Tom, 2 to 5 is available.
I've had 2 City ones so far. I'm expecting something really rogue. I will go for number 3, please.
There's no more City ones, so.
There we go, classic.
Which goalkeeper has the record of 138 clean sheets for the same Premier League team?
Oh, I'll go for Tim Howard.
Is not the right answer, so it goes across to Asan first. So chance of a bonus point.
$138 clean sheets.
Yeah. For the same team. If that helps you at all.
I mean, I was gonna go with Czech, but he played for 2, didn't he? You know what? Sod it. Petr Cech.
It is Petr Cech.
No. Nah. For real.
Yeah, for real.
For Chelsea, isn't it? Yeah. Jesus, Asan, for God's sake.
Running away with it. Right. And Asan. 2 foot. He's still laughing. I think he's doing a Sue celebration in the background.
There's a reason he's not been on for a long time on the quiz, because he was serving a ban for drug assisted performance.
No, seriously, that was the first name that came into my head when he said that many clean sheets. I was just trying to think of
I was thinking
Premier League
Schmeichel.
era keepers. Yeah, but you see, for me, somehow I associate Schmeichel somehow predating the Premier League, which is kind of absurd. But also, like, Czech was just there. He was in the league forever. like
Yeah.
literally forever.
Was he the keeper in that season where they barely conceded any goals? I don't know. So
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
You're
he
talking
was
about-
in that. Oh, was it 04, 05? Where he
Yeah.
conceded about
Yeah,
12
exactly.
goals all season. Yeah, I was thinking of a keeper who played because I just remember Czech. Obviously, he weren't at Arsenal for long, but I was thinking of keepers who played. Tim Howard, I know he made a couple of appearances for United, but like predominantly at one club. Yeah.
yeah.
So
yeah.
there we go. It's not
Chelsea,
looking good so
yeah,
far.
Chelsea stand out for that era, don't they? Because the
Yeah.
defence first a lot. Well, some of the time. Right, Asan 2-4.
I think it's a battle for second place, Tom.
We've
Yeah, it's
barely
not bad,
started.
is
We've
it?
barely
It's just a
started.
little barely started. It's a bit of beginner's luck. Relax, boys. I'll soon embarrass myself, and you'll be chuckling away at my expense.
Asan 2-4-5.
Number 5.
Well, I think this is the hardest one, so maybe you look someone out. Which 21st century player scored a hat-trick for England on his second start?
God.
You said 21st century player. I don't
Yeah.
really know what that means. You're gonna have to explain that to me. What do you mean by a 21st century player?
Well, it happened in the last 20 years, so 22 years. So you don't. I'm not talking about a player in 1974. Let's put it that way. So,
Ask me the question one more time, and then I'm
which
gonna give you-
21st century player scored a hat-trick for England in his second start?
You know what? This is pure rando. I'm gonna go with Peter Crouch.
Is a good guess. Not right though.
Oh!
Chris, you get a chance of a point.
On his debut,
No, his second start.
his second start.
It's a tricky one.
Michael Owen.
Nope. So Tom.
I will go only because I remember him scoring a hat trick and it was a really rogue one with Theo Walcott.
Is the right answer.
Go on,
There we
lads.
go.
on, lads.
It's unfair you only get 1 point for that, so you pulled that
Yeah.
one out.
I remember reading something about him basically just being really shit for like the second half of his career, but he scored a hat trick for England back in the day when he was like trying to press to be a striker at Arsenal. So
Yeah, I
there
reckon
you go.
Walcott
I'm
would
on the
have
board.
Walcott would have been in my, if I'd have had like 3 or 4 guesses, he'd have definitely been in there because it was a rogue question. I felt like it was a Crouch, Walcott, middling type of
Yeah,
player.
the way you phrased the question, I thought, well, it's not going to be a Harry Kane or someone really obvious. It's got to be
Indeed.
someone
No.
a little bit more rogue.
Still
Yeah,
makes
we're
it
on the
very
board.
tough though, because there's probably
Yeah.
so many players with a few caps.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Chris, 2 or 4.
2, please.
Kevin Phillips won the Golden Boot in 1999/2000. Who was the next English player to do so? Feeling under pressure?
Yes. 99, 2000. Shearer.
Is not the right answer. So it goes across to Tom.
I feel slightly bad because with my work, we do like a little football trivia quiz on a Friday morning after our call. And I did the list of Golden Boot winners last week. So I actually know the answer to this one. Having looked at the list last Friday, it's Harry Kane.
Is the wrong answer? No, I'm only joking. That's
Yeah,
the
I
right
was
answer.
going to say that would have been really bad, wouldn't it? Yeah, next to
is.
no English players ever win it.
It
But
is
yeah.
Harry Kane, yes. Well done. So that only leaves 4 for Tom. And your question, who was the first Italian manager to win the Premier League?
Has another Italian won it other than Mancini?
Yes.
Only one Italian outfield players won it, haven't they?
Yeah. We all know who that is.
Is it? Did Ancelotti win it at Chelsea? I'll go with Ancelotti.
Is the right answer. Well,
So obviously, Carlo.
and that's the end of the round. Sorry, Chris. Asan and Tom on 5 points. Chris on 0 points.
Right, my my eyebrow is raised higher than Ancelotti could ever dream of. There's some suspect stuff going on here. Tom, your candour about, I just happened to compile it doesn't fool me at all. And Asan, your absence from this. Let's just carry on, Howard.
Yeah.
And by the way, Howard, from that, the diary is open again. I thought I'd closed it, but it's open again.
Man, why is it that referees and officials just can't accept that they've made mistakes? You know, they've always got to blame the players on the pitch.
You know,
So I'll just
like that Iran penalty.
so
Let's not get started on that. It's the World Cup round, Chris. 3 each.
Great. Oh, I'm laughing. Great. Let's keep going.
And you go first this time, so 1 to 9.
Wonderful. Number 9.
Just believe.
Sorry, is it the same order following on if they get the questions wrong? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've mixed it up later on, but yeah.
Cool.
I'm not clever enough to do algorithms and stuff, so we're keeping the order for now. It goes to you first, Tom, yeah, after Chris.
Cool.
Right, Chris, there is an English boss who at Qatar 2022 will become the first to coach a team at both the men's and women's World Cups. Which country is he managing at this World Cup?
You know what? And I heard this on commentary the other day.
But it wasn't from Dion Dublin.
No. Saudi Arabia.
Is not the right answer, I'm afraid. It's over to Tom.
There's a shame.
Early days still, Chris.
I do not have a clue. Australia.
It's not the right answer, so Asan, chance for you.
I mean, so it's an English manager at the
Yep.
World Cup right now, and he's
Yep.
obviously not managing England.
Correct.
I mean, I might get, you know, cancelled for saying this, but the Wales manager, is he English?
No, the answer is Canada. It's John Herdman. He managed Canada women at the 2015 Women's World Cup.
If you'd have thought about that for a
And
second.
he's now managing Canada men's team at the 2022 World Cup. Tom, 1 to 8.
Number 8, please.
In which city was the last time we saw a crowd of over 100,000 people in attendance for a World Cup final? In which city?
Would it be? Would it? 100,000.
Over
God.
100,000.
Over 100,000. I think it's got to be like America or Mexico or something like that. Mexico City. I go Mexico City. They have big stadium.
Is the right answer. Well done. 1986 was the last time. Asan, 1 to 7.
I'm going to go with number 1.
In which year was the World Cup first held in Asia?
Oh, come on.
2020. Hold on. Let me say that again.
I can hear Chris moaning in the background there.
Fuck.
2002.
Is the right answer. It's just a look at the draw.
That question was basically, Asan, what is your name?
No, it wasn't. Like, you can only know the
Oh,
answer
come
if you know the answer.
on.
If you don't know the answer, you don't know the answer. Do you know what I mean? Like, look, there is no such thing as an easy question. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't have known that, but there you go. That's
There
probably
you go.
says a lot.
Thank
about
you,
me.
Howard. Your
You
candor.
wouldn't, Howard, you wouldn't have known that.
Probably not, no, because I've got no sense of time or when things happen or dates, so I don't know.
It'd have been a guess for me knowing there was one in 2002, but not knowing if there was one before.
Yeah, I'd probably have split it between... Yeah, I might have been 50-50 between the one before or after, because honestly, I have no concept
All right, I'll
of
keep
time.
quiet because I've not scored a point, so I'll keep quiet.
Probably for the best, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
I'm
Chris,
just realising.
2
Yeah,
to 7. Yeah.
I'll stop throwing bricks and glass houses. 2 to 7. Number 7.
Which Englishman refereed the 2010 World Cup final? I mean,
Howard
it's a
Webb.
refereeing question for you, Chris.
Howard Webb.
It's the right answer.
Hey, guys! I've got to
I'm
go
sorry.
now. I've got to leave because I've got 3 points.
Sorry, but literally, your man 15 seconds ago was complaining that the question was too easy,
that's
and
like
then
the
he
most
gets given a
No.
referee question.
That's like
Okay.
the most iconic refereeing decision
No.
ever as well with that De Jong kick.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
do you know what though?
totally-
As I said, Howard Webb, that wretched man Mark Clattenburg rushed into my
Right.
consciousness, and I just thought, "Whoa, hang about." When was Clattenburg? Was he?
He didn't go, did he? Once because he pulled out, but I don't know.
I think-
to be honest.
No, he definitely did one because he's got a tattoo on his forearm with it on.
It would have
Hasn't
probably
he?
been 2014, I'd imagine. If
Yeah,
Probably
2014.
14, yeah.
did one.
Yeah.
But I remember Howard Webb not sending De Jong off, which was like absolutely
Yeah.
fantastic.
For a kung fu kick, it was a shocker.
Tom, 2 to 6.
I'll go for number 3, please.
The easiest question of the lot.
Here
Sorry,
we go.
Chris Asen. I put it in ages ago. It's been mentioned. It's been mentioned so often.
I don't know why I'm laughing because I need to get it right first.
No,
If I get it
no,
wrong, I look
you
like a
are
proper
getting
knob.
it right.
Right, okay, fantastic.
I should have swapped it for something else. Which 3 countries are hosting the 2026 World Cup?
It is the United States, Canada, and Mexico.
It's correct.
Oh god, I panicked on Mexico then. I know it's the US and Canada, but I didn't. I was like, someone else around there has got to be doing it.
Sorry, Chris. Asen.
Carry on.
2, 4, 5, or 6.
Number 2.
Number 2. Right. Tough one, maybe. Who was voted the tournament's best player at the last World Cup?
Last World Cup was 2018.
If you think about it.
Oh!
Hello.
Modric.
Is the right answer.
Get it!
This has just been an hour of Chris muttering in the back.
I allowed myself to get excited because I knew the answer to that.
I had that one too. I was hoping it'd come to me.
Oh, no.
It's weird that 2018 World Cup. It just I don't know. I needed to refresh my memory because it was drawing a complete blank about the whole tournament, and then suddenly I was like, wait, Croatia. They were yes, Modric. Sorry.
I watched the semi-final in a bar in Sri Lanka, and it wasn't full of Croatian fans. A few English, but mainly locals. Everyone was supporting Croatia. So
Shock.
make of that what you will about our reputation abroad. So, right, one more each. Chris, I think it's 4, 5, 6 you've got left.
Number 4, please.
Which country became the first African team to score 4 goals in a World Cup game during the 2014 tournament in Brazil? The first African team to score 4 goals in a finals game. At least it's guessable. As in, you know some
South
African
Africa.
countries. Yeah.
South Africa.
Is not the right answer. No. Tom, bonus point
go for-
available.
For Ghana.
It's not Ghana. Asan?
What did Chris say?
South Africa.
And Tom said Ghana.
Yeah.
Ivory Coast.
No, it's Algeria. They
Oh!
beat South Korea 4-2 in there. Tom, 5 or 6.
I'll have number 5, please.
In which year was the World Cup first hosted by 2 countries? There goes Chris again.
Was that? I feel like that moan means it's quite an obvious answer. Was that also 2002?
It was also 2002.
Oh, for cum.
I just thought no way would people answer that year twice, but obviously I was wrong. So.
Again, I don't know any before that were, so it was kind of like a logical guess that is right and could be right.
Hey, Sam, just
I
to
do
your left.
apologise. I have got the luck of the draw with these questions in this round. I can only apologise.
Never apologise. Sam, it's just to your left, I think, is it not? Yeah.
Yes.
Last question.
Sorry,
Name-
did Tom answer?
Yeah. 2002. He said.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I was too busy complaining to myself.
Yeah.
No, it was the country. I thought you asked for the countries,
I
Howard,
did not know.
the year. Did you ask for?
Any more dissent? And
Okay.
No wonder he's a referee.
You can't take points off him when he's not got any though, can you?
But that means you've got the same answer for two questions.
I know, yeah.
So?
And
Threw a curveball
Okay.
in there.
it was the curveball that didn't work. Yeah.
A curveball that just got hit out of the park.
Some would say it was pure laziness, but and they'd be right.
The very least you could have said. The very least you could have said which two countries were the first to co-host.
No,
And then
I could have done that. Yeah.
No. Okay.
But I didn't.
If it helps, I can answer that as well if you'd like for 3 more points.
No.
No, Tom, it doesn't help. Okay. I'm not questioning the players. I'm questioning. All right, let's carry on.
Hey, son.
Go on.
Who's Manchester City's current manager? No. Name either country that made their World Cup debut in 2018. So 2 countries appeared at the finals for the very first time in 2018. Name either one.
Wow. Oh. Surely that's there. So there was 2, right? One of them's got to be Iceland, right?
Is that your final answer?
It is my final answer.
Is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely not been to a World Cup before that.
Was Panama the other one?
And Panama was the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know whether to ask for both as the correct answer. I didn't know how tough it was. So.
No, I think that's a tricky question. You know, I'm
Yeah.
patting myself on the back for.
I wouldn't
for
have
plucking
got
that out of
Iceland.
thin air.
I wouldn't have got Iceland. I'd have only got Panama because England played them. I wouldn't have thought of Iceland.
Right. Well, the torture of just having general knowledge questions is over. So at the end of that round, Asan 13, Tom 14, Chris 3. Still early days. Right.
All to play for.
No, it isn't. It's not early days at all.
You've always got the numbers.
I'm getting absolutely eviscerated.
I'm just trying to make you feel better, but obviously not working. Right. It's the multiple choice round. They can be passed over again. And the topic is bizarre football injuries. We did do this on a quiz years ago, so there may be repetition, I can't remember. But solely no one remembers that one from years ago. The order, Tom, Asan, Chris. I'm going to tell you about a footballer injuring himself. You've got to choose from the 4 options how he did it. It's pretty simple. So Tom, 1 to 6.
Number 6, please.
Off we go. Rami Kaib. How did he break his jaw once? Was he punched by his own goalkeeper after they had an argument during a match? He headbutted a shop window when drunk as he wanted something in the window display? By eating a raw carrot? Or he fell over whilst running away from a group of his own club supporters angry after a heavy loss? So it's punch up the goalkeeper, headbutted a window, ate a carrot, or chased away by angry fans.
I'd say the most bizarre of them. What? No, would it be? I don't know what the worst is. I'll say he broke his jaw falling over, getting chased by his own fans.
It's the wrong answer. So, a bonus point is available to Asan, first of all.
Please read out the options.
No. Punched by his own goalkeeper.
No.
On pitch argument. Headbutted a shop window when drunk as he was trying to
Nope.
Eating a raw carrot.
Yeah, it's got to be the third one.
It is the correct answer.
Nah!
It's Joe was eating a raw carrot.
I can't. You know what? It was last year. I remember it.
Rami
Of all-
Kaib it sounds like a Muslim name. So immediately, like he got drunk and headbutted a window. No, I'm sorry, that's not going to be the correct answer.
That's pretty decent shout. That is actually. That's pretty well unpicked.
Hey Sam, 1 to 5.
Let's go with number 1 again.
Someone we're all very familiar with. How did Carlos Tevez injure himself in 2018 whilst at Boca Juniors? Sex with an escort at their Christmas do. A kickabout with inmates in a prison. Hand injury playing FIFA games for too long on his Xbox. Crashed his car when he was testing out the automatic drive facility. So that's sex with an escort, kickabout in a prison, playing FIFA.
I know the answer to this.
or
I know
crashing
the
his
answer
car.
to this. I know the answer to this. Carlos is one of my favourite footballers of all time. He had a kickabout in prison, didn't he?
He did indeed, yes.
Yeah.
He
He got injured playing football.
went to visit either his brother-in-law or stepbrother or something and had a kickabout and picked up a muscle injury.
Carlos is definitely in top 5 footballers of all time, man. Absolutely adore that guy.
I put that automatic drive thing in because I was in a taxi once at 2 a.m. after having been on a mega bus journey from hell. And the taxi driver just wouldn't stop talking. I'm like, please stop talking. It's 2 a.m. I've had the worst day. And then he decided to demonstrate to me how his car had an automatic drive facility. So he took his hands off the wheels and it's just started. You know what's happening next, don't you? It just started veering towards the central reservation and he pulled it round at the very last second and said, oh, it doesn't seem to be working. I was like, oh, just get me home, please. This is the worst day ever. Anyway, Chris, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3.
Someone you also will be aware of, Shinji Kagawa, missed a game for Manchester United versus Newcastle because he got lost on the way to the ground and was robbed at gunpoint in Ordsall. He ate too much the night before the match and had to have his stomach pumped. He refused to play a team who played in black and white stripes as he considered it terrible luck, or he locked himself in his garage with no service to ring anyone and get him out. So lost on the way to the ground, ate too much, refused to play against black and white striped team, or locked himself in his garage.
I thought these were about injuries.
Wow. God. I'll put you down to 0. I'll have no hesitation in doing it.
Black and white stripes is stupid. There's no religious connotation. Locking up.
Not religious, superstition. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, it makes no sense. He wouldn't be. He'd be fine for that. I think he ate too much.
Is the right answer. Right.
Oh my! Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
I've known the last 2, and I got a stupid one about a bloke with a carrot who no one's ever heard of. Why can't I get one about a footballer that we actually know who they are?
Yeah, but I'm making 3 of them up, so would I have made the carrot one up? That's the thing.
What did he eat?
I just ate too much.
What did he eat?
But yeah, I don't know. I did read the story, but I've forgotten it already, so.
And it actually stopped him from playing?
Yeah.
It stopped him from playing? Oh my God.
Because he had to.
Wow.
Right, what numbers have we got left and what?
So it's Tom,
Ethiopian 4th Division centre half am I going to get in my question?
Oh no, there's one much worse than that. In fact, looking at the names.
What numbers have I got?
Looking at the names, there's no way you know any of them. 2, 4, 5.
Just what I want to hear. I'll go with number 2, please.
Queen of the South goalkeeper Sam Henderson was once injured. Is that all right, Chris? Was once injured by an out-of-control lawnmower, an irate husband, a runaway cow, or a pigeon that flew into his face, scratching both his retinas. That's lawnmower, husband, cow, or pigeon.
Right, Queen of the South play in Scotland, don't they?
Yes.
So, in a slightly maybe offensive way, I'm going to go with he was hit by a runaway cow on the basis that there's a lot of greenery in Scotland.
I thought you were going to say, well, they don't have pigeons in Scotland. is the right answer anyway. So
Yeah, you see, there's method behind it. There's method.
Sorry,
It's a process of deduction.
Can I just quote you, Tom? There's a lot of greenery in Scotland.
Yeah.
Therefore, by definition, there are lots of runaway farm animals who run into Queen of the South football
If
players.
they've got more green land, they'll have more cows, and if they have more cows, you by percentage probability wise, you're more likely to be hit by a runaway cow. I think there's at least some sort of logic behind
pretty
that.
straightforward there, Chris. I don't know. Yeah. What you
Yeah.
Asan, 4 or 5?
I am going to go with number 5.
Oh, you've got the essay question, where every option is about a whole paragraph. I got carried away in my creative mode. I'm sure you understand, don't you? Paolo Diogo. You've probably not heard of him. How did he injure himself once? These are the 4 options, and I'm not reading them out again because they're all a paragraph, so you just have to decide immediately. The Servette midfielder clambered up on a metal perimeter fence while celebrating a goal, but jumping back down, he failed to notice that his wedding ring had become caught on the barrier, ripping off his finger. 2. Went to stroke a dog in a park in Switzerland, which attacked him, biting his penis, leaving him requiring surgery, and was out of action for a month. He successfully campaigned, though, not to have the dog put down, as he said it was his own fault. His big toe was ripped off by a groundsman's lawnmower at Lausanne Sports. The groundsman was heavily hungover and had dozed off at the wheel. Diogo was lying down on the pitch doing post-training stretches as the lawnmower ran over the edge of his foot. He said he was lucky just to lose a toe, but it ended his career at the age of 28. He competed, despite being banned from his club from doing so, at a bullfight in Seville on a summer break and was gored by a bull, requiring the removal of his appendix and surgery on one of his lungs, which collapsed. So did he rip his finger off, have a dog bite his penis, have his big toe ripped off by a groundsman's lawnmower, or did he go to a bullfight?
I mean, like, I do know the answer to this, but also, like, all the other options are so unbelievable that there's only one that you could possibly go, all right, that's the one. It's the one where he ripped his finger off, bro.
Failed then. It is the right answer, yeah.
If it's any consolation, I had no clue there, and I was quite impressed with the answers that you pulled together, because I was sat there going, I do not know what the answer is to this
like,
one.
If a footballer...
I ruled out the lawnmower. The lawnmower was the one I'd ruled out, but logically, a dog could bite your penis in the park. It's not unheard of.
Jesus.
Howard.
It's not unheard of.
Howard, you sound like you were pitching a Netflix portmanteau series about crazy football injuries.
Well, at the very least, I had a bit of fun, and that's what's important.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, Howard. It's all right. I was
Thank you, Tom. I have 3 bonus points for sticking up for it. No.
Thank you very much.
Chris, I think, is it just you left?
It is.
Well, these are a lot shorter, you'll be glad to know. So, former Norwegian defender Svein Gondelen. How did he injure himself? He tripped over a sleeping moose whilst out on a run. Tried and failed to dive into a pool that was mostly empty when drunk, breaking his leg. Dislocated his shoulder, testing his daughter's trampoline, or attacked a fan who was abusing him during a match. The fan headbutted him, knocking him unconscious. Moose, pool, trampoline, headbutting fan. We're all rooting for you.
Trampoline.
What's your answer, son?
Trampoline.
Is the wrong
Trampoline.
answer. Wrong answer. Sorry.
You know when you said you're rooting for me here? You're lying, aren't you?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry, go through them answers again, because I don't know what the answer is to this one either.
Well, it goes to Asan first, so...
Oh, is it? No, it's me.
Is it?
Yeah.
Check this guy out, man. My guy's trying to take...
No, he's right. He's
My-
right.
No, it's me. I'm not trying to take it. I'm trying to take my rightful go. It's me.
Go on, Tom.
If it's alpalphabetical, it's
Oh, yeah.
ACT.
I've written the wrong
So it should be
number.
Tom.
Yeah, I've written
Yeah,
the wrong letters down.
see, I see how it is. The old guard is sticking together.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep
No,
the new
no,
blood
Tom,
from
I'm-
coming in.
Right, Tripped
Can we get
over
the
a sleep-
umpire? Can we get the umpire in, please?
Tripped over a sleeping moose whilst out on a run. Tried and failed to dive into a pool that was mostly empty whilst drunk, breaking his leg, or attacked a fan, who then headbutted him, knocking him unconscious.
I would say jumping into the pool whilst drunk.
Is the wrong answer. So, Asan, you get a chance.
Oh, what are the options then?
Right, there's 2 left now. Tripped over a sleeping moose whilst out on a run, or attacked a fan who was abusing him during a match. The fan headbutted him, knocking him unconscious.
Yeah, tap the fan.
Amazing. You've all got it wrong.
No! He tripped over a moose!
Tripped over a moose.
That's the only one I'd ruled out. No way that.
Redemption for Hockin. Redemption.
That's unbelievable.
He tripped over a sleeping moose, awakened it, which then chased him, and he fell off the edge of a cliff.
bet it-
That's
Oh
not
my
real,
God.
Charlie.
Or fell down a hill
tell
anyway,
you-
injured himself.
Where
If
was
you-
that? In what
if a-
country was that?
Well, I'm going to assume it was in Norway, which is very green, by the way, so they have a lot of mooses.
See, if you'd have said Canada, I'd have gone for it, because I know there's lots of moose in Canada, but you see, I didn't know there were moose in Norway.
If a moose was chasing you, you'd run off the edge of a cliff because
They are
they are
huge,
monstrous.
aren't
They are
Oh my
big
god,
animals,
they're
aren't they?
monstrous.
Massive, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that's the end of the round.
unbelievable.
Asan, 21. Tom, 17. Chris, 6. All to play for. it's everyone's
I'm rooting
favourite
for-
round.
I'm rooting for Chris to break double figures.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. This is everyone's favourite round, by which I mean...
You
could
can
be
all
least
get to
favourite
fuck.
round. I think you know what round this is. It's the Liverpool.com
Is it Liverpool?
round.
Oh god.
It's backed by popular demand.
Oh my god.
The order is Chris, Ace, and Tom. And it's simply this. I've taken some actual headlines off Liverpool.com website. I've also made some up myself. I'm going to read through some, and you just have to tell me if the headline I read out to you is true or false. Is that okay? Simple.
Yep. I'm going to assume this doesn't go to the next person if you get it wrong.
It
as
does
is a
not, no.
50-50 A 50-50 answer, yeah. No
Well,
problem.
let's rattle through them. This is the penultimate round. So, Chris, no need to pick numbers because, you know, it's all very randomly. I've written stuff down. Are you ready with the Liverpool.com round?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
3 points, as always, are available. Liverpool could get unique Champions League advantage over Real Madrid, and 15 players prove it. True or false?
True.
Is the right answer. Well done.
What was the logic behind it?
I can't even remember now. I do sometimes write them down, but I was getting so disorientated, really. It was so ridiculous. I should have written it down because I remember reading it, going, "What the? Even for this site, you know." Asan, true or
It was
false?
probably the referee was English and Liverpool players speak English. That's probably what the advantage was over Real
It's
Madrid.
got to be something about when they previously played each other. It's got to be. So.
Yeah.
Asan, true or false? Liverpool FSG sale definites that will avoid Manchester City ownership faults. True or false?
Sorry, is that even a complete sentence? Could you say that again, please?
Liverpool FSG sale definites that will avoid Manchester City ownership faults.
Well, sounds true to me.
Saying true?
Yes, I'm saying true.
It's false. I made it up.
Okay. Thank you for that. Little
Tom.
red herring that you threw in there,
Yeah.
just to trick me.
By not using proper English. Fooled you.
Yeah, fooled me. I figured it had to be true because it was, illiterate.
Tom, Jurgen Klopp handed 6 major boosts that will help Liverpool against Pep Guardiola's Man City. True or false?
That's got to be true.
It is true, yes.
Yeah, that's got to be true. That's a
was-
Liverpool.com headline if I've ever heard one.
That was too obvious, was it? Chris? History points to 4-point plan that would allow Klopp to outdo Guardiola once more.
False.
Is the right answer. Well done.
Pure. That was just process of elimination. That's it.
There's 97 of these, by the way, just so you know. Buckle up. No, not really. We'll do it. I know when you lose the will to live. I can feel it in your answers, and then we'll stop. So, Asan, true or false? Manchester United title challenge could prove Pep distraction that gives Klopp vital advantage.
False.
It's the right answer.
United haven't challenged for a title in, I don't know. What are you on about?
I know. I've made a rookie error there by me. Tom, is it not? Yeah?
Yeah.
Liverpool have new triple threat that gives Jurgen Klopp title omen as Man City left trailing. Shall I read that again?
They've not had a new triple threat in a... no, I'll go true.
Here's the right answer, yes. What do you mean? They've got new quadruple threats every single day of the week.
No, I was thinking like they've not bought three players in one window, but then they like 3 forwards, but then they bought like... They're probably talking about Diaz or Jota or something, isn't it? Like last season. Diaz when he came in January, I'd imagine.
Chris, I think it is, yeah.
Yep.
Dream Liverpool January transfer window is clear, but Jurgen Klopp and FSG no one must have.
No. Sorry, say that again.
It's another completely
I've got him, lads.
incorrect
Sorry.
illiterate headlines.
I'm going to change how the emphasis here.
Hence I said say that again.
That again. Dream Liverpool January transfer window is clear, but Jurgen Klopp and FSG no one must have.
No one, as in nobody,
They
or
okay,
they know one.
They know one must have that they must have.
Oh, it's false. It's false. I don't care. It's false.
It's got to be true.
It's lucky you don't care because it is true. Yes.
Oh my god. What are they talking about?
No one knows anymore, Chris. Asan.
Yes.
Pep concerns show FSG superiority clear as ageing City squad. Clear.
False.
Yes. There was 2, obviously. Bad English. Tom, should we make this the last one, or do you want one more each?
No, I'm done with this. I'm losing the will to live here.
Brilliant. I've broken you all again.
Indeed.
Right, let's see. One more for Tom. Liverpool problem is even worse at Man City as Jurgen Klopp knows he must focus elsewhere.
False.
Is the wrong answer? It's true.
Oh, nightmare.
Oh my god, they said it.
I didn't think they'd admit to having problems at Liverpool.
I didn't. No,
I've never seen them say a negative word about the club. So
And
there you go.
I didn't even have a chance to do this true one. Liverpool already have their own Mason Mount with Andreas Iniesta comparison amid transfer links. Any prizes for guessing which player is their own Mason Mount?
Harvey Elliott.
It is indeed.
Elliot.
No points
Because they
for
both
that, I'm afraid.
absolutely dog shit. That's why he's Mason Mount. They both suck.
End of that round. Interesting for 2 players. Asan.
I love that. I love that round. I scored 2 points.
Chris on 12. Asan 27.
Double.
Tom on 23.
I needed that last one right. Nightmare.
It's tight.
It's the
Double
final
figures in double figures in your face.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
round. Take that.
Take that, you doubters.
Right. It's a numbers round. Everyone plays every single question.
Nearest
So-
to the pit.
I ask you for a number. You give it me. 3 points whoever's closest to the answer. 2 points for the person who's second, and 1 point for the person who's furthest away. That make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We changed the order every single time and made it random, to make it fair. So no tactical decisions. So this one is Asan, Tom, Chris is the answer. You give the answers. Brad Friedel played in how many games in a row in the Premier League? So the order. So this is in a row without missing a game. The order is Asan, Tom, and Chris.
Jesus. Can you tell me how many years he played for?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. 300.
300 for Mason. All right. Tom?
He's close, but I actually know the answer to this question.
Nah!
Can I just say before Tom you answer? So do I.
Yeah, you've made a mistake there, but basically you're saying Chris isn't a threat to you. So
No, but I'm
No.
next, aren't I, in the list? And if I know the answer,
Yes.
I can't get it.
So-
because I
no,
know
he
the
can
I
say
can
the
go-
same. He can say the same.
Oh,
All right,
I
but
didn't know
okay.
that was a thing. Oh, well, I shouldn't.
Tom,
well,
you
then-
blew. Tom, you blew. But I did know the answer, Tom. But next time, don't say you know the answer.
I didn't realise that two people could win. I thought you'd have to say a different answer to me. The answer's
Actually, it's brilliant tactics because you're giving yourself 3 points anyway. You're giving Chris, who's not a threat, points, and you're knocking Asan down.
to be fair, I'm glad it was
All
this way
right.
round. The answer's
Chris,
310.
Chris, you're not a threat.
You're on 12 points, Chris.
The answer
This time.
is 310 is the answer.
Chris, what's your guess just by?
Well, I'm gonna.
Maybe he doesn't know.
The answer is. Is 310.
Poor Asan, you were so close and you get 1 point.
That's
Yeah, you know what? Fair
outrageous,
play
man.
to
That's a
Asan
fix.
for, like,
That.
guessing
That's
so
I had
close to
no
the answer.
clue, yeah, and I plucked that number out of thin air. And these two, I don't know what they did. That's that's a fix that one. I'm not impressed.
Right, well, nothing I can do
Does
about
that mean
that.
Asan only gets 1 point for being?
I don't get
Yeah.
any points for that.
No, you get 1 point, yeah.
Oh, do I get one?
Everyone gets points in this
everyone
round.
gets
It's a charitable
points for every
round.
question, yeah.
Okay.
Right, next one. Lowest Premier League winning points total. Perhaps someone will know this as well. Lowest Premier League winning points total. The order is Tom, Chris, Asan.
Okay, I don't know this one.
You're just saying that, aren't you? Because of what happened in the last one.
Who knows? I'm gonna go for 75.
Okay, Chris.
Fuck. Because I know it as well. It was United. It's 75, Tom, you shithouse.
Hey, but no, Asan's gonna get 3 as well. Don't tell him.
Oh God, I've just fucking said it.
Howard,
Yeah.
I would like
bollocks.
my answer to be 75 points.
Okay. Well, that went well. That went well, didn't it?
It was 96-97 season. United's the
Yeah.
worst ever. What? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter what the answer
To be
is. You
fair,
all get.
Asan
you all get
would have
3
gathered
points,
when
yeah.
you went for 75 that the answer was probably going to be 75.
Exactly,
if we both went for the
exactly,
same
yeah.
one, so.
Oh, we can't. All right, can we put Asan first on every single round because he's winning?
Well, that's not fair.
Yeah, I know, but you're going to win
No.
otherwise.
Well, let's hope you don't all know this one. The order is Chris, Asan, Tom. How many teams entered the first World Cup? So it's Chris, Asan, Tom.
It's really, really low because a lot of teams refuse to enter it. I'm gonna go for. Is it an even 12? Even number of 12.
Right. Asan.
What did he say?
12.
So how many are in the World Cup currently?
32.
32.
32.
Until next time when it's 48.
Right, I'm going to go with 14.
Right. And Tom.
Get in. Split the middle. 13.
Oh, you
The
fucking
answer-
dare!
The
It was
answer is.
13.
What, you
answer
know
is-
the answer to this as well?
I know the answer to this as well. I watched
Right,
the
he
documentary
can't
on
be
it the other
invited
day.
back to any more quizzes, man. He obviously does like loads of quizzes.
No, I watched a documentary the other day about the World Cup and it was weird.
Yeah,
'cause it was
yeah, you
13,
watched the
which is an
documentary,
odd
yeah.
number for a World
yeah.
Cup, which makes no sense.
Yeah.
Asan, don't be bitter about it. Come on. I can't help being so knowledgeable.
It is 13, yeah.
I know it is. I told you.
And that means that you're both tied at the moment on 32 points. 19 for Chris, Doing all right? Yeah? Right. There are 3 questions left, so you're tired. Lots to play for. The order for this is Asan, Tom, Chris. Oldest player to play in a World Cup final ever. I want his age, years and
World
days.
Cup final or World Cup finals in general?
Final. The final
Final,
game,
right,
the big
okay.
one. Which Tom probably knows
Let
the
me
answer
guess,
to.
Tom. You know this as well.
You know what? I don't know the answer to this one. I've not got a clue.
I would have scrapped it if he did. So the order: Asan, Tom, Chris. Oldest player to ever play in a World Cup final.
Wow. So, I mean, we're going with a process of deduction, right? And the process of deduction is, in fact, I shouldn't tell this to the others because then they'll. Okay. So, the oldest player to ever play in a World Cup final. So, not in the actual tournament, but in the final itself.
Yes.
I'm going to go with 41.
41 years and 0 days.
I'm not going to say the days.
Days as well.
Oh no, it's got to be the days. I
What?
can't split the 3 of you
What?
if you all give like whole years.
Well, we've not been splitting
Why
the
not?
3 of us anyway because we all got the same answer to
Because you all know the
questions
answers, yeah.
Well,
So
I
we're
mean,
going
mine
with
was a
days
guess
as well?
Mine was a guess, so I ain't got a clue. So I said, what did I say? 41. So we'll go with 41
I mean,
and
it might be his birthday, so
55 days. There you go.
okay. Thank you,
You're welcome.
Tom.
Right, I'll go with. I could be a bit of a dick here, couldn't I? I'll go with 41 and 54 days, please.
So you are being a dick.
Yeah, I'm going to be a dick. I know the oldest player to win it, but I don't know who the oldest player to play in it is.
What?
Chris, he's gone 1 day lower than you.
What? So what? Eitan said how many days?
41 years, 55 days.
Yeah. And what did Tom say? 50,
A day
54 days.
Yeah.
Okay, 41 years and 56 days.
Eitan's guaranteed 2 points here.
The answer is 40 years and 133 days. It's
What's it the Italian keeper?
Dino's off. Italy
Yeah,
against West
Dino's
Germany in
off.
82. So that is 3 points to Tom, 2 to Asan, 1 to Chris. 2 to go though, and we changed the order. Oh man. Order: Tom,
Shock.
Chris, Asan. So you can do the dirty if you want, Asan.
I wouldn't
Mo-
blame you, I did.
Most goals scored by one team in a single finals tournament. Most goals scored by a single team across a finals tournament. Tom first.
Right. Not in total, just in a single tournament. Oh. I don't know. I'll go for 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll go for 16.
Okay, Chris.
I've got a feeling. I don't know if it was Poland. No, not Poland. Germany. I'm going 14.
Asan.
Well, what were the answers there? 16 and 14?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Stuff the pair. I'm going to go with 13.
Stuff the pair of them. The answer.
What have I done to you, mate?
The answer was
I hope
20.
it's-
The answer's
Oh, jeez.
27. Hungary, 1954.
27 goals in one tournament.
No.
In what year was it?
1954.
Fucking hell. Who were they playing against? How many games did they play?
Wales.
27 goals in one tournament.
Wales
Yeah,
and
but
Scotland,
Hungary
I
would-
imagine. So.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Hungary were on a different planet in that period.
Right, it's the last
Did they
one.
win the tournament that year? No, Hungary haven't won it, have they?
No,
They must have
never.
got beat.
They never won it. No, never won it.
They must have got to the final if they scored 54 goals. Sorry, 24 goals. Was it 24 goals?
54 was Brazil won it, didn't they?
I don't know.
I know.
Yeah.
Or was it Uruguay?
Wasn't Hungary.
Wasn't
No,
Hungary.
Uruguay won 2 of the early ones, didn't they? So.
Yeah. I just wondered, was that the one where Brazil lost it in Rio? I can't remember if that was a year or not.
I can't imagine Hungary would have scored that many
Germany
goals in
won it.
Rio. I imagine it would have been a
Germany
European tournament.
They ended a 31 match unbeaten run of Hungary.
Fucking hell, that's tough.
The
that.
miracle of Bern. Right, it doesn't matter, but the final question. Most goals scored in a single tournament across all teams, all goals, in a finals tournament. The
Isn't
order's
that the
Chris.
question you just asked?
No, by
No,
all
that was like one
teams.
team, wasn't it?
2 tournaments hold this joint record. Most goals scored in a tournament. Chris, Asan, Tom.
Jesus. I'm 150.
Okay, Asan.
It's a bit high, that. I'm going to go with 105.
Okay, and Tom.
I'm gonna be a prick and tell you I know the answer to this one as well.
Fucking bell.
It's just as well it's not a tiebreaker then.
No,
'cause
I just Asan saying it was a bit high. It's 171.
It is 171 in 1998 and 2014.
I didn't know it happened in '98, but I knew it was in 2014. Is that what's the scores there? Then?
So there we go. The final scores, Chris.
I've not been keeping tab.
Chris with 24. Asan with 30,
Get in.
36. And Tom ran away with the last 2 questions to win with 41 points.
Well done, Tom.
Well done.
Well
This is
done.
where my fucking stupidly pointless football knowledge comes in very
Totally.
handy. So
Yeah,
there we
Tom.
go.
Tom, what do you do when you're not reading football trivia books?
Yeah, very little apparently. No, I would like to say that I read a lot of books, but I don't. I just watch a lot of very pointless videos on YouTube with regards to football. And that's
Clearly
where most of my
not.
knowledge
Clearly
comes
not,
from.
mate.
Yeah, well, there we go. It's all
Pay
coming handy now.
dividends.
So the next time the girlfriend says,
Absolutely.
turn that shit off, I'll say, well, you know what, actually, 93-20 quiz, it comes in handy. So I'm just, it's
Yeah.
revision. It's
The
revision.
quiz with no prizes, so a complete
Yeah,
waste of your
exactly.
time.
No,
ultimately.
the pride is the greatest prize. In these
Yeah,
quizzes.
I'll need to sharpen up my questions next time to make them even more obscure, especially the footballing injuries.
I
Perhaps.
didn't know about the bloke with the moose, to be fair, so you got me there.
Hurrah.
Nobody did.
Anyway, that's great fun. Thanks, all 3 of you, for coming on. Thanks, Chris, for coming on.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yes, I could tell. I could tell throughout just how much you did.
No, and thank you for compiling the questions, Howard. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, Asan, thanks very much, and hard luck. Just lost
No,
it
it's cool.
on the
Pleasure,
line.
mate. I love that.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I got some big celebrations early on, and that's what we're here for.
Indeed. And Tom, well done. Debut victory.
Yeah.
Come
Thank
back
you
next time, the pressure will be on.
Thank you for reading my message with requests for questions before the quiz. I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, that reminds me, you've not sent the 20 quid yet.
The check's not cleared yet. There's problems at the bank. We'll see what it comes.
Yeah,
I'll be back to defend my title soon.
Yeah, I'm sure you will be back, next time. And thanks for listening, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that. And now on with our charity podcast. Right, I'm back. That was the quiz. Well done, Tom, again. And hard luck, Asan. And, and Chris, who took it well, defeat. Next up, I'm hoping we've got Lewis. Are you there, Lewis?
Yo, checking in 1 2 1 2.
Perfect. How are you doing?
I'm very well, mate. Very well. Enjoying the World Cup, mate. Watching all the games, doing the watch-alongs on the channel. simultaneously to the charity stream, which is obviously brilliant. And just enjoying the football, mate. Loving it.
Thanks for taking the time out. I've timed this well because I've just missed the 0-0, haven't I? So.
You know what, mate? It wasn't a bad 0-0. We watched the two yesterday, Denmark and was it Tunisia? And
that's the other one I've missed. I've missed 2 0-0s.
Yeah, the ones yesterday, they were sour. They weren't very good games. But that one, then it was an interesting game. Morocco looked all right, man. They looked pretty decent, but the experience of Croatia managed to hold them out, and they need something else, Croatia. And I'm not sure what they need. A little bit of pace up front or something. But it was an okay 0-0.
I'm hoping to be joined by Big Steve, so I've sent a link, but he's not appeared yet. So
yeah, he's just texted me now saying he's just logging on now, so he'll be.
Right, I sent him a second one just in case. So you'll just be here for half an hour till 1:45. So I really appreciate you taking the time out. So. Have you got much to talk about?
Well, we do have a lot to talk about. I'm not sure. Obviously, I've not been listening, unfortunately, because I've been doing this. I've been doing the watch-alongs.
Doesn't matter. People aren't listening for all 12 hours. I can assure you that. So,
I guarantee there'll be one person that'll be dedicated enough to be doing it. But I do want to talk about the Pep Guardiola contract extension. It's such huge news. Obviously, with him signing a new 2-year contract, it takes that uncertainty off the football club, off the fan base. We know what we're getting now for the next couple of years. It sort of reinforces that belief, and I think that sort of everyone has it that Pep Guardiola is so respected at the football club, and the players respect him. Obviously, Haaland signed. Would Haaland have signed if Pep didn't sign the contract? We don't know. That was some rumours coming out in the summer, but obviously that's brilliant. Do we have Ste now? I don't know if we've got him.
We don't yet, no. But,
no, there's no worries. He's coming.
Yeah,
in just
so
a sec anyway.
Yeah, I had other Stephen Mcinerney on earlier. So we talked about Pep for about 15 minutes and then looked at the season as a whole. But of course, absolutely fine. It's huge news. Absolutely fine for you to talk about it as well. Different perspective. And it's hard not to. It actually broke the news the second we started our podcast. So timing was pretty good.
The timing for you was pretty good. The timing for me wasn't pretty good. I started the first watch along of the day at 10 at the same time that the news broke. So yeah, that wasn't the best timing for me on the watch along. But we make it work.
Are you doing watch alongs on every World Cup match then? Yeah?
Every single World Cup match we're doing watch alongs, other than England games, because I actually want to go out and have a few beers with my friends. You know what I mean? So
cool. Steve, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you indeed. I'll just put you up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just put you up a couple of decibels. Just lost Lewis because I probably pressed the wrong button, so which is being an idiot. So he'll come back in a sec. How are you doing? Thanks for doing this as well.
No problem. Are we visual on this, or is it just
no?
audio?
It's just audio. So if you want, don't worry if your hair's all over the place, Steve. It'll be absolutely fine.
If he had any hair, mate, I'd be happy.
Well, my first cock up of the day, I just accidentally pressed an X when I was putting your decibels up on Lewis, so he'll just come back on the link, and then I'll leave you alone for half an hour. But I'll best just send him an email just to re-click that link. So won't be 1 second. Thanks for doing this. Have you been watching all the World Cup or just some of it?
Yeah, bits and bobs. Obviously, the Pep Guardiola news today has been good. So I'm going down to City later on. They've asked me to come in. I think they're doing something tonight about Pep. So I'm going for that. So busy, mate. Yeah.
Wow. So what? City themselves? You doing a video with them later?
Yeah, I don't really know much about it. They just sent me a message and said, "Can you come to the City Academy tonight? We want to do a show about Guardiola. We want to get you on." I said, "No problem." So it's a last minute thing, so I'm going to nip and get changed and I'm going to go down there. I've been there before, it's quite good, but I'd just be interested to see who they get on.
Yeah. It seems, isn't only like ex-City players there and stuff like that?
Maybe. I mean, you just never know when you get there. It might be just the usual suspects like Natalie Pike and things like that. Maybe Neda Manua or someone, but it's always good to work for him. It's great for me. I love it, you know what I mean? For me, it's a dream come true.
Yeah, so you'd love to do a lot of that in the future, basically.
To be honest, they offered me a bit of a role there to do it, but they wanted me to give up the games. So they wanted me to, instead of going to the away games, I'd have been in the City studio.
Yeah.
And that's really not me. I'm one of the
missing
lads.
games. Yeah.
So I sort of said, look, give it someone who's, going to want to do that. And then I didn't know whether that sort of pushed a few noses out, but I think a few of the proper people there realised, I'm not about that really. I'll love my club, but I need to be in the stands.
That's the dilemma, isn't it? You want to be watching match. When you talk about City and do stuff, you still want to be there with your mates.
I have to feel it, mate. I have to feel. I can't even turn down. I get offered that tunnel club and things like that all the time, and it's just not for me.
I'll have one of them. I'm willing to make the sacrifice and try that out once. So.
You can go, man. I'm going to do it one time, but I said no. I need to feel it. I need the South stand.
Yeah. Lewis, are you there?
I am there. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I cut you off.
You cut me off. I thought, Jesus, I only been speaking 2 minutes.
Yeah, we had enough of you, to be honest. No, I was messing with Steve's decibel count, and I twitched and pressed the X button next to yours, so I'm sorry for that. You're back now.
Is that what we're going with? Is that the official line? Yeah.
That's the official. It wasn't a Twitter poll. My finger slipped, yeah. I know you've got to get off at 1:45, so should I leave you two in peace? I'll go off. You two can talk, I imagine, about Pep. So
yeah. Cheers, mate.
Thanks a lot.
Buzzing. So basically, we've got the Big Steve show again on the 12-hour charity podcast. Yes, Steve. Hope you're doing good, man.
I'm all good, man.
Good to see people in. We're going to speak a bit about Pep Guardiola. I know that Howard said before that Steve Mcinerney spoke about Pep before earlier on in the stream, but we're going to speak about him again because it's such big news. Before we do, obviously, I just want to let people know that it is obviously a charity podcast and guys are obviously supporting the City Fans Food Bank. The link is in the description and the pinned comment. Anyone who can donate there, much appreciated. Obviously, if you can't, no problem. I appreciate you guys listening and supporting the channel anyway. But if you can spare anything, then hit the link. And much appreciated for the donations. So Steve, man, the news broke sort of last night. The rumours was breaking last night. We got the official line this morning. Pep Guardiola signed a new 2-year contract. I can't lie, bro. I'm absolutely buzzing with this news. And I spoke a bit about this earlier on. I want to get your take on this one, man. People before getting a little bit emotional, mate. Do you know what I mean? Because this is huge news. How did you react to the contract?
Well, anyone that's seen my Instagram this morning, obviously I was singing I was having my Weetabix. I was singing Pep Guardiola in the living room and that. And I think it's emotional for all of us. I think because there comes a time where we've all thought about it. There's going to be a point in our Man City journey where we're going to have to say goodbye to him, and we've had a couple of emotional ones: Zabaleta, Aguero, company. But I just think it'll be different with Pep because with Pep, we just change. We could completely go in a different direction. You know what I mean? You've seen it before. We've seen it over the road. You know what I mean? Trust our manager and all that nonsense, and look where that ended up. So we don't ever want to think like that. But listen, He's outstanding for us. He's the best manager we've ever seen. We're playing the great football. And I seen him today on the TV and he just looks fresh, man. He looks like he's got a new lease of life. He's been to see the Sheikh. He signed the deal. He's probably talking about Jude Bellingham and all these boys. We're freshening it up. But no, it's fantastic news for Manchester City Football Club. It's fantastic news for all the supporters. And it's just great to be a part of this club going in the right direction. And we had so many years of bad news. So it's absolutely fantastic now when we're getting this good news.
Do you know because I agree on the whole, like it looks fresh in that. Obviously, I was looking at the video this morning and he seems to be enjoying it. Do you know these 2-year contract extensions that he's doing? Do you reckon that plays a part in it? Because like you see Klopp, right? I think Klopp signed a 4-year contract extension or something like that. He had a contract for 6 years. I just think to myself, mate, when you have a contract like that, where you're a manager, and you get so many emotional moments, you get so many, ecstatic highs, so many depressing lows. So if you have like a big contract, do you think sometimes actually there's a benefit of having just short contracts because it keeps the fire in the belly going, doesn't it? You know what I mean? That's what I think.
I exactly agree with you. I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think the way he is as a man, and I just think he's one of these. He doesn't want to be sat on a big fat lazy contract because his mind could get lazy and he could think, you know what, I'm here for 4 years, and you don't want that mentality creeping in. So I think he puts himself on these little rolling 2-year deals. He freshens it up every couple of years. The club are happy with that. He's happy with that. You know, he's got a job at this club for life if he wants it. But I think he knows that. But I think the way Mansour and Ferran and that work, they keep ticking him on these little 2 years. and it just freshens it up. And like you say, if he ever does get to a point where he needs a break, he'll go with our blessing. The club won't ever try to keep him beyond that. They'll say, you know what, if you need a break, because don't forget, this man lives and breathes football 24 hours a day. He doesn't spend an awful lot of time with his family. He's in Manchester. He's literally lives and breathes Manchester City Football Club. And for a manager to do that in this day and age, we're so honoured to have him. So we just try. It's all about making the environment around him comfortable. And he's the most important cog in our machine. And if we keep him happy, the whole machine ticks along nice. If he starts getting disgruntled or we're not making it 100% comfortable for him, then we're going to have problems. But yeah, 2-year thing definitely keeps the spark going. And I agree with you.
Where do you see this team developing? Do you know what I mean? You said Bellingham before. I think that there's a great chance that City will get Bellingham. I still don't know what's happening with Gundogan. Do you see like a change in sort of style? Because obviously, if you go back a few years, we had like Aguero, Sane, Sterling, pace, bit of power, and now we've gone more for like the Grealishes. He likes his Grealish and Mahrez, or you've obviously got Haaland up there. Everything seems a little bit more slower. Do you see that we might see another change, maybe back towards the pace, a bit back towards the power, or do you still think we're going to stay in this phase of controlled possession, like with your Grealishes and your Mahrezes for a little bit longer? What do you reckon?
I think we're definitely in a transitional period. I think the signing of Haaland, after going so long without a recognised striker, proved that. I think we're still getting used to that. I think there's going to be some players that can't quite adapt to it, so they'll be moved on. And then I think with any new system, you're going to have to bring other players in to make it work. So I think we're in a good position. I don't think we've been at our best this season. I don't think anyone can say we have, but we're there or thereabouts. And I just feel like there's a change on the horizon. I think with Pep signing that 2-year deal, a lot of the players that was unsure, like Gundogan mentioned it, I always like to know about the manager. I think you might see Gundogan sign on again. And I think other players now, like your Bellinghams or anyone they've got lined up, will think, you know what, we've just signed Haaland. Pep's just signed a new deal. I'm going to the best football club in the world. Why do I want to go anywhere else? You know what I mean? It all looks good. The future's bright.
Yeah, no, certainly. I want to speak a bit about Phil Foden, mate, because obviously the World Cup's on at the moment. Didn't start the opening game. Mason Mount did. I seen you on the Instagram, mate, at the place with Saeed, and that looked pretty good. What do you make of Foden not starting in the World Cup, man? He sort of struggled, didn't he, for minutes towards the World Cup. I'm not sure exactly what was going on there. There was a few rumours circulating on social media that maybe Pep felt he wasn't giving his all, maybe saving himself for the World Cup, but he didn't start the first game anyway. What do you make of that? Do you reckon he should be in the England side? Because for me, I actually like Mount. I know a lot of City fans slag the guy off, but I actually think Mount's a good player. But I just think Foden gives you a little bit more going forward. Yeah. I think he probably should be starting.
Well, you've seen it. No disrespect to Mount, but in the first half, every time Bellingham or Rice got the ball, it was going backwards, side to side. Mount wasn't coming close enough for the ball to get it and turn and start making things happen. I think Bellingham got pushed a bit further on second half. But to me, it's just purely down to the manager. I think Gareth's a very, very defensive, safe manager. And I think he will always play it safe rather than risk it. And I think if we had a different manager with a different dynamic, you're definitely getting Phil Foden in that team somewhere. Even when they came on near the end, I know we were winning, but they looked like him and Grealish looked like they were enjoying the football. As a Man City supporters, we're always going to want Phil to start. Obviously, Gareth Southgate's got his own ideas, but I think Phil Foden's got a big part to play in this World Cup. I think as we start getting deeper into the competition against more sterner opposition than Iran, we're going to need to open a door, and Phil Foden's definitely one of the best to come off the bench and do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the starting 11 here. Obviously, John Stones played. He actually went with a 4 at the back, which shocked quite a lot of people. Pickford in goal, Trippier, Stones, Maguire, Luke Shaw. It's going to be interesting to see at what point does he put in Kyle Walker. Obviously, Kyle Walker has travelled with the squad. He's been in light training. At what point does he come in there? Declan Rice, Bellingham in the middle, obviously with Mount supporting, with Sterling, Saka, and Kane.
But for me, you could sacrifice Rice or Bellingham in that holding role, only have one in there, and you could have played Grealish and Mount, or Mount and Foden in the centre, and then, you know what I mean, Declan Rice has got a great engine on him. Iran is never going to come running right through that midfield, but the creativity and the vision of Foden and Mount, or Foden and Grealish in that central area going left and right, I think that gives England a different cutting edge. But I just think Southgate holds us back a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, it's one of them, man. When you know the Southgate, right? I always find it difficult to explain to people how I feel about Southgate, because I think his style of football, I think it does work to a certain degree in tournament football. You know, he keeps it very tight. You know, we'll try and nick it. You know what I mean? And it's very mature play, right? And I get that, but at the same time, it's very dull. And I think, especially as a City fan, I find it difficult sometimes to transition, because we're used to watching such good football at City under Pep Guardiola, and a different style of football that we're seeing the complete different ends of the spectrum. It's all right, you know what I mean, if you're a Chelsea fan and you've been watching Tuchel ball, you know what I mean, and you're used to the sort of defensive tactics and the trying, we'll try and nick it off you, and then you come and watch England. You're sort of watching the same stuff. But when you're watching Pep Guardiola, the free passing football, the goals that you see, and you come and see Southgate, it can be a little bit dull to watch. But at the same time, I do think that he's got a great opportunity with this team and with this squad. I think we've got a brilliant squad. I think on paper we've got one of the best squads in the tournament. I mean, I don't know, did you watch the Argentina game yesterday, mate? Because they looked absolutely arse. They were my favourites, but after yesterday's performance, I'm not too sure.
I'll be honest with you. I'd back Portugal before the tournament. I just think that if they can get it all clicking, you know, I think they can do all right. But England have got a great squad, and like you say, I've said it on a couple of World Cup streams I've been doing. For me, Gareth Southgate doesn't let them off the lead enough. He shackles them. But I'm so glad we had the Iran first game, because he did make them substitutions, positive ones. We did put 6 past them. So maybe now going forward, you've seen the game the other night, USA and Wales. Wales tried to be a bit more defensive. Didn't work. As soon as they put Kiefer Moore up front and went direct, USA was on the back foot. England's got to do that against them. We've got to put USA on the back foot.
Yeah. No, for sure. We got a member chat here coming in from Ferg FIFA with a 2. Says, looking for an underground punk rock band from Manchester origin. A band each from both LB and Big Steve would be appreciated. Much love, boys. Well, actually, we both like. I don't know if this is punk rock. I don't think it is, but we both like Mercy Kelly, don't we, Steve? They're a very good band. A couple of City fans in that, and not just because they're City fans. They're actually a very, very good band. So go check them out. Afternoon People's another one, more United, but still a very good band. You've got to support them all. So yeah, good question, Ferg. Just a reminder, guys. Obviously, we are supporting the Man City Food Bank donations here today. So if you can donate anything, hit the link in the description, pin comment there. Appreciate all and any donations, and if you can't, that's absolutely no problem. Appreciate you listening to it and supporting the channel and the stream anyway. So thanks a lot, guys. I want to talk about a little bit of Saka as well. I know we're deviating from City here, but it is World Cup season, and I want to go back to Saka, because Saka's a player that's interested me, because I've always sort of had like hot takes on him. I thought when he was coming through, I always thought he was well overrated, which I still back to this day. I still think I was right at that time. But I do think, mate, that Saka now is starting to come alive. I've seen a more mature game more mature play to his performances in his game. He's getting goals, a couple of nice goals against Iran. The trick here and the test will be when we face a good side, which I'm talking like when we're into the next round. You know what I mean? With all due respect, Wales, USA. I want to see us take on a France, Portugal, someone like that. That's going to be the big test for him, because remember as well, he's running out of contract. He's out of contract soon. I'm pretty sure he's still not signed a new contract. So there's going to be people circling over him. What do you rate at Saka? And do you think he's a player that City could look at? Bro, he's out of contract in 2024.
I like him, and the Arsenal fans are annoyed with me on the Big Six, because I said City should sign him and play in left back, and they were like, left back, he's our star boy and all that. But I just think, in my own head, I just thought, you know what, I think you make a good left back. But listen, he's in a winning team at the minute at Arsenal. He's having a fantastic season and the confidence is high. You know that yourself. When you're in a winning team and you're doing really well domestically, that sometimes carries over into the national team. You can see he's probably walking with a swagger now. He's probably getting a little bit more confidence about him. And he did look good. And he's another one, like you say, when we get to the later rounds, we've just got to, we're England. We're one of the best teams out there. Let's put it on these teams, because nobody looks special in this World Cup. everybody's there for the taking. There's nobody who I'd think, you know what, we need to go defensive against these because they could hurt us. I just think England have got all the tools to go wherever they want to go, but I just worry about Southgate having the bottle to let the lads play. If he lets the young lads play and plays the right system, we can beat anyone on our day. But I just feel like he'll stifle it. Like the Euro final, I was there. We get a goal early doors. You're thinking, football's coming home here. Next minute, we're trying to hold on against an Italy team that wasn't the greatest. I went to the Germany game the other week at Wembley, and same thing. When he thought we were dead and buried, and he made substitutions to get men on the ball, England looked like the shackles were off, and we came back. But I don't know. I just think Gareth's the one for me that worries me. I've got faith in the players. I've just not got faith in the manager putting the right system together.
And this is why I think the sort of support for Gareth Southgate is so split, because you get on one hand, you get people who go, well, he's got us to a final and he got us to a semi-final, right? And then you go on the other hand, you go, yeah, but the final, it was probably his fault that we lost the final because we didn't have a single shot on target after the goal for 120 minutes. That's down to the manager and the manager's style of play. And then you look at the Croatia game, that was his fault as well, because he failed to react to Croatia. We was playing a 5 at the back, we had 2 in midfield. They had Modric in midfield, completely running the show, and they basically stretched our midfield, and we got absolutely dominated, and he didn't change it. And so it's really difficult. That's why I say I'm always in a difficult sort of situation when I speak about Gareth Southgate, because I do think that with a maybe slightly better manager, we might have won against Italy, we might have beat Croatia, but at the end of the day, yeah, he has got us there. But I think this is a test for him. I think if he... Depends on how we go out this tournament. It depends on what happens to him. You know what I mean? Because there's a little bit more stake, and especially with all these attacking players, you got the Saka, you got Sterling, you got Foden who didn't play, you got Rashford who's in good form for United who didn't play, you got Sancho who didn't even go. You know what I mean? You got a lot of attacking players. You got obviously the Tony didn't go. You got Wilson, Kane on the bench, and many more that I've not even mentioned. And maybe if you just have a slightly more attacking manager, you can get a little bit more out of these players. Now the flip side to that is, of course, it's tournament football. You know, a single goal could knock you out. And Gareth Southgate, he keeps it tight. He does keep it tight. And you didn't really see that against Iran, to be fair, but he normally does keep it tight. And I wonder if this 4 at the back is maybe a little bit of him responding to some of the criticism, Steve, and trying to play a little bit more open football.
Well, I think he knows in his head this is his last tournament. Whether the contract says so or not, it's his last tournament. You don't get them many opportunities and that he's had. And for me, I think it's his last tournament. Even if he wins the World Cup, someone said, would it be his last tournament? I said, yeah, because he's done his job, and then call it a day. Go and manage Sunderland or wherever his level is, because he's definitely not a Premier League manager for me. But well, yeah, I think the signs are there that he is maybe changing it a little bit and getting a little bit better at going for it. Like you say, he's playing the 4 at the back. He started to play, he brought on Rashford the other day, Wilson, Grealish, Foden, all positive changes. I know he was winning, but he brought them on. But, he's got to. He's got to. Everyone's giving him criticism for the Euros and stuff. You are going to get torn with him. He got us to the final. We were all dancing in the streets. We all had shit waistcoats on, singing Gareth Southgate, you're the one, and all that. We all get carried away with it. I had 2 cans of Pepsi Max the other day, and football was coming home, mate. Football was coming home. So I need to lay off the sugar and that. But no, listen, we just got to enjoy it. Let's enjoy it. Let's hope he's matured a bit as a manager. Let's hope the experience from the Croatia game and the Italy game is rubbing off on him, and let's hope he can make them changes at the right time and get us the results instead of being negative, and then we petering out these 0-0s and stuff. USA will be a big one on Friday for him.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. What other games did you watch then? Obviously, we've had about 7 or 8 games now. Have you watched any of the others?
I basically watched them all.
Yeah. What did you think of France last night, mate?
I thought it was okay after going a goal down. They lost Hernandez to the injury, which is not ideal, but I rate his brother better than him anyway, who came on. But listen, any team with Mbappe in it, he can do anything, and he looks sharp. Giroud is rolling back the years. I think he's the leading scorer now for France. But I was on a World Cup podcast with Stuart Parisian Londoner, the French lad, and he said there's a bit of a mental block in France. They feel like they've got an okay team, but without Benzema and a couple of injuries, they feel like there's something missing. So I don't think they're as confident as they was. But listen, I don't think anyone can be as confident. The World Cup teams, and it could be anyone's this year. People are looking rocky.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, we watched the Argentina one yesterday, and they look so poor. I mean, I tipped Argentina for the win, but I'm going to stick with them. I'm not going to change because I can't be arsed, but they were so poor. The midfield was absolutely atrocious. I thought Martinez was shocking. I thought Alvarez was much better than Martinez when he come on. I know he only come on for 20 minutes or so, but I thought he looked more alive. Martinez was just living offside, and Alvarez I thought he made a positive difference to Argentina, but they look pretty poor. Saudi Arabia, a lot of people have been saying don't sleep on Saudi Arabia. They're a decent side. They've got that Harv Renardin, the manager, who's a bit of an AFCON specialist. He's won 2 AFCONs. Yeah. And he had them playing good football.
Yeah, listen, the heat is a factor out there. They work hard for each other. And it's so hard to break them kind of teams down when they're well drilled. And that was a fantastic result for them. It's a national day off today in Saudi Arabia. The prince or whatever said they can all have the day off, so everyone's buzzing. But I think you're going to see some freak results. I see Morocco got a draw with Croatia before. The interesting one today is Germany are playing today, Spain are playing today, and Belgium are playing today. So there's 3 big guns there. So it's good to we've seen France. They got the job done. They look well. England look well. Other than that, nobody's really standing out at the minute. Saudi Arabia, is it a flash in the pan? But tonight we'll know whether Spain have come in for business, Germany and Belgium. Because Belgium got beat last week off Egypt. Kevin De Bruyne with a stinker. Did you see it? Give the ball away.
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, it was poor.
Listen, I want Belgium to go out first round. Kevin De Bruyne to go to Marbella, have a few beers with Ireland, and then come back ready for the title.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, England, to be honest, mate, with the 5 that we've got there, you know what I mean, that would be pretty decent. But I'm full sending England on this one. We have we have a few Welsh listeners, and I know you spoke about it a little bit earlier, but I want to just deep that for a second. How did you think they got on against USA? I thought they were pretty poor in the first half, mate. I can't lie. I thought they changed it up in the second half. Didn't they? Put the big striker on, looked good. I thought Bale was non-existent. Didn't really get involved in the game. Not necessarily his fault. I don't think they really got him into the game. But what did you make of Wales?
Listen, Wales, they're there for the party as well. It's the first World Cup in God knows how many years. They took a big support out there. Wales just need to do what they're good at. Don't fall into the trap thinking you're going to play this fantastic football, because certain teams will kill you. But when with Kiefer Moore up front and going direct, and with Gareth Bale around for them set pieces, the penalties, the pressure, listen, they could go through. They can have a go. You know what I mean? I don't want to disrespect Wales too much because we're playing them soon, and in the next minute I'll all be all over the internet getting clipped up. So I'm being careful what I say. I've got a lot of Welsh mates, and the other night they were giving me a lot of grief as well. So listen, I'd like to say good luck Wales, but I don't mean it. But listen, you're there on merit. Just enjoy it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I was out in town on Monday, obviously after the England game. I was out on a session.
I can't believe you didn't come and link up with us at the Road to Victory, man. It was some event, that.
I know, mate, but we already had a little spot secured, and then honestly, you wouldn't have wanted to see me come the end of the night, mate. It was a mess, but yeah, we seen a load of Welsh guys in the pubs and that, and they was loving it. Obviously, a big goal there. A couple of minutes to go. That was really disappointing for the States, that, because if they could have hung on to the 3 points, then they'd be looking pretty good, because they backed themselves to beat Iran, but of course now they've only got a point. It's sort of anyone's game. I just want to have a quick look at the other games. Mexico, Poland. You know what? I thought Mexico looked okay. That was a very, very similar game to the Denmark-Tunisia game and to the USA-Wales game, where Poland were a better side, but just couldn't get Lewandowski into the game, just like Wales couldn't get Gareth Bale into the game. These teams need to try and find a way of getting these big players into the game. And you obviously saw that's the difference with England. We got Harry Kane up top, but we've got other players in that team that can score goals. Of course, you've got Saka, who got a couple. You've got Grealish, who come on. Mount can score. Bellingham can score. Sterling can score now and again. So that's the difference. Our team is filled with goals. Poland's not. Argentina's not full of goals. And I think that's what's going to do England some good. It's going to be really, really interesting, man, to see England in this new four at the back, to see exactly how we get on, man. But I think we've got a great chance, Steve. I think we've got a great chance. Where do you think we get knocked out then? Because obviously we've got to face France. Are you worried about France or something?
No, I'm not. I'm literally not worried about anyone if Gareth makes the right calls. I understand starting a game defensively if you want to bed in and see what we're about, but then it's identifying during the game, like, right, okay, these can't hurt us here, or we need to bring a 10 on here, because to be fair, Mount was isolated the other day, and Jack Grealish, for me, we as City fans know how well Jack Grealish is playing, right? Anyone on the internet who doesn't watch football and just judges games by goals and assists are telling you he's a flop. The guy is great for what Man City do. And you don't get in Pep Guardiola's starting 11 if you're not doing your job. And Gareth Southgate needs to look at that and realise that the player the whole nation was calling for in the Euros was Grealish. Everybody wanted him to play. We all wanted him to start. And he's key for us. He gets the ball. He goes at defenders. He can go left. He can go right. Later on in the game, he's winning you them fouls in the right end of the pitch, so you're not getting the pressure. And against the France, they won't want to see Jack Grealish on them against them, and that's what we've got to use it. I think he'll start defensively, bed us in the game, and then we've got to make them changes to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
We'll beat France. We'll beat France.
Jeez, yeah, that'll be an interesting game if we manage to secure it. Got 5 minutes left on the podcast now, guys. Just a massive shout out to the guys that are hosting this. Obviously, everyone from the 9320, the City Foodbank organisation. So shout out everyone. Appreciate everyone getting involved in this. We started off the stream by speaking about our future, Pep Guardiola. And I think it'd be good to finish off on what could be future in midfield. Obviously, we're speaking about England. We've got Jude Bellingham, who's been heavily linked with Manchester City at the moment. We had news coming out from Jack Gorn, who's obviously a very decent source for Man City, saying that City are in the hunt for Jude Bellingham, along with Real Madrid and Liverpool. And we've also got news that the fee is set to be £130 million. Jude Bellingham, mate, he's some talent. He was absolutely great. He was brilliant against Iran. Do you think that this... first of all, let's talk about him as a player before we talk about him at City. How high are this guy's levels? I was speaking about, do you think he can get to sort of the Zidane levels, or is it too soon? What do you reckon?
Listen, he came from Birmingham. He's gone to Dortmund. Birmingham retired the 23 shirt in his honour at 17-year-old or something. People laughed, but... Look at him now, he's scoring regular in the Champions League, scoring in the Bundesliga, scoring in the World Cup. Doesn't look out of place in Champions League football or international football. There is talk about City going in for him. I hope to God if they have gone in for him, they've got a good deal already in place with Dortmund, because I think his value is only going to go up. And I just look at I think Liverpool was a serious contender for him. But you look at Liverpool and the state they're in now, they're not in a bad state by a lot of clubs' means. But what I'm saying is they need to freshen it up 3 or 4 players for me, and spending 130 on one might damage that. So I'm looking at Man City. I'm looking at Erling Haaland. I'm looking at Phil Foden, Jack Grealish. I'm looking at the way Pep's just signed his new deal, freshened it up. Pep Guardiola makes that call and says, look, I've signed a new deal. I want you in my midfield next season alongside Rodri and Kevin De Bruyne. Your big man's up front, Erling. You're okay, what we want to do. It's got to be one of the most attractive, other than Real Madrid, we all know, but other than that, it's got to be the second most attractive place in football to go.
Yeah, you just said then, in my midfield with Kevin De Bruyne and Rodri. So is that what you're saying about Bernardo? Are you going to put Bernardo on the bench? You're going to sell him? What you're saying about Gundogan? Bench? Are you going to not renew?
I think a lot of City, we don't want to see Bernardo go. We don't. But if someone said to you, right, Bernardo's going to go and you're going to get Jude Bellingham, I don't think anyone would be disappointed with that. But listen, it's squad levels, innit? Bernardo 1 week, Bellingham the next, bring him in to do whatever. We just got to build the squad again. But I think he's the hottest striker in world football we signed. The hottest midfielder in world football is him. So, look, Real Madrid ain't going to want to miss out on him. But we're in with a shout, and that's all. We're not signing Fitzroy Simpson or anyone like that from back in the day. You know what I mean? This is Jude Bellingham, and we're in the chat, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, no, it's pretty wild. I mean, I just think to myself, look, he's an English guy. Surely he'd want to play in the Premier League. Obviously, like you say, if Pep comes knocking at this time with the squad that we've got and says, look, man, you can be part of this squad. You can be part of this team that's dominating football at the moment. Because it is. It's dominating English football. And we're doing well in the Champions League. We just need to win the bloody thing. Come and be a part of it. Get trophies. You'll be compensated very generously as well. You know, I don't know. I just look at someone like a Liverpool, and I just think to myself, look, if they sell the club and they get a rich guy in, I think that's the way. Because if you're a top player like a Bellingham, and Klopp brings you at Liverpool and goes, don't go City, come Liverpool, and you look at it and go, well, I can come, but that squad needs another. Take me out of the equation. That squad, Liverpool, needs another 200-300 million quid spending on it. You've not got the finances to be able to do that. So I think that unless Liverpool get sold to some rich Donny, which apparently they are up for sale and that, you never know what's going to happen. Then I don't think he'd go Liverpool. I know his family might be Liverpool supporters, whatever. I don't think that really matters when you're talking about your career. I think you've got to look at what's best for you. And I agree. I think maybe Real Madrid is up there as well, of course. You know what I mean? They're always in contention to win the league and Champions League and that. But I think if you want to come to the Premier League, it's City, man.
Jan Arge Fjortoft, who was quite, he had quite influential things to say about the Haaland deal. He came out and tweeted a couple of weeks ago, don't sleep on Man City on Jude Bellingham. So he's in and around Dortmund all the time. He commentates. So he's not stupid. You know what I mean? There must be things going on there. I just think this Pep Guardiola news today could all click into gear. I mean, we've been spoilt with the Haaland deal. We always begging it, and we had an inkling he was coming. But Jude, listen, he'd be fantastic. And we sing Hey Jude, don't we, the song? So it all fits, man.
Yeah, no, it is mad. Guys, I appreciate everyone listening along. Sorry we've only been able to do half an hour or so. It's just that it's busy with the World Cup. We're doing all the watch-alongs on the channel. I'm going to head over now and watch the Germany-Japan game, which I'm looking forward to.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Tonight, I'm filming at Manchester City in the studio. There's a Pep Guardiola special, I think. Don't know much details about it. It's a last-minute thing. I've got the call today, so City Match Day Live thing tonight or whatever. If you want your big Steve fix, I'm on that.
There you go.
Pep might be there.
I hope so, because if he didn't get him off the floor, I'd be bowing to him and kissing his shoes and all sorts.
Get his autograph for me if he is, please. Yeah.
Definitely, mate. Definitely.
You've got to head off now, Lewis, haven't you? And Steve, thanks very much both of you for that section.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
Listen to you two chatting for about 12 hours, but unfortunately we've got other stuff. So yeah, cheers, enjoy the football as well. So
bye.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Really enjoyed that. Now it is almost time for the World Cup review. Best invites Steve. I did say I would read out some contributors. So just a very quick thank you to Stephen Price, John Cantrill, Chris Airy, that name rings a bell, Alan Tobin, David Marfleet for their recent donations on the GoFundMe site, which is on our Twitter feed. It's on the YouTube site as well, on the stream. All that money they've donated will help put food on plates for those that can't afford it themselves. So it makes a huge difference, the smallest contribution. So thank you to those, and to anyone else who donates today. It's really appreciated. As I've said in the past, if you want to donate to your own charity that's close to your heart, that's absolutely fine, obviously. And if you're struggling yourself, then just enjoy the content. Enjoy the football chat, the other chat, listen as much as you can. And yeah, no obligation, or we're not compelling you to donate money, but if you can afford it, it actually does change lives. So it's appreciated by a lot of people, especially the guys at the food bank. Right, it is almost time. At 1 o'clock, in 10 minutes' time, it will be the World Cup review with Steve, Tudor, Adam Keyworth and Tom Young. So I shall best get them on the feed. Going solo at the moment, so do the social media as well. So I will just send out the connections, and just a reminder, as I've said before, this stuff, that we're doing. We will put it out after the event as well. The entire 12-hour feed will always be there on YouTube for you to watch, with little segments and the schedules. You can go in there, or you can just look on our feeds or sites, the podcast sites, and we'll be putting stuff out in the days to come, so you can listen to it anytime you want. You there, Steve?
I am indeed here.
How you doing?
I'm good, Tom, mate. Yeah, got a fair bit done this morning. How has the pod gone? Because I haven't had a chance to listen in.
Yeah, it's been good. I cut Lewis off for a couple of minutes, but apart from that, trying to mess with the volumes basically, and press the wrong button. But yeah, it's been good. Almost a third of the way there. So.
Well, it wouldn't be a charity podcast if you didn't cut the feed at some point. So yeah, at least that's done now.
It's less disastrous when you realise you've done it rather than just talking into a void for 30 minutes like we did the first time. So
yes. Have you noticed within a few people within kind of a 93-20 kind of gang, as it were, and certainly the people on Twitter, a lot of people seem to think it's me and you doing this podcast today.
No.
Have you not noticed? There's been a few tweets saying, well done to Howard and Steve on the WhatsApp group. There's all kind of, you two have done brilliant today. I'm getting all the credit. I haven't done anything.
Oh, you have. We've got a pre-record from you later, have we not?
Yeah,
You've done the intro. You're about to do another show, so...
Mate, I did the first one with you. I know how much work it entails to organise it and to be there throughout, and I'm not doing that today, whereas you are, so... All the credit goes to you, as I said earlier. And but if people want to throw me some credit by mistake, I'll take that.
Throw some petals your way.
Yeah, I'll always take petals.
Right. Well, as I say, stop praising me, please. I don't like it. So.
Okay, that's the last time now.
Right, I'll send a link, because it's 1 o'clock, we've got 10 minutes. I just thought there was one little thing. Did you ever see... I don't think it was that well publicised, to be honest. So, did you see the Independent piece from 2013?
No.
So I'll just bring it
up.
Well,
I don't think so. I don't know.
Basically, they predicted. I don't know who it was, and I wouldn't name the journalist anyway, because we all know predictions are absolutely.
Can I just put in? Was it a Manchester City fan, by the way, who did?
No, I don't know who did it. But the Independent in 2013 predicted England would win the World Cup in 2022, and they gave their predicted 11.
Yes, yeah.
Do you want? So I'll read it out then. So.
It's. I mean, it's fair to say because he put it on his own Twitter. I can't remember his name now.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. Was it?
I'll just say, yes, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? Because who on earth can predict, how youth players as well, young players, are going to be 9 years down the line? So in goal, Jack Butland.
Which is going back, 9 years? That's not a bad shout, yeah?
He was a bit, I know he had some bad time. He lost form, didn't he, in confidence?
At that point, he was linked to Liverpool, I remember, so yeah.
Is he at Palace now? I don't know.
No idea where he is now.
Anyway, left back, Luke Shaw.
Yep.
Lining up next to him, the one and only Phil Jones.
Yeah, well, wow. I mean, hang on though, 2013, that was when people had started to click on, hadn't they, that he wasn't the next Duncan Edwards? Is that right? Because, I mean, we won the league that year, and Phil Jones, I know he played the following year when United won the league, but he wasn't all that then, was he? People had kind of woke up a bit. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe they were just still blaming injuries and stuff.
Yes, fair point. Yeah.
Who's next? Nathaniel Chalabar.
Yeah, I don't know where that one came from. I think he must have just done well in the youth ranks for his country, and maybe they projected onto him a trajectory that his career couldn't really handle.
Well, he's at Fulham now, so Chris Smalling at right back, who some were saying, playing well for Roma. Apparently, I don't watch them. Could have had a call up, but yeah, it's understandable that you choose him. Left of midfield, the one and only. He's better than Sterling. It's Jordan Ibe.
Amazing. Well, I have no idea where he is now either.
Bournemouth still, I think.
Is he?
I think.
Hardly pulling up trees down there, is he?
Again, in the middle, the next three in midfield. Yeah, you understand why these was picked, even if it's not worked out for them. Into different degrees. Jack Wilshere, Ross Barkley, Wilfred Zaha.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, obviously Zaha he could have been a good shout, Zaha, but obviously he went to, I want to say Nigeria. Who does he play for, Zaha? Ivory Coast. Is it Ivory Coast?
Yeah, I think so. Oh.
Help me out here. I'm just sounding like a random racist, just shouting out African countries.
I honestly don't. Yeah, Ivory Coast, yeah. Well, he's born in the Ivory Coast, so it must be the Ivory Coast.
Yes, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, all of those could, obviously, could have had much better careers.
Well, it could be said that injury obviously played a part with Wiltshire, but it could be said that Wiltshire and Barkley, they were two really promising players who, whether it was their fault or not, just didn't reach the height that they perhaps should have. They had, they had the ceiling there, didn't they?
Two up front. We've got Daniel Sturridge. But you don't know where he is now, do you?
I think he is in Turkey.
No, he's at Perth. Well, according to...
Oh, of course he is.
Google
of course
search,
he
Perth
is.
Glory.
I should have known that. I was supposed to interview him, and the time difference was going to be problematic. So
Wayne Rooney's doing an interview in the Times about World Cup experiences. Some interesting stories. I know it's behind a paywall, but you do get a free one every month. Some interesting stories about Daniel Sturridge in there. How he's like the likes of Gerrard were geeing him up, telling him how good he was. So very strange. Lastly, Chuba Akpom.
What?
What? I think he's at Middlesbrough. So.
Oh, Akpom. I wasn't even aware he was English.
Well, he's 27 now, so he would only have been 18 at the time. So
again,
you see, they were trying to predict. Yeah.
I'm assuming he just had a good year in the under 21s, under 18s. And,
oh yeah, Again, another youth prospect, but it is so hard to.
But I mean, Howard, we don't have time for this, but maybe we could chuck out a couple of names. So our predictions for the World Cup England squad of 2042.
It's Saudi Arabia in 2030.
Yeah. Okay.
Cole Palmer will be on the right.
Yeah. Foden's surely still in there.
Well, you say still.
Well,
I'm waiting for him to be in there now.
Yeah.
I can't just pick City's best youth prospects, can we? But yeah.
Why the hell not? You'd expect 4 or 5 to be. Yeah. Why not? You'd expect 4 or 5 to be City players. It would still be top of the league. Pep will still be there.
Yeah, they may not be at City, of course. I don't know. They might move on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Some of them and get success elsewhere. Yeah.
Well, once we
like
get
a
relegated
or somewhere like that. But I don't know the best youth prospects of other teams.
What I'm saying is,
he English?
We'd be wrong.
English, you know?
Yes. What I'm saying is, we'd be wrong, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
We'd have at least 6 or 7, maybe 8 or 9 completely wrong. That's the nature of football. Within the space of 6 months, a player can absolutely establish themselves, can't they, and become, the big bright hope. And these players, we haven't got a clue about yet. If we're looking ahead to 8 years' time.
We should sit down tomorrow and do it, put it in a time capsule and humiliate ourselves in 8 years' time. So
yeah, why not? And as for Wales, then I wouldn't even know where to start. We have got, and I know you hate this term, Howard, but I do think it applies for Wales. We truly have a golden generation, but they're looking a bit rusty right now. But we're knocking on, to say the least. So where the next generation comes from, let's just hope.
So is there not a lot coming through at the moment?
No, but there's some promising kids. There always are, but there's no kind of great big bright hope. There's no one to really hang your hat on. So yeah, but again, within the space of 6 months, that can all change. I remember I had to write about was it City? It was an article about City, and it was about their big bright hopes from their academy. And I'm going back now at least 6 or 7 years, and I got in touch with one of the academy coaches, and I asked him for some help, right? Yeah. And he promised to help, but then he wasn't able to. He was too busy. So I put 5 names up who I did my research, due diligence and all the rest of it. I put 5 names up who were going to be the next big bright hopes, whether they were at City or elsewhere. And he got back in touch with me and said, "You've got all 5 of them wrong." I mean, he said, "I missed out on some." I'm assuming he probably meant Cole Palmer, who was at the time maybe 13, But I wouldn't have a clue about these people because... So unless you work in the academy system, you don't know who...
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so let's hope there's a couple who are Welsh or whose grandmothers were Welsh.
Tom, I think, are you here? Oh, he's gone. Gone away.
Oh no! I should say Tom always comes and goes, and he'll be back in a second. Then he'll be
That's
fine.
what. So we have two. Joe does that as well. So and he's back again.
Yeah, just as you were introducing me to the world, I got hit with the error that kicks me out of this podcast every single time. How's it going, guys? You okay?
Normally this is done off air, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, it doesn't quite work the same when we're live. It's a little bit more frustrating.
It wasn't me this time either doing it, so...
Yeah, I was listening in before. I seen you had a bit of a mare kicking people out left, right, and centre. bit of a power trip from Howard there. He's got the power to decide who goes where.
Online bouncer. Lewis was wearing He was wearing trainers, so he wasn't coming in.
Yeah. White shoes are not coming into my club, no chance.
Well, I've sent a link to Adam as well. I'll probably be hanging around in the background to annoy you every now and then.
No, you join in, Howard. Honestly, it's the more the merrier, because basically, we've all seen the games, we've all followed the tournament, so it's,
Yeah, I've missed 2 games and they've both been 0-0.
Well, that's the worrying trend. With this morning's been 0-0. That's 3 out of 9. That's 33% of the game so far 0-0. That's a worrying. I remember in 2014 there was hardly any goals in the group stages, and this one has got got a chance of replicating that.
Well, there was a 4-1 last night, was it not? I missed the 0-0 yesterday. Missed the 0-0 Denmark yesterday because doing the City England review podcast. So there you go. Timed it well. Adam's here, I think.
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hello.
Is that the right microphone? I'm just trying to work.
You sound nice, so don't change anything. So.
You sound nice.
Yeah. Now like smooth radio voice, yeah. Smooth FM.
Oh my god.
Right.
Don't worry, I'm going away now for a minute to get a drink.
If you stop flirting with my guess, Howard, right, we're going to start. So I'm going to jump right in and start. But stick around, Howard, anyway, because, So Kelly gives the game away, but I'd written a little intro, so I'll just say, welcome everyone to the World Cup Review Show. It's a show that seemingly changes its title every blooming week. On today's pod, we're assessing a tournament to this point, a competition that has been mired in controversy, but it's also one that's thrown up some surprising results already, and no little incident. So let's get straight to it by introducing my guests. And with this being the charity pod, we've pulled out all the stops. Imagine an England team featuring Tom Finney, Bobby Moore and Gazza. Now, I'm not for 1 second suggesting that these individuals are the podding equivalent of these legends. I'm just saying, imagine that England team. Anyway, on to our guests, who are Adam Keyworth, Tom Young and Howard. Hi Adam, you well? You smooth-voiced man?
Yeah, for anyone who missed it, Howard was flirting with me before we kicked this off, so he really is feeling charitable today. So yeah, all good.
If I promise to stop flirting, will you donate to the food?
Yeah, is that blackmail?
It kind of is. Tom, how do you feel not being flirted on by Howard?
I was going to say I've done plenty of pods with Howard over the last few months, and not once have I been flirted with. So I feel a little bit disappointed in all honesty, but there you go. We can't have it all.
Same here. It's brought on a little bit of insecurity on my part, but we'll move on. Right, lads, we've got loads to talk about, and it's a lot of it's England related. Bit of Wales chucked in there, and quite a few 0-0s as well, and a bit of controversy as well. So let's start with the Three Lions. Adam, I'm going to start with you. With a handbrake off this young side, they're looking adventurous, they're looking exciting. Okay, it was against a poor Iran side, but this was a really good opening performance from England, wasn't it?
Yeah, they looked very confident, and I think that was the key thing. Before kickoff, I just was wondering, like you said, will the handbrake be back on? Will they go 4? Will they go 5? And I think he had to go 4 against Iran because I think it was just a game, get it won. But I thought the performances from a lot of the players was really good, and what I will say, and I said it at the time, I think it was so important that Harry Kane wasn't on the score sheet, which sounds bizarre, and I'm sure he would have liked to have been, but it showed that there's other players now that are going to step up, and you don't have to rely on him to score every single goal. I thought it was really good, and it's the first time in absolutely ages I've enjoyed watching England. So yeah, it was good fun, good start.
I'll go along with that. I enjoyed it. It was possibly the most enjoyable game so far. Tom, do you suspect, looking on a potential negative here, do you suspect Southgate may go more cautious against the USA and beyond?
I hope not, because I think one of my main sort of qualms with Southgate, and I think the issue that a lot of England fans have with Southgate, is how reserved he can be and how negative this side can play considering the talent that we've got. And I think we showed against Iran, who, let's face it, aren't going to be the hardest team we play in this World Cup, and we will have more difficult matches moving forward. But we showed that when we go out and take the game to the opposition, we're more than capable of overrunning sides. And we, against Iran, again, like I say, as much as they're not the best side in the competition, we dominated that game for virtually the entirety of the game. And we just felt, watching us, I felt like we were going to score goals. And I know it's easy to say, having seen us then go on and score 6 goals. But you watch England, and I watched us in sort of a couple of Nations League games when we've struggled this year, and you question where goals are going to come from. And like Adam said, the fact that we've scored 6 goals and Kane hasn't scored is fantastic. But I now want us to, particularly for these next 2 group stage games, having watched America against Wales the other day and not really seen anything that strikes fear into me from an England perspective, I want us to go out against these sides and take control of these games early and win the games in the way that we should be doing. And that will give us then the confidence moving into the knockout stages if we make it.
Howard, if he does play 3 at the back, let's say against USA, or certainly in the knockouts, you'd expect him to, he plays 3 at the back, plays 2 holders, for example, is he right to be pragmatic in a knockout tournament, to navigate the tournament, or with so much attacking talent at his disposal, will it just be a wasted opportunity?
Yeah, I hope he doesn't. I think he's played like that a third of the time, so he does stick to back 4. But what are the players used to as well? I know different players from different clubs are used to different things, but if you have to take... I mean, look who we brought on. We brought on Phil Foden, Jack Grealish, Marcus Rashford, other players. James Maddison's injured. They're players that didn't start, and then you're having to say, well, we'll have to start with the ones that did, take another one off just to be pragmatic. No, come on, just go for it. I don't mean gung-ho go for it. I mean, believe in your strengths, and because I don't think we're gung-ho against Iran. I just think that the system works. They pass between the lines well. I guess you look at where the fullbacks are, as how attacking a team is, and they were quite high on the pitch. You could just make them a bit more cautious if you want to be more pragmatic. If you want to, protect that defence. Bellingham drops back and is, can be a kind of protector if need be, because he's an all-round midfielder. I wouldn't want to see much of a back 3, to be honest. I just don't think it suits the players either, and they're used to playing this way. And changing it around as well in a small tournament, I'm not sure that's a great idea either.
I mean, you mentioned Bellingham there. I think it was the emergence of Jude Bellingham which facilitates this style of football that we saw against Iran, because he can be a number 4, he can be a number 8, he can be number 10, he can be number 6, he can be anything you like. I can't believe I looked into this, and I can't believe I wasn't made aware of this beforehand by the media, but apparently he's only a teenager, Jude Bellingham. It should be mentioned, though, surely. But how do you judge him as a player and as a prospect?
Who wants that one? I'll take it.
Yeah, you think that, mate, yeah.
I think... Do you know what? I was a little bit sceptical in the Nations League games. And only because there was so much adulation being poured over him, and I just thought maybe this might be too soon, but he was the best player on the pitch by a mile against Iran. And the thing that strikes me about him is he's a proper leader. And this England team, yes, Harry Kane is kind of a talisman and all the rest of it, but I wouldn't say Harry Kane's a leader. And there were times in the Iran game where Bellingham would lose the ball because he's sometimes a little bit too ambitious, and he'll go and win it back straight away. And it's the first time I've seen England probably develop a proper box-to-box midfielder. I mean, you tell me when the last time they've had a player who has a bit of the Yaya Tourés about him, where he'll drag it and he'll make England play, and I was so impressed with him. And the other thing with him is, yes, he's young and we're being told that every 5 minutes, but he's so calm. Yeah. He's so calm, and it's really exciting. I just don't want there to become too much pressure on him, because the back 4, as fun as it is, if things start going a little bit awry, he might be at fault for some things. I just don't want it to fall on him and him to become the fall guy, because he could be. So keep the pressure off and just let the boy play because he's extraordinary.
There's already some newspaper reports. I saw it on the Media Watch on Football 365 saying, could he be the greatest English player ever?
Yeah, it's too much. Just
God's sake, just let him play his career.
I completely agree, but just to play devil's advocate and balance that out, he is a special player. There's clearly, we see it all too rarely. We see it in Phil Foden, we've seen it in Wayne Rooney, we saw it in Michael Owen, but consequently we found out in hindsight that a lot of his specialness was down to his steering pace. But it's very rare that a player like this comes along who's just so naturally gifted that everything just seems to be done like it's a walk in the park. He does look at that level above, but I completely agree. It's dangerous to put so much pressure on a young lad because, again, just checking my notes, 19 years of age. Speaking of like Phil Foden there, actually, Tom, his omission from the starting lineup, I mean, that's worrying. Phil Foden he should be in the starting lineup of any side at the tournament, surely.
You'd think so, although I will admit that I wasn't overly surprised at him being left out against Iran, and I wasn't particularly upset with the decision. And again, it's easy to say in hindsight, having seen Saka go on and score 2 goals, but in the way that Iran play football, it made sense to have that more natural pace out wide. Southgate's never going to play Foden as an 8 because Mason Mount is probably the first name on his team sheet every week. And he was never going to go with anything other than, and he shouldn't have gone with anything other than Rice and Bellingham as the other 2 midfielders. So for the game, I didn't think that Foden was necessarily the right pick for a Southgate setup. But yeah, I think if I'd like to see him play against the United States, I think his game suits the way that the USA play football, and I think he should start that game. And again, against Wales, I think it's take your pick between him or Saka. But as far as Foden's concerned, it's been a sort of a strange season for him at City as well, with him being in and out of the starting lineup a little bit more than we'd expected him to be. He's never quite had that breakthrough with England yet, where he's had a performance for England where you think, wow, this player is unstoppable and has to start for England, like we've seen and like we know he can do at Manchester City. So he's still young. It's his first World Cup. There's a few out there who it's his first World Cup as well. So I'm not sure you can really use that as too much of an excuse. But I think for Phil Foden, he'll get his opportunities. And if he can take them when he gets them, he'll be sort of putting himself in the conversation to be playing in those more important games further down the line.
I've got to say, I wasn't overly surprised either by his omission, but that's more based on kind of word coming out of the England camp was how sharp Sterling looked. That, he'd struggled at Chelsea, but he was absolutely on fire apparently in training for England, and he has the track record to back it up, hasn't he? So that's another spot where you wouldn't expect kind of Phil to have been picked there. So, and then you look around, and basically it come down to him or Mason Mount. It was always going to be Mason Mount with Gareth Southgate. Yeah. Right or wrong, I mean, I understand that. If I was England manager, I would have my favourites. I think everyone would. So, Howard, what did England do exceptionally well against Iran?
Ooh. Attacking.
Attacking? Okay, we'll move on.
Hashtag analysis. I thought the shape was excellent, basically, and I thought there was that understanding between the players. I thought passing between the lines. I said that we did a review on the podcast yesterday, and it was like all this group is ranked in the top 20 in the world, and Iran are champions of Asia. My eyes test says they're not very good. I guess we'll see in the next 2 games just how good they are. So it's hard to just where do you draw a line? England were brilliant, Iran weren't. Were the opposite, and I would say mostly it was England that made them look bad because they just passed the ball through them very easily, through the lines, found the space, got the overlaps, and of course, as always, always got a big threat from set pieces, which has been crucial to our partial success of the last few years. So I think rather than just a lot of players played well and what they did really well, I just think the shape worked in a way, and you could easily put Foden in there for Mountain and get the same thing. That's the good thing. There's quite a few like-for-like changes you can make that I think would keep that shape, and probably just adds to the argument of sticking with the back four. So.
Okay, Adam, any room for improvement? Any kind of concerns going into the USA game?
I mean, we can talk about the shaky defence as much as we want, but I think it was covered before that the best thing that England can do is try and almost ignore the fact that the defence isn't as strong as we might like it to be. Maguire was a little bit ropey. Whether he'll be fit and healthy enough to play in the next game, I'm not sure, but there were times, the first Iran goal, he just was a bit switched off, and that's the only thing that concerns me. But if he goes out and plays the same side or a very similar side, sticks with the fullbacks who were getting on, and Rice sits back in, I think it should be okay. I think I was just concerned about going in the first game and England overthinking it and going into themselves. But to get a win like that and watching the Wales USA game, I don't think there's too much to worry about. The only thing, and I agree with what Tom said before, is if you want a game for Foden, this is it, because they were tackling hard. They were on the players as quickly as possible. And players like Foden, players like Grealish, they'll get them booked straight away. They'll be first to the ball and they'll be quick on it. So it should be absolutely fine, I hope.
So from each of you, kind of just a one-word answer. So you've got the choice, basically, of where you believe England will finish. So let's assume they get out of the group. So either last 16, quarters, semis, final. Tom?
Final.
Oh, okay. Howard?
I think they're going to hit France in the quarters, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's a definite loss, but that's awkward. Sod it, semi-final.
Okay. Adam?
I wanted to go final, but I'll be safe and go quarter final, and I'll let France know.
Last 16 it is then, yeah.
Let's move on to another potential quarter finalist, Wales, of course.
That's good.
In the Home Nations trophy.
Unbelievable. Tom, did the performance of either side worry you from an English perspective?
No, yeah. In a word, no. I just think that neither side have the ability to really dominate a game, and I think we saw that in a nutshell on Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? When did they play? Tuesday. I don't even know what
Monday.
day it was. Monday. On Monday. In that Wales were miles off in the first half. And if they'd have played England in the way that England played against Iran in that first half against Wales in their first half showing, the game would have been out of sight by half time. And I think what we saw from the United States is that they've got the ability to sort of control spells of the game, but I don't think they have that quality, particularly in the midfield, to be able to overrun a team and stay in control of the game. And yeah, neither side, I didn't see anything from either side really that worries me massively. And I'll probably look like a fool now if we go on and drop points. We'll inevitably probably drop points against one of the two sides. But in truthfulness, it was nothing from either side that really makes me feel like England should have too many struggles against either of them, because both are capable. I think the thing about both nations is that they both know that they're capable of going out there and winning games of football, and they'll come out and try and play against England. And I think that suits England, because I think if we're playing against a nation who were going to just sit 11 men behind the ball, kind of like Iran did, but then Iran kind of gave it a go as well and we picked in spaces behind. If USA and Wales come against us and try and play football, I think we'll have too much against either of them.
I think personally, Rob Page has not got a mandate for the England game at this point. I think a lot of it depends on beating Iran. If Wales we don't know from a Welsh perspective what we need to do against England. And I think there's two very different ways we could play against England. And it really will depend on how we do against Iran. It could well be where it just diminishes to a Battle of Britain. But however we play, I don't fancy us against Wales.
Can I quickly add as well that Kiefer Moore has to play every minute for Wales from this point
the
forward.
difference he
I
made.
cannot believe when I was listening to it on the radio, like the team news before the game, and I heard that he was on the bench, and I thought, for starters, I've misheard something. The man, when he came on the pitch, he just gives Wales a purpose going forward. In that first half, Wales looked lost. They didn't know where they were going. When they got into the final third on the brief occasion that they did, there was nobody there. And when Kiefer Moore came on, he's been banging form for Bournemouth over the last few weeks as well, so it made no sense that he didn't start. But I think any chance Wales have got of progressing, and any chance they've got a beat in Iran on Friday is playing Kiefer Moore. He's got to be the first name on the team sheet over Gareth Bale, over anyone. He's got to be like spearheading that attack.
Well, not playing Dan James would be a start because he's the most brain-dead footballer I've ever seen in my life. It's unbelievable.
Until next Tuesday, yeah.
Howard, I put in the agenda, is it fair to say that Wales are too reliant on Bale and Ramsey? Let's kind of phrase that different because quite clearly we are too reliant on Bale and Ramsey. But with them both being old stages now and they're really struggling for fitness, that's a big problem, isn't it? Should Wales maybe be less reliant on the two of them? I was thinking this in the first half in particular where opposition players were just bypassing Ramsey. And you think, I'd rather someone who plays for Portsmouth, like Andy Morrell, in there because he's got the legs. So are we, to our detriment, are we too reliant on those two now, Wales?
I guess you are, because you've got two standout players like that, then the opposition know to negate them, and you're halfway there, are they not? But then, what can you do? You're not go. I mean, does he play for Nice now, Howard Ramsey?
Yes, yeah.
So is he first team regular?
He's played 2 90-minute games of football in 2022, I think.
Wow.
Or certainly this season.
And of course, yeah, Gareth Bale is obviously just saving himself for international football.
And Bale's the same, 2 games.
But if it works, yeah. It's difficult because what's the option? You're going to play them, aren't you? You're not going to drop them. Of course, unless, as you say, if their legs have gone. I think Bale's the more obvious one that he is going to start. And Ramsey's more the one, well, to be honest, perhaps he's better as a sub if he's not got 90 minutes in him. So, But yeah, it is an issue because at some point, obviously Gareth Bale will make that decision himself, I assume. This is his last round of international football, and then he's probably done. But Aaron Ramsey may do the same himself, and maybe it's the players themselves who will make that decision easier for future games for Wales. I
mean, I've got nothing but respect for Aaron Ramsey though, because in that second, he ended up playing 99 minutes of international football, and that's
the shortest game we've had in the World Cup.
Yes, which we're going to come to. Yeah, but I don't know if any of you seen that clip of Bale. I don't know who he's talking to actually, but he's talking to a teammate and just saying, "Just keep running. That's all we can do. Just keep running." Yeah, love both of them. Adam, what's the best that Wales can hope for this tournament? Is it simply a case of getting through the group as runners up?
Yeah, I think it's a success for Wales, isn't it? Getting out of the group, and there's no shot at Wales there. It's not the easiest of groups, and I think the USA in that first half were a lot better than people would have expected. And Wales need to beat Iran. I think if Wales beat Iran, might need something against England, but getting out of the group is a result. And then you never know from there in the last 16 because the other group is also a little bit shaky that could come up against the runners-up. So getting out of the group, I mean, an ultimate success is if Wales could get to a quarter-final, get through the group, get through the last 16, then that's it. But I think the difference with the side that did so well at the Euros a few years ago, I think those players just are a little bit, not too old, but as Howard was saying, Ramsey just doesn't look up to it. And if they're just being told to run and run hard, I just don't think there's enough quality to go much further.
Well, obviously as a Welshman, I'm going to back them, and I genuinely believe that we're going to reach the quarterfinals and we're going to beat Holland in the last 16. I've called this out now for months. I would back Wales against Holland. Don't know why, could just see us beating. We haven't got a chance against England, but I do fancy us against Holland if we encounter them in the last 16, which, as things are playing out, is possible. Okay, well, a broader point and a more important point, really, and this is something which infuriated me this week, was the One Love armband kind of farrago. Several European nations were committed to their captains wearing a One Love armband in Qatar, and just the threat of a yellow card for whoever was wearing it was enough for everyone to back down. Just from a personal perspective, I don't believe the players should be criticised in any way, which I've kind of seen. This comes down to the FA's bottling it. I want all of you to chip in here, so basically whoever starts talking first can go first.
Oh, stand up. I think it's really difficult, and it's really hard to pin blame. The blame is obviously with FIFA, and it trickles down from FIFA, because they're at this point going out of the way to ban just about anything that Qatar don't agree with. We've seen it with like the inside of Belgium's shirt that says love on it.
Yeah.
We've seen them not letting flags in. That there was one that was like a Brazilian, like a part of Brazil that some part of their flag had 3 colours on it that could have looked like a rainbow. They went like, it's dumb. The thing that, and I know that it's not really the players who can be blamed, and it would be amazing if one of them went against it, but they're there to win the World Cup. That's their job. Could the coaches have done it? Is anybody bothered if Southgate gets booked or gets a touchline ban or whatever? The whole thing about it was that the act of wearing the armband was meaningless originally. It was like a performative, we're doing something. It doesn't mean much. As soon as FIFA said, don't do this, that's when you've got the attention that you want. That's when people are looking at it, and it becomes more significant than it would have been if every captain had worn it, because it becomes a protest. And speaking as a straight white male, I haven't had to protest for Pride, and I know that Pride is a protest. It still is a protest. So somebody being able to stand up and do it would have had so much more meaning having been told, don't do it, or you're going to face sanctions. We saw with Iran, the player who was up for the press conference, I think it was the captain, what he said will get him arrested when he gets back to Iran. Like that's protest. So FAs and people buckling and not wanting to say anything, it's weak and it feels cheap, but there are so many bigger issues at play, and it's all from FIFA and from Infantino, who goes from weird to weirder, I think, over the whole course of this. So it's wrong from top to bottom, but to put the blame on the players, I think, is a cheap shot.
Yeah, I mean, you would like to think, or maybe I'm just being too idealistic here, but you'd like to think that the FAs could have got together and all basically had a unified stance on this to stand up to it and not back down. But that clearly has not been the case.
I will quickly throw in it's only just happened obviously in the last 10 minutes, but Germany in their sort of pre-match photo ahead of their game against Japan, which is taking place now, all sort of covered their mouths as an indication that they're being, to say that they're being silenced by UEFA. So there's a photo which is quite powerful in a way, that of the whole squad with the hand over their mouth for their pre-match photo, which again is something that FIFA will probably find a way to try and find them or get them in trouble for. But there's obviously they as we've said, like as Adam's just said there, with what's going on with Iran and the fact that the players didn't sing the national anthem, which will get them in all sorts of bother when they go back home after the World Cup. It's nice to see that teams are finding a way to make their voices heard whilst FIFA are trying their utmost to prevent that from happening. So fair play to Germany for doing that.
Yeah.
The German FA have put out a statement as well alongside it. I've just had a look, and they've said it wasn't about making a political statement. Human rights are non-negotiable. That should be taken for granted, but it still isn't the case. That's why this message is so important to us. Denying us the armband is the same as denying us a voice, and we stand by our position. So a bit stronger than the other nations.
Yeah,
but
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's almost a case of like, who's going to do the strongest thing, and that wasn't the idea. The idea was all of these nations who say that they believe in the same thing, we're going to stand together, and it's not been the case.
Not a case of upstaging each other. It's a case of everyone being able to make their voice heard, and that's where it's now becoming the exact opposite, because teams are being forced to do things that they didn't want to do, but because they're not being allowed to do something as simple but as powerful as wearing an armband, it's now causing further bother down the line, which is ridiculous.
I mean, it's only a minor point in the big scheme of things, but the hypocrisy of FIFA as well, and UEFA and all these governing bodies who promote these kind of campaigns that they do, and then they react like this is just staggering hypocrisy.
Now, they're obviously in the pocket of the hosts. As is usually the case, and it's a perfect summation of where we are, really, that we're holding it now in November. We're talking about World Cup in a country ill-equipped for many different reasons to host that World Cup. It perfectly sums up. It was the one love is I think it's Dutch football that created it. It's kind of a half measure anyway. It's not fully out there. It's about diversity, I think, as a whole. But honestly, collectively, the 7 nations were going to wear it. They should have called FIFA's bluff.
Yeah.
The only caveat, sorry, very quickly, one sentence, that I can think, do we not know the full story? What would FIFA... I can see why, if you're at the FA or whatever, on the day you're like, oh my God, I can't mess this up and get us knocked out of the World Cup. I'll be a pariah, the most unpopular person in the country. Might seem weak, but I can see why they back down, even if it's not right. The 7 nations together should have got together, called FIFA bluff and said, what are you going to do about this?
Correct. That's exactly what I was going to say. What do we know exactly what was threatened?
I've seen a Daily Mail article. It doesn't specify. It's not just a yellow card. I think more than that. Ultimately, if 7 nations doing it, they're not doing anything.
What if England and Wales next Tuesday just went, all right, let's see what you're going to do, and all 22 wore it? What are they going to do?
I suggested
Stop the game,
that,
and then
I suggested that in the review, and Nathan said, well, perhaps it's too late for that now.
Yeah,
if they back down one, it seems a bit of an empty gesture. If England have already qualified. It's like, you're doing it now, aren't you? now that you're through to the knockout stages, maybe it's not as powerful, but I'd still do it.
Do you think they'd have, book all 11 players during the lineups? Like, that is when protest becomes effective, because then people start going, what are you booking players for?
Definitely.
And it rolls on from there. And then the nations who aren't involved in it and didn't know about it be like, well, hang on, this is very odd. Why is a full team being booked or sent off before a game? It's a shame, because I think they had a real opportunity, and it's gone now.
Wasn't it just Kane wearing it though that would have been booked?
It would, if the captains would have been Bale and Kane, in Wales. But the whole act of protest, the whole intention of protest, the whole aim of protest, is to help change the minds or the outlook of people in the centre ground. It is not to change the opinions of people who oppose you. That someone who has an opposing view is not going to change their mind over an act of protest. They're just not. But the people in the centre ground, the vast majority, if they see something like that, if they see 11 players booked, they are going to react with, well, that's just bloody ridiculous. And so that protest then works.
I last week I said, what's the point now? It should never come to this that we're holding it, but now we are. I guess I'll just try and enjoy some football. But now it's started, and you see what's happening on the ground, and it's like, and I'm not intelligent enough to do the nuanced argument about different cultures and what we should expect when we visit them, but they are hosting an international tournament. So Ali Fogg's done a great thread on this yesterday on Twitter, if you want a proper elegant explanation that I'm probably not capable of. But now it's started, I think these things, I take back what I thought earlier. It's more than football, and protests can be really powerful when they're done there and then.
Yeah, it's like Adam said as well at the start. If they just basically wore the armbands, nothing would really have been made of it. It would have had very limited impact. But now, so it's really backfired on FIFA in that regard anyway.
Because that's the difference, isn't it? Them wearing them and FIFA saying that's fine. That's not protest. That is a meaningless gesture to say, we came out here and we don't agree with it, but here's our little performative armband that we're going to wear. As soon as FIFA say no, then it's a protest. And it's a wasted opportunity, and I imagine within maybe the next 4 or 5 days, people will stop talking about it, and then it's just another World Cup that has its serious downsides. Look at Russia last time. There was a lot of talk about why is it in Russia and all the rest of it. As soon as the football really kicks in, people will stop talking about it. So.
Well, we're going to return to the football very soon, but I did include in the agenda at the end, and it makes sense to kind of, ally it with this because it's the same subject, really. On apparently that Qatar are really seriously regretting doing this whole tournament now. That they're not happy with how things have played out, this winter, and they're regretting the whole thing. And it's cost them, what was it, £222 billion. You look at yes, Tom. You look at the absolute welter of criticism that's greeted this tournament, and you look at, say, from my perspective, if someone said about Qatar, what, 10 years ago or whatever it may be, I would have just thought of it as being quite a lovely sunny place to go for a holiday.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known much about it at all, really, just a very rich state, and that's it. Now I know all about human rights. I know about all kinds of problems they have in that country. Sports washing, or at least this in particular, is an example of sports washing really not working, isn't it?
Yeah, no, 100%. As you say, it's gone from being a place where, like, similar to what you said, if someone said to me, what do you know about Qatar? I'd say, well, I know you got to be rich to go over there and it's very hot, and that would be about as far as my knowledge of Qatar would go. But they've now put themselves in the firing line by getting this World Cup in whichever way they've done it, backhandedly. And now every single country in the world has got their eyes on Qatar and is seeing the absolute shambles that is going on there. The only positive thing I've seen from the entire World Cup was a video of that Everton fan who went and like petted that Sheikh's lion when he went out trying to find booze. And that's like the only positive video I've seen from any corner of this World Cup so far. And that was fantastic. But for Qatar as a state, as a sort of a powerful place to be, they have now left themselves vulnerable to the fact that everybody knows what's going on there. And as you've said, they're not happy, and they probably greatly regret the decision to pay the money that they paid to get their hands on this World Cup, because all it's done is send them lower and lower in the pecking order in terms of places in the world. And yeah, I don't imagine it would be a particularly fun place to be from here on out. So yeah, the World Cup should have never been there in the first place. I think we all know that. But from Qatar's perspective, they've spent a lot of money getting this World Cup, and it's come back to bite them on the arse. And I can't say I'm particularly upset for them for that.
No. I mean, there's a possibility that this may spell the end of international sports washing, at least. Maybe not in so much as, the buying up of PSG, for example, but certainly on an international stage, in a global stage, this might spell the end. But then Saudi Arabia, Howard, are very much interested in the 2030 World Cup. So there must be benefits
go
to
wrong.
it. I know. It'd just be this all over again, wouldn't it?
Yes. Well, it's a bigger country, but I don't know what their infrastructure is. It might make it even worse, to be honest. Much bigger country.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, I'm not eloquent enough to say Western countries should be. The issue with Qatar was threefold. It was how they got the tournament, and that's nothing new. We know it was paid for. The migrant workers, that is quite new in a way, and that's a huge. Total. We don't know the death toll, but one is too many is basically the point here. There were deaths, and it's totally unacceptable. And of course, that essentially slave labour, and of course the cultural side. Just to go on the cultural side, I just hope in future all possible hosts, get the same scrutiny, and that includes Western countries, because it's not just about countries like Qatar. Where is the line drawn on who's an acceptable host of a World Cup? I know Qatar aren't, and I know Saudi Arabia aren't, but you're getting into some murky waters if you think the UK can host it, considering how we're governed and what we do. Is it just to deal with the football side, or where do you draw the line? And because countries all take it for the same reason. It's for prestige, it's for tourism, it's for soft power, it's for, it's the same. No one does it just for the hell of it. They do it for the sake. It's real prestige, like the Olympics. I hope, it changes how we look at in the future. But Infantino's not going to has no opposition next year. Nothing's going to change. Basically, it's not. We'll all go away, and they'll say things. FIFA, they'll have initiatives, and it's just when it comes around, I think hosts and FIFA themselves are just far, far too powerful in all of this.
I mean, you said
because they control the sport, the football itself, that we're all desperate to watch. We are all desperate to watch it, aren't we?
But you said soft power there, and that is the heart of the matter, because if you look at the previous two examples of outright sports washing in the World Cup, 1934 in Italy, 1978 in Argentina, they had very different motivations there. In 1934, Mussolini just wanted to show that, fascism had, was a mighty kind of beast. It was all about the might and power and, hard power. 1978 was all about, basically, it was for the people of Argentina to try and, get, because obviously it was a junta and a military junta in charge, very unpopular with the people. and it was trying to kind of change the minds of their own population. Didn't really matter about the rest of the world. It's more for the Argentinian public, in order to fall in love with the Argentinian team. This is soft power, isn't it? And I can't for the life of me see, Adam, how it works. What is the benefit? There is no benefit, surely.
That's not a bad thing, is it?
Absolutely,
I mean,
yeah.
That's the thing. It's I don't know what this we could go on for hours and hours and we won't. But this is why the whole David Beckham thing is so stupid. Like, he's making money out of it, but why does David Beckham need another 10 million quid for attaching himself to something that it will be seen as a failure? No, I don't get it. It's anyway. It's not.
Money, did
No, he can't. He couldn't get his knighthood, so he'll just keep chasing the money. Yeah, I don't really care. And the other thing is, then you start enjoying it, and I enjoyed a few of the games that have been on, and you're like, should I enjoy it? But like, I don't know. It's hard. Can you split that? And it's the same with City, isn't it? So it's all that question again. But we could go on forever about it.
The thing about enjoying the games, I've got a mate who's not watching a single second of this World Cup, based purely on his kind of ethical beliefs, and I respect that. But there's no way, if I wasn't working around this World Cup and writing about football, I would still watch every minute I could, even if I am against Qatar and kind of how the tournament was kind of came to be there. I just don't see that as being any meaningful protest really, beyond you staying true to your core beliefs. No one's going to know if you watch any of the games or not, really. So, yeah, I'm really trying to enjoy the football, which kind of brings us back to the football. And just very quickly before we get onto the good stuff, another aspect that I haven't enjoyed. Tom, what is with all this added on time? They've calculated, right, that it's something like an extra game and a quarter that we've seen so far.
Yeah, well, Qatar are paying so much money for the World Cup; they want to get their money's worth. So it's strange, isn't it? Because it's something that really we should see more of in regards to like time wasting being correctly punished and the correct amount of added time being added on. I mean, we've seen for City fans' perspectives, how many times have we seen City get 4 minutes of added time when we couldn't count on two hands the amount of minutes that we'd seen wasted by teams throughout the tournament, throughout the match. But it just seems ridiculous, doesn't it? The amount of added time we're seeing. And my worry with it is we're going to see a game where a team are going to waste time trying to cling on for a draw. The other team are going to score, and then this team who've wasted time all game are then going to get 15 minutes added on top of it to go and try and find an equaliser. So yeah, it's crazy, but we're seeing it. We saw 2 minutes added on in the first half of the first game today, and I thought, blimey, that makes a nice change. So yeah, I think we'll continue to see it as long as the competition goes on.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to admit, I mean, obviously Wales USA was not happy to see whatever it was 9 minutes added on, but even in games I'm quite enjoying, Adam. I don't want to see 100 minutes of football. My tolerance level basically goes up to 90. I mean, after that, I'm a bit bored.
Don't know. I'm going to hot take it and say I like it.
Really?
I do. I like it.
Do you think it's right?
Well, I saw Kalina, Mr. Scary man himself.
Yes.
He's now head of world refereeing, and he did a press conference talking about it. And basically what they're doing is they're counting every single stoppage. So every time the ball's out of play, it's counted in the added time. And we talked about this, I think, on a pod last year, about how in one of our games last season, the ball was in play for less than 50 minutes. And it will benefit good footballing sides, I think, and it will benefit the fitter teams. But I quite like it because, yeah, teams do need to waste time and grind out results. But in tournament football, I'd rather see someone try and go and win it in the 98th minute than hold on in the 89th. So the only thing that will be interesting is what if this happens in a semi-final, or like it's a 101st minute winner in the final? Then things become a little bit different. But I will also say that I'm glad I'm not at the games, because that much added time is like eating into the day. But because I'm not there, I don't mind it. I think it's going to stay a FIFA thing, and it's probably to counter some of the nonsense that was at the AFCON. If you remember some of the refereeing in that, where there was 3 minutes added on, and the referee blew up on 88 minutes.
Yes.
There was all sorts of weird stuff, so maybe it's just to counter that. At first, I did think, before Kalina came out, I thought, someone's making some real money on this. Surely someone's got some money on added time, because that's the sort of stupid stuff you can bet on. I quite like it. I'll say that until it affects something that I don't want it to, but for the time being, I'm quite enjoying it.
I've got to say, I might be swayed by it, and maybe I'm just not used to it at this point. It just feels odd. How are you taking it, Howard? How are you viewing it?
Kind of in the middle. They need to cut down on time wasting, because it kills rhythm, and it's just so annoying to so many fans. They can't be adding everything on though, can they? Because then there'd be 30 minutes. Because even the average game has 60 minutes in open play. I think they just need to dial it down a bit. I'm kind of in favour of it, but like a quick substitution, don't need to add that on really.
Maybe 24 minutes is a bit much.
Yes. I did joke on Twitter the other day, when will we see our first 200-minute game? Well, at this rate...
Don't, because it could happen. I've never seen, by the way, so many clashes of heads.
Yeah, exactly.
In a tournament.
Yeah.
What's going on? Why do the keepers keep getting battered by their own defenders?
The Iranian one was
useless,
bad.
That's why.
The Iran one was bad. The one yesterday for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the Saudi Arabia. And then, what was it Mataface said? They're trying every trick in the book to waste time. After the keeper had just knocked out his centre half, and Mataface was giving it about wasting time. I was like, I don't know what time wasting playbook you've got, but I think you'll be on page 300 by the time you take knocking out your centre half to waste time. So there you go.
Yeah, it's just like got his defender pinned down on the floor, punching him in the face. John Hart's are going, this is disgraceful time wasting for the.
Can we talk about John Hart some more? Sorry, I feel like we have to because
I have to defend him slightly.
Chris is losing it on WhatsApp on a daily basis.
So don't
hour by hour, it's like Michael Douglas in Falling Down.
Don't tell my bosses, but obviously when I'm working from home, watching every single game with the sound on. The Morocco game today, there was a period of play for, and I'm not exaggerating, maybe 8 minutes, where John Hartson was just listing every Moroccan player he's ever known that played in England, and he started talking about Hadji for, I'm not kidding, 5 minutes, and at one point, then he starts talking about how Coventry's downfall was probably due to the fact that Hadji didn't stay. And if Hadji had stayed, they might not have been in the doldrums for the last 20 years. And, my head was coming off. Like, in the Wales game, I thought, and we'll talk about, I imagine, our favourite moments. There was that bit at the end where Bale, if he'd have had the shot, he was on the halfway line.
Yeah.
I was worried that if Bale had hit that shot, Hartson might have died on the spot.
He would have imploded, 100%.
Because he was... I could feel the steam coming off his head during the game, and it's not healthy for him, that's what I'm going to say. He needs to take a step back, have a cup of tea, because he's not doing himself any favours.
Honestly,
I did like his couscous recipe, though, during the Morocco.
Yeah, but so does Chris on WhatsApp, because I've just noticed he's actually sent another message now. Not even aware that we're talking about Hartson, saying about how McCoist is night and day in comparison to... The thing is with me, I watch all the Wales games, and I watch quite a lot of them on S4C, and the way that they talk about Gareth Bale, it's just normal. The way Hartson was talking about Gareth Bale the other night was just normal for me, There's nothing out of the ordinary at all. But I can see how, he basically scores a pen and suddenly he's the Messiah, and all that. Of course, but that is normal for S4C, so it was normal for me. But
I think he might cry during the World Cup. If I can find odds on Hartson crying on comms, I think it might happen. I really genuinely mean that. I'm not taking the mick. I mean that.
I interviewed him for a betting site, kind of a well-known betting site, and I interviewed him and I went to meet him and I chatted to him for about an hour, and he got paid quite a lot of money for it as well. And then at the end I just said, yes, and at the end I said, oh John, can we just end on a couple of quick fire questions, like, a score prediction, etc., who will win the cup? This is a few years ago. And he said, well, what do you mean, who's it for? And he knew it was for, he knew who the site was. And then he said, no, I don't agree with betting, I'm not going to do that. And after doing the interview and taking the money, but yeah, after John Hartson, there we go.
Brilliant.
favourite moments. I'm going to chip in with one that I missed and I saw this morning and I loved, which was the tackle by the Tunisian midfielder on Ericsson and thumping his chest. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
I can't say I did. I didn't see the game yesterday.
Yeah,
It's amazing. Just even got the
I
crowd
got a
going.
text from a United fan during that game, but he was in a group chat, and he said, "I don't think anybody should be going in that hard on Ericsson." I was like,
That's what I thought. I actually thought, I bet Ericsson loved that because everyone's, kid gloves with him. I bet he thought, yeah, that's a nice change. But yeah, that was amazing. That was so funny. Tom, what's your favourite moment, your favourite game, your favourite individual performance? Pick whatever you like.
It's got to be Saudi Arabia beating Argentina, doesn't it? It's surprises like that are so few and far between in like terms of domestic football, because you never really get two teams so far apart meeting against each other, and for them to go particularly to come from behind and beat Argentina was fantastic. And the second goal that they scored is certainly a contender for goal of the tournament so far, and could well be towards the end of the tournament. So yeah, I'd take Saudi Arabia beating Argentina as my moment of the tournament so far.
I still haven't worked out how he got the ball free, in the box.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
unbelievable footwork. I don't know how he's done it, but it's sensational. And yeah, that's I'll put the flying knockout of the centre half in there as well, because that made for quite. Although I will add on top of that, the fact I don't understand why it was replayed so many times. We'd seen the defender get flattened by his keeper, and for some reason, I can't remember if it was ITV or BBC broadcasting, they just were insistent on continuing to show this replay of the player getting laid out by his keeper, and it was like, right, we've seen it once, we don't need to continue to see it. But yeah, that's undoubtedly their biggest win ever, and I don't think it'll ever be topped for Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely. I mean, they had their golden generation in the 90s, and they've topped what their greatest ever team has done, and with a fairly average team, to be honest, what they've got right now. So it's a magnificent achievement from them. Howard, your favourite memory, your favourite moment?
Oh, Jack Grealish's goal celebration.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah. Bless him. Bless them.
Yes. And he remembered as well, as in, I think at first that the occasion got to him and he was just purely celebrating the goal, and then it just clicked. You could actually see it in his face, it clicked in. Oh yeah, and then big grin. Does it. Lovely. Adam, favourite kind of game, favourite moment?
That would have been one, the Grealish one. There was a tackle on Messi in the Saudi Arabia game where he looked like he was in, and he'd just pulled his foot back to shoot, and a Saudi Arabian player came in from absolutely nowhere. That was one. I do think, though, that the Bale opportunity where the keeper's off his line, the tackle on Bale is phenomenal. Like, there is no doubt in my mind that Bale scores that from 50 yards out. He'll score that, and the tackle is so... It's just the typical, you are not having the ball, I'm going to take you out. And he cleaned everything out, and I love that. So,
can you imagine how annoying... Steve. Well, I was going to say, I was going to agree, because imagine how annoying we would be as Welsh if he'd have scored that. Oh my God, we'd have been insufferable. Absolutely insufferable. Okay, here's quite an interesting one to end on. So it's kind of for each of you. I'll start with you, Tom. Have you seen anything that's made you reassess something that you thought prior to the competition? Whether that be how good or bad a team is, or player, or anything you like.
Well, my reassessment would be that England can actually play decent football under Gareth Southgate. I would suppose would be my instant reaction to that. In that, particularly in that first half, that sort of 20-minute spell before half time, we were fantastic. And as you guys will know from the podcast I've done with you and talked about England before, I am the most negative England fan in the world when it comes to anything other than major tournaments. And I wasn't really bothered about the World Cup. And to be honest, I still don't really get that excited when England score like I do if City score. But I've kind of now got this little bit of belief in me that we can do well, we can go far in the competition, and we can actually play good football, which is something that I didn't have before the tournament started. So that would be my pick for that one.
I think I'll just kind of quickly jump in with mine, which was I was led to believe, because obviously I don't really follow too much international football, I was led to believe that African football was in a bit of a decline, and Senegal aside, there's not that many great teams around at the moment with African football. But from what I've seen so far, Tunisia was superb. Morocco got a point today. Senegal were unfortunate, I think, to lose to Holland. It took them to the 84th minute. So and it's just Garner left, I think, isn't there? So I think kind of my assessment, but that was based on second-hand information anyway. So from what I've seen, they look to be in quite a healthy state. Adam, have you kind of changed your mind on anything?
I think people might have written France off far too soon.
Yeah, yeah.
They were really, really good after going a goal down. I think Argentina will still be fine. I think they'll win the next two games. And I'll probably agree with Tom that England are a lot more encouraging than I thought they might be. But I've just enjoyed the shock value of it, really. The Australia going a goal up against France was great. Saudi Arabia beating Argentina has been great. So I think there might be a bit more of that. But yeah, it's been good so far. I don't think it's been great.
No,
we'll see. But France they were written off properly and they're dangerous. Giroud's still got it as well, which is terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think maybe because it's the opening games, maybe things change around the second game because teams then think, okay, we need to win today to kind of stand any chance. But maybe we're seeing a few 0-0s around right now because it's caution rules. Howard, have you changed your mind on anything?
I think you've covered it all, to be honest.
Yeah?
No, I've not changed my mind. It's panned out much as I expected. I see, England were a bit better than I expected. Argentina were worse, but first game, I think it's a bit early to start making conclusions. But I agree about France. They've got another player out now, have they not? So then you realise the depth they've got. Yeah, yes, they're a bigger threat than I thought. With Benzema out and others out, obviously, and quite a lot of players out, but the depth is just ridiculous. Obviously, Pogba, Kante, more. I thought maybe, yeah, and World Cup holders tend not to do well for some reason all the time. They are absolute one of the favourites, so I'm happy to say that right now, even though one of the favourites hasn't even played yet. Just the only thing, it's not changed my mind, it's just rammed it home even further, and I'll be 2 sentences maximum because everyone's bored of saying it. I'm really worried about the way VAR's going. The penalty. I mean, Gundogan's just scored from a penalty, by the way. Seems we do have a City player who can take him, apart from Haaland. I don't know what it was given for, but some of the penalties that were given have really got me worried about the future of football.
So inconsistent. That's
just nothingness about it as well.
Can I add quickly on that, just because it's reminded me, that's something that I really enjoyed, was seeing the referee in the Denmark game go to the monitor and not overturn his decision, because that was never a penalty. And the amount of times I put on Twitter, I think we've been brainwashed as Premier League fans to assume that going to the monitor means the decision's going to be changed. And the minute I saw he was going to the screen, I was like, well, there we go, it's a penalty. And it wasn't a penalty, and he stuck to his wits. And I found that really refreshing and really good to see.
Can I be a party pooper?
No.
I think he didn't give it. I think he didn't give it because there was a foul on a player before the ball reached the player who handballed it. There was a push before then.
Well, either way, you know what, Howard?
I know.
You've not flirted with me. You're stomping all over my comments. It's what, Howard, it's fine. I understand where your loyalties lie now, but it's okay.
But that made me even more angry because why did the VAR? If that was the case, why did the VAR tell him to go and look at the monitor? Because he himself should have seen that push before the handball came. It should not. That's honestly, we're doing a show later about things you changed, and one of my things is penalties. That should never be a penalty, something so innocuous as that. But I've got a horrible feeling. I'm not stating it as a fact, honest Tom, but I think he might have disallowed it because of an earlier instant rather than because he didn't think it was handball.
The other thing, you've mentioned that now, there's been a lot of offside goals. There's been 2 in the Germany game in the first half. One for each side. There's been a lot in this competition.
Saudi Arabia's high line.
Yet, so,
Saudi Arabia's high line was a thing of absolute beauty yesterday as well. By the way, I've never seen a team execute that offside trap to perfection in the way that Saudi Arabia did. It was really good to watch.
Sorry, lads, I got distracted by a bit of work there. I interviewed Ray Parler yesterday, so I'm just we're just getting back in touch about that. He was
Was
let's
he
just say
topless and drinking beer?
he was very Ray Parlour. He was exactly how you'd expect it. A really nice guy, you know what I mean? It's all kind of, it's like chatting to just, someone you've known for ages, and he's a lovely fella. But yeah, he was very, very Ray Parlour. And if I'm going to take flack on behalf of the Welsh people today for how much we look up to Gareth Bale, his thoughts on Harry Kane, or Sir Harry of Kane, I think you lot are just as bad with Kane. Not you in particular, but some of the English. But there we go. Right, that wraps things up for today. I think we've got most of it covered, and there's still a great deal to go. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to
Steve,
this. Go on, mate, yeah.
Steve, we forgot one thing when we were talking about best moments, when Roy Keane and Graham Souness just forgot about the football. Started shouting at each other. Oh,
it's a fight that everyone wants to see. Why don't they just give the public what they want? It's just... I'd back Souness as well. I would so
missed
back
it. What
Souness.
happened?
We're gonna have to find the clip and put it on Twitter.
You're listening to the Maine Road Ramble. It is the most wonderful time of the year, not talking about the fact that it's almost a holiday season, nor the fact that the World Cup is coming up. It is that time of the year when we do our Hypotheticals episode for Man City Food Banks, or MCFC Food Banks, to give it their correct name. I'm here with my two co-hosts, Andrew Dettmer and Joe Risha, fresh off a trip to Manchester. All recovered, boys? Jet lag all gone?
Yeah,
for the most part.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think I'm good on the jet lag. It's just unfortunate, now that we go back amongst people, I have picked up a little bit of either a cold or the common flu, as I've tested negative for COVID, and I forgot what it's like to just be regularly sick as opposed to pandemically sick.
That's fair. Joe,
So
how are you doing,
2019 of you, Andrew.
Yeah,
I know,
retro.
Right? Nah, I'm good. I'm recovered. Looking forward to this hypothetical, seeing how many people we can offend this time around, and yeah, it should be a fun one.
Well, unlike our first episode, which was, I think, live, which caused Asan and I think Howard to jump in. They were so offended. This one is pre-recorded, so unless Howard is very good with the technical stuff, he's not going to jump in and have a conversation with us. Let's get started. This is going to be kind of a hybrid World Cup hypotheticals and some City hypotheticals thrown in as well. So, question one, boys. I've written these questions. They've had about 15 minutes to look at them. Joe was very concerned about going into this unprepared, which is...
I still am.
I mean, it's ironic given that you went into a BBC interview less than 2 weeks ago completely unprepared. But, this is pre-recorded. We can edit it, all that kind of stuff. But whatever, man. You do you. So the first question is related to tiebreakers. So if you're unaware of the tiebreakers within the group stage of the World Cup, I'm going to make you aware of them now. So here's the list of the group stage tiebreakers. So the first tiebreaker, if teams are level on points, and this is 2 or more teams, by the way, because it is possible for 3 or even 4 teams to be level. The first tiebreaker is the highest number of points, obviously, and then goal difference, and then goals scored. The next two only apply to 3 or more teams. Points obtained in group games between the 3 teams, or goal difference then, if that is level, goal difference from the games involving those teams concerned. Then the number of goals scored in games between the teams concerned. Again, I think that's another 3+ teams kind of situation. Then we're getting, way down the list here. Fair play points is the next tiebreaker,
Which is, I think, what South Korea went through on last time, right?
Yeah, potentially. I'm struggling to recall. It feels like a lifetime ago, the last World Cup, if I'm honest, Joe. And then the last tiebreaker is the drawing of lots by FIFA. So this hypothetical situation is based on the fact that, drawing lots has absolutely nothing to do with football, but it's also boring as hell. So I want you to imagine for a second, really stretch the bounds of reality that like the football governing bodies that be are actually quite corrupt and are really open to kind of having more inventive suggestions from people who will just, pay enough money to do it. So you've successfully bribed FIFA, shall we say?
Wasn't very difficult.
Yeah. And I want to hear your suggestions about more entertaining tiebreakers than certainly than drawing lots. But I think that you could probably come up with more entertaining tiebreakers than most of that list. So what have you got, boys?
So I'll go first with one of them because there was one that came to mind. I was thinking, how can I keep it sport related without it being football specifically? And so I was trying to think. I'm like, okay, both teams go out and play darts, play pool, play whatever. And then I'm like, no, because that's too like regionalized in a way. So I settled on, and this is one of my two, but each, if it's
Uruguay and South Korea are tied for the second spot. They both set up in a match of kickball and see who moves on that way. It's still similar enough in sport, but I think it'd be hilarious to watch some of these players field. I don't know if kickball is global.
It is entirely a North American sport, to my knowledge.
So it's basically like, for those listening who don't know what it is, you basically have this rubber ball that's probably a little bit more than the size of a soccer ball or a football, and
so it's considerably larger. I'd say it's like 1.5.
I don't want to say
times
double,
larger.
but I guess it might be. Yeah, and basically it's like baseball meets football in a way. So there is fielding and there is kicking, but I just envision some of these players just absolutely kicking these balls into outer space, and I think it would be hilarious to watch.
I think the reference point for any of our UK listeners would be Vince from Recess. You know, the cartoon where at the start of every episode he kind of kicks the ball into orbit. He's playing kickball there, essentially. Okay, so kickball as I like that. I like that as a tangentially football related decider. Andrew, what's your first?
So, not dissimilar to this idea of a different balled sport, but was going to be dodgeball. The difference / the little fun twist, they can't use their hands, so you have to be able to aim with your feet and hit your opponent.
What are they using for balls?
I mean, like the standard, like those foam, like not kickball, like rubber ones, but those like foam ones.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because I don't want people to die.
Well, that's nice of you.
Because, like, I mean, I feel like professional soccer players could probably kick a kickball pretty damn hard, and I wouldn't want to get hit with one of those.
No.
Yeah, are we talking like in a regular like football field here, or is this like an indoor situation where you can
like indoor, like it's well,
Okay.
because obviously if we're at a tie, like this is we're somewhere that we're settling this, and yeah, it's gonna be like a little indoor gym room. I mean, if we want to do it at like the middle of the pitch in the crowded stadium as soon as there's a tie, I mean, I'm down
Just
with
settle
that,
it
but
right then and there.
Yeah, then and there.
I think my first kind of is not sporting at all. Like I was like the drawing of lots just isn't sporting. So
It is kind of insane that, like, I get that eventually you have to get something that will end in a, hey, we have a, like, there is a decision here. But drawing of lots is just objectively a weird way to reach that.
And seems to be like of all the ways that you could kind of randomly, in inverted commas, decide something, like drawing of lots seems the most open to kind of corruption and fixing.
Oh, for sure.
There are lots of different ways that you could do it. Although if you've ever seen the Rod Stewart / Peter Crouch kind of FA Cup draw kind of style, seeing someone do that in a drawing of lots situation would be quite amusing. Mine was kind of a little bit more academic, if you like. I think it would be interesting for each of the teams to all take an exam about their country, and basically the test is patriotism in terms of what you know about like facts about your country. So like there's 10 questions and they have to answer them, and you don't know what those 10 questions are going to be, obviously, and the team that has the best aggregate score goes through because they're the best representatives of their respective countries.
Be interesting.
So America is never winning a tiebreaker ever.
Yeah.
You said it, not me, mate. So Joe, you had a second one?
Yeah, so it's funny, we all are kind of like falling in similar areas. My other one was your team captain and your manager compete against the other team in a pub style quiz. It can just be general knowledge, but I think just putting them in a small pub, I guess this might not be totally applicable in Qatar, but putting them in a small pub, there will be beers involved, and just competing in a pub quiz, England would probably do pretty well, but in general, I think it would just be hilarious to see how a manager and captain coexist.
I also had a second one, and this is largely inspired by the fact that I would love to see Man City's kit man take part in this challenge. But those inflatable jousting things that they have at like school field days, and like basically every team sends their kit man, up on one of those pedestals, and it's just a foam jousting battle to the death, and whoever wins wins.
That does play into my second idea, which was you have some kind of like five-a-side match or a penalty shootout between the non-playing staff of each kind of nation, and that's with the rule being that you can't have ever played football at any kind of professional level, and it's like it's genderless as well, so you can have anyone kind of taking that penalty for you, but they just have to be part of your backroom staff. I think a penalty shootout would be really fun, actually, in that kind of situation.
Selfishly, as an American, we could do like a food consumption contest, and just like every country gets to bring one champion, and maybe we honor Qatar's heritage, and we make it I assume this is pronounced makbous, but it's a rich and flavorsome rice dish that comes from a variety or a combination of aromatic spices that produce a smoky taste, and it's served with a variety of meats. So whoever can eat the most of that in like 5 minutes, that's who moves on.
I actually think that you should be forced to, like, if you're going to do an eating contest, it has to be like the cuisine of the opponent, and they get to decide what that is. So, and I think the USA might win that because, like, they would just bring like IHOP, and like 3 of their opponents would just die.
Just be like mozzarella sticks or just something fried and heavy.
Oh, mozzarella sticks might actually be the worst thing to
try to
eat quickly.
England would win that because they would bring Twiglets, and
too soon,
too soon, Joe.
Hey,
Sorry.
No. Hey, John, look, some of us enjoy a Twiglet.
I mean,
some of you have poor taste. That's fine.
I feel like they're so divisive that, like, you can play the law of averages and probably come out on top. So,
well, Joe, the real question is, what would you rather have to mass consume, Twiglets or Vimto?
Oh, I mean, it's a liquid, so I'll take the liquid in Vimto for sure.
I think I would go with Twiglets. I think I like Vimto, but I would go with Twiglets, and mainly because I probably have technically mass consumed Twiglets previously, like voluntarily. So
you're like, I have experience doing this.
Yeah, of my own volition. All right, let's move on to question 2. We've done similar questions like this before as regards to the rules of football, but this has a different twist to it. So to ensure that the World Cup is a success, again, corrupt powers that be have given you the power to change one law of the game that will make the game more entertaining for the fans watching. Which law are you going to change, and why, that makes the game more entertaining? Andrew.
So it's not necessarily. I don't know if this qualifies as a law of the game.
Okay.
But it's a
bit worried about
function
this,
of how the tournament works. So what I would do is that in the first round of the group stage, games function the exact same way they do, in every league, of 3 points for a win, and one for a draw. Second game would be 5 points for a win and 3 points for a draw, and then 7 points. Wait, no, I did that. 8 points for a win, and I think I can't remember that. I wrote it. I was trying to do the math earlier.
He's a lawyer, not a mathematician.
Yeah,
folks.
no, true. Basically, each stage of the group, you get a slightly, like, it's more important to win. That way, you basically don't have a situation where A, the final game, it doesn't matter. B, teams can't be like, oh, we have enough points, we can just play for a draw. And it forces teams to basically approach it that we have to win every single game, to know that we're going to be top of our group, and to feel like safe going through.
You know, when you first started kind of going through that, like, I was like, I immediately regret asking this question. But within the bounds of the question, in terms of making things more entertaining.
Yeah, no, this is pure entertainment. It has nothing to do with the sanctity of the competition.
To ensure that the last game is always do or die. I mean, you may as well just have one game then, I guess. You may as well just make the whole thing a
because
knockout.
then the only tricky part is, like, if you're facing if you're a smaller country facing the hardest team, at the end you're kind of screwed, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe this goes to John. You and I have talked about for the Champions League, but maybe the World Cup should just be a pre-seeded tournament that is single elimination knockouts.
Yeah, and maybe there are no qualifiers, and it's literally, as close, it's 128 teams or something ridiculous like that.
That would be kind of fun.
That would be kind of fun. Anyway, Joe, what's your entry?
So I had two options again. One was, like, just quick, and as an American, I think it would be hilarious, was just bringing back MLS style penalty kicks in the group stages. Just watching people run from midfield for a penalty kick, especially with how frequently it seems like they're given out, I think would just be a great bit of entertainment and also totally asinine. But then the other one that I came up with that I guess would be somewhat difficult to enforce, but I think would actually benefit the overall play of the group stage would be, you can't start a match with more than 4 defenders on the pitch. So basically, my thought was, and somewhere Gareth Southgate's crying, but my thought was essentially just teams can't park the bus. So if it means that you play 3 at the back, but then your fullbacks are natural wingers or midfielders, whatever it may be, but just trying to eliminate the fact that teams are going to go into this tournament, and typically these knockout tournaments are very structured and low scoring anyways, that it'd be nice to see it kind of be more open and see a City versus Monaco-esque matchup every once in a while. So just limiting the amount of defenders, not having 5-6 defenders sit back and kind of bore up these group stages is what I would like to see.
I like that. One of the rules that has changed that I do like is, this is going to be the first World Cup with 5 subs allowed during regular time, which I think is going to be a real game changer in a tournament of this magnitude. I think we saw it in the Euros in 2021 when teams were able to to bring on more fresh legs, and that contributed to potentially more entertaining extra times. That being said, the simple rule change that I would make would be in the knockout stages that games go straight to penalties, because I just don't remember enough like high quality extra periods of extra time when teams were not playing for penalties already, to justify the continued existence of extra time, especially in this kind of heat as well. And you look at the League Cup in the UK and how that has, I think, really improved as an entertaining competition because they got rid of extra time in those kind of in those knockout rounds.
Mhm.
I know it's a knockout competition, so yeah, I think that would be mine. What was your second, Joe?
Mine was just the penalty kicks and the
Oh, yeah,
no
sorry.
more than 4 defenders.
Yeah, Andrew, did you have any more?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to question 3, hypothetical 3. Then this. I think this is my favorite one, actually. So congratulations, both of you. You've won the opportunity to play the position of your choice for every minute of one of the 32 Nations World Cup campaigns. The only thing that you have to decide is which country you'll play for and which position you would choose. The caveat here is that you want to give yourself the best chance of winning the World Cup. So it's not about pure enjoyment. It's kind of a rational decision about. I guess an alternative version of this question is which team will do best with 10 men. Having seen all of our footballing abilities briefly in Manchester, that might be a better way of phrasing that question. But which team, Joe, do you think, and which position do you think you would thrive most in and help kind of carry to glory?
So before I saw that the question said carry to glory or do well, I was gonna say the U.S. because I always played as a right back and then kind of slid into defensive midfield. So that's an area of weakness for the U.S. where the defense isn't all that great. But then you said do well, and I'm only going to be a detriment to any of these teams. So then I changed it to Germany because my thought was I'd be a beyond poor man's Kimmich, where he could take the defensive midfield side, I could take the right back side, and we could kind of operate both of those spaces, but you'd have enough depth in midfield and center back on top of having Manuel Neuer in net that hopefully it wouldn't be too detrimental. So I settled on Germany. I think it's probably the best option. I also think they're just quietly going under the radar as a team that could easily win the World Cup this year. So,
not a fan of that, but there we go. Dettmer.
So, my first kind of task when you sent this, John, was I went and looked at the ELO ratings of the teams right now, and Brazil is kind of out in front of Argentina, who are both kind of actually a little bit ahead of third place Spain. And I thought about it and I said, as someone who played left back and right back when I did play, Brazil's options, considering they're bringing Dani Alves, like that, it's not the strongest position for Brazil, and they could probably just outscore most teams to where even if I give up a goal or two, it's not the biggest problem in the world. And so I think that's what I'm going with compared to Argentina, where I think, Messi may take this World Cup by the scruff of the neck, but I don't necessarily think that they could survive without a fully functioning defense.
Okay. For me, I was also tempted by Brazil because that's the only team where I think that would entertain a 35-year-old. I think that's the kind of the average age of their defense at this point. That I'd be young.
Are you going in goal, John? Is that what's going to happen?
I don't know. Maybe I feel like the only the only place that I would be better than any of the existing goalkeepers at the World Cup in goal is that I almost certainly have longer arms than Jordan Pickford, but I do still think that he is a better goalkeeper all round. So I also think that you can make a mistake as a defender, me playing my normal game constitutes, I think, a grave error for most professionals. So playing defense, you at least still have a goalkeeper behind you, like a professional goalkeeper behind you, who's gonna do better than I would as a rank amateur goalkeeper. So I feel like again, the law of averages plays out that choosing to be a goalkeeper would not end well, because teams are going to give up chances, whatever, and I don't fancy my chances 99.9 times out of 100 against any professional footballer in a giant full-size goal, as it seems to me. So I would probably, I don't know, maybe defense for Brazil, but at the same time, I feel like teams have had to deal with, or are quite used to dealing with, either an anonymous forward or a forward who is marked out of the game. So I feel like it's in attack where teams can potentially deal with that the easiest. That being said, Brazil's attack, I think, is too dynamic for me to function there.
You don't think you're getting up and down the pitch with that Brazilian attack, John?
I haven't worked on my step overs in a few years, so I might be a bit behind Neymar. And
I was gonna say, John, as you were talking, I kind of was thinking the same thing. I was like, is there a country that like doesn't play with a out and out 9 already to where it does? And I'm wondering, like, the Netherlands, who like Memphis Depay is their best striking option in the sense of like plays as an actual striker, because everyone else they have is kind of just like,
I mean, Germany doesn't
winger.
really have a striker.
And I was gonna say Germany
18.
too. Yeah.
Maybe, but I don't know. Part of me is also like, well, the French, I would make Mbappe look like the fastest man on earth. So that's.
Are you going to be the pivot that Mbappe wants?
Potentially, yeah. I could play the Griezmann role. He's not very fit. He's only played half an hour every game of the last season. So.
Well, he wants someone to play the Giroud role. Like he likes to play with a like kind of hold up, more traditional 9 that he can play off of. I mean, actually, if we were talking France of the 2018 World Cup, I could see a way where you could get away with someone who's not that good in that position with how talented they were across the rest of it. But considering the players missing from this France squad / just kind of past their prime, I don't know that it would work as well.
That's fair. But at the same time, as making Mbappe look faster, I would make Giroud look even more handsome. So
that's true.
All of my teammates are winners by my shortcomings. So
maybe Spain's not a bad shout, just because they're good enough with the ball that they're like, well, we don't really need them. We'll pass around everybody else.
Did Eric Garcia make the Spanish squad?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, then I'm at least better than one of the players. So
there it is.
Yeah. All right. Good conversations there, boys. That's the end of our World Cup questions. Let's move on to some more City-related content. Ever since Erling Haaland signed for City, there has been talks, and rumours about clauses in his contract about moving to Madrid or moving elsewhere and release clauses and whatever. But you just learned exclusively that there is a clause in Erling Haaland's contract that forces him to renew for 1 year every year until City win the Champions League, but also forces him to leave immediately after the season, after winning it, or in before the next season begins. You're now given the choice of either City winning the Champions League this season, or City winning the Champions League in 10 years' time. What do you choose, and why? Andrew, we'll start with you.
So, I mean, for me, it's not even a question. We're not winning the UCL for the next 10 years. Because I mean, even if we were only win one, or, even if we only win that one ever, I'm about to turn 30, like that's going to happen in my lifetime, I'm fine with that. Like, you know, to me that the 10-year clock isn't necessarily motivating to do it. But also, if Erling Haaland stays at City for 10 years, he is going to absolutely smash the all-time Premier League goal-scoring record, which I think would be pretty sick. Because, you know, on his current pace, he's going to score like 40 goals a season. So he'd have 400 goals by, you know, the end of the decade. You know, if everything stays fine. So to me, it's a pretty simple equation and that also would mean likely we're winning, you know, more than 5 of the next 10 Premier League titles, most likely.
Maybe. I mean, yeah.
I mean, if you have a 40 goal a season striker and everything else we have, short of everything else falling apart, it just, to me, it feels like that's a pretty safe bet to know things are going to go well.
All right. Joe, what are you going for?
Yeah, I think that's the only answer, to be honest, is the... well, clearly it's not the only answer. It's the right answer. Only in that, like Andrew alluded to, I mean, we've never seen City win the Champions League, so I'll happily wait 10 more years if it means we have the best striker in the world at our disposal, and that means probably domestic success every year for a decade. I'd obviously love to see City win the Champions League, but it's always going to be behind the Premier League for, I think, most City fans. And I also just, like, as a human being, I'd love to have Erling Haaland stick around for a decade. He's just a very likable person. He's hilarious in the media with the fact that he really gives nothing and everything at the same time. So, yeah, for me, that's the only right answer is the 10-year option. And, you know, if he left in a decade and City got a Champions League plus plenty of domestic success, that's totally cool with me.
Okay. Bizarrely, I'm actually going to go the other way. I know. I'm not just doing this for hashtag content purposes. We're not TalkSport guys, but it's, for me, I'm kind of, I don't want to see Kevin De Bruyne not win a Champions League. And
I mean, we already saw Aguero, Company, Silva, etc. not win them. I can wait for a couple more legends.
I understand that, but I would argue that those players actually didn't do a whole lot for us in the Champions League. I think they were instrumental to league wins and to cup wins, but in the Champions League, those players were, you know, the product of you know, the time that they were in. They weren't part of hugely, you know, they didn't drag us kicking and screaming to finals. The likes of Mahrez did, actually, in you know, 2020, 2021. But Kevin De Bruyne, so many times when City have been, you know, looking on the cusp of going out or maybe not winning this game in the Champions League, he's taken the game by the scruff of the neck. He makes things happen. And, you know, at this point in time, I think he is the greatest player that City have ever had. And I don't say that lightly, but I do think that he deserves a Champions League at City more than any other player, including those legends that you mentioned, because of his performances in that competition. And so I know that sounds silly, sacrificing 9 years of Erling Haaland for that. But in this hypothetical, I'd want to see Kevin, you know, win that Champions League and be considered by everybody else as the greatest midfielder that the Premier League has ever seen, once and for all. Any responses to that? Any understanding, or is it just like, no, I'm wrong?
I mean, I get where you're coming from. Obviously, it doesn't mean I have to agree. I think also on that same basis, I'd love to see Pep win one. I don't envision him managing in 10 years. I could be wrong, but I'd be surprised. So to see him win one, mainly just to shut everybody up, would be kind of nice. Because at this point he is a Manchester City fan, and I see your point, John. Again, it's not what I would pick, but I can see where you're coming from. And even, I mean, Foden, right? He'd obviously only be 32. You'd assume he'd still be playing for City, but you know, you're kind of locking in these players now to a Champions League, and you know, setting them up for potential Ballon d'Ors, all those good things. So I see where you're coming from for sure.
Dettmer, any response?
I mean, I get the position you're
You
coming
get
at
to see
from,
John
but
Stones win a Champions League, Andrew.
That's true.
How old Stones? He's 20, 28?
He's like 27. He
27?
He ain't staying around another decade.
Hey! Thiago Silva is at the top of his game right now, and and John Stones definitely takes better care. Yeah, I can't actually even say that John Stones.
Actually, he'll be
takes
29
good-
next May, so yeah, no.
Yeah, we're probably not seeing Johnny Stones. So that, I mean,
John Stones may have died of dysentery at that point. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that is this current crop of, like, it would be cool to see some of these guys, like Gundogan showed so much emotion. Yeah, I mean, that sells it to me more than when it was
and the fact that you have Alvarez, right? Like, if not that he's Holland, but if Holland were to leave, you know, say in 2024 in this hypothetical, it's not like you're completely left without an option. It's just obviously it's almost impossible to replace what Holland offers.
Yeah, if VK, Silva, and Aguero were still with the club, and Fernandinho, I would take that in a heartbeat just to get them their Champions League. It's a little bit like, you almost get me there, John, thinking about it like that, but I still think I'd rather take, as a fan, the 10 years of domestic dominance and success that would inevitably come from a 40-goal-a-season striker.
I understand that, and it, you know, it is a tough decision. But I would also say, you know, to the VK, Silva, Fernandinho, Aguero kind of argument is that they're a different generation of player who were responsible for setting the foundation of our domestic success. You know, their legend status may actually out-endure De Bruyne's with City fans, simply because of the context in which they and the time that they brought success, and so that is different. And I think, you know, City fans rightly expect this generation, this current generation, to be building on that, and they are. But I think that, but I do think that De Bruyne, of any City player that has played for the City since 2008, most deserves a Champions League medal. And Gundogan's actually not far behind him either, in terms of his contributions, especially in the light of the injuries that he has undergone. And you know, when we were at the Etihad for the Fulham game the other day, Gundogan for me was the best player. Just seeing him in the flesh, and his anticipation was just ridiculous. The fact, you know, he is such a Rolls Royce of a footballer. Anyway, I think people would probably have imagined the inverse of that, in terms of me being the person who says let's keep the domestic success, and you guys may be going more for the European. But We're always surprising our listeners. We're that's what we're doing today, at least. All right, next question. This is a would you rather question. Again, would you rather pay full price to go to City matches, or you can attend every City match for free, but you have to alternate between wearing a full United or a full Liverpool kit to every game that you attend between now and your last game as a City fan? And this includes flights, by the way, as well, guys. This is kind of a dude wipes kind of deal.
I mean, I'd rather just not watch City than wear not only a full kit but a full United and Liverpool kit.
Yeah,
every
just to be
single
clear,
match.
it is a full kit, right? We're not just wearing.
It's shirt, short, socks, shin pads. You know,
Yeah, no,
you can wear
yeah.
you can wear
Yeah.
like Astro trainers. You don't have to wear studs. That's dangerous. To quote.
I mean, so if you're saying it covers flights, and can we pick wherever we're sitting?
No.
Or is this
you're in the South stand?
Okay, so that changes it. I'm paying full price.
I can't believe you even entertain that.
I mean, I don't
no.
know.
Look, if I can just get one of the those private suites we walked past, Joe, like,
Nope.
you know, I'll live with it.
Nope.
Maybe
it's going to be at this point in the pre-recorded podcast that Ason's going to somehow still try to call in and call somebody out for that, because that's just the wrong answer.
I don't know. This might be the fact that I'm a dad, and I'm just kind of a lot more used to potential public kind of humiliation is the wrong word, but you know, public embarrassment. That you know, the fact that I could go to every City game.
That's what I'm saying. Every City game, flights are paid for.
I know.
I mean, I watch every City game, and it's been good to me so far. I'm not wearing. No. Nope.
I'd consider it. Like,
yeah,
I'd see how it goes.
It's the issue of having to be in the South Stand that becomes the immediate problem.
I mean, it's I guess like maybe if you added the caveat of like you're not allowed to tell anybody why you're doing it, like as well, you just show up in a full kit each week, a full United or Liverpool kit. That would be. But I think it's worth it, to be honest.
I mean, if you survive, the thing is, if you survive the first week in the South Stand, and then you just don't alternate, you just always show up in the same kit, it just becomes a recurring bit, and people just like, it's not going to be an issue really for amongst the people around you. You might get some derision on the way into the stadium, but like your safety's not at risk.
I don't know. Well, I actually think that the first week is the week that you might be like most safe, because I imagine that like 95% of the people in there will just assume either you lost a bet or you're on a stag do, and so they'd be like, oh yeah, fair enough. But after that, they might get a bit more kind of weirded out by it. But I would, no, I think I would do it. I'm not going.
Joe, I can't believe you're not even considering it.
No, I can't believe you are.
Joe is the most proper out of all of us. Like, you know,
I also just wouldn't. I also hate full kits. First of all, people that wear full kits over the age of like 10 should be banished from society. So you add that to the fact that it's either a rag or.
I assume you mean in the context of going to a match, not.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. It's like people that bring like a baseball glove to games, and it's like you're a 40-year-old man, sir. Like put it away.
No. I get what you're saying, but there's a difference between doing that for
you're
free.
entertaining it.
But I get what you're saying in the context of if I met someone who like unironically shows up to matches not only in full kit but full kit of United or Liverpool for City matches. Like, that would be weird. But if I found out that they were doing it so they could go to every single City match for free and their travel was included,
I'd feel sorry for them.
I think a lot of English listeners would do it.
I'm really curious to what people will say when this plays on the charity stream, because obviously there will be a comment section. So I'm curious, but I assumed we would all be in. It'd be unanimously no.
I'm not sure you're aware of like the energy price crisis in the UK right now, Joe. But like,
I am.
Saving money where you can is like imperative right now. And so, you know, if you get to go to City matches for free, and all you have to do is, you know, wear.
I mean, we're talking like, I mean, for us as Americans, you know, 19 home matches a season for the Premier League, and then throw in another 10 or so other matches throughout the year. So, or let's just say 11, 30 matches a season. A flight. I mean, flights alone, that's a free, like 20 to 25 grand.
Yeah.
And you're racking up those points and those airline miles.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sellouts.
And from Dettmer's perspective as well, it's like, you know, it's actually a fashion upgrade.
It's true. It's true.
Oh,
right.
Please move on before we lose listeners. I'm disappointed in both of you.
I think that ship may have already sailed. But we're question 6. We're on to this is more of a technical question, but I'm really curious to hear your answers. So, Sheikh Mansour has given you the task of selecting City's next manager. However, your pool of candidates, by a weird new bylaw that the Premier League has introduced only for Manchester City, is limited to current Premier League players who have never played for City. The Sheikh would like a 3-man shortlist, and so, Joe, you're going to give me your shortlist of managers first. I'm interested to see if there's any crossover.
Yeah, so I tried to. I mean, City obviously as a club are one of the rare where they try to appoint managers on a play style that they try to keep consistent. Mm-hmm. So I tried to kind of keep that thought process going, and you'll also notice that there's some overlap with managers and players we've been linked to. So my short list of 3 are all midfielders. I think they're all right around the age of 30, and they're all different nationalities. So I had Jorginho, Thiago, and Christian Eriksen. All obviously central midfielders, ball playing, very technically gifted players. I think obviously City have done well with an Italian manager in the past. They're doing pretty well with a Spanish manager, and I think Christian Eriksen's just like, it's so shitty that he plays for United because I adore him. So I think all 3 of those players could go on to be great managers. Again, just with their reading of the game and vast experience both at club level and international level. So that would be my short list, and I am curious if there's any overlap there.
Andrew, who you got?
So, first person I'm going with is Seamus Coleman.
Interesting.
I just have always really appreciated his kind of game and career. I've always found him incredibly likable, and he's captain Everton for so long, and I think to me he seems like maybe one of those guys that you can see succeeding as a manager, and I could see it working out. And then Declan Rice is my number 2 because I think he just does an absurdly good job as kind of that holding mid, defensive mid, box to box kind of hybrid role that, I mean, there's a reason why every top team wants him. And so to me, it's obvious. And then one that Joe, you were talking about worried about losing listeners.
Oh God.
Oh no.
And this one may do it. I was looking. I was like, oh, Thiago at Liverpool. Like, Pep always really liked him, and he's a solid player. And then I was like, oh, but you know who also plays for Liverpool? And I actually will say I respect a lot of the stances he's taken, and I think the reason he's lasted this long is because he's a rather intelligent player. But Jordan Henderson.
I have considered him, so I'm not gonna knock that. As far as like a manager, right? I think he's clearly a leader of men anyways.
Yep.
He has been around the game for a long time. I think a lot of that's down to hard work rather than natural abilities. So I wish it was someone else, but at the same time, John gave us the caveat that they can have never played for City. So
yep,
kind of backs us into a corner.
There is a Liverpool quote unquote midfielder who has played for City, but I honestly think fans would take it worse if we hired James Milner to be our manager than if we hired Jordan Henderson.
I don't know.
For sure. Oh yeah, no, I'm with that.
I think
it's not like Henderson's like a Liverpool academy player or someone that's been there since he was a kid.
And I also maybe I've missed a quote, but like unlike some of the players over there, I don't feel like he's ever said anything shitty about City. Whereas, like Milner, I disagree with the extent that I think some City fans dislike him, but I think he has said things where it's like I could understand why someone would not want Milner to even come close to ever returning to City in any capacity. But Henderson, like, to me, he strikes me as a relatively decent human. The funny kind of runner-up for me that would just be for chaos would be Granit Xhaka.
I mean, the guy's got character. I mean, to come back from the level of vitriol that he endured at Arsenal and ridicule as well, and now be one of the catalysts of their title charge as it is right now is pretty incredible.
Yeah, but you don't want a manager who's only on the touchline every other game because he catches a red card.
That's fair. Yeah, just slide tackling the opposition's physio or something like that. You'd be the first manager ever sent off for a foul.
Oh, God.
I'm curious, John.
I'm curious that do you have a list?
Yeah, I do have a list. The first one is someone who we were talking about in our group chat the other day. Is Eric Dyer, and because of his versatility in playing a couple of different positions, he scored a winning penalty in a shootout for England. He's got that side of his kind of psychology that I think is good, and also when he walked up, maybe not the wisest decision, but he's got the passion as well when he kind of walked into the stands to kind of challenge a fan that was saying something not great. So yeah, he would be on my short list. I think his kind of footballing education outside of England as well is a strength. Just being able to kind of have a lot of different experiences. The second, I had a long list, and so I'm kind of really struggling to kind of bring our list down lower. But the second is James Ward-Prowse.
I thought about him.
Also thought of him.
One club man at the moment, but also it's interesting that we're all going for kind of midfielders, maybe people who are somewhat in the Pep archetype as well, who just read the game really well, and I think Ward-Prowse is definitely someone who does that, and can see where a game needs change, where a game is going to change. So yeah, gravitating to English players too. I'm just kind of making a decision on my third one right now. Who should I go for? Should I go for him or should I go for him? Okay, my third player is...
Who are you debating between?
I am debating between Bamford at Leeds because he's smart, and I think a lot of, we've seen in recent years that managers who have, atypical footballing or educations for footballers seem to be succeeding right now. So he was one of them, and the other one was Villa McGinn. John McGinn. Again, his leadership abilities are good, but I think I'm going to go with Bamford, actually. So yeah, Patrick Bamford. So 3 Englishmen, but I'd be interested to see them on the shortlist. But I do think that your guys were better. All right, we're coming up on the hour mark. I do have one more surprise question that I'm just going to throw in right at the end here. It was inspired by one of our previous questions, the one about the Haaland clause. So you're given the option in this City squad right now of either a 25-year-old Kevin De Bruyne or a 25-year-old Sergio Aguero. Who are you taking?
The rest of the squad remains the same.
I said you're given the option of a 25-year-old Kevin De Bruyne or a 25-year-old Sergio Aguero to put in this current City team.
Yeah, I mean we have Erling Haaland, so it's got to be Kev, right? There's no other Kev in the squad, but we have Sergio 2.0 and Aguero and
we keep current Kevin De Bruyne, right? Even if we don't pick 25-year-old Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm picking Aguero.
That's insane.
We're going 4-4-2, baby.
We have
4-4-2.
We have Julian Alvarez. Why would you not want 25-year-old Kevin De Bruyne?
Fine, we're going 4-3-3.
Oh my
Alvarez, God. Aguero, Haaland. That's the formation we're going with.
I feel like I don't even know who you guys are anymore, based on some of these answers tonight. Liverpool kits.
25-year-old Kevin De Bruyne, I don't know, is as good as the current Kevin De Bruyne.
He's not, but
he will be.
Need to be.
I'm going with De Bruyne as well.
Wait, sorry. So I thought this was just for just this season, not like you get to kind of restart someone's career. Yeah, no, it's De Bruyne then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I loved how, you realize you're in the minority and
No. I maintain that I maintain
Dettmer over here.
If it was for one season, if it was just this season, I'm taking a 25-year-old Aguero over a 25-year-old De Bruyne.
All right.
But if we can develop someone.
That's fair.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we finally all agreed on one thing, and that is, pertinent to my point earlier, Kevin De Bruyne is 100% the best City player of all time. We'll leave you with that bombshell. And thanks for listening. Donate to MCFC Foodbank. We will be making our donation ahead of this going out live. And the work they do is fantastic. If you can spare any amount of money to give to MCFC Foodbank, please do give. There are people out there who are skipping meals so that they can feed their kids, and things that I can't even imagine. Very fortunate to be in the position that I am, but if you can give, please do. From us, see you later.
was the Main Road Ramble. Thank you very much. Thanks for your very generous contribution as well, donation before it started. Thanks also to David Mooney, who's made a wonderful contribution as well. It will make such a difference. Apologies to Main Road Ramble twice over. First, for cutting them off for 5 minutes and delaying it to start the show. And secondly, for putting them on at the same time as Japan are coming back to beat Germany, which I'm sure got a lot of attention. No doubt they'll be putting the show out at a later date, so you can listen to that. That was absolutely fascinating. Hopefully Andrew will be on with me later as we do something quite similar. What we would do is footballing gods, how we would change the game, some perhaps, yes, unpopular opinions coming there, mostly from me. So hopefully Andrew will be back later if he's free. But for now, we crack on with the content. I just need to load it up first because if I do it during other shows, it tends to crash my computer. And we are halfway through our charity podcast. So thanks for everyone who's listened. Thanks to everyone who's donated. Loads more brilliant content to come. And as I say, it will be available after the event. Just if you can spare anything, you do make a difference to people's lives. It's that simple. So if you can do a good deed today, go for it. In between the relentless football, it seems, with 4 games a day. Next up is a wonderful piece that Ali Fogg has sent to me called Shoulder to Shoulder about men's mental health. It's a 25-minute piece with a couple of interviews of people, guys involved in some wonderful initiatives. After that, I'll be talking to him briefly as well. So here's the piece from Ali. It's a wonderful listen. I recommend it to everyone.
Hi there. I'm Ali Fogg, and when I'm not sharing half-baked opinions about football with you on the 9320 podcast team, I'm a writer and a journalist. In my volunteering time, I am also a co-founder and chair of a national charity called the Men and Boys Coalition. That's an umbrella charity for the men and boys health and well-being sector. So that means we provide support, advice, learning, networking opportunities and representation for charities, organisations, service providers, academics and campaigners on all kinds of men's issues. Our membership spans an awe-inspiring array of projects and activities from the likes of Andy's Man Club, the national network of social clubs that aims to combat loneliness and isolation and ultimately prevent the tragic scourge of male suicide. Or Survivors Manchester, which works to support male victims of sexual abuse and rape on their journeys of healing and recovery. We support mentoring projects that help young boys on the brink of criminalisation and exclusion, and charities helping men on the furthest margins of society facing homelessness, addiction, and all kinds of desperation. We always aim to do this in ways that encourage gender equality and social justice. We champion the welfare of all men and boys and celebrate their diversity in all respects, whatever their race and ethnicity, sexuality, gender identity, disability status or class background. And we always do our best to work alongside and never against our colleagues and friends in the women's charity and campaign sector. The other central focus of the coalition is to promote International Men's Day in the UK, and over the past decade we've helped to nurture it as it has grown from almost nothing to become a significant event on the national calendar. On November 19th this year, we listed over 200 events happening around the country to promote men's physical and mental health, to support charities and raise awareness and funds for their work. We saw public events and gatherings, special broadcasts on TV and radio, even a debate on the issues in the House of Commons itself. Because of this work I do, almost every day I am reading and hearing about the incredible work being done around the country by charities and other organisations in every context, from educational institutions to culture projects. I love to hear about the arts, music and drama projects that bring men and boys together and inspire them to find their own talents and creative ideas. Or you may have heard about the Men's Shed movement. It's an idea that began in Australia about 15 years ago and has now spread across the UK. Sheds are places that men can go, meet other men, get involved in DIY projects or other activities, and stave off the loneliness and isolation that can be a feature of too many men's lives, especially, but not always, in later life. And it is from the men's shed movement that I learned a phrase that otherwise I'd only ever have heard on the football pitch. I'm talking about the shoulder-to-shoulder challenge. As we all know, a shoulder-to-shoulder challenge on the pitch is the way we win the ball, lawfully and properly, by using our strength, balance and power to elbow the other guy out of the way. At the men's shed, the shoulder-to-shoulder challenge is when you use your strength, balance and power to help lift the other guy up. The idea goes like this. If you put any two blokes down in a room together, face to face, and ask them to talk about their feelings or their private life, they will often clam up. They'll stare at the floor, mutter, "I'm fine," and feel awkward. But if you could put a couple of random blokes in a room together, shoulder to shoulder, and you ask them to fix a lawnmower, say, then by the time they strip down the motor, they're chatting about their mood. By the time they've unblocked the rotor blades, they might be talking about their health or their loneliness or their depression. And by the end of your session, you've got two new best mates who feel a bit better about themselves, or might have resolved to see a doctor about that lump, or who knows, just occasionally, you might even have a working lawnmower. And that is the real shoulder-to-shoulder challenge. And of course, there is nowhere you will see this in action quite as vividly as in the world of football. I would guess most people listening to this podcast now will understand immediately how men bond over football. I'm only half joking when I say going to the Etihad and singing a few foul-mouthed songs about the referee is the closest many of us get to therapy. So whether it's going along to a match with our mates, our dads, our sons or our brothers, burning off our frustrations at the five-a-side, or shaking off the Sunday morning hangover with the pub league team, most of us here will understand how football can bring blokes together like nothing else. And while of course women and girls are now there with us at every level of the game, and football is so much better for that, it is still the case that for most of us, the game still feels like our thing, our home. So it is hardly a surprise that right across the men's health and well-being sector, there is a wide diversity of projects that use football to bring men together, shoulder to shoulder. There are walking football clubs that allow older men and those affected by ill health or disability to participate in the beautiful game, with just the right amount of demand on their physical fitness. There are projects that help to open access to mental health support and treatment. There are youth teams engaging young boys who have been excluded from school. You might have heard of the Homeless World Cup, or many other charitable football-based projects, which in ways big and small help men to keep it together, even if they can't always put it right. Perhaps one of the most touching and moving examples of a club like that is right here in Greater Manchester, where a few years ago a couple of friends, with the deepest of tragedy in common, set up Follow FC. Follow is spelt Follo, for our lost little ones. All of the players at the club are dads who have mourned the death of a child. Last week I went to meet Follow FC at their weekly training session, hosted by the generosity of Avro Football Club in Oldham, and I talked to founder member Mike Anderson. I stole him away from his training for 5 minutes and asked him how Follow FC had begun.
Hiya. So Follow began in December 2018. I'd lost a child. I lost a daughter in 2013. She was tragically taken away from us. And I have a family friend, Gary Berkeley. He's the founder of Follow FC, who tragically lost his son, age 14. The conversation come up where we'd got in contact and we decided, Gary decided to put a team together of grieving fathers of a way of supporting each other, using football as a means of therapy, communication, getting out, bit of fitness, and mental health, basically.
So when you first started coming to follow FC and you got it going, how did you feel the difference in yourself? How much difference did it make to you? How helpful was it?
Massively. I think for a few years, I didn't really talk about it. I didn't really say nothing. I was just kind of like, I was kind of in a surreal kind of dream kind of thing. I basically focused on making sure my family's okay, basically. And I wouldn't say forgot about myself, because I think me and my wife both did, but there is a stigma around men not talking, and obviously it's generations and generations. We're just meant to be the strong ones. We're meant to sort of like be that shoulder kind of thing. Yeah, I think there's a big stigma around it which needs to be opened up.
Yeah. One of the ideas we're exploring in this little programme is the idea of men supporting each other shoulder to shoulder. So, you know, rather than looking face to face and talking to each other about their problems, you kind of talk about other things and you get on with other things, whether it's doing stuff or playing football, whatever it might be. Is that your experience of how Follow works?
Yeah, definitely. It's a mechanism of us getting together, us talking as much as we can while we're using football. It's kind of that therapy, and I think it does open up a lot of doors for people. We're all different in many ways, so yeah, it just gives us that opportunity to sort of like open up basically and try and get them kind of emotions off our chest and just trying to be together.
And how many people are involved at the moment?
There's 20 at the moment.
And do you play regular games?
So we train every Monday. We play charity matches as an awareness for grieving fathers, as well as mental health as well. We play a game maybe once a month in the summer months, straight through to December basically.
Yeah, and I imagine it's not just helpful for you guys who are coming down and playing, but I mean, you talked about your wives, you've got other family and other friends who, how can I put it, they're probably worried about you, and they're glad that you've got a thing that you can do, you know, a place you can go that's your thing. Is that something that's really helpful for the families, the wider community that this is touching?
Oh yeah, definitely. And we try and get everyone involved as much as possible. When the matches are on, you know, the wives get together, the girlfriends get together, the families get together. They come out, they see us. We have our angels' names and dates of birth on our backs, and we do tombola prizes and stuff. And yeah, we get all the community involved. And it's basically just to shed a bit of light, really, on that there's an actual place for somewhere to come, because it's very difficult out there. There isn't a lot.
Yeah. Well, as people will be able to hear in the background, I'm keeping you from your training. So thank you so much for your time.
As Mike's story demonstrates, football can be an escape for men in situations almost too difficult to imagine. For others, football is our common language, a game that can bring the world and its people together, even in the most difficult of times. There are few people in this country more demonised and attacked at the moment than young male refugees and asylum seekers. Without getting too deep into the politics of all this, the simple fact is that there are many young men who have sought refuge in the UK from the most extreme horrors of the world. Their families may have been killed. They may have escaped persecution, terrorism, torture. They have almost certainly lost pretty much all of their possessions. But what many of them still have left is their love of football. Changing Lives is a community project in Harlow, Essex, that runs a range of projects aimed at turning young lives around. Earlier this year, they set up Changing Lives FC, a football team for young refugees and asylum seekers. Their founder and director is David Simmons, and if you recognise his voice, it may be because he is not only a sports coach and youth leader, he also doubles as Lord Dave on BBC Two's Ranga Nation.
He generously took time out of this busy schedule to tell me about changing lives and their new football team.
Yeah, so it all started when I was actually threatened by a 6-year-old with a knife. That prompted me to do more in supporting young children. I felt that not enough was being done to support young children in terms of what the dangers are of what knife carrying could hold, and that could be including drugs, gang culture, etc. And I just felt that it was my duty to just change perception and do more for young people. So that's when I was just like, look, I've got to do something, I've got to create something. So I spoke to my colleague Ben and was like, let's create something and let's call it Changing Lives. Let's do it what it says on the tin. Let's make a difference and let's change young people's lives. So unfortunately, that incident, made me do something. But from that, we've supported over 2,000 young people. We now support refugees and asylum seekers. We support families. We've got 2 community hubs in Essex, in Harlow and Colchester. So from that action has propelled changing lives and has supported many other children, which is great.
And can I ask particularly about the football club or football team for refugees, migrants, asylum seekers? What was the idea behind that, and how did that come together?
Yeah, so I was approached by our funders, Active Essex, and there was a lady that was running a football team. She was a social worker, and she was running the football team great, but because there was just an overwhelming number of refugees and asylum seekers that wanted to play football, it was just hard for her to manage. So the funders then asked Changing Lives and myself if I sort of wanted to get involved. And as soon as I saw the boys, as soon as I saw the team, I was just like, wow, this is a great opportunity. And it's so different from any other coaching I've ever done, ever. Working with the boys, that they come from all over the world, speaking, different languages. It's just fantastic. And it was great. It gives you a sense of purpose, and it gives you a sense of understanding what these boys and girls and families actually go through. Seeing it in their seeing it in them really, and you hear it on the media and what they say, but when you actually hear it from them, it's a completely different story.
One of the things I always notice about the particularly the media coverage in the current climate, but to a certain extent it's been going on for many years now. There's a kind of dehumanization of migrants and asylum seekers that go on. So we just kind of see this mass of dehumanized bodies, and no one stops to think about the interests, the passions, the cultural lives of these mostly young men, and especially football. If you see footage from refugee camps, whether in Middle East and North Africa or Southern Europe, you will see people wearing Arsenal shirts, Manchester United shirts, Manchester City shirts, playing football, and it is such an important part of people's lives all around the world. And I'm guessing when you meet these young people, particularly young men, that the importance of particularly English football must be really quite relevant to them. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. When I speak to the boys, all they want to do is play football, and they want to play in the Premier League. They inspire to be the Premier League superstars. Football is a universal sport. It's watched by millions and billions around the globe. It's just what makes them feel free, and football just gives them something to believe in. It makes them feel part of a community, and for that 90 minutes when they're playing on a Sunday, they just feel a sense of belonging, and that's what's important. And the government don't help the situation when you got someone saying that it's an invasion, and what that does is it winds up other people in the community, in terms of that if they're playing a refugee team and we are winning or we're doing very well, then it just causes a few issues. When we play, we've had racism, discrimination, and sometimes it can be really, really tough, and so tough where I've actually thought to myself, is it worth it? You know, and that's where it's got really tough, where we're now fighting, you know, the case of us playing football, and you know, we should just want to play football because they love it and they enjoy it and it's fun. But now it's such a more important issue where we're now fighting for refugees and asylum seekers, that we have the right to play football in the UK. We have the right to be on this football pitch like anyone else. And you know, these boys, these young people are inspiring other refugees and asylum seekers to get involved in football, to get involved in sports, to feel part of the community. Because when they come over to the UK, people don't see them as humans. They don't feel part of the community, and they struggle.
It's really upsetting, depressing to hear you say that. But on the flip side of it, one of the things we're talking about in this little item program here is the idea of shoulder-to-shoulder support. Now, this is when we talk about shoulder-to-shoulder challenges in football, but also when we're working with men and men's mental health and well-being, it's often said that men don't talk face-to-face, they talk shoulder-to-shoulder. When they get involved in an activity together, they will open up. And I'm wondering how helpful and useful it is for the young people themselves to be involved in a project like Changing Lives Football, and how it helps them, with mental health support and their own sense of well-being, but also to keep their lives constructive and together.
Yeah, shoulder to shoulder. That's fantastic, and you know, that's what sport does. It brings people together, and you know, these boys that come over have been, you know, abused, tortured. They're from war-torn countries. Yeah, so shoulder to shoulder, you know, that's a great program, and it's an advocate. That's what sport does, and football is a massive contributor to supporting young people with mental health, especially the boys that, you know, we work with. You know, they come from all around the country, but they're coming from war-torn countries where they're escaping war, murders, torture, you know, and they've seen everything, you know, that we would never want to see in our lifetime. These young people come over over the you know, boats, under lorries, and you know, that's just what you shouldn't be doing when you're 15, 16, 17 years of age. But when they come together and play for the football team, they're able to talk about anything and everything. You know, there's boys there that have been in certain situations that other boys have been through, and they can talk about it. Whereas, you know, these guys can't talk about it because no one else knows what they've been through. But this team knows exactly what each other have been through, and I think that's why it is so important to talk about feelings and, you know, what they've been through, and especially the shoulder to shoulder campaign is great for that, you know, and I think that is so important because mental health is a silent killer, and it's so important to talk about it.
We talked about maybe the ugly side of meeting other teams and facing racism on the pitch and hostility from, you know, people you're involved in. I hope and trust that you see the other side of it as well, that people who maybe had an impression of asylum seekers and refugees and what to expect actually find they've got a very different experience when they meet the boys, whether on the pitch or, you know, on the sidelines or in training or whatever. Does that is my optimism well placed there?
Yeah, so, you know, we always feel that when we play, we're already 2-0 down because of what people think of refugees and asylum seekers. And then hopefully at the end of the game, you know, either if we win or lose, but on their perception, we're now 3-2 up. And that is important. However, when players say something and it may not be a big thing for them, or, you know, on football terms, it could be something like, oh, your mum, or you know, that sort of line. But these boys don't have parents over here. You know, their parents may have been murdered or killed. So for them, saying something so small like that is a trigger and could cause a reaction. So it's just opening up to just being more mindful and just respecting what our boys may have gone through. Some people may just say it's banter, but unfortunately for my boys, it's not. It's reality, and it's real life. But our aims and goals have always been to change perceptions of refugees and asylum seekers, and we will continue that no matter what we go through. We always want to continue to grow the football team. We're now in other areas of Essex supporting refugees and asylum seekers, and I see some of our boys going on to become in semi-pro professional players, and that's the aim.
That was David Simmons of Changing Lives FC. You can find them on Facebook and Twitter, all the usual places. And likewise, follow FC for our little ones. If you or someone you know could be helped by them, they would love to hear from you. You can also find out about the Men and Boys Coalition, or remember everything we do at our website, or on Twitter at MB Coalition. For me, standing shoulder to shoulder is one of the things I think men do best. It is how we support each other best, but also how we support others. And that's why I'm proud to have produced this podcast for the Fans Supporting Foodbanks campaign as part of the Manchester City fan community. And thank you for listening. Look after yourself, look after your mates, and I'll look forward to standing by your shoulder somewhere very soon.
That was Ali. Thank you very much for that piece. And Ali should be online now. Are you there, Ali?
I hope I am. Can you hear me?
Bit quiet. I shall just pump up the volume. How about now?
I shall try again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, yes. How you doing?
I'm well, thanks. Yeah, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to put that together. And it was really inspiring for me, and maybe for one or two people who are listening as well, I hope so.
When you put it together, did it still shock you in a way, the stories you've been told about, the situations people put them through across the board, migrants and for those who have suffered loss?
Of course. I've known about Follow FC for some time. I think when they first put the club together, they did the rounds of the Manchester City and United podcasts and content providers, and I've kind of been keeping an eye on them ever since, and helping to publicise when they've got charity games and so on. And when you hear them talk and when you think about their stories, you see them with the names of their kids on their back on the strip, and it really brings it home. But also the difference of what they do makes me. You can see these guys. They're, I don't want to be patronising. Their faces lighting up, but they fill with life when they're playing football, and that's what this amazing game can bring to us. And so talking to Mike from Follow was a moving experience, but kind of one that I was prepared for. I think maybe the most difficult thing about talking to Dave was when he talked about meeting. I'm going to mute my dogs and shut them up and come back and talk to you in a second. If I could only persuade my 14-year-old to remember to bring his house key when he comes home from school, he wouldn't need to knock off.
Nothing triggers a dog, like knocking on the door.
Yeah, exactly. I think the thing that shocked me perhaps most listening to Dave talking about Changing Lives at sea, talking about how, after everything these boys have gone through, they go on the pitch and then they face racism and hostility and stereotypes and stigmatization about refugees and asylum seekers on the pitch as well. And I guess naively, I'd vaguely hoped that, football might be free of all that, but of course we all know it isn't. These attitudes permeate society in kind of really dark and difficult ways, and of course that's reflected in the football pitch as well. But it's great for me being able to talk about issues that bring together my own passions and the things that I think about most, which is the football obviously, but also all the incredible work that people around the country are doing to help each other out, particularly in these dark and difficult times. And obviously through the charity work that I do, I'm particularly focused on men's issues and the campaigns and charities that work specifically with men and boys. But the exact same thing is true when we get together to support the Foodbank campaign. And I think one of the most encouraging and one of the most inspirational things about the Foodbank campaign is the way that rival clubs, including across Manchester, but also from Manchester to Liverpool, down to London, wherever you go, the Foodbank campaigns support each other, work for each other, and that really is the best side of the game, I think.
How do you talk about changing people's attitudes here? Talk about the power of football. Is it ultimately about keeping talking? I had a DM from the Foodbank guys earlier. It's like, and I don't mind saying it. It's a bit like, I asked the club to, will you retweet? They did last time. Retweet or get some exposure for this charity podcast. Get some, obviously would help make more donations, and that hasn't happened. Obviously, you keep chipping away at football clubs to get this cooperation. But they made a very good point in there that it's all worthwhile because it gets people talking. The more you keep doing this, and getting exposure is a great thing. And when you talk about refugees and on a football pitch and and obviously the diatribes we see online and their attitudes that we're seeing in the news at the moment, the political side of things, and also men's mental health, which some may say isn't given enough attention. Obviously, suicide is such a huge killer of men, more than women. Is the key here to change attitudes across the board on all these issues? Is the key to just keep talking, keep getting exposure, and keep publicising these things to change people's attitudes and to change how people think about this?
I mean, it has to be. It's about keeping talking. I think the other thing, particularly when we're talking about men's mental health and suicide prevention, there's another really important thing we can all do, and it's not just keep talking, it's keep listening. Yeah. Because very often there's been so much focus over the last kind of 10 years or so, probably. Since you're quite right to say suicide affects men much more commonly than women. It's about 3/4 of all suicides, completed suicides in the UK, are men. And there's been this chorus of, "Oh, men, you've got to speak. You've got to talk to your mates, talk to each other. Phone a helpline, talk to your doctor, talk to your psychiatrist, talk to your therapist, or whatever." And all of that is okay up to a point, but actually, what men are saying a lot of the time is, "Look, I have problems. I have problems with debt. I have problems because I can't see my children. I have problems. I'm unemployed. I'm in poor physical health, whatever it might be. And I need help with those in order to sort out my mental health." And when you're just telling people to, just open up and talk about your feelings, that's all very well, but it's only half the story. And one of the great things about practical projects, whether they're talking sports clubs like the football clubs we've been talking to, or the men's sheds, or the kind of drama projects that you'll encounter around. And one of the really good things about those is it's not just about talking, it's about doing. And it's about helping people find solutions for the actual real world problems that they have. One of the things we talk about a lot at the Men and Boys Coalition is how these issues are never in isolation. If you've got a man who might be a survivor of childhood sexual abuse, far more common than any of us like to think about, it's likely that not only will he have issues recovering from that direct trauma, he may well have been self-medicating with drink and drugs and developed a drink problem or a drug problem. He may, because of that, fall into criminal behaviours to support his addictions. He may then become homeless. And all these separate issues, and obviously from there, huge implications for physical and mental health. And often when you start talking about these issues, when you start unpicking them, you find it's not only really difficult to say, which man you're talking about at any given one time, because often it's the same men, but it's not even clear where one issue ends and the next one begins. But what you can do is kind of a bit like getting your fingernails into the seam, into the crack, and start unpicking the problems. Once you've got people together in a football team, once you've got people together in a music, a band, forming a middle-aged men forming a band is one of the best things they can do for their mental health. It's not so good for the people who have to listen to them, obviously. I say this as a 55-year-old musician. For the people playing, it's absolutely great. And and those kind of actual activities are so much more helpful and constructive for an awful lot of people than just getting access to a therapist, or which may be important, but it's not the end. It's not the be all and the end all. And that's why I love projects like Follow FC makes such a huge difference.
When you went down to Follow FC, what was going on there? What sort of things were going on? What activities did you see down there?
Well, they were having a quiet week apparently, because quite a lot of their guys were away. It didn't sound like it, I know. But there's Avro is a fabulous non-league football club in Oldham. Some people listening may know it or been it, and so they hire out their facilities. So you could actually hear there was a youth club, or quite a young team training on the pitch next to where we were talking. So you could hear very young voices screaming. And then Follow FC got together, and when I saw them, there was about 12 of them, I think, had got together, and they were behaving much like any other kind of mixed ability football club. I would say a bit like a pub team or a works team or whatever it might be. There were some people that looked like they could step out and if not play for Manchester City, then at least turn out a good performance for Stockport County or something. And then there were other guys who looked like they got themselves up out of their armchair, and it was a real achievement to get themselves down there on the pitch. and that's part of the beauty of it. It is a mixed ability thing, and of course you don't want to be excluded.
They could play for Germany or Argentina, surely.
You know what? I was taking those noisy, annoying dogs out for a walk. And I left at 1-0. I didn't even bother. I was listening to you guys. I was listening to the Main Road Ramble lads while I was walking the dogs. And I came back, and then I heard you say Japan had just beat Germany. What? Okay. So anyway, I haven't quite observed that one yet. I'm going to go away and watch the highlights as soon as I get off. Say what we like about this World Cup. At least the football on the pitch has been moderately entertaining, and we've had a few. We do love an upset.
Indeed. Just to talk personally about you. You talked about the Men and Boys Coalition, the shoulder to shoulder, of course. Have you always, from a young age, been involved in these sort of initiatives, or is it something that's you've become more and more involved with in time? And how involved are you on as part of your life in these many initiatives that are around that most people won't know about, will they?
Of course, yeah. In my case, I was always involved in politics and kind of campaigning, and particularly in the 1980s, I was very involved in things. I should say, getting on a bit. So the first part of my adult life, I was involved in things like Amnesty International quite heavily, and international solidarity campaigns and that kind of stuff. In the 90s, when after I moved to Manchester, I was one of those. I was one of those characters in the ridiculous bubble hats getting carried out of a tree on the path of a digger at the M66 and various other places. One of my claims to fame, I was actually on Have I Got News for You once, not as a guest, but in a bit of footage, getting carried out of a tree. I was being lifted out of a tree in a shopping trolley, and I had the honour of having Paul Martin say, "Oh, there's some Wally in a shopping trolley," and that was me.
I hope you have the footage still. Yeah.
It was an old VHS somewhere, and I hope the BBC have still got it somewhere. And when I finally hit the news for some nefarious explanation, that they'll be able to dig it out for you. but no, that was in the 90s. But then, from my point of view, it was really after my first son, and then I had a second son. When I found myself dad to two boys, I began thinking much more about the kind of world we were bringing boys into. And as I was writing a lot of opinion journalism at the time, I was one of those terrible people turning out hot takes for The Guardian for a living. And I wrote a lot about the politics of men and boys issues. And I was one of the few journalists in the country who was doing that. And that was kind of how I got involved in the issues we were talking about today. And really, it was because nobody else was talking about it. Which, as a freelance journalist, one of the things you have to do is find your niche, find the thing that you can talk about that people will come to you if they want to commission. I kind of, to begin with, I kind of fell into it. And then as I got more and more involved, and because I was writing about actual campaigns and charities and people who are making a difference, it's really hard not to get sucked into it. In the same way as doing this brings you closer to the food bank campaign, brings us closer to the food bank campaigns. You kind of feel part of it. And so, really, how did I end up campaigning on, men's health and wellbeing issues? Really just because nobody else was doing it, and I saw a need there. But also, I guess it's something, I'd always been interested in, gender politics. I kind of grew up thinking of myself as a pro-feminist man, or however you want to describe it. And I read quite a lot of feminist writing and stuff about gender. And then when I began to apply that to men's lives, I was kind of looking for ways of understanding it that were a bit more, bit more constructive than just, that's just useless men with their toxic masculinity again, which, too many of these conversations come back to. So, like most things in life, I kind of tumbled down the path of least resistance, and I found myself where I am. But it was, if you'd asked me 25 years ago, would I end up doing what I'm doing now? Of course, I'd have probably imagined something very different. But if you told me that I'd be doing what I'm doing now, I would be, quite happy and proud about that as a prospect.
Before we talk about football, and its link to its power and its effect on mental health, to finish off. I think your inspiration to do this piece as part of the charity podcast. Charity podcast was originally going to be last week. International Men's Day, was that on Saturday just gone?
It was, yeah.
Can I ask you about international days? Now, if you go on Twitter, and obviously getting a cross-section of Twitter as a guide to how the world thinks is a very dangerous policy whatsoever. Mm-hmm. But most of it is tribalistic nonsense about international days, asking why men don't have to, when are the women's one, blah, 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 what's the point of them? Could you actually, I think it'd be nice if people understood their purpose.
Yeah.
What purpose and what's the power of these international days that they can serve?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting point you made, because when the work that I do with International Men's Day actually came before the Men and Boys Coalition. The Men and Boys Coalition grew out of a little committee that formed itself to help promote International Men's Day as a concept in the UK. And we kind of realised that one day a year really wasn't enough, and it grew into a full charity. But where we began back in 2011, 2012, International Men's Day existed purely and simply as a punchline. It mostly appeared on March the 8th, International Women's Day, when people all over Twitter and other social media would think we were being incredibly witty by replying to stuff at International Women's Day by saying, so when's International Men's Day?
Yeah.
And then when people pointed out that actually there is an International Men's Day that was originally founded in the late 80s by an academic in Trinidad, I think Trinidad and Tobago, and was originally conceived as a kind of positive fatherhood campaign. But it was given the date of November 19th, which is the founder, his father's birthday. And so November 19th would come around, and the only thing anyone had to say about International Men's Day was, I thought every day was International Men's Day. Now, of course, there's a reason why people make that joke, and we live in a society that some people would call patriarchal, and men are in charge of most things and don't always make a very good job of it. So that's an entirely legitimate jibe. But when you actually start looking at issues like male suicide, and you start asking why is it that 3/4 of suicides are men, and why is suicide the number one killer of men under the age of 50 in the UK? And when you start talking about issues like men's mental health, like male-specific cancers, International Men's Day came before Movember, but Movember was a hugely it was a breakthrough moment for the men's health sector. It was one of the first things that really caught on in a big way in terms of people taking an active interest in specifically male gender-specific issues. And it all started to come together. And what we had in mind always was International Men's Day could and should be a day where all these charities and campaigns and organisations of the type that we've been talking about today, they could promote their work, they could maybe raise a bit of funds, but particularly they could raise awareness of the complexity and the depth of the issues that affect men, because one of the for all the truth about men ruling the world, and most of the corporate boardrooms are packed with men, most of politics is packed with men, most of the civil service and the bodies and the NGOs that run the world are all packed with men. One of the things that men are very bad at doing is talking about ourselves, talking about men. So the fact that the government is absolutely, or the cabinet is absolutely rammed with men, doesn't mean that men's issues are going to get a good look in. Actually, the opposite is true. Men tend to not want to talk about their own issues, and that's true personally, but also true at a political level as well. Anyone who wants to talk about male-specific gender issues is normally assumed to be coming from a kind of misogynistic place where what you're actually trying to do is undermine feminist campaigns or whatever. And we always said from the beginning that there has to be a way that we can, there has to be a route that we can navigate through those sticky waters. There has to be a way of doing this in a way that's positive and constructive. And I'm really proud that it's about 10 years on since we started promoting International Men's Day, and now there are, as I said in the item, there's there was a debate in the House of Commons last week. I think because it was Saturday this year, there weren't as many visible things, but last year loose women became loose men for the day. Those kind of things. Not one of them will make a world-changing difference in its own right, but just the collection of it has led to a greater acceptability and an understanding. And so when it does come, when we do come to talk about things like men's loneliness in later life, we're starting to have the language and the kind of intellectual tools to be able to understand that and accept it. And it's not, you don't have a battle to fight just to get the issue raised. People are like, okay, that's a legitimate cause for concern, and let's talk about what we can do about it. So it's often felt like kind of 2 steps backwards or 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, and sometimes vice versa. But little by little, I think we're in a much better place than we were a decade ago in terms of understanding these issues.
Yeah, bring it round to football to finish off then. You talk about shoulder to shoulder and the sheds. I live in a flat, I can't have a shed. So. And boy, does that does that disappoint me not having my own shed. But the power of football in the same way is infinite in many ways in getting men together and talking. Something I feel happens more. I've written a script about a group of men who sit in a pub before a match and never talk to each other. I'm the only one who'll ever see it, but then one of them becomes ill and they start talking for the first time ever. But I think it's something that comes with age as well. But the power of football is infinite in many ways, as you showed in your piece, as well as just generally to bring people together and to get people to talk and to form bonds, relationships, friendships, and more.
Yeah, I think often the most valuable talking and listening that we do as blokes is when we're not actually directly talking about our issues. That we might be getting absolutely furiously, outrageously angry with a referee, and like all of our frustrations and pent up angers and emotions are getting poured into like this penalty decision or whatever, and that's when you say to your mate, it's like, well, actually, let's get over it. Okay, it's happened. Yeah. Let's move on. And kind of when you move on from that, you move on from all the other stuff as well, and that actually you can pour an awful lot of a lot of issues indirectly into the emotional engagement that we have with football. Like I said,
learn to process. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. Learn to process it, but also, sometimes you need to get your anger out, or you need to get your frustration. Any of us, ever wrestled with anxiety and depression or whatever, you can have that feeling where you're going about with like a real feeling of a knot in your stomach, like there's something really tying you up inside, and you can't really get rid of it until you go down and you shout abuse at a referee for 45 minutes. Now, I had that little throwaway remark in the piece about how I was singing Foul Mouth songs that the referee is the closest many of us get to therapy, and actually I do kind of believe that it does us a lot of good. And I think just the emotional bonding that we have with our mates and the people around us. Even I go to football matches on my own quite often, because I'm Billy No Mates and I'm antisocial. But when I do, you get chatting to the guys beside you, and you feel a sense of community. You don't even need to have your best mates or your brother or your dad who are beside you in order to get that kind of really. It's a sense of community. I think is what it is. We're part of something bigger than ourselves, and football is amazing for being able to channel our emotions. I would challenge anyone to get through 90 minutes of emotionally demanding Premier League football or international football, whatever it might be, and come out and actually not feel a bit better about themselves. Even if the game has gone badly, something about it puts everything else into perspective and it makes it easier to deal with the rest of it. And maybe that's just me, but it really is. I've got a T-shirt that says "Music is my therapy," and that's kind of true, but actually it's more true if I had one saying "Football is my therapy." So I think it really is.
Yeah, well, I'm not good at processing defeats and never have been, so I'm probably not the best person to talk about this. But also, I've got a circle of friends, due to football, of probably about 50 people. And I'll be honest, it's not due to my sparkling personality. That circle exists because of Manchester City Football Club, simply because of that. And I could go to a match by myself. I could walk into pubs by myself, plenty of them in Manchester, and find someone to talk to as an introvert. I consider myself an introvert because I know these people through football, and what an amazing circle of friends and kinship that's been built up. And the amazing thing is, we don't talk about football much, to be honest. We don't actually talk about football much. I've got friends who, bad defeat, they can, half an hour later, it's gone, it's in the past, let's have a beer. But for me, it's a bit difficult. So linking to that, I'm going to finish with that. Mental health and football fandom. Can it actually be dangerous for mental health? I don't say that as a joke,
No.
Because for me, it has been quite difficult. It has ruined, imagine the 1990s, awash with Saturday nights of me in a strop. But we rely so much on something out of our control after all. You're depending on something going well to alter your mood.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point, and it's one that I probably should have made myself earlier, because this is all about actually finding ways to process football healthfully for our own mental health. And I've had friends who have had to stop following football because actually, their mental health was crumbling or cracking at the seams, and football was tipping them over the edge. They couldn't handle the stress involved, and of course, self-care is the most important thing. I don't know if I've got any practical advice, but I think it is really important that we remember to channel all of that stuff in ways that make us feel better about it, and not allow ourselves to dwell on the downsides and get actually become depressed by it, because that kind of defeats the entire purpose of all of it.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we've had a good 12 years or so as City fans, but I still wonder if City have been good for my health. My hair colour suggests no, because I'm pretty sure when we got taken over, I didn't have any grey hair, so now we have. That's all.
I guess the other thing. I mean, what would we be doing instead is the other thing.
Exactly.
Football takes up a huge amount of our energies and our emotional attention and our literal attention. And would we just be drinking ourselves to oblivion if we didn't have football to watch? I suspect I probably would be. Can't speak for anyone else. So while I do like a pint with the football, I'm not entirely sure that I'm not entirely sure it's the football that's driving me to it. I think more often than not, the football is giving me another string to the bow.
Yeah, and what better way for men to regularly hug other men than
absolutely
than watching football together? Because last 12 years has been okay. But I'd say the power of football is astonishing, but it's not all good in a way. But it brings people together, I think, is the perfect way to
I think the moral
describe
of it
and
is
sport as a whole, perhaps. Yeah,
look after yourselves out there. I think it's what we're saying here, Howard, isn't it?
yeah, indeed. And talk to
Yeah.
your friend. And
Look after yourself, look after each other.
Yeah, because we don't talk enough. That's blindingly obvious as men. So if you need to talk to someone, just do that. Yeah. Ali, time's defeated us. Thank you very, very much for that piece and for coming to chat to me afterwards. It's been fascinating stuff. We'll put it out as a separate piece tomorrow, the next couple of days, so people can, we really need more people to listen to that. Then they can listen to it at their leisure. So thank you very much again for coming on and doing all that.
Absolute pleasure. All my love to all the 9320 and the whole City Content family. And yeah, let's do our bit for the food banks because that's why we're here.
Indeed.
Cheers, guys.
Okay, I'll speak to you soon. Thank you very much. Thanks again to Ali for that. Yeah, really fascinating piece. If you're just joining now, do make sure you listen to it soon. Right, we're going to crack on with the content. 5 hours to go, then an open bar. We may bring the open bar forward to 8:30 because I don't think I've got any content for the last half hour, but we'll see how it plays out. And we're going across the pond again, or partly across the pond, because it's the City Report podcast. And again, I will just load it up first before I tell you all about it. I don't want to overload my computer. Just find it now. And here we go. I'll just find it in a second. Sounds like it's too big a file, so I'll just go in and see. Let's see how big it is. Are they talking for too long? It's just over. Let's have a look. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the order slightly. So, let's see on our schedule. I think actually after the piece, there's another wonderful piece I've done with a charity this week, and I'm going to put that on now. I shall just bring it in again. This is about a charity called Coffee for Craig. Now, I spoke to the wonderful Risha the other night about this charity, which deals with the homeless and helps them with food and other things, showers and so on. I won't say any more because it's all you'll hear it all in the piece itself. So I'm going to put that on now. This is me speaking to Risha, who helped found Coffee for Craig about 9 years ago. This is what she had to say when I spoke to her. Hello, I'm delighted to be joined by Risha, who founded the charity Coffee for Craig almost a decade ago, I think, to chat about the charity, what it does and the challenges it faces. Hi there, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, not bad, thanks, not bad. Thanks for coming on and talking about this, really appreciate it. And yeah, just thought we'd start at the beginning, basically. Yes, I see you on your timeline quite a lot, obviously. The Coffee for Craig charity, how did it come about? What are its roots? What is it about? And what are your aims for this charity?
So basically, we started Coffee for Craig just over 9 years ago now. Craig was actually my brother. He died on the streets in Cardiff. He was street homeless. And when I found out he died, I put a post on Facebook saying, if you see anyone who's street homeless, give them a cup of coffee, say it's from Craig, just to sort of start an urban myth, really. And it went a bit mental. We got loads of support, we got loads of donations, we got people were really, really interested from Cardiff and Manchester. So we started off by doing a meal for Craig after his funeral.
Yeah.
And that went really, really well. And when we came back to Manchester, because that's where myself and Hendrix live, we started sort of going out on the streets, chatting to the guys. We'd already started volunteering for LifeShare that do a breakfast for people sleeping on the streets and facing homelessness, 7 a.m. till 9 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. So we knew a lot of the people who were sleeping on the streets back then. And it kind of went from there, really. When the first thing we did for Coffee for Craig was during the LifeShare Christmas project in 2013. And then from speaking to the guys on the streets, they were really sort of starving during the evening.
Yeah.
Homelessness services traditionally worked Monday to Friday, sort of 10 till 3. Excuse me. So we set up the first street kitchen on Piccadilly on a permanent basis on a Sunday night. And then that sort of moved from Sunday, Monday to Tuesday. And we started talking to the council because we knew things had to change. We knew the answer wasn't sort of setting up a street kitchen. The answer was to try and work with the other charities, work with council, and get people accommodated and supported. So after a couple of years of sort of doing our thing and chatting to all the charities, talking to the council, we eventually got a 7-night-a-week indoor provision through Centrepoint. We ran a service there 7 nights a week. And then in February 2020, we got our own building just before lockdown.
Excellent,
Yeah.
Yeah, good timing, yeah.
Oh, yeah, brilliant timing. So we spent the entirety of the first lockdown, myself and Hendrix, sort of doing up the Meanwhile, which is our new building, making sure it was all ready to go. We didn't have a kitchen or showers, so we had to sort of build all that with quite a few of our volunteers and staff, and also working in the Everybody Out In scheme, working at Mustard Tree, working with the council, doing outreach and stuff like that. And then we opened the doors in September 2020. So we worked the entirety of the second and the third lockdown, and then we just sort of going from there, really. We run a 7-evening-a-week drop-in for people sleeping on the streets who come in, get hot food, hot showers, advice, signposting, a friendly face. We've got medics. We try to get barbers in. Podiatrists sometimes come. Urban Village, who are the doctors, come. We've had physio students, and sort of we give donations. So we get clean new boxer shorts, socks, clothing for people who need it. And now we're working with the council to try and accommodate people through the winter months in the winter hotels.
So, first of all, where are you based, this building?
So we're based on Great Juicy Street, which is just at the back of the Manchester Arena.
Yeah.
So it's just a stone's throw away from town, opposite Strangeways Visitors Centre.
Right. And so you basically, what's your capability then on an average evening? Can you take in a lot of people every evening and give them food, or is it a constant struggle to cope with the demand basically from homeless people?
I think, to be honest, with the cost of living rise and sort of our donations dramatically dropping because of the cost of living, it's a constant struggle, I have to be honest. But we are able to make sure that everybody is fed a home cooked hot meal every single night. So our numbers are rising rapidly. We're sort of we had 44 in last night, 4 new people to the streets, and it's sort of the same every night. We're going, I think our average is between 40 and 60 people per night.
And obviously you rely totally on donations and volunteers to run this service.
Yeah, we do. We have a staff team, a very small staff team, but we completely rely on wonderful volunteers to come in, and which enables us to run a better service, because then we can offer hot showers. We're able to go and get sort of clothing for people or take people upstairs to pick clothing. Whereas if we didn't have volunteers, we'd run on a very skeleton service. We wouldn't be able to do half the things that we do.
Talking about COVID, of course, it hit in, well, gosh, so it must be 3 years soon, in March 2020. Has that just made it harder than ever to run the charity in the time since then?
I think during COVID, it was easier for us because there was a lot of funding around for charities that stayed open, and there was a lot of people who were giving us loads of donations. A lot of people were giving us money because you couldn't go out and spend money. So we had loads of financial donations, physical donations. So during COVID itself, it was okay, and plus, everybody in the scheme, there was quite a few COVID hotels that people who were sleeping on the streets were able to go to. So the demand on our service was nowhere near like it is now. But of course, since COVID and that scheme's finished, there are more and more people going on the streets. The cost of living are sending people onto the streets. It's there was a scheme where they stopped any evictions. That's now been lifted, so people are getting evicted. Furloughs finished. Businesses are going down, so it's
rents are going up.
It's quite horrendous at the minute.
Yeah, and Andy Burnham, I do remember him talking about this. I wouldn't say promise. I don't know if it's a promise, but he was intent on getting homeless people off the streets. Has that, his intention, that scheme, pretty much faded away now? To be honest.
No, not at all. Actually, it's still going strong. So before,
but it's over. Is he overwhelmed in a way by the number of people?
I think we're all overwhelmed by the homelessness situation, and I think that's down to central government to start looking at that properly. Manchester, we're very fortunate to have GMCA, Andy Burnham, so the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, which Andy sort of chairs up, I think. The Manchester Council and all the schemes that go on, we're sort of very forward thinking. So we're very fortunate, although people, in a way, that's unfortunate as well, because a lot of people come to Manchester because they hear that the services are so good. It's a double-edged sword, really. But when Andy getting into power, we didn't have really anything in an emergency capacity really to put people in. And when he came in, he started the A-Bed scheme, which is a bed every night, which has been really, really successful. And he really sort of changed things for people sleeping on the streets. The problem is there's not enough housing. So everywhere gets bottlenecked. So we really need to put pressure on the government to start building houses, making housing available, decent housing and stuff like that. There are schemes in Manchester which are starting, but obviously these things take a long time to do. So he's still got the mayoral charity and everything. So he's still going very, very strong and very much a face of sort of the schemes and stuff like that have helped people who are homeless and facing homelessness and street homelessness.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to ask. So you have had, in the 9 years, a lot of support at a more local level. It's been very encouraging by, council, politicians and that sort of thing,
Yeah, we have, and we're still continuing to get support. So it's very good. We work very closely with the council, GMCA and Andy. So it's very good. And we work very closely in the homelessness partnership. So with all the charities, we all work together, which makes us so much stronger and enable us to give a good service. Although it is very overwhelming because there's so many people, unfortunately, with austerity and everything that's sort of gone on before us and is happening now. It's a never-ending battle. Unfortunately,
I dared put my heating on for 10 minutes for the first time yesterday. which of course,
Oh, I know, it's horrendous.
Winter is coming. Of course, I assume this is for you, and obviously, of course, for people living on the streets. This is the toughest time of the year for you as a charity and for those that you're trying to help.
It certainly is. Although again, in Manchester, we've opened the homelessness sort of winter hotel. So we're all working together and busy trying to get people accommodated into the winter hotel and moved on. So hopefully there won't be so many people on the streets, and people can come to our service in the Booth Centre and Mustertree and Barnabas to sort of try and get on the scheme. So we're working with the outreach team in Manchester to try and make sure everybody knows.
So yeah, you I know obviously you're offering a service for meals and in the evening. So do you work with others as well to look at accommodation for those on the streets?
Yes, we do.
So you've expanded what you have dealt with in.
We've always kind of done that. It's
Yeah.
just that predominantly. So with the meals that we provide, it's sort of that first stepping stone to get trust back into the service, and then we work with a lot of other charities to wrap the service around the person rather than to try and fit the person into the service. So we sort of do a lot of poking if someone's sort of fallen through the net, or if there's other things that other services can do, we'll refer to them and bring them all so that we're a big team around that person.
Yeah, I just quickly before I ask how people can help, I just read an article on your website that I think is important. Dispelling myths about people choose to be homeless.
Yeah.
What? How? how do I phrase this? How much is that utter nonsense, basically?
I think, do you know what? I think the whole myth about people choosing to be homeless is nonsense until there's a time when every single person is offered a safe, secure home that's warm and clean and without mold and all the other thing, the things that are associated with that. I think nobody chooses to be homeless. People might choose to stay on the streets rather than go in some awful place that is going to make you ill, or is just not
unsafe,
anywhere decent to live.
Yeah.
But that's because they're taking the power back, because they have no power in their life. They have no choice in their life. And until there is a decent choice, I think nobody chooses to stay on the streets, because there isn't a decent choice and a home for everyone. Until that happens, then I don't think anyone can say that people choose to stay on the streets. They might take the power back, or choose to sleep on the streets because that's the better alternative. But no, nobody chooses that.
So an obvious question, I think, is what do you need most, to get by, to thrive, to do what you do? What do you, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on a daily basis, what can people do to help you, basically, those listening to this right now?
So look us up, Coffee for Craig. It's a number 4. We're on all social media, so you will see what it is we need on a daily basis. We need food. We need ingredients to cook stuff. We need donations of boxer shorts, socks, so that we can provide our guests with clean underwear. We need warm coats. We need sleeping bags. The list is endless, honestly. Coffee, sugar, milk, hot chocolate, because they're the things we provide that people can sort of help themselves to. We obviously need funds, so a donation of anything from £2 to £10 would be absolutely amazing. We need businesses who might want to sponsor us. We're trying to launch April 24 Club, which is a scheme where you can give us £24 a month.
Yeah.
And that would help us. If we got 100 people giving us £24 a month, that'd be 240, and so on and so on. And that would really help us to become sustainable. April 24th. Why April 24th? Because Craig's birthday was April 24th. So And at the very least, just share our social media posts, support us in that way, because that way you've got the saturation out there, and hopefully somebody might see us and go, oh, actually, I want to sponsor them. I want to give them some money. I want to give them some coffee, anything. So by sharing posts, that really, really helps us.
Yeah.
And if you're not on social media, if you see someone sleeping on the streets or someone begging or someone out there who looks cold, just at the very least, just smile and acknowledge, because that helps someone to realise that actually you care about them. Just a smile. I used to work with a lady who slept on the streets. She's now got her own place and she's got her kids, and she's really happy because we helped her to get sort of accommodation quite a few years ago. But she said when she was on the streets, people used to just walk past her and not acknowledge her or look at her, and it made her feel like a pigeon, like she was just inhuman. So I think just someone smiling and saying hello is enough to give someone that hope that actually there are people out there who care.
And yeah, so on your website, there are details of how you can help you, I assume. How you can, if you want to give something, is it best to go to you? Is it contact you online or just to visit you at Great Juicy Street?
So if you go on our website, there's donate buttons. There's also donate buttons on Facebook. We're actually a registered charity with Facebook, so you can share that and say, if it's your birthday or whatever, and where you got the charities, you can say, can you donate to this place for my birthday? We've got schemes on our website about buying someone a meal. You can donate to us, and then that'll help us provide a meal. And you can message on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and 9 times out of 10 you'll get me anyway. And our email is all over the place. So, and my phone number's all over the internet as well.
Yeah.
So you can just, if you can message me, that'd be better, because I'm more likely to get back to you. But honestly, it's everywhere. So just look us up.
Just to reiterate, I mean, this is the Manchester City community, a football community that are running. This is the third charity podcast we do, but just as we said the second time, it's in aid of the Manchester food banks. But we aren't telling people donate to the Manchester food banks. I mean, we'd love people to choose your own charity if you want. Choose Coffee for Craig. Choose something that you're passionate about. That's what the day's about as a whole. And if you are struggling, don't feel you have to obviously make a charitable contribution. Just listen to our content, and if times are better in the future, then make a contribution to your favourite charity or any of these wonderful charities like yours that need help, of course, all around the year. So just to reiterate that for listeners,
can I just say something about City?
Yeah.
Manchester City. Do you know what? The club itself, as an organisation, have been absolutely wonderful. We've had amazing donations from Manchester City Foundation, and I know a lot of other organisations have as well, who work with people who are sleeping on the streets. And I know it's as a football team, I think the donations we've received, and I know others have received from them, I just think it's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, they are. I mean, I support a club, owned by billionaires and global and everything, but they are, at the end of the day, supposed to be about the community as well, as much as the football on the pitch. So that's good to hear. I know during COVID, when games were being played in empty stadium, a lot of food from multiple clubs was handed out, and a lot of good was done, housed as well. They used their actual grounds as well for vaccinations and stuff like that. So it was good to see clubs doing their bit. So, and of course the food bank themselves are outside City Ground before home games and some women's games as well. So I was just going to say, in 2021, is it true you got the Queen's Award for voluntary services?
It is.
It must have been a proud moment for you.
Oh, it certainly was, and we were really, because I think as well, because when we first started, for the first sort of 4.5 years, we were, every single person that came was volunteering, ourselves included, and also our medics who've been with us from the beginning, Northwest First Aid, they volunteered their services. So I think for every single person that's had anything to do with Coffee for Craig, it was just absolutely wonderful to get that acknowledgement and be able to say, you know, we got the Queen's Award for all the fantastic stuff that all our volunteers and all our team have done throughout the years. It was a very, very proud moment.
And the wonderful Martin Lewis, how did you cross paths with him recently?
Well, do you know what? Again, it's through social media, and that's what I'm saying with people just sharing our posts and liking stuff. He actually put a post on saying that he would donate £500 to a charity if someone nominated us, their favourite charity, and he'd go through and then he I think it was, I can't remember if it's 2,000th person or something like that he would nominate, and he had an absolutely amazing response. And unbeknownst to me, because I jumped on Twitter and saw it all, so many people nominated us, which was so heartwarming. And I was like practically crying, knowing that we had so much support. And it was people I didn't know, or we didn't know as a charity, just saying what good work we'd done and stuff. And he went through all his posts and he picked us and 3 other charities and donated £500 to us, which was just such a lifesaver, really, because you know, every single penny counts, especially at the minute where we can provide, you know, things for our guests. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, £500 can go. Yeah, it can go a long way, can't it, to providing food
definitely.
and clothes and other stuff. So that's brilliant.
Yes.
And he doesn't say it obviously, but he's a City fan as well. So good for him. Right, Risha, thank you just for coming on and talking about it. Thank you for everything you've done. Setting up this charity, all the great work you do. Just one final question, I guess, is about the future in a way. What are you hoping for the future for Coffee for Craig? Just more the same? Obviously, you can maintain it and keep feeding people. You're hoping that, I don't know, you can get bigger, expand and do even more? Is that being optimistic?
I think ultimately, at the end of the day, our goal is not to be needed and have to go down another avenue so that there aren't people sleeping on the streets. That's our ultimate goal. But while we are needed, I just think at this minute in time, just get to next month, and hope we can carry on. But ultimately, I think we've got so many plans. We want to be sustainable. We've got plans because we recently did an appeal for an industrial kitchen, which we've now got in, and the plans going forward is to be able to get a lot of our guests in and teach them sort of kitchen skills, budgeting, basic sort of skills, so that they can go on and get employment once they're on the road to recovery. So sort of be able to support our guests in that way, and sort of for them to be able to move on and actually stay in accommodation and do the things that they need to do and hopefully get a job.
Okay, so it's Coffee for Craig is the Twitter handle, number 4. Yeah.
Yes.
In the middle, and it's coffeeforcraig.org is the website. So Risha, thank you very much for coming on and talking to us, and all the best for the future and everything you do.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And so those listening, do share posts. It makes all the difference. Make a difference where you can. And help the charities that you want to help. But the problem at the moment, there are so many brilliant causes, but this is absolutely one of the most important ones. So, thanks again. And we'll now go on back to the panel for our podcast. Brilliant. That was Risha again from Coffee for Craig. as I said, a wonderful charity, and just shows just how many people out there behind the scenes, just quietly doing so much important work, charity work, helping those in need in Manchester, across this country, and of course across the world. A wonderful charity. Do check out the website. Help if you can. It's another wonderful cause. And again, I will put that show on our SoundCloud feed in the future days so people can listen at their leisure. We're going to crack on with content. Change of emphasis now as I load. Let's hope this time the file is not too big, but I'm pretty sure it is not. Let's see. It's Ste. Ste is back. They pre-recorded something the other day, Ste and Joe Green, about early love for Manchester City. I just have to find it first, and here it is. So yeah, this is Joe and Ste who talked, I think, at the weekend. And it was just about, just for half an hour, about how they fell in love at their youth, the early days, a bit of nostalgia for you. So here we go.
Hi, I'm Joe, and whilst it may have only been a week without the blues, you better believe I'm having withdrawals. So joining me to discuss his love and introduction to our great club is the fine man himself, Mr. Ste Tudor. Ste, how are you, sir?
I'm all the better for being called fine. Thank you very much. Lovely introduction.
Oh, you got to butter them up early. You know what I mean? Get them on side. We've got something a bit different today. Obviously, with it being, as I've just alluded to, a lull without City, I thought we'd do something of a feel-good factor podcast and kind of tap into Steve's introduction to our great club and his memories of all things City as he was basically, discovering his love and his passion for our club. So, Steve, I know obviously a lot of Blues, and I'm assuming you're the same, they start going quite young. So rather than pinpointing an exact game or moment, if you will, we'll dive right in. What was your memory around City? Like, were the first games or introduction to City? What are the kind of key things in your memory you remember of our football club?
I'd have to go back before then and preempt it really to explain the full context of it, which is that my dad's a United fan, and my older brother was a City fan. My granddad on my mum's side was a City fan who used to go home and away, or home anyway, kind of, throughout the kind of 50s and 60s. And he was there at the famous Troutman final and etc. And
that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Love
so, but my dad was the one who introduced me to football initially, because I'm guessing he took my brother as well at some points. But so we'd go to Wrexham occasionally, but because he was a United fan, we used to go to Old Trafford, and I could lie to myself and to everyone listening and say that I never used to enjoy it at Old Trafford, but I did. I was a kid, and it was exciting, and I've got a vivid memory of a random Wednesday coming home from school, and my dad used to work shifts, and you never really knew when he'd be in or out, and he happened to be in the house, and he said, "Right, come on, we're going to see United the Arsenal." I remember that one, and I remember being how excited I was. So I must have enjoyed it, but I was very young, and I also remember, and I've never admitted this before on the podcast, I remember kind of with a little knife, right in Man City.
Oh no!
Yeah, in our shed, our garden shed. And then this is how young I was, though, because it couldn't have been a knife; it must have been something sharp. But I was very, very young because I tried to blame it on our dog.
Oh dear!
Yeah, so there was
this
definitely...
is an exclusive.
Yes,
not how I expected this to start this morning.
So there was certainly a very early chunk of my life where I didn't support City, and but I honestly wouldn't have said I supported United either. And I got a really clear memory of one Christmas when I was very young, getting a lot of United gear for Christmas and giving it to my mate. And at that point, that was before I started going to see City with my brother. So I just never felt like a United fan. And then I just really wanted to go and see City with my brother. And so for 3 or 4 games in the 1986-87 season, we would go in the main stand, me and my brother. I've got very, very vague memories of those games. I think the occasion was what I remember the most. I remember Imre Verardi scoring a goal. I can actually remember the goal itself, dinking it over a keeper. But who was it against? Very vague. And then in the 1987-88 season was when I became a City fan, I became absolutely obsessed, and immediately from the opening away game at Oldham, I started going home and away and not missing a game, because I should say that before that my brother would go on his own home and away. So then I just started accompanying him.
And how did Dad respond to this?
He didn't say anything until a family wedding years and years later, my sister's wedding, and he was absolutely shit-faced. And we turned up at the reception, and it was a separate venue to the wedding itself. So we turned up at the reception, and he was sitting next to an uncle, and he grabbed me and he grabbed my uncle and said, "Look at him. He's a City supporter. You're supposed to follow your fucking dad." And, "Oh yeah, he called me a dickhead," and all kinds of stuff. And I was like, "What?" And it all came out that night. Until then,
Up anger.
yeah,
Seeing the light.
yeah. And so, yeah, I've had to tread carefully. I've honestly had to tread carefully. It's different now, obviously, but back then I had to tread carefully and just kind of balance it, be diplomatic, really, because he really didn't like the fact that, and I don't blame him. He had 2 sons, and both of them were Blues.
Oh,
well,
I mean, it's a compliment, really, in a lot of ways, that they saw the light.
Well,
through
absolutely.
His unintended.
I like to.
I don't know what you'd call it.
I like to think that he raised 2 independently minded sons who went their own ways. But I mean, the truth of the matter
do the right
was,
thing regardless of pressure.
well, that is true though, because at the United games, we used to go in the family enclosure, and you used to get given a fucking balloon and all kinds of stuff, and it just wasn't the same. And suddenly I was in the Kippax, and I was like 13 in the Kippax, and oh my God, the difference, it's so exciting. It was dangerous. It was scary. There was all these really broad Mancunian accents all around me swearing, and it stunk of beer farts and ale, and I couldn't see a bloody thing. I mean, honest to God, for the first couple of years, I just looked at someone's shoulder. I couldn't see a thing. And through the gaps of people's armpits, I could just see like slivers of the pitch. But it was so exciting, and I was just very quickly became absolutely obsessed.
So, what, on that note then, and thank you for that, because obviously that's quite a personal introduction to football, and, thank you for sharing it.
Yeah.
In terms of Maine Road and the surrounding areas of Moss Side and the pubs, I mean, for me I know, obviously, as an impressionable child, I remember being starstruck, and I was very lucky that my first proper game was a night game, so the pitch was obviously bright green, and I remember the blues and the different colours standing out, the things that appeal to you as a kid. What are kind of I know you said the kind of dull, vague memories now, but what stands out when you kind of dig into that memory bank of walking into Main Road and all the different shapes and sizes, and walking on the pebbled streets? I'm putting a really vivid image in for the listeners, but this is what it was like. But it was a real experience for a kid, wasn't it? Going into it.
Again, context is needed. I'm from Wales, and a big day out was to go to Chester. You go to Chester on the bus with your mates, and you felt like an adult, and you'd walk around the streets of Chester. So go to Manchester, and we'd park in Moss Side, and we always had the same street where we used to park in. So I can vividly recall, when I say I got a vague memory, that really is just those 3 opening games in the main stand, because going into the Kippax, oh my God, it's just so evocative just thinking back to it. The kind of the Gunnels used to walk through, all the dog shit, avoided all the dog shit, and the noise around you, the kind of football pink outside, and the excitement of seeing the TV van, if a TV van was ever there, like twice or 3 times a season. Going in and then going to the toilet, and just the green slime on the floor, and God forbid you ever needed a number 2, because thank God that never happened. Going up the steps, and then just seeing this huge expanse of green, and the cantilever stand. Yeah, it's what. So what was yours then, Joe? What was like your memories of actually? Because you're from Manchester, right?
Yeah, from Wythenshawe, South Manchester, so a very blue area, because obviously Main Road, also in South Manchester, just up the Parkway, and from a family of Blues. So I mean, just to be brief, my kind of memories were, it was a night game and it was against Grimsby Town, so a real battle for the ages, and I remember going down the Parkway and just I know it's almost cliche because everyone says it, but they say it for a reason. I remember walking through the dim lit streets, and obviously I'm a bit younger than you, so I went when the Kippax was an absolute beast that could be seen miles away, and it was, you know, really high. But they remind my memories of the lights beaming down from the kippax and lighting up the surrounding area, and the smells, and, you know, dodging the horse manure on the stone pebbled path, and kind of getting in, and then walking through the north stand into what was just this huge green vision of pure green, and the blue seats, and the different, you had the Platt Lane, which was like this poxy by that stage. One, I don't know how you describe it, it had more boxes than seats, it seemed, didn't it? And I was obsessed for some reason with the scoreboard with the JD Sports next to it in the right, that always used to break, if you remember. And it, you know, listeners and kids listening, this was before the days of the two giant, you know, LG, whatever they are, in the family stand. It was literally a City badge, wasn't it? With City and visitors below it, and it often broke. And then the main stand with its cantilever roof. And by that stage, I think we're talking about 98, 99 here. The North stand had kind of taken over the mantle as the noisy stand from the kippax.
Right.
So I think the kippax lost some of its. I mean, obviously after the Taylor report, it had to go, didn't it? And I think the North Stand kind of picked up the atmosphere in its void. But yeah, probably similar to you, but maybe, you know, I was probably at the next generation of Maine Road after the Taylor report.
That's fair, yeah.
To you.
Yeah, because like the kippax was obviously the largest freestanding kind of stand in England, in Britain. And then we go right in the centre kind of in terms of halfway up and right on the halfway line. And there was a kind of crush barrier where I just went to routinely every home game. So going up the steps into the kippax was, oh God, it was so thrilling. And like you say, that green, you never forget that hue of green. And then we take our space at the crush barrier. We never really had the same people around us either, which was, I guess, very much a difference between when you're standing and when you're seating. There's different
100%.
people. But yeah, what I used to love doing, which probably wasn't the safest thing in the world, was, because I was against this crush barrier, was when we score, I would love to just basically put my feet up in the air and put my arms out, and then, you know, loads of bodies would come piling down, crush me against this crush barrier, and I would just basically be, you know, kind of with my arms and legs out, just screaming my head off because we'd scored. But yeah, it was. I must have been at that spot in the kippax for, oh God, 5-6 years, I don't know, but very, very special memories. As too, we're going away from home as well. I would say most of my special memories were away from home, I would guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite unique, really, as well, I'd imagine, as an introduction to a football club, because you tend to go to the home games, build up that kind of love affair and passion, and then you jump on the away games, don't you?
Yeah.
I suppose if you're being introduced to it by someone who's fanatic and already doing it, it's a different kind of...
That's exactly it. It's you know, basically that season. I'm going to try and bring it up now. Hang on one sec. See if we've got the fixture. Oh, we do. There we go. Okay, so the 87-88 season started at home to Plymouth. So that was very possibly my first game in the kippax. Then we went to Oldham, and that was the coldest day imaginable. And then I must have missed a few games because the next one was at home to Millwall. But from then on, it was just home away, home and away, home and away. Apart from Ipswich, too far probably. But yeah,
awkward is the word.
Awkward indeed. Norwich. Yeah, they are. Yeah, and Plymouth later on in the season I didn't go to. But then,
so that was they'd just been relegated, hadn't they, in the 87 at West Ham?
Yeah,
and then they spent 2 years. This was the first of 2 years, wasn't it, in the second division, if I'm
and this
not mistaken.
Was where basically the kids started to really come through. You know, Lakey, White,
the FA Youth Cup winning team.
Yes,
you're right. Yeah, with you.
So my favourite player to begin with, I would say, was Paul Molden.
Right.
Sadly, he just didn't have a pace. You know, he had everything else. He didn't have a height. He didn't have a pace, but to make it at the highest level. But you know, in terms of how clinical he was, he had it in spades. But I used to emulate him. You know, when playing for my school team, I used to pretend to be Paul Molden. He was like the first footballing hero. And then I just became besotted with Paul Lake. Just the greatest player I've ever seen. And I stand by that now, even having seen David Silva and Kevin De Bruyne, because you have to factor in what he could have become, Lakey. England could very easily have had a midfield of Paul Lake and Paul Gascoigne for a decade, and England would have won the World Cup by now. You know, they were two very, very special players. It's weird now talking about Andy Hinchcliffe and how I felt about him back then, but yeah, considering what
he was a fine player, wasn't he? He was a
fine
very good left back.
Yeah, he's a left back, remember? Yeah, and David White.
More suited to the modern game, would you say? Anyway, in terms of an overlapping fullback whipping balls into the
I
box,
think that's fair. There's a few players like that. Stevie Redmond, I'll defend Stevie Redmond till I got asked by Simon Curtis, who runs kind of down the Kippax steps, to write a thing about some favourite City players, and I think it was I'd already done David Silva, so I did Stevie Redmond, and I put things in it which, when I put it up on Twitter, City fans were going, "Mate, he wasn't that good." He wasn't that good at all, Stevie Redmond. And you look at his career trajectory, and he then went to Oldham, and he went to Bury, I think, and he quickly went down through the leagues. But I just remember him as this Beckenbauer type because I was a kid, But he was very much a modern defender. You play out from the back. I mean, epitomised in that 5-1 against United, where spraying these crossfield balls, bringing it out from the back. He was very much a modern defender, Stevie Redmond, and it's so strange to hear City fans now saying he wasn't that good. Clearly they're right, but, my childhood memories are such where he was like a Beckenbauer figure.
I think what maybe clouds the memory of City fans is that he was kind of sandwiched in between eras of great City centre-half. So if you think the late 70s, early 80s, you had, Dave Watson's, and then you had the likes of... I'm trying to think. Mick McCarthy came in, and then he came in after that, didn't he? And then after he left, you had the likes of obviously Colin Hendry, Keith Curl. So maybe he gets lost a bit in that because it was an era of when centre halves were proper. Do you know what I mean? Getting stuck in, etc. Whereas Aredo was more accustomed to kind of a John Stones kind of era, wasn't he, of today? So I think, like you say, it'd be much more appreciated today. Yeah. Well, it sounds to me, just to come to another point I wanted to discuss, and it sounds like your love affair with the club was kind of intrinsically linked with that FA Youth Cup winning team. Is that a fair?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Statement.
Yeah. When they, was it 86? Sorry, wasn't it? They won.
That 2 legs against United.
Yes, and that was just before my time out. So I found out about that maybe in hindsight, a season or two later. But then coming through and me being young myself and the atmosphere around Manchester at that time. Kind of soon to become Manchester, of course, and this lad from Wales. It was so exciting, and I tagged them. Oh, very much, impression. It was a huge impression on me, and the style that they had, and you just knew that they were out. Go to the Hacienda, you just knew. So that was a big part of it.
Yeah, absolutely, loving that. I mean, let's touch on that then, because I do think. In the UK, football and the culture around clubs are intrinsically linked, and I think we pick that up and carry it for life in a way. So you're almost frozen in that era of what was a great era, more so for almost the culture around Manchester. And as from someone coming externally into it, you could argue that would play an even greater impression on you as a young lad. Because, you're looking at the Stone Roses and just... everything around Manchester, the Hacienda, and then it stems into almost the design of the football kits with like the late 80s Umbro efforts. What are your memories of because for me, I know everyone's different, but I almost fell in love with City memorabilia and kits before the actual football team, if that makes sense in a way. Because obviously as a kid I was pretty, I was always drawing and trying to be creative, and I just always remember, and this is why it was meant to be with City from a young lad. My dad was in the army, so he wasn't really there as such to for the first few years of my life to push football onto me. But I remember, regardless of that, I knew he was a massive City fan, and I always got like a City kit for Christmas. But I always remember I detested the colour red and loved the colour blue. So when I would get my and this is not football related at all, so maybe it was just meant to be. When you get your pencil set as a kid or whatever, I would always remove the red from it and just have blue.
Love it. Oh yes.
So it was just meant to be in terms of football terms. With my dad being a City fan as well. So I'm sat here now. I thought it was apt in the first kit I saw City play in, and it was the 11 Idiots Dreaming of Success, as our neighbours termed about the sponsor. And I still love it. It's still my favourite kit, Lecoq's 14th.
Was that, and then that was late 90s?
99, 2000.
Yes.
And then they wore it for a season in the Prem after they got promoted
Yes,
at
of
Blackburn.
course. Yeah.
So yeah, love it with the navy socks. And I'm taking over here. My apologies.
No, it should be for both of us, mate. Yeah.
What were your impressions of Sims of City? Because City had a very similar kit, especially during the 5-1 with the navy socks and the light blue shirt and the white shorts. And it was the first time I think they reverted back to white shorts after a decade of all blue. What are your memories of the colours and the kits and almost, if you will, I imagine the late 80s was when the Gazelle Adidas Originals trend had taken over the football fan. Anything like that stick out in your memory?
Yeah, I loved the brother kit, or pretty much all the brother kit, but in particular I loved the away, the kind of maroon and white thin striped kind of late, was that 88, was it? And it was only out for a season, I think. I loved that one, and then obviously it went all maroon when we got into the Premier League or First Division back then. And I loved that one too. That was one I owned and wore a lot. But yeah, there were some really good brother kits.
Yeah, I think they're the standard bearer for City retro kit collectors like myself.
Yeah, I mean, Umbro are solid, aren't they? Let's face it. Umbro, they never really took many weird kind of choices. They never took many chances, Umbro, but that was to their benefit. You knew where you were with them. They changed your colour and sleeves, but, they obviously had some designs kind of inlaid because that was every team did in that era. But no, they looked pretty special, I think. And I had the maroon away. But I'm going back to the kind of culture and the clothes and all the rest of it. I was coming back from London, and this would be about 2 or 3 weeks after the 5-1. So, I can actually date this to kind of say the winter of 1989. And we're coming back from London from an away game, and there was a guy there wearing flares. And I just thought, I've not seen a pair of flares. All I know is that people wore them in the 60s. I've not seen anyone ever wear a pair of flares. I mean, who is this man? What a weird bloke this guy is. And he started telling us this story, me and my brother, of how he was one of the guys who'd been arrested. Like in the 5-1, there'd been an overspill of trouble. 10 minutes into the game. So he was one of the guys, and he was actually on telly. And when suddenly then I could picture him, because, from watching and re-watching the highlights on Granada, so I knew it was him. I was like, oh my God, yeah, 2 policemen kind of took you away. So he's a bit of a naughty lad, and he's wearing these flares, and I couldn't equate the two. I just couldn't. I thought, if you're wearing flares, because I've never ever seen anyone wear a pair of flares, you must be, need sectioning. And yet he was this pretty cool kind of guy who kind of followed City Own away and got to a bit of bother and stuff. And then within, I don't know, 2 months, 6 weeks, suddenly, hang on, the Stone Roses are wearing flares. Hang on, that other bloke from Manchester's wearing flares. What's all this I hear about, Joe Block? Who's Joe Bloggs? And I just got into it just before anyone else did in my school. And I remember wearing a Rennie sun hat to school, and everyone just pissed themselves laughing. It was like, why was this lad wearing a sun hat, And I started mentioning in Spiral Carpet, and no one had heard of Spiral Carpet, and Joe, and just all the great singles that the Carpets had. And yeah, it just made me a bit cool in school, because before then I'd just been the class clown, and suddenly I had a bit of coolness about me because I was into Manchester music, and I was going every 2 weeks to Manchester. Even though it was to the football, Manchester was the epicentre of cool then. And so to just
you
go,
were bringing the culture home to the kids of North Wales.
It really was the case. It was me, and there was this other girl. There was this girl, and there's just the two of us, really, only ones who'd heard of Manchester music at that point, And then suddenly everyone got into it, and everyone started wearing flares. And I think maybe a lot of people kind of just thought, hang on, he used to wear that purple hoodie and the kind of with the flowers around the neck and the big flares and the kickers. He was wearing those a few months ago, and maybe people started to think I was a bit cool, which has never happened before or since.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
So I guess then, just to wrap up, let's turn it on its head. How do you think it is today for? I know obviously you're a young father, Steve. How do you think it is today taking a kid to the Etihad for the first time? I know it's worlds apart from what we experienced.
It is,
but,
yeah.
but
Would you say it's better? Would you say it's better?
I'd say it's certainly safer.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's certainly a nicer environment for a child, but I also feel like it's lost some of its rawness and its edge that...
Definitely. No,
the cultural aspects of it that we're discussing and the intrinsic link. I think football has its own culture altogether now, in a way.
I mean, when I reminisce about kind of going to see City as 13, 14, and there was times, to give one example, and there's plenty I can give, to be fair, but we were down in Tottenham and we were all kind of shepherded to the ground from the train station by the police, and someone kicked over a bin outside a pub and loads of people piled out this pub, and it was just this horrible, nasty, vicious fight basically involving 30 or 40 men all around me. And I just thought, well, I'm safe. I felt almost like I was just, putting some virtual reality thing where I could watch it unfold right around me because I thought I was a kid. And it was so stupid. Of course I wasn't safe because I was a kid. I could have took a punch same as anyone. I just got lucky, that's all. There was loads of examples like that. So I could reminisce and say how amazing it was. And it was amazing. I wouldn't change it for the world. But hooliganism was still around, very much rife at the time. And there was some nastiness there. There was a nasty edge to it there. And that goes for City fans as well. I had this... I had
notorious as much as any of the other big
Northwest clubs. And being a City fan too, the blue on blue thing still goes on today, And
yes, it does.
Yeah, and so, like, for example, I had a City Celtic scarf, and I didn't support Celtic. Someone had bought it as a present, I guess, but, one of those half and half scarves, and this pissed up bloke outside the ground once had a right go at me, and I was a kid, I was 13, and he was being, aggressive towards me, going on about Catholics and Protestants. I didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. So
a bigot, basically.
Yeah, and it's, of course something like that could still happen today, but there's far less chance of that happening today. It is safer. It's more sanitised.
I would, sorry to interrupt, I would suggest he'd be much more likely to be called out for that behaviour rather than other people piling on with him.
Yeah, his mate pulled him back saying, he's a kid, I remember his mate saying, what are you thinking? He's a kid, leave him alone. But yeah, that's absolutely right. I think other people wouldn't stand for that these days, and it was more normal back then to have a go at a kid. But yeah, so I can't wait to take my daughter anyway, and I have to admit, as a dad, I am glad that she'll be going in this environment as opposed to the environment that I grew up in.
Yeah. So it's a bit of both, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
I think if you're a young lad in your 20s, you hark back for an era that you almost missed out on.
Of course, yeah.
But if you're a dad, you're grateful the year is finished. Yes. But they both have the plus points and negatives. But one thing's for sure, the standard of football is slightly better these days. So, with that said... Steve, you're going to be writing some excellent content, no doubt, over the course of what is sure to be an eventful few weeks. You always deliver great content. Where can listeners... I'm sure most listeners on the 9320 already know this, but for any new listeners and anyone who might pick this up as just a general football podcast listener, where can they find you and your content?
I'm mainly doing the betting stuff for the World Cup rather than opinion pieces, so it'll be mainly Unibet and 888 Sport, lots of previews, but amongst all the betting will be, basically some opinions chucked in there on what will be a very, very weird World Cup, I think.
And Twitter handle?
Ste Tudor 123, if Twitter still exists by the time this goes out.
Well, the Donald is back today, so
yeah,
it's going to be interesting, to say the least. Less on that, the better. Right, so thank you very much for joining us today. I've really enjoyed that. Really good to kind of dig into your memory bank of what is a fine institution of a football club. So thank you very much, mate.
Well, my absolute pleasure. And if everyone could please forget that I once kind of scratched Man City onto a shed, that would be great.
Don't worry, it's being edited out. Right, so for your own health.
Yes.
Right, so for anyone else, have a fantastic World Cup, I guess. The content will continue to flow, as it always does from the lads at 9320. Again, thank you, Steve. Cheers.
Thank you, Joe and Steve. Now, Joe was here, but always has to connect twice. So hopefully he's now online and ready.
He's back.
He's back.
He is back.
You are a bit crackly, but you are connected, so I don't know why that's happening. So maybe that's Andrew. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
You okay?
I am.
I shall just put your volume up. Have you got a microphone connected, Tario?
Yep.
It's not showing it, that's all. So I just wondered
Is
if
it
that's
not?
Just wondered if that's why we're getting a crackle. Yeah, thanks for that one, Joe. Anyway, it's an enjoyable show with Steve. Nostalgia.
Yeah, no problem. It was really good.
And now we're going.
I enjoyed
into
that.
Now we're going into the crazy bit of the show.
Yeah, the fun stuff.
The fun stuff, maybe. I might just try and put you on full repair, Andrew. See if that makes. Get a real crackle.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the mic. I'm trying to restart it.
Okay. Right, let me just say what this, whilst he tries to sort the mic, let me just say what this is. This is called Football Gods, and I'm going to make this one up as I go along, having picked two choices. What we're going to do, pretend that we're in control of all football, and all of us are going to put forward two suggestions for how we can change football. Anything we want, and then the other two, especially with mine probably, can rip it to shreds, no doubt. Especially when you hear my first idea for how football can change, which is rooted totally in fantasy and won't get much support from City fans, I don't think. So, Andrew, it says you're connected now, so...
Is that any better?
Oh, yes. Dulcet tones from across the pond. You okay, Andrew?
I am. Prepping for hosting Thanksgiving tomorrow. So quite fun.
Excellent. What have you got planned? Just food, drink, usual.
So the food is a brined and roasted turkey, smoked garlic mashed potatoes, honey garlic roasted carrots, sweet potato with a marshmallow creme sauce, and a roasted Brussels sprout, pumpkin seed, and carrot salad.
Wow. That sounds all right. Just give me your address, will it?
Howard, you know you are always welcome at Chateau Dettmer.
Yeah, after that menu, yeah. I will definitely be over there at some point. So, should we get cracking with this show then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very hungry now, but yeah, let's get started. That sounds absolutely brilliant. Hi, Andrew, by the way.
Okay, I'm going to record it. So, should we wish to use it in the future? Right, so yes, again, this show is called Football Gods. We all came up earlier today, so we'll be doing it on winging it somewhat with two things that we all, if we were in charge, if we could change anything in football, it's very flexible that we, would change in football. What these were the changes we would make. I could have come up with about 200. I've tried not to talk about VAR, though Andrew's spoiler alert may slightly deal with that. Just saying, getting rid of VAR, I think we're all bored of talking about it at the moment. Do either of you two want to go first, or do you want me to go first with my hot takes? Do you have a preference?
I'm easy. I think as the host and on the big day, I think it would be fitting if you went first, Howard.
Okay, well, I'm really not sure about this one, but here goes. So, you've seen my choices, have you not, in a DM?
Yes.
Indeed.
And you looked at my first one and thought, yeah, what's he talking about? So, my first choice, I'm going a bit McGraw Delaney on you, is a total fantasy thing, basically. It cannot happen. It's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen. It's just something I think could be a good thing, and that thing is to strip money out of top flight football or football, the Premier League, and so on. Now, obviously, having said that, I'd better explain myself. And you also understand that football, the biggest sport in the world, the biggest league in the biggest sport in the world, is going to be dominated by football for the rest, dominated by money and billionaires for the rest of our lives. It's that simple. It's not going to change. A bit of where I'm coming from with this angle is about the stress of being a Manchester City fan. And some fans will be listening to that going, what on earth are you talking about? How can it be stressful following one of the best sides in the world? But I think it is quite stressful because the bar is so high that, as you saw against Brentford, one defeat can feel like the end of the world to many fans. There is an incessant need to win football matches all the time, to win trophies. And the way City have been portrayed because of their wealth I mean, it shouldn't matter what other fans think, of course. We decide how happy we can be about City's success and every victory they get. But there is a feeling that winning everything's still only a par score. I think, and I'm coming from the angle of famine after feasting, that I can say this now because we've won loads of stuff over the last decade and more, even if Champions League isn't one of them. I think football will be better when there's a level playing field, in that it would remove the stress of being a City fan because expectations would be a lot lower. So if a team could come up like in the old days, perhaps very old days, like Nottingham Forest, and have an equal chance of winning the league, or Crystal Palace could have an equal chance of winning the league as City, if it's done on recruitment, not on how much you spend, if it's just done, and there's lots of variety on who's successful, there's dips, there's troughs, there's high points for teams, there's a lot of variety in who wins the league, we would lower our expectations as City fans because we are not expected to win anything anymore. And perhaps when we have that successful period, which hopefully would come at some point, it would mean even more than it does now. And don't get me wrong, it means a lot to me right now anyway. So when you get rid of tribalism as well would be my argument, because ultimately I'm tired of being a City fan. It's absolutely exhausting if you go on social media being a City fan. And I wish I could just not go on social media, but until Elon Musk completely destroys it, I'm addicted to it. I want to go on a lot of the time, and I get a lot from it, away from football and within football. But imagine if we weren't owned by billionaires, I have to have discussions about human rights. If we didn't have broadsheet writers or whoever writing about how anti-competitive football, if everyone didn't have money, if everyone's doing by the same rules, I think tribalism would die off a bit. I think football would be better for it, and of course the current situation is not City's fault. They've just taken advantage of it. It's a rich man's world, that's what it is. And I think we might actually get back to some decent discourse in football again between sets of fans if it was like the old days. Am I talking absolute nonsense, Joe and Andrew? Or can you see the merits, having now won some stuff, of a world like this existing?
So as an American who our sports leagues are not far off of your kind of idea and principle here of there's a level playing field in that every team kind of has the same amount of money, there's revenue sharing. Having a richer owner doesn't necessarily impact your ability to compete. I think there are some things that are interesting, but I've done the numbers, and it actually, there are not a dissimilar number of winners of, say, the Super Bowl in the time period the Premier League has existed as compared to how many teams have won the Premier League.
Yeah.
Even though the amount of money and the competitiveness is not technically different. I still don't think it's a bad idea to remove the competitiveness or the to level the playing field, but I do think the idea that it would change the discourse / get rid of tribalism is crazy because
optimistic. Yeah.
Yeah, we just it's not like we all are great friends over here in terms of our fandoms. So I don't know that would remove that. I do think though that you are right that it would make sport more enjoyable, and it would mean that everyone could hope for roughly the same outcome at the beginning of the season, not meaning that, there's going to be peaks and troughs and some teams will be successful longer.
Yeah.
But I think the one issue here is that you could never get all of the leagues to agree to this.
Oh, no.
And it's
pure fantasy. It's pure fantasy. I'll never mention it.
Oh, no,
again.
I know. But this is one of these things where I think truly you can't even, even fantasy world, I'm just rich people are going to rich people.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Can I ask then, just before I ask Joe his views, if there's any merits to it? The worst team in the NFL. I don't watch American sports much. I've tried the Super Bowl. I've tried, and then the first adverts come on, and I'm going to bed. The worst team in the NFL this season, let's say, is it quite achievable for them to come the best within a couple of years due to the system in which they operate?
I mean, I don't want to say it's, easy, but it is theoretically achievable, because if you are the worst team in the NFL this season, you will get the first draft pick. And if there is part of the issue is in the NFL, because of the way that the sport is structured, there are some positions that are worth more than others.
Yeah.
And talent at those positions is not equally distributed. So the quarterback, who kind of, I would say, the most similar way you could describe it is the type of role that KDB plays, where you're the creator and you are the kind of the engine of creation. You need a really good quarterback to win. And so you may get lucky. My NFL team, the Indianapolis Colts, in the 90s drafted a guy named Peyton Manning, who went on to be one of the all-time greats and play for them for over a decade. And we were incredibly successful. And since he has retired, we have been nowhere near as successful. They were really bad when they got to draft him because they had the number one draft pick. And within 3 or 4 years, they were suddenly a perennial playoff contender and always had hopes of maybe going to the Super Bowl. So it's possible, but it also would mean fundamentally restructuring the way that you guys think about the sport.
Okay. Yeah. As I say, not happening. Changing mindset as well as logistics is probably just as difficult, basically. Joe, we'll have to move on soon because we've only got 10 minutes for each of these, though we can go over schedule. It's not a problem. Joe, does my idea, can you imagine a world beyond money that could be enjoyable for you as a City fan? Could you take not winning as many trophies?
Yeah, I think anyone, and probably even picking up on the last podcast I did, I am somewhat of a football traditionalist, despite being a baby of the Premier League boom era. I would love an era where you had clubs like Derby County, Ipswich Town, Nottingham Forest, grand old clubs coming into the first division as it was and competing. But I think, obviously, realistically, that came to an end the day clubs decided to stop divvying out I think it was the ticket gate revenue money evenly, which essentially created, the birth of the pyramid as we see today. But yeah, I would be up for it, and I'd be willing to sacrifice some of the success for the general health of the game. I always say I'm not a lover of how elite football is structured. I'm a lover of how City have now gamed the system to the point where we're the top dogs in said system. But I'm not a fan of how the system came to be and the handshaking in smoke-filled rooms to form breakaway Premier Leagues and Champions Leagues and divvy up all the cash. So if there could be a way of alleviating and eliminating that and making the game fairer across the board and more competitive, I think that would be great for the overall health of the game. Indeed. Unfortunately, where there is capitalism and where there is sport and where they collide, is very unlikely to ever happen.
As I said, I've started with a fantasy choice that's never going to happen. In fact, my second one isn't either, as you'll find out later. Even though at least it's possible to happen without destroying the sport. Yeah, say destroying the sport. Some people would think taking money out is destroying the sport. But let's move on then. I'll choose. I'll go alphabetical order. Andrew, do you want to choose your first two things that you would change in the game?
Yes. So I will start with my least likely to ever happen, because you would need to convince all of the big clubs to risk their sweet Champions League revenue more. But Howard, based on what you said about not being familiar with American sports, are you familiar with the concept of March Madness?
Kind of, yeah. Is that basketball?
Yeah, so it's college basketball. It's in my opinion, the best American sports tournament we have, where every March the top 64 teams in college basketball compete over the course of a month to crown the champion of college basketball in a single game knockout tournament. So my idea is to take the Champions League and not do single game, do home and away, but the domestic champion of all 55 Europe or UEFA member associations, the Europa League sorry, I put Europa League. The previous Champions League winner, unless that person is also the domestic champion of the past year, and then it would be the Europa League. And then the winners of the 8 highest rated domestic cup competitions in UEFA would all be entered into a knockout or home and away knockout competition. Instead of, I believe you have to win right now 13 matches to become the UEFA Champions League winner. You would need to win 11 home and away. So really it would not change the schedule at all, but you would play whoever you're drawn against, and then we would redraw each round, and it would basically just be a true competition of the champions of Europe, representing kind of all of the member nations, and you would get to see, I think, a much cooler story and experience. And I think there would be a lot more jeopardy, whereas right now with the way the group stage is set up, it's mostly the same teams that get through.
Yeah.
I absolutely love this.
Yeah. I think it's less likely to happen than my idea. We are doing this is a fantasy podcast, is it not? Straight knockout, of course. It's how it should be. I mean, there's
the old
some
European Cup.
Group stages, it's a trade-off, the current system, to stop a Super League anyway. Andrew, what's your thoughts on... there's got to be other levels of European football, of course. So would you keep the Europa... Would you have Europa League and take the league out, obviously? Would you have knockouts as well at lower levels so that there are plenty of teams in Europe? I don't know if I missed you saying that earlier, sorry.
So basically what you would do... So March Madness, in addition to the main tournament, there is something called the NIT, which is like the next level of tournament down. And so that would just become what is now the Europa League. And so you would take the second place teams in every league, and they would slot in there. And the Conference League would be the third place teams, and kind of follow that process.
Or like
and that way,
runners up in cup competitions and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Really
you
cool.
just slot people in, and then, I mean, I think not only is that going to widen and also spread the income across Europe, because I think one of the biggest issues with the way the Champions League is structured is that if you are a team like Celtic or Ajax, you have such a competitive advantage over the rest of your domestic competition because you are the only ones competing in these competitions, and the smaller nations have no chance of ever keeping up because they're never in it. Well, if every nation, their champion goes in to the top, and then the next tier, the second place team, so on, you're going to see, I think, a better competitive balance, and it's going to make the race to finish in the top 3 in your domestic league a lot more important, because you aren't going to get countries like England or Spain or Germany where, as long as we place like top 3 or 4, like we're going to get that Champions League group stage money, and that's, good enough for us.
So just to repeat, how many? So the champions, it won't be called the Champions League. I don't know. How many are in it when it begins?
64.
64, and it's straight knockout with 64. Right.
Well, so home and away, straight knockout, but yeah.
Home and away as well. So not like, I mean, the reason the FA Cup is, the third round as well is one of the best spectacles
so
of the
I
season.
thought about
it's
doing
because
just
an open draw, basically, no seeding, anyone can get anyone. That's how cup football should be. But of course, it's not home and away either. So
I went with home and away because otherwise you would only have like 7 matches to win, and I think that could be incredibly unfair to fans in the sense of if you just happen to draw away the entire time, you could be putting a lot of onus on certain fans to have to pay a lot of money, whereas it's home and away. I think you are maybe giving a little bit more advantage to smaller teams that would not be able to send fans, and you're giving those smaller teams the opportunity to make money off of the big match against. I mean, I have no idea who won the Liechtenstein League last year, but I imagine they would be pretty excited if, say, a Real Madrid or a Manchester City had to come to play at their stadium.
Yeah. I still think there's a small issue, perhaps, I'm not an expert on this, the financial discrepancies that could create in leagues because if only one team's getting into a lucrative competition, they can just further strengthen and strengthen. I absolutely love the idea. Again, it will never happen. And I'd love it in kind of linked to mine a bit, take away the riches as well of the Champions League.
Yep.
So it isn't so ridiculously lucrative to be in it. And yeah, I don't have much of a problem with that. Joe, gets your vote, does it?
100%, and it stems back to what I was saying to your initial idea. I'm all for competitive balance, and whilst you can never have a purely competitive sport where there's some sort of monetary gain involved, I think this is pretty much as good as it's going to get, and it's a hark back to the original European Cup where it's the battle of the best. You know, you're there on merit, and it's ultimately shit or bust, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? And that's what sport should be about.
Excellent. Well, shall we move on? Because, I think we're thumbs up for that one. Joe, how about you give us your first choice?
So my first one is in relation to the dreaded VAR. It was going to make an appearance at some point. Now, I am for VAR. I think when it's used properly, it is a tool for good in the sport. But I think where there's a problem is obviously how it's operated and by the people's perception of the game's rules who are operating the technology. So I believe that when VAR comes into use, I was trying to think of a relevant time frame, but for argument's sake and time's sake, we'll say there'll be a 2-minute clock to essentially use the technology. So, for example, if the referee's given a decision on the pitch and it's really close for a penalty or something similar, and the VAR are taking past 2-3 minutes to make a final decision on it, the clock will start from when VAR becomes involved. If they're unable to ascertain what the correct decision is by the end of those 2 minutes, it goes down to the referee's decision on the pitch. And the same would essentially, you could vary the actual clock and the time frame for different decisions, but it would be the same across the board. So, for example, it would also, in my opinion, make referees more confident in their own decision making and stop offering what seems to be becoming a growing trend, certainly in the Premier League, of a cop-out, where refs are letting things go, I think, in the hope of the VAR interfering and stepping in, or alternatively, the VAR is overturning what seem pretty solid on-pitch decisions for minor infringements. So that would be my first initial suggestion. Nothing too groundbreaking, but something that I think would make the games run smoothly, certainly for fans in the stadium too.
It's the first of 2 VAR things. So, I think offside related to this that Andrew will come to later. I think I generally agree as well. Andrew, your thoughts? There's probably some downsides to this that if it was trialled, I haven't thought of here. But basically, and I fully agree with Joe on this, when they're endlessly trying to draw lines and getting nowhere for minute after minute after minute, then as far as I'm concerned, as Joe's hinted at, you've got your decision there. You don't know if it's not clear. You stick with the original decision. I think I'm pretty fine with that. I think because it's part of the long delays in VAR absolutely go against the whole point of it. So, are you in favour of it?
Yeah. I don't know if the time limit is the way I would solve this. I've thought about this a lot because as an American, we have had instant replay, and in the NFL you can challenge a certain number of calls, and if a similar standard basically, if there's evidence to overturn a call, then it will. But if it's not clear that the call on the field was wrong, that stands. The one thing I have thought of a lot is I think the consistency issue with VAR is the problem, because the point was to be consistent. But if each match has a different VAR ref, that doesn't make sense. To me, I think the best way you could solve VAR is to have basically a team of VAR refs who will cover every match the entire season from a centralized location in London or wherever, and they're just watching all of the camera angles, and then because they are going to be looking at every kind of call, I think you get to a more consistent result. But I do think having that time limit as well on these close calls, because I think part of it is referees in the Premier League and in football are not used to having this tool the way that in the NFL it has been around so long, that they are relying on it in a way that I don't think is right, to Joe's point of just like saying, oh, well, if I miss something, they'll cover it. It's like, no, you still need to make that call. And if you were wrong, VAR will let you know, but you shouldn't hesitate on making a call just because, well, maybe they'll, be able to get a better angle of it upstairs.
Yeah. My issue of consistency is different in that it relates to overturning the ref and clear and obvious, which means same incident, even if you had the same VAR, could have different outcomes correctly under how it's applied VAR because of the decision the referee made on the pitch at the time was different.
Right.
The same thing happening in 2 games should always have the same outcome for me.
Yep.
And it can't have under the current system because...
You mean like the WWE style tackle on Maguire and Kane against Iran, and then John Stones somehow giving away a penalty for lightly touching a player's shirt at the end?
Well, that's within the same game. Yeah, but again, no, that doesn't even count as an example because on both occasions a penalty wasn't given. So I'm absolutely astonished why it was overturned, the one that Stones gave away. It shouldn't have been overturned. But
that's what I'm saying of VAR to me is like, I think it's because of the way that it is used. That it's just, you're not getting consistent outcomes on both sides because of how they view it.
No, but the situation I mean is this. There's a type of tackle or incident or perhaps handball where if the referee gives it, VAR will not overturn it because that's the levels they've set it at. Whereas if he doesn't give it, it won't overturn it either. It'll always go with the referee's initial decision. And that's not right because it should just give the right decision. The handball should always be the same thing. So inconsistency is a big issue. I think the time limit can be part of that, to be honest. I don't know what it is, but when I think what fans hate and what Joe's really picked up on here, this absolute microscope of decisions is just like putting a microscope on, forensically looking at stuff. It's like, this is not what VAR's for. This is to choose correct offsides and to get rid of big mistakes, like really clear ones that can be so important. So, and just to add a final thing, I'm not a fan of slow-mo as well. Slow motion on tackles gives a totally inaccurate picture.
I think the only way that it should be used is for determining if there is contact.
Yeah.
Either for a penalty or a handball,
but not for something like violent conduct.
Because it's just
at normal speed. You should be able to work out from them what violent conduct is. Not slow it down and see where they connect. You should be able to see all this at normal speed. You can see the motivation of the player. You can see how much danger the other player's been put in. Why do you need to slow it down? So,
I don't want to get us down too much in VAR, but I will say after attending the Fulham match, which was my first in-person Premier League match in almost a decade, the experience for in-stadium fans for VAR is insane. And I think one of the biggest changes that could be made that would help is in America, if there is a kind of a challenge and they go to the monitor to look at it, there is a on-the-field explanation by the referee in the stadium and on the broadcast where they have to explain and basically defend the decision, whether the call on the field stands or they are overturning it.
Yeah. Mic'd up referees would be great, but they also have to have the respect not to be from the players. I don't think football fans are trusted. I think they'll think they'll riot if they show incidents on the big screen. So the ones that are watching the match live are the ones that are most in the dark about what's going on. But the end of that Fulham game just proves the previous point for me. I spoke to Chris about this, about the penalty on Kevin De Bruyne. It was a penalty. If the referee had not given it at the time, VAR would not have overruled that. Absolutely sure of that. That's not right. It's either a penalty or it isn't, and that's all I want from VAR is we get the right decisions. So, yes, there's a lot of tinkering to do. Honestly, I'm at the point after the Carabao Cup game against Chelsea that had no VAR. It felt so refreshing. There was nothing controversial in that game, so it's easy. But I really am at the point where I'd get rid of it. But that is a with semi-automated offsides coming. Perhaps there is a way it can work better in the future, but we will see. That's a discussion for another time. So, right, should I do my second one? It's very vague.
You shall.
It is very vague.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I would basically. I don't know how to phrase this. I think too many penalties are given. So that's my starting point. And the current World Cup is not helping with my anxiety over this, considering what we've just discussed about John Stones' penalty. I think the Argentina one, I've not seen many replays of that. They're clamping down now, aren't they, on shirt pulling and everything and blocking. And, you know, I could see maybe if they keep doing that, eventually players will learn and a number of penalties will come down. But it's not just about the World Cup, this. A penalty, I think, gives you an average of 80% chance of scoring a goal. I think too many are given and too many games are decided by penalties rather than open play, set piece, or just football skill in a way, by what can be considered minor incidents. I think there's some reform is needed. And firstly, crazy thought, why is a penalty area the size it is? Can anyone tell me that? Is it just because it's always been that size? I mean, have you ever given it any thought, or is it just me?
Well, so I was going to say, Tifo Football just put out a book that talks about a lot of these things. Like, why are there 11 players on the field? Because at one point someone decided that was the number of players. And we've stayed with it forever. And I'm quite confident that is probably the same thing on the size of the penalty area. But yeah, no, I agree with you entirely, Howard. I mean, we talked about this when we met up in Manchester, and John had the suggestion of, if it actually is denying a shot or it's a handball that stops the ball from going on target, yeah, that should probably be a penalty. But if a player has their back to goal, it just give them an indirect free kick. Or a direct free kick, either way.
Yeah, indirects have disappeared out of the game quite a lot, haven't they? I'm sure they exist, but there's not. Basically, the end of my point was around handballs more than anything. So handballs are absolutely shriek. I don't know why they're just. I know you can't control a ball in the middle of the pitch with one, but honestly, I just think we have to be a lot more forgiving of balls hitting arms and hands in the penalty area. It's just ridiculous how. And now, it's, we saw in that Denmark game, he went to the screen and he disallowed it, I think, because of an earlier push. But they can be given now if it deflects onto an arm. Now, of course, if that player puts it out and deliberately pats it down to control the ball, I'm fine with the penalty being given. They stop it on the line. If it's going towards the goal, as you've said, as John said, fine. But we just give far too many penalties for handballs that are just innocuous, and maybe just look at where the ball was going and whether that stopped a goal or a goal scoring opportunity. I just think we need fewer penalties in the game and let actual pure football decide games more. Of course, there's a skill and a psychology and an absolute fascination about penalties themselves. I don't want them eradicated. I just feel with VAR now as well, I don't know, maybe the stats don't back me up, but I just feel more and more penalties happening just dilutes the game for me. Joe, any thoughts?
It's a real. I was just trying to dig it out why the penalty area is indeed so big. Real chicken and egg question. Never even thought about it.
Can't it have phases? It needs phases. Why is it square? Yeah, why is it? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, the goalkeeping union would be absolutely horrified that you've even brought this into the public sphere, this question. It's one of the game's great secrets, isn't it? But yeah, interesting one. I like it.
I mean, obviously, other sports, hockey got rid of offsides, it has penalty corners. There's 100 ways to do it, but actually changing that much would just frazzle everyone's brain, I think. But yeah, there's no right answer, really. Maybe it is the right size of penalty area, but if you've got an 80% chance of scoring a goal, then how far away from the goal should a foul be punished with that penalty kick? I'm just not sure it's the right shape or size, but I guess it's an impossible argument to define, really.
Yeah, it's an intriguing one for sure.
Yes. But how do you feel about handballs? Is it just me that I've been going on about it for years, to be honest? So.
I feel, I'm not going to lie, I'm a massive hypocrite. When they go against my team, I'm furious. But when there's a slight touch of a hand in the box, I'm screaming for a penalty when it happens for us. But yeah, if you're playing, it certainly favours the attacking player, I feel. If you're playing and you're defending really well and the ball ends up hitting, your hand, when the reality is you position your body to defend a situation as you've been taught, and it ends up hitting your hand through no fault of your own, and you end up losing a game because of it after defending well for 90 minutes. It's excruciatingly painful, isn't it? But it's just, I think there's a heightened sense of it at the moment as well since VAR's come in. I think there was a game when it first came in when Tottenham-Newcastle, I don't know if you remember that game, where they've changed the rule since, but the Tottenham defender literally went up with his hands behind his back, but kind of twisted, and the ball still hit one of his hands. So they gave the penalty, and it was like the first time Newcastle had come out of their shell in the entire game. So
it's just defenders don't defend anymore either. They just run around with their hands behind their back.
Looking very odd.
Just let's have some proper defending in the penalty area, because you're not absolutely petrified that any touch or the ball hitting anywhere, hand otherwise, is going to give away a near certain goal. So, well, maybe I'm missing the point. Maybe the point is football isn't fair, sport isn't fair, and this part of pure bad luck, losing a game, is just part of it.
I think deflections are the one, aren't they, with handball? I think if it's the ball changes trajectory violently, you literally have no chance to amend your body position. It seems very unfair.
It also feels like people just never think through the fact that in order to run at high speed, you kind of, have to have your arms
momentum.
swinging wildly.
Yeah. Or to jump. Yeah. Natural position. I mean, people who have decided natural position have probably never jumped or played a game of football in their life. So, yeah. Anyway, let's move on. That's me done with my crazy ideas for making football better. Joe, No, it was Andrew wanted alphabetical order. Andrew, it's on to yours, and I think VAR comes into this in some respects anyway.
Yeah, so VAR doesn't come from the aspect of I'm changing VAR, but so this is largely, it's an opinion I've had, but I felt like the offside that was given against Ecuador in the opening match against Qatar was it explained why I have an issue with how the offside law is written once you have the ability to scientifically realize exactly where players are when the play happens, because technically that player was offside under the current laws of the game, but there was no aspect of how that player was positioned that was actually giving an advantage to Ecuador that, in my opinion, leads to you needing to rule out that goal because there was an unfair advantage being given to Ecuador. So, while Howard wants to make defenders' lives easier, I'm going to make them slightly harder. And essentially, my rule change would be to roughly adopt how offsides, as it's called in hockey, works, which is, in hockey, there are 3 zones, and if you are in the attacking zone...
Hang on. You're talking ice hockey, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry, ice hockey. I forget you guys call field hockey. Sorry. So,
please continue.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no offside in hockey. Field hockey, yeah.
Right. So in ice hockey, there's the defensive zone, the neutral zone, and the attacking zone, and they're divided by these blue lines. You are offside in ice hockey if, before the puck crosses the blue line, both of a player's skates completely cross the blue line before the puck does. So, to adapt that to football, the only thing that matters are players' feet, and if both of the players' feet are past the offside line as it's currently drawn, which would be any part of the defenders, you are offside. If any part of a player's foot is still behind the line, you are not offside. It is a goal. It stands. We move on. There is zero reason when we now, particularly with semi-automated VAR, where they're using all these cameras, they can draw it, it works so well. We do not need to care if someone's, the tip of their toe is a millimeter across the line, because the law was not written with that ability to precisely measure in mind. It was written to, if a ref sees it and it looks like someone was gaining an advantage, fine. But now that we have these precise measurements, just measure from their feet, move on. And if there is a slight advantage given to attackers with this rule, I'm fine with that, because it means more goals get scored, which is going to make games more exciting. And I think it just solves the problem of right now where goals get ruled out and everyone's like, okay, fine, they were technically offside, but where was the advantage? Why would any of us care?
I think, this is all very pleasant. I think I generally agree with you. I'd love to rip into you and say, no, that's absolute nonsense, and this is why. Basically, what's the point of offside? It's to stop the attacker getting an advantage. If you're leaning forward slightly and your shoulders above, you're not gaining an advantage. I think offside should be done by feet. Absolutely done by feet. If the attacker's foot, for me, it's just any part of their foot is further forward than the defender's feet, then fair enough. With the small, the lines must be separate. If it's like millimetres, there's always got to be a line, and people always argue over that. It should only be done against feet if the feet is what they then use. The only change I would say is if they're leaning forward and end up heading it, they are kind of gaining an advantage by leaning forward. So if they then use their head, you could say the leaning gained them an advantage.
But see, to me, the issue with that is then you're actually disadvantaging taller players who, if they were shorter and running in that same position, they would not be offside. But because they are taller, which is a natural advantage they have that has nothing to do with like the game state. To me, that rule, I think just drawing it from the feet is the only thing that should matter. And
fine with
the
that.
slight advantage
you have to
of
be
leaning,
consistent as well. So
you
can't say, well, they then headed it, so we'll use that. I think feet is fine for me. It's like a knee or something. It's just ridiculous. What does it matter that knee was ahead of someone? So
yeah.
Joe, do you agree?
See, whilst I agree with the sentiment of the change, I think the problem is once you, and I know we're football gods here, but once you introduce VAR and technology to offside, the issue you get is anything that can be determined as a body part you could use to score with, it becomes scrutinised to the point where you can start, as we see now, disallowing goals for minor infringements like a toenail or a kneecap being above. For me, I don't know how you would ever square this off now that technology's been introduced, but I would have, like we used to have an unwritten rule where, say, an attacking player has a slightest of edge in a freeze frame, I would still allow the goal to stand. But I just don't know how you get around it once the technology's been implemented, because the defending team who's on the end of it are always going to say, well, by the letter of the law, it's offside. But I do think you make a good point, Andrew, when you say that's not how the law was initially meant to be implemented when it was written. It was about, as Howard also said, stopping players getting a clear advantage ahead of the defending team. But it's a really tough
to me,
one.
the issue for me is now that we can so precisely measure, the idea of the clear advantage, I think, needs to be what guides the spirit and the wording of the rule, rather than have they gained any theoretical advantage at all, which is how I think it had to be defined back before. I think even this semi-automated VAR is an entirely different level of ability to precisely measure, because the amount of cameras they have and the tracker on the ball, they really can now tell you exactly where things are. And it just, to me,
you officially, sorry to interrupt you, Andrew, unless you officially change the rule in writing where you say the attacking player can have a certain element of goodwill, and VAR can only be used on an offside decision where the referee's clearly made a mistake or the linesman's clearly made a mistake and the player was offside. So then
See,
VAR
I would
can
like to
interfere.
I would like to eliminate as many quote unquote clear and obvious calls that we make, because I don't think any of them are ever clear and obvious. My thought on it is that if you, like, it is a objectively good thing to use VAR to make an objective call on offside. The problem is so many of the goals that were disallowed in the Argentina Saudi Arabia game, no one would have complained if those had gone in and had not been ruled out. And the only reason they were ruled out is because now we have the ability to precisely measure in a way that does not comport with the way the rule was intended to be used.
Yeah,
And so
agreed.
if you basically allow there to be a element of advantage that attackers can have, and you just say we're measuring from the feet, and whether it is mine where unless both feet are fully off, or you just, for Howard, say if there's anything off, I don't like the idea of like measuring from the foot and a little bit is off, because to me that still is not following the spirit of the rule. And I don't think technically offside matters as much as does anyone look at that goal and feel like, yeah, that was offside, and like that shouldn't be allowed to stand.
Yeah.
Because no one thought that in the Ecuador game. No one thought a couple of those goals in the Argentina-Saudi Arabia game were like truly offside. And so if they're being ruled out, it means there's a problem with the rule, not the technology.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
I've seen someone say any part of the attacker's body can be onside, but that doesn't work. That's going too far the other way for me, because you can get huge discrepancy. You know, you can have part of the body's like 4 or 5 feet if they're leaning ahead of the defender. So that don't work for me. Feet is what you move with, what you walk and run with, and that's how you get towards goal. And if they're not ahead of opposition's defender, how can you be gaining an advantage at the point the ball is passed? I'm fully on board with that one. See, we've already pretty much made the footballing world a better place. Joe, you've got the final choice. What is it going to be?
My final one is something that's kind of been in the public sphere of since the Super League fiasco, and that would be that in my ideal perfect football world, I would have a situation where it's written into any club ownership that a fan representative will be sat on the board of every club and will essentially be entitled to a golden share, which means despite the fact the fan representative may not be the controlling shareholder of the club, anything that impacts the club's intellectual property, such as a club's badge, a club's colours, anything directly linked to the cultural history of a football club. These clubs are 120 plus years old across our country, as an example, such as a stadium move or the renaming of a stadium, or you get the general gist where I'm going. Should be subject to approval by said fan representative, who will then take the proposition from the board, who say we want to change the badge, we want to change the name of the stadium, we want to move to a new stadium. He would take it to a forum whereby the club representative would then put it to a vote amongst the club's fans. Obviously, if it's something that the major shareholders don't want in the public yet, it could be done privately. And if it doesn't pass, then the fan representative has the opportunity to veto said proposal. I mean, example I'm thinking of is, when we've seen breakaways over the years, some of them successful like the Premier League, others not Super League, blatant money grabs. Those could be stopped in the tracks early on, at the stage when, all these people were meeting in shady locations around the world, these businessmen. The club's reputations could be safeguarded by the people that ultimately will be there when these people are long gone, and they were there before they came. So that would be something. I know it's very idealistic and probably not feasible, but
most of the show has been,
yeah, that's something I'd like to see implemented. And I just think to examples like when Hull City wanted to change the name to the Hull Tigers, and who was it that changed the colours? Was it Cardiff? Changed to red, stuff like that.
Salford City did that.
Yeah. And I mean, even if it's something that ultimately benefits the club, as long as it goes to a fan representative to put amongst the key shareholders of any football club, in my view, the supporters, to pass it. That is how I would changed the game.
Had fan representatives before, of course, and we'll have them again. I think I've got a couple of issues with the logistics of how this would play out because. But Andrew, what are your thoughts first?
So I actually really
so I'll just say before, on British viewpoint, our fit and proper test as people will say it's useless because of City and having billionaire owners, but it really falls down the fit and proper test in this country because of asset stripping at lower. When teams actually stop existing, that's the biggest issue of all, of course, and like Bury, for example. It's because of asset stripping and owners.
Look at Derby.
Yeah, not
the way
stopping what owners do, basically. So there's a lot of merit to actually selling off assets, selling off grounds, and loads of shady stuff that having someone there that can stop you doing it legally is a great idea. But yeah, your thoughts before I say a bit more.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I think not only is it current owners that do asset stripping, but you also have issues of where Derby had that crypto transportation dude who said he was going to buy the club, and the administrators were like, yeah, sure, we'll make you the preferred bidder because you made this payment, and then ended up kind of almost screwing Derby over because they weren't really looking into this guy that anyone, I don't know if anyone listens to the Price of Football, but great podcast. And Kieran Maguire was saying this guy is known to be a shady individual. Why are we giving him kind of this credit and ability to be this preferred buyer? And I think the idea of the fit and proper owner's test is a good thing. I think it needs to be done by an independent organization, and I think the FA largely is not truly independent, and neither are the leagues. And so, we could probably spend hours of how we would restructure that. But I actually really like this idea, and I think, to some extent we see some version of this in the way that the Chelsea pitch and the freehold and the turnstiles and the name are owned by a organization that no one person could ever get control of, and the fans are then able to kind of control. I mean, as much as Todd Bowley has these ideas of how he wants to change things, and the club has said we need to leave Stamford Bridge and we're going to build a new stadium because we need to get to 60,000 feet so we can be a Class A stadium for UEFA and host these big events. They can only do all of that and continue to be Chelsea Football Club if that organization is on board. And I think that's a really, really good thing. And I think to your point, Howard, about how, there are some people that look at City and say that they're a reason why you should want fan ownership. But I think as fans, most of us would say, look, there may be issues with the country and the regime that our ownership is attached to. But as far as they are as in terms of ownership of the club, I mean, having not been to the Etihad in almost a decade until this trip that we went on, I was blown away at the investment and the development around the stadium, largely spurred by the ownership. The co-op music stadium that they're building is going to be, awesome. And even things as just going back to a badge that I think some people look at, it's a rebrand and more modern, but it's actually the new badge is returning to something that has meaning and value to the fans and wasn't just kind of a marketing ploy.
Yeah,
and so
stars on it.
Yeah, and so I think there are things that we all would say we would not have approved if we were this group of fans that had a veto. Things like ticket prices, the Super League. Those are all good things, but I think that the real issue are these owners like the Glazers, like even Wolves, who have done really well as a club. They've essentially sold their soul to Jorge Mendes and have become a part of his Portuguese player assembly line, where he churns out these agent fees and they buy these players and they're indebted to him, which I'm sure Wolves fans, some are like, well, it's helped us grow and get back to the Premier League, but at the same time, we've seen the drawbacks as well. And so I do think there is value in ensuring that certain aspects of football clubs cannot be changed without the buy-in of the fans. I would say that I would like to see that not just be a local match-going fans, because I think that there are concerns of overseas fans that are as important to consider and as helpful as well. And so I think having some kind of fan council that represents your, fan base in totality, men and women, children, families, season ticket holders for 40 years to the new fans are all important.
That's my logistical issue. First of all, I don't want fans owning clubs. We're all idiots. We probably have sacked...
Truth.
We just sacked Pep Guardiola 4 years ago and replaced him with Sam Allardyce. So let's leave it... there's been some missteps by Cheeky and Farad and Pep himself, of course, but, generally they know how to run big organisations on the whole. Super League, sign up, apart. Joe, I was just going to say, the issue for me, and I don't disagree with this, the issue in the logistics is, can one person represent fans, basically? How do we elect this fan? Whose views is he representing? Because a fan base never agrees on anything at all. And who is the forum that they go to, basically? Because is it season ticket holders? Is it anyone who can become a member? Could it be corrupted that way by people who vote? I just think logistically having a fan on the board has always had that little problem. As you've seen, the city reps now, have you seen, would you want to be a city rep and go having meetings with a club? Because whatever you do, someone is going to be slagging you off for how you represented the fans and the views you brought to the club. And I think that's the only problematic side of this for me.
Yeah, well, this is the joy in being one of the gods of football for an hour. I don't need to worry about the logistics. I'll just give you the idea and then you take it away. If it goes badly wrong, as a god of football, I can say it was never my idea in the first place. So,
no, it doesn't work like that.
Joe, I am gonna hold you to this though. That as the god of football, you do have to pick the fan representative, the first one.
Well,
if replacing.
Well, I'll tell you what. If any of that food you were discussing earlier is on offer, it could well be you, Andrew. But no, I think the way I would probably approach it would be, it would almost be like a mini board within the board. So I would try and have a representative of each major element of... I know it's difficult, and it would probably take a whole podcast of its own to figure out how you'd make it up, but I would have a season ticket representative, holder representative. I would have an international fan representative. I would have representatives for fans over a certain age category, however you want to do
disabilities, it. We have reps with them. They just don't have the power, do they, to change, to veto.
Yeah, and then they would take a vote amongst members, however you want to define a membership group, and just be democratic. And whether it's 51, 49% or whatever it is, whatever the decision is, and bear in mind this is only relating to things I would consider of cultural value to a club, like the stuff you've just been discussing, and whatever the vote is, ultimately has the ultimate say on the motion brought to them by the board. So that is initially how I would approach it, but obviously in reality it would probably be much more difficult than that.
Two things to wrap up then. I think we can both agree, Thanksgiving and Christmas approaching, that turkey is one of the poorer meats. Yeah, Andrew?
Strongly disagree.
How dare you?
So here's the issue. People think it's one of the poorer meats because people do not know how to cook it properly.
Well, I'm restricted because my family has a dairy intolerance, so there'll be no sticking garlic butter under the skin for me. I just have to put it in an oven, upside down for an hour, then back on top. So, secondly, Gingerwigs replied to us on Twitter with an article.
I saw that.
That explains why the penalty area is the size it is. I've not had a chance to read it, but I will be doing
it. Essentially rotates back to the fact that most pitches in the original days were old cricket pitches, which immediately makes me want to change the size of the penalty box because let's remove all influence of that godforsaken sport from football.
Oh, how dare you! The joy of a 5-day sport that can end in a draw is something Americans are missing out on big time. So, and surely if you stick in the adverts into the Super Bowl, it lasts almost as long anyway, does it not? So, yeah, I guess we could have a whole separate conversation on why pitches are the length they are. So, yeah, we'll probably best leave it. It works quite well. I just think there could be a bit of tweaking. I think penalties should be a bit better. But I think between us, we've made the sport a better place. Total fantasy, none of it's going to happen. Apart from the VAR stuff, of course, is the stuff that can be changed. Fan representation is, of course, an option and could do individual clubs, but probably not across the board. But some good stuff in there. So, Andrew, Joe, thank you very much for coming on and talking about that. I really enjoyed it.
No
Cheers.
problem, and thank you for everything you're doing today, Howard. You're doing a sterling job.
No
Top man.
problem. What are we? 9 hours in, so 3 to go. We've got loads of great content to come. Most of it coming from your side of the Atlantic Ocean, Andrew. So,
oh joy! I will say, if you're an American, just
well, you've all
have
got
this
up
on
now,
while
haven't you? So,
yeah. A, we're all up, but B, I will say, please, as Americans, if you aren't using a VPN to watch the World Cup, just have this on instead of the horrendous commentary that is taking place during the World Cup, because oh boy,
I've seen Fox Sports, is it? Or?
Yep, Fox Sports, who is basically entirely sponsored this World Cup with Qatari companies, which means, weirdly, there is no reference or mention to many of the controversies involving said host.
Lovely stuff.
Well,
nice to I've done a pod with you, by the way, Andrew.
First time.
Cheers.
Oh, well.
Nice to meet.
Joe, Andrew, Joe. Bit late now, isn't it, introducing you?
Oh, we're already having Thanksgiving dinner together now.
I know,
We'll
yeah.
see
I was gonna say.
What time do you want us around tomorrow, Andrew? I'll bring you a bottle
Dinner's
of wine.
at 1 p.m. Eastern time.
Brilliant.
So
We'll be there. We're checking the flights as we speak. Yeah. Thanks to you both. And just Andrew, all I can say is at least you haven't got Dion Dublin and John Hartson on co-commentary. So every cloud and that's every cloud. So yeah, thanks to you both. I'll speak to you soon, and we'll crack on with the content.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Bye now.
Right, I'm just going to download a bit of that. So let's have a look. We're going to keep going. I'm just looking at the... There we go. Just downloaded it for later so I can put it online at on another occasion. Just been looking at the donations. Really appreciate it. And again, for across the Atlantic, the Noisy Neighbours, they always come up trump. Absolute legends. You'll be hearing from them a bit later with an exclusive interview with Nile Marr, son of Johnny Marr. Love of football and City is a common theme as well, running throughout that, and they will be on, I think, about 7:30. Now, next up, and I need to import the show, and I couldn't do it earlier because the file was too big, so hopefully I took it out and brought it back in, and hopefully it's not too big now. Next up, I'm glad to say, earlier, the City Report podcast, that's Amos and Adam, recorded a show about Adam in America and how he fell in love with Manchester City himself. A bit of a theme today, perhaps. So that's coming up next. All I can say again, thanks for all the contributions. Thanks for those who are listening. Really appreciate those who've given support online and donated money to such a brilliant cause. A reminder, after this show that's coming up, the City Report, I'll be replaying the chat with Nick from the Manchester Foodbank. Basically, why we're doing all this, what it's about, the tremendous work again that he and others do. It's just amazing. But with obviously they do it for the love to help other people less fortunate than themselves. That will be on at 7:00, followed by Noisy Neighbours. Next up is the City Report, and it's Amos and Adam having a chat. Thank you very much. Enjoy the next show.
Welcome to Don't Look Back in Anger, a brand new series on the City Report podcast network in aid of the MCFC Foodbank fundraiser. We'll be asking your favourite City fans the personal questions that matter, starting today with our very own Adam Booker. I'm Amos Murphy.
I'm Adam Booker.
And this is the City Report podcast special for MCFC Food Banks.
Where's put in front there? Oh, it's found the goal to keep this extraordinary run going. Sergio Aguero.
Unbelievable. Manchester United 1, Manchester City 6. It's 2 for Dzeko.
Tottenham Hotspur 3, Manchester City 4. They have made the impossible possible.
And this is the City Report podcast. Well, Adam, it's us two again. All roads lead to me and you. This should be fun. Obviously, before us and after us, there's been some great stuff on this marathon already, and I'm excited to be at the table involved. What is a super cause?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, MCFC Food Bank have been doing amazing work for a long time. Obviously, not only at match day where they take donations from match-going fans, but outside of that as well, they've been a great cause, and they've been doing amazing work. So I'm happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, and a really vocal voice as well, sort of the issues that we all care about and need addressing. So, hats off to them. We'll try and, for the next sort of 45 minutes or so, provide as much entertainment as we two can. That didn't really make sense, but hey-ho. We've got a fantastic show coming up. It's the first episode we're letting people into this new series where we're taking a look at a deep dive into the sort of the city psyche of some, I'm going to say, notorious City fans. Do you fall into that category? I suppose you probably do, don't you? Just about on the brink. But so sort of, I'll lead it. I will do one of these myself one day. But for episode 1, you're getting the privilege of having it done to yourself. So I guess the first sort of, before we get into the questions, I've never actually asked you how you became a City fan. Now, obviously, for me, it's a conventional but boring story in the sense that I was born in and around Manchester, grew up with a Manchester City supported dad, hence the sort of, it all goes on from there. I'm intrigued to see how someone from, I don't even know where exactly you grew up as a child, because you've been all over the place in America a little bit. So I'm excited to see how it sort of stemmed for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was born and raised right outside of Washington, D.C., which is obviously the capital of the U.S., so I did have a local MLS team growing up, which is DC United, but they played in a not so nice part of town. MLS was very inaccessible when I was growing up. I couldn't tell you what TV station DC United played on. I don't think there was any other TV stations that showed any other MLS games, maybe the final every year, and that was about it. So the sport in general was really inaccessible for me growing up, and it's very much, anyone who knows anything about American soccer, which I'm using the phrase soccer so that nobody gets confused with American football. It's a very different culture to the rest of the world. It's very much a middle class, pay to play. You must have the privilege to play kind of sport here, where it's just not that kind of sport almost everywhere else. So it's just not the kind of sport that kind of is ingrained in the community, maybe like the local basketball team or American football team might be. But as far as how I started supporting City was, I was just essentially bored one day in maybe 2007. And we had one channel in the US that had any sort of coverage of football outside of the US, and that was called Fox Soccer Channel. We would get United games, maybe some Arsenal games, the 2 La Liga giants, maybe some Bayern Munich games, and the 2 Milan clubs. Basically, anytime they played, it was on TV, and that was about it. And then we had one daily news show. I can't even remember what it was called at this point, or who hosted it or anything, but it meant nothing to me at the time. But I very slowly got into football through that channel. It was a lot of Serie A, actually, weirdly at first, but I never really had a team. And it wasn't until the Manchester derby at Old Trafford where Benjani scored. It was the 50th anniversary of the Munich air disaster. Neither team was playing with sponsors on the kits. And so obviously that day had a lot of emotion built into it. The atmosphere in the stadium, at least, from what I could tell on television as a 12-year-old, 11-year-old, 12, seemed fantastic. And I knew about Manchester United. I knew who they were. I knew that they were kind of, for the American reference, the Yankees or the Lakers, this just massive brand, sporting brand. So I said, you know what, I'll pull for this blue team. And City won on the day. I think it was their first win at Old Trafford in decades at the time, and learned more about the club, the culture, the fans, everything, and kind of year on year fell more and more in love. And so, yeah, it kind of dates all the way back to that derby, and it kind of just became my life now.
That's interesting. So it wasn't dependent on that result, and I don't mean you sat down in front of the TV going, today whichever team wins I'll support. I mean, like the City victory wasn't the thing that tipped you over the edge. It was just the sort of the anti big massive conglomerate United sort of, you wanted to be different.
Yeah, I mean, everybody loves an underdog story, and as weird as it is to call City an underdog these days, there are, I'm sure, dozens upon hundreds of fans listening to this that don't even know that City have an underdog story, but at one point they were, and that was very intoxicating for me, and the fan base, having such local pride, and for any Americans who are listening or anyone who's not American, they'll know that local pride in sports here is a completely different thing than it is there, and it was just a very intoxicating culture for me, essentially.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy because I mean, most people, and I always find when you see English supporters who support an English club but from overseas, you get a lot of the phrase is glory hunter, isn't it? And I think that's a little bit wrong in the sense, because nobody sort of sets out in life to sort of support a team that's destined for failure. But I mean, you went the completely opposite way, in the sense that you went, I see this big team winning all the times. From what little knowledge you had at the time of football, I'm going to go the other way, which is intriguing. Really, it sort of tapped into our first category of questions, which was first City memory. I feel like if I was to do this, then it'd be a lot more simple. So I'll keep pressing you on the first City memory. Where did it evolve from there? Because obviously, for those who don't know, and I'm sure you'll speak about, there's been multiple times, and actually just this week you've planned your next voyage first one post COVID to Manchester to come and watch City, and you've been a number of times. So it's not like you've been confined to the comfort of your living room to watch football your entire life. You have seen this club in the flesh. How did it evolve to that point? What was in between, from the sort of first recognizing it to going to Brighton away on the last day of the season?
Yeah, so it's actually a kind of an interesting story that if anyone didn't believe in fate before this episode, they will after. But I was living in New York City when I was 22. So that would have been, it was the 2017-18 season, Pep's first title winning season. And I met a family at a pub at Amity Hall. For anybody who doesn't know Amity Hall, it's the meeting place of the NYC City supporters, which are a fantastic supporters group, like literally hundreds of people for 6 a.m. games. And there was a family over from Manchester who the dad had been a season ticket holder dating back to Maine Road for 30 odd years. And I got very lucky because my two friends that I would normally go watch the games with were too hungover to show up for the 7 a.m. game. So I sat by myself at the bar, sat next to a family, just chatting with this family. Ended up spending the next 3 days in New York with them, went to an NFL game with them because the wife didn't want her ticket and all this stuff. And they invited me over to Manchester for a game, essentially, because I'd never been, but I'd been supporting City for nearly a decade at that point. And basically just got very lucky running into them and meeting them in a pub. And then they took me to my girlfriend and I went out in December of 2018. We went Southampton away, or Leicester away was the first. That was the first City memory in person. Was Leicester away, which was
a defeat, wasn't it? It was
Boxing Day, I
Pereira
think.
won the goal. Yeah.
And it was insane to me because seeing the City players come out of the tunnel for warm-ups, it was like these TV characters that were just like animations to me, essentially, to see these real human beings. It was mind-blowing to me. You know, I've been to NFL games, college football games, NBA, NHL. So, you know, live sports was nothing new to me, but it was this thing that had consumed my life, but I'd only seen it on television. It felt like going to a live recording of your favorite sitcom. Like it just didn't feel real to see them.
So you get dunked on. Well and truly get dunked on.
But, you know, it was good because the novelty was still there. So like, it was kind of like the result didn't matter because the novelty of just being there was so great. And then a few days later, we went Southampton away. And then a few days after that was the now iconic Liverpool home game, which Sané scored the winner. And I was sat in the South stand right behind the goal that Aguero scored, you know, not too far from the Liverpool end. And I was hooked as far as, you know, going to games from that moment. And since then, I've been back for some special games like Brighton away on the final day. Saw City win the treble a week later at Wembley. But my first memory was Leicester away.
Not the greatest of stadiums to kick things off.
Neither was St. Mary's 4 days later. Just a couple of boxes with different colored seats.
IKEA flat pack furniture, or sort of essentially that's what it feels like. I guess there's sort of no rigid way in which we're going to do this. It's just going to a little bit of a chat, but I guess you can weave this into the next part because I have a feeling that my next question will be the answer to your answer will be linked to this. So it's best City memory. Now, you said that you saw City win or complete the treble. Obviously, the League Cup was done and dusted in February time. I think it would have been that season, or early March. But you were over in this country. You mentioned it there for the Brighton away game on the last day of the 2018-19 season. Just about got there. And then at Wembley for the FA Cup final 7 days later. Pretty interesting story. I have heard this story, but let us hear it again about how you went about booking that and how the nerves were jangled a little bit, you can say.
Yeah, well, a lot of Guinness was involved in the booking. I booked the trip to go back out there basically an hour after City won the FA Cup semi-final, which would have been, was that Brighton
as well? Yeah.
So I was at Amity Hall, same pub in New York, had a bit to drink, took the subway back and said, screw this, I'm booking my flight. And really it was just with aims just to go to the FA Cup final because, you know, going to Wembley was a bucket list thing for me. And then, you know, ended up, because I was there at the time, was like, let's get a ticket for the Brighton game. City were, I want to say maybe, God, how many points back would we have been at that point? We were still chasing down Liverpool.
It was at that point, it would have been, I don't think it was ever more than a game sort of swing. So it would have been 1 or 2 points. I don't think it would have been in like the United 2012 sort of category, but it was tense. It wasn't a dead cert at all.
So I booked the flight, and then I essentially, so I had tickets to the Brighton game, had tickets to Wembley, and then essentially the back half of that 14 game run in, which won City the title, my entire trip, I mean, not my entire trip because I had the tickets to Wembley, but that Brighton game could have been an absolute dead rubber had, you know, City fallen out of the title race. So the kind of quality of my trip was riding on each one of those games. So it was like this double jeopardy. You know, you think of the Vinny goal, City scrappy 1-0 win at Turf Moor. I remember a really nervy derby in there as well. I don't think we scored till like the 75th minute. Yeah. And those games were just horrible, absolutely horrible, especially the Leicester one, because what he scored in like the 71st minute or something, deep into the game. And at that point, I'm just thinking, God, I've got this ticket that like, you know, I've got a ticket to quote Martin, I think, was it Martin Tyler or Peter Drury? I can't remember whose final day call it was in 2012, but my ticket was either going to be for a coronation or a wake. And, you know, everything really rode on those games for me. You know, a $700 flight was riding on those games. And obviously, you know, it all worked out. So best City memory was absolutely Brighton, because the novelty of going to games in person had worn off for me, and I just cared about the result. And, you know, going 1-0 down at the same time Liverpool goes 1-0 up, and that away end for a few minutes was just a horrible place to be. But obviously it was elation from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't at the Brighton game, so I've only ever seen City's title wins at home, and there is that sort of, anyone who's been to both and will understand this, but there is that sort of fine line between it being the best place in the universe to be when it's going well, but, you know, take me back to Aston Villa on the final day of last season, for example. It's the most hot. You don't want to be anywhere. You want to be anywhere else in the world, basically. You don't want to be there at all. So that sort of that sort of balancing those feelings, I can imagine, as someone who would have been like the third ever game in person in English football would have been pretty mental.
Well, it's funny because the dad of the family that I stay with and
Does
that
he have
take
a
me to
name?
the
You can
games.
shout him out.
Yes,
You don't have to
yes,
just call him
Kieran.
dad.
Yes, Kieran. He's
Big up Kieran.
Him and his wife both work on Coronation Street. They're Mancunian legends. But it was so funny after the FA Cup win at Wembley. He just looked at me and he was like, I've been going to City for 40 years, and you've seen everything that I've seen in person.
Yeah. You've not seen a Carabao Cup win.
That's true.
I'll hold
That's
that
true.
over you. I'll hold that. Yeah. The superior of the domestic trophies, of course. So Brighton away was the best City memory for well, I mean, obvious reasons, because City won the league and City, and you sort of got to see that in person. If you were to sort of your usual match day routine of, you know, watching from home in the years either prior or after that, what would you say your sort of your best memories in terms of pure footballing? So not in terms of like the environment and the experience, just, you know, the pure footballing feeling of winning a match. I'm presuming. I mean, I know you are a little bit miserable like myself at times. I don't think you're going to say the best memory was something that happened that was negative, but, you know, you get what I mean. Like a big win. What was the one that sticks out for you?
I think I'd have to say it might be the Villa game.
Just gone.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. You know, the Aguero game in 2012 was obviously special for so many reasons. But that game, I remember, so the Aguero goal in 2012, we had a ton of family over, because my sister's birthday is May 13th, and it's also Mother's Day weekend every year.
Right.
So Championship Sunday often falls on big holiday weekends for my family. And the Aguero goal, we had a ton of people over, and it was kind of a nightmare to be living that game with like all of our family there, a family that was totally apathetic to the game. So the Villa game was actually like my last day in my previous apartment, previous to the one I live in now. And it was totally empty, just kind of boxes in the corner and stuff. And my girlfriend and I were watching it, and I had all this room to run around when Gundogan scored, because there was no furniture or everything. And I was just jumping up and down and screaming. And I think that game, you know, it being City winning winning a second straight title for the second time of the Pep era, you know, beating Liverpool to it on the final day again. And the Aguero game was special, but this one, I don't know. At this point in my life, the Aguero game, you got to remember, I didn't know City fans until like till I moved to Los Angeles, which was 2016. I'd never met another City fan. So I went a decade knowing only myself as a City fan, because they didn't exist in America at that point. I'd never met one. There was a pub in DC where I grew up that showed City games and had a local supporters group, but I wasn't allowed in because I wasn't 21. So I went a decade without meeting a single other City fan. So I lived all of those things, the FA Cup win in 2011, the Aguero moment. I lived all those things completely on my own. And in this isolated world where I didn't have people like you who I speak to every day to talk City and stuff. Whereas the Villa one, it was at a time in life where I'm just completely immersed in City at all hours of the day. And it's like, we're on FaceTime after the game, or, I'm FaceTiming with other friends in Manchester or people we do the podcast with. So I think the best memory is at least not being in a stadium. That was definitely the best memory.
Yeah. I think you mentioned you didn't know any City fans. There'll be City fans from Manchester who, of a certain age, went years without meeting any fellow City fans themselves, obviously, apart from going to the matches. We have been a sort of a breed that hasn't been the biggest at times, but obviously that is changing in recent years. But yeah, I think I don't know if this is going to be incredibly controversial. I'm not going to say it's better, because it's not possible to beat the Aguero goal, given the context, given the fact it was City's first league championship in over 40 years, given the fact that it was United it was going against. But I mean, in terms of actual pure footballing achievement, so take the game in isolation, remove all the other factors, City have to win the league. I actually think the Aston Villa one is more of an impressive achievement in that sense, considering the fact that City had to get 3 goals. And I mean, it literally is, in terms of numbers, 3 is bigger than 2. But I mean, in the way it was done, and City against QPR, I'm sure everyone here has watched it back numerous times, were pressing and pressing and pressing and pressing. It felt inevitable. City against Aston Villa at the end of the 2021-22 season, I at some points I reckon we could have played for about another hour and a half, and City wouldn't have even come close to getting a shot on target, let alone finding 3 goals. So I see what you mean in terms of, obviously, your experience. It was better because you had more people to speak to, but in actual sporting achievement sense, I reckon, I don't know, is this a cancelable offence? Am I gonna get cancelled now, or do you see where I'm coming from?
No, I mean, just like statistically, it was more impressive. QPR, Villa was a better team than that QPR team. QPR were down to 10 men. City were all over them the whole game. I think that QPR game, City were unlucky for 85 minutes of it. Whereas the Villa game, City were bad for 75 minutes of it. And it looked like they were going to get nothing out of it. Whereas that QPR game, if you take away the title being on the line, if we lose that game 2-1 or draw, unlucky not to win that game because, Paddy Kenny stood on his head and made unbelievable save. The Villa game, from a footballing point of view, was more impressive. But obviously the context, clubs will never experience and will obviously never experience again. That was just one thing that will never be replicated. The Villa game, that Aguero goal can never.
Nicely summed up. Right, okay, I'm sure there's a few candidates for this, but we've had what you think personally is your worst. That deep breath says a lot.
I'll take you of answers here with my memory.
Do match going first.
Okay. My dad over to Manchester in December before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And my parents kind of have totally been neutral to it. And took my dad over, took him to Burnley away, which was hilarious to take, an American man in his 50s that had never been to England and never experienced football live like that. To take him to Turf Moor was pretty funny.
Quite the culture shock.
Yeah, but then a few days later,
nothing like an American stadium, is it?
No, we have nothing like it here. Yeah, I mean, even our amateur sports. My dad went to Virginia Tech for college, who have a big football culture, American football, and that's amateur football, and they get 70,000 people every week in a gorgeous stadium. So there's nothing like it here. But my worst match going memory was a few days after that Burnley game. City hosted United at the Etihad in Derby. My first ever live Derby. I'd had most of my City life was positive memories in the Derby because I've been a City fan since 2007. So other than a few years in there where they won the league a few times, we've got the 6-1, a lot of demolition derbies in that era. But this was not one of those derbies. And, I kind of hyped the whole thing up to my dad. He's never have experienced an atmosphere of what we're going to experience inside the Etihad on Derby Day. I think United were 2-0 up in the first half, and it was just dreary and horrible. And it was kicking off in the South Stand, like City fans fighting City fans because everyone was on edge because of the scoreline. And it was just horrible. So that's probably my worst. I mean, most of what I've seen as a match going fan at City has been positive. So that definitely was the worst.
That's pretty low. I remember that game. I had forgotten about the game until you've just brought it up, but I remember that game. It was I think there's been one or two occasions City fans aren't really, and it's usually against United, almost exclusively saved for United games, where the atmosphere turns toxic within the City support. I remember going back a few years before that when Van Persie scored his last minute goal, and we won't want to unearth too much trauma here, so we'll move on swiftly, but there was the same sort of thing here. I think a fan ran onto the pitch.
That's a bit of foreshadowing right there for an upcoming answer as well. So
right. So, yeah, so that was the worst memory in person. I mean, it could quite easily sort of stay for the whole answer. I don't think many can get worse than that, but your worst overall City memory, take it away.
It's actually that game. It's the Van Persie winner.
No way.
I mean, look, there's been some heartbreaking Champions League losses, but anybody that's listened to you and I and our podcast before will know that, you know, for us, the Premier League is everything, and the Champions League is a bonus. And you know, we've notoriously gotten over Champions League exits pretty quickly on this podcast.
Yeah.
But that day, it was. I mean, I can't remember what time of year it was because I had a gathering at my house of friends for that game, which is very, very foolish to do that for a derby.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't know what the occasion was because it wouldn't have been my birthday because my birthday is mid-August, so it's one of the first games of the year every season. But I had friends over, and Zaba scored that equalizer, and you know I was absolutely buzzing. And then that Van Persie goal goes in. And I'm going to sound like an absolute loser here because I was probably, what year was that? 2013?
2012. 13, but it was.
So I was 16 years old here. I ran off to the basement of my house and I cried into a pillow. And
for how long?
Probably not long. I don't know, to be honest. I've kind of blacked out the whole thing. And I had all my friends over. Thankfully, it's like close, long-time friends. You know, I wasn't, it wasn't making a first impression on anybody. And one of my friends, Sia, she came downstairs and she said, "Should we go?" And I said, "Yeah." And they all left. And I saw them the next day at school, and I think it was probably just never spoken about again, but that's definitely my worst City memory.
Fair play for opening up about it. I'm not quite sure I would have been able to unearth that. That is quite the memory.
In the name of charity, you know?
Yeah. Oh wow. I'm just imagining like a traumatic, broken, sort of mid-pubescent teenager.
Yeah, I probably had a lot of hormones, and that deflected free kick just triggered some sort of hormonal outburst.
That I mean, City have had a number of last-minute defeats in general, but against United as well. There's been a couple in there. But the fact City came from behind, I think, what made that game so horrific. And you mentioned Zabaleta's goal. It's a shame because that celebration, I'm pretty sure
iconic.
It's called the equaliser. Yeah, it should have gone down in history for all the right reasons. It should have been like, you know, the face of Premier League campaigns for the next 5 years, whatever. You know, him running at 2-2, him running to the centre circle to get the game back up and going. Because Vincent Kompany wasn't playing that day, was he? Zabaleta was captain.
Yeah,
I remember somewhere whether or not Kompany was injured or taken off. I can't remember. I think it was the FA Cup game the season after or season before he was sent off. So it would have been that anyway. But you know that was probably prime Zabaleta as well. That was when he was absolutely at his peak. And then, as we know, Robin van Persie, who City tried to sign, and I'm still certain to this day it was that signing of Van Persie that won Alex Ferguson his last.
Oh yeah,
Premier League trophy.
Yeah, absolutely.
He must have scored 20 odd goals for them. So yeah, I mean that's absolutely worthy. Not even did you cry after the Tottenham game in the Champions League? Because we spoke about how the Champions League final was just like a numbing experience. It wasn't that emotionally stirring. But I think the only Champions League game for me anyway in there which leaves a proper, to this day. I mean, I should seek therapy at this point, to be honest, because I don't think there's a day goes by I don't think about it. But the 2019 quarterfinal against Tottenham, was there any crying into the pillow after that, or was it just this game?
No, that was when I was living in New York. I had kicked puberty. That was done with. And I was at the City Supporters Pub in Manhattan.
Oh, you have to watch it with people.
Yeah, yeah, that was with people. But here's the thing, though, that I think match-going fans never realize is, like, we're let down pretty quickly as armchair supporters with VAR decisions, because we see it and it's like, oh, that's offsides, and you've made your decision. That's not going to go our way. Whereas in the stadium, you're just sitting there, you're celebrating, you don't know what's going on. I can't remember. I mean, I certainly didn't cry, but I stormed off to the subway to go home, and I just had my headphones in, cranked up music, and was just didn't speak to anybody till the next day, most likely. But that, out of all the Champions League exits, that definitely hurt the worst.
Yeah.
But we've spoken about it before on the show. 3 days later, Tottenham came back to the Etihad. Phil Foden scored, and that kicked off City's title run. And you're over it from there.
Yeah. Speaking of spotty mid-pubescent teenagers, that Phil Foden goal certainly leaves a lasting memory. I know exactly what you mean. I was somewhere, you see those photos on like football away day Twitter accounts where it's usually Leeds fans or someone like that, and everyone's piled on top of each other, and you're like, that's just fate. You're doing that for the sake of it. I experienced that for probably one of the only real times like that. For the Spurs game, must have ended up 4 or 5 rows down, somewhere in the South Stand. But obviously, I found my glasses; they fell off. But obviously, after reattaching them to my face, it popped up VAR checking goal. And then I think the worst thing about that is the reaction that you obviously won't get watching it in a City pub, but the reaction of the away fans, like. You can get over the decision, but it's the noise. You can't look at them, but it's the noise. I can still hear it now. Because it's a different sort of cheer. It's not like a goal cheer, which is like a cheer. It's like it's a laughable. It's a Mickey take.
That's funny you bring that up, because I want to go back to my first City memory going away to Leicester.
Right, it's not. I was going to say it's not of Spurs. Like
no.
Having Spurs fans in the ears, that'd be a bit weird.
But we don't have like away day culture here. Away ends don't exist.
Yeah.
I mean, you get them in any sort of like local derby in MLS, but anything else like that, it doesn't really exist. And of course, I knew about it from watching football for a decade before I went out there, but I didn't really know about it. I knew that all of the away fans were in their own section, and that was it. But I'm, as an American, used to, I wouldn't say it's cordial between opposition fans, because there's plenty of issues in American stadiums with away fans and home fans sitting in the same sections. But I'm used to it. And I just remember, especially because we were at Leicester away, it was cold. I didn't really recognize the difference between the home and away end for a little bit. And obviously City lost that day. Leicester scored the opener. And I remember looking around and just seeing the, 20-odd thousand Leicester fans all celebrating at me and only me is what it felt like in the moment. And I was like,
it's a victim complex, isn't it?
Well, I'd never experienced anything like that where it's this vitriolic celebration directed at you. And that was, I mean, I loved it. It gave me a buzz that I'd never felt before in that moment. But it was this crazy feeling of, why are they all angry at me? I'm just standing here. And I just had never felt that. So I can't imagine what it would have been like that day at the Etihad. I mean, I've been in the South Stand for some Liverpool goals and some United goals, which weren't great. But yeah, that would have been horrible.
Yeah, it was horrible. I feel like that's the start of a villain movie, though. Like, they were all like 20,000 people were just celebrating at me. It feels like you could be a Batman villain.
Yeah, if Spider-Man was bit by a football hooligan.
Yeah, you're right. We're getting into a completely different rabbit hole, and I guess we'll use that to take a break. We'll be back in a moment to continue our look at Adam Booker's City life. Welcome back to the City Report podcast, MCFC Foodbank special. Right, we'll continue this then. We've done the memories. We've gone into your memory bank and we've dug them all up. We're going to turn it a little bit more conceptual, if you like, and you can get those creative juices flowing now. Because next question, 2 more left before we call it a day. But next question, your favourite all-time City kit. Now, I'm going to give you the chance here. I'm going to let you have 3. You can build a season's kit sort of collection. You can have a home shirt. You can have an away shirt. And do we go goalkeeper shirt or third shirt?
Let's go third. I think there's been some banging thirds out there.
Yeah, goalkeeper shirts are a little boring at times, aren't they? So we'll go third. So you can build a sort of an all-time City kit collection for a season. Try and make it from different seasons if we can to keep it interesting. But other than that, fire away.
So I'm going to keep it within the years that I have supported City, which has been 2007 to modern day. Even though there are some incredible kits in the 80s and 90s that I probably would put up in here, I'll keep it within my timeline. So home kit for me, if I can only go one from each season, I think the best home kit for me might be the current home kit with the maroon trim. And
of your sort of history.
Yeah.
I
I love the maroon. Any City kits that have had maroon in it. I think it was 2011. The kit that we won the FA Cup in had the maroon trim on the socks, I think, right?
Yeah.
And I loved that. I love the center badge. I've got two other kits with the badge in the center, the purple. I'm on Football Archives here. Think it was 2007. Yeah, 2007, 8. The purple. The purple one with the white stripes and the center badge with Thomas Cook on it. I've got that and an Alano kit in my closet behind me. And I love the center badge.
Yeah, I know exactly. I mean, as soon as I saw the first leak for this season's, as we speak, what is 2022, 23? As soon as I saw the first leak for that kit, I was like, that's an all-timer. And I'll obviously ask you away and third kit in a second, but are you the sort of person who rates a kit? Now, obviously, we don't know what this season will come to, so maybe not, but are you the sort of person who a kit goes up in their estimation if it's attached to a memory? So, for example, for me, I look at the last season's shirt, and had City not won the league title in that shirt, I think it would have been an instantly forgettable shirt. Whereas if City this season, barring disaster, I'm talking like final day humiliation, sort of really bad end to the season, whatever. If City season peters out, they don't win any trophies, I still think that kit goes down as an all-timer. Are you someone who's like the results in that shirt and make or break, or does it not really matter?
In the early days of supporting City, yeah, the 2011-12 kit is an all-timer for me because of the moment. But last season's, I think now that City winning trophies is a regular thing, we can't just keep attaching the kit. Like, we can't just call a kit good because we won something in it, because we win something every year, essentially. We did a very, very early on in this podcast, we did a special episode with the Main Road Ramble looking at City kits. And, we spoke about how arguably City's most famous kit of all time, the 1998-99 playoff final, the teal striped kit is horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's one of the worst City kits of all time, but it's iconic, and just about everybody owns it, and you've got to own it, and you've got to wear it out. And it's, you see it all around the Etihad and any game you go to. But had that game not happened, had that just been a season where they finished, mid-table, that would be a completely forgotten, or even be talked about as one of the worst City kits, of the 90s. So I'm not somebody that attaches that anymore. There are moments that I certainly attach the kits to, winning the FA Cup, winning the league for the first time. But since then, no, it's kind of, you can't do that, or every kit is going to be special.
Yeah, true. That is a good point. I know exactly what you mean with the 99 playoff one. It looks like a bottle for disinfectant cleaner. Like this big hazardous, do not touch, do not let in the sight of kids, keep clear of children. it's I don't know who at Kappa at the time, notoriously known for their incredible kit designs. Sort of even at that time in the mid '90s to late '90s, the some of the Italian kits are fantastic. I don't know who at Kappa sat down and went, yeah, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get sort of like this fluorescent neon yellow, and we're going to chuck it with this sort of really deep navy blue, and we're just going to throw a little bit of green. It's awful. It's horrendous, but obviously it's adored for understandable reasons. Right, okay. That isn't your away kit, is it? You're not gonna pop up
No.
and say that shit, right?
It doesn't qualify for the 2007-20 to 2022.
That's the point.
So yeah, my away kit is interesting because the away kit from this season is on theme. So it's another red and black striped. It's the 2011-2012 away kit.
Oh yeah.
The memories attached to that are obviously good ones as well. Putting I think it was 6 past Tottenham at White Hart Lane. Dzeko had 4 goals that day?
Something like that, yeah. Something silly.
I remember and this is still at a time you've got to remember when we didn't get a lot of City games on TV. It wasn't until NBC took over the rights to the Premier League in 2014 that you could watch. If you didn't support one of the kind of usual big 4 or big 3 before the big 6 was even really a thing, you didn't really get to see your team that often. And that memory. Or that kid, I remember Balotelli scoring at a very rainy Stamford Bridge and celebrating in front of the shed end in that kit. And that's, I think City ended up losing that game or maybe drawing it, but
it was the first defeat of the season.
Yeah, and that still was a great memory for me because I just so rarely got to watch City at that time, and I basically had to read about everything online or find highlights online. So that's an all-time kit for me. Not, and it has nothing to do with the memories. I have great memories in that kit, but it's just the cleanest black and red stripe kit we've had since the original, I think.
Yeah, and that entire period with Umbro, I think actually, speaking of kits that could be forgettable, that season's home shirt, the 2012 one, I don't think that sort of is remembered quite fondly if it isn't for the Aguero goal. But that overall period with Umbro, 2010, 2009 to 2010, the kits that season, fantastic. Season after that as well, that I think it was tailored by Umbro was the collection. They did a fantastic job, and anyone at Umbro's listening, please bring it back.
Yeah, for real.
So we've got 2 of 3. Finally, then third kit's traditionally, well, sort of anti-traditionally, a little bit more abstract. Now I've known from speaking to you a number of times that you're not a third kit hater, but you like your kit simple, and I think that's probably been given away with your first 2 picks. So this may be a little bit more difficult for you to find one that fits the bill. Yeah,
there's some very obvious candidates for me. I'm just scrolling through all the third kits I've had to suffer through as a City fan in the past 15, 16 years. There's some awful ones in there, especially the Nike era. But Umbro just never really put a foot wrong with third kits. And I think for me, especially because this kit lasted 2 seasons, the best third kit of all time is 2009 to 2011, the black and red sash. I mean, that's just totally unbeatable for me.
Yeah. It's, speaking of Stamford Bridge memories, the win against, what would it have been, Carlo Ancelotti's or Avram Grant's Chelsea at the time, I can't remember, but that image of Mancini slumped backwards in his, freshly polished Italian leather shoes and his little scarf done up to the top. That was, I think it was a couple of days before my birthday. So speaking of parties as well, there's a few people around at my house for what would have been my 9th or 10th birthday party, and just watching that game. It was an early kickoff. I don't know why I remember this so vividly. It's quite scary, but it was. I think that's probably City's biggest statement win. And to do it in that kit as well was fantastic. Did you prefer it with the black shorts or the white shorts? Because I think one season they had black shorts, one season they had white shorts.
Yeah. God, I'd have to see them again. I think black, because I think the way I like the black from the sash flows into it.
Yeah. I'd agree.
But yeah, I mean, there's some bad third kits out there, but I am very much, and this may be the American in me because, there are a lot of American sports teams that have had the same home kit forever and it never changes. The Pittsburgh Steelers, Boston Bruins, a lot of, old school well, old school for us in America, organizations that, and I love that. I think that your kit should be iconic with you. You know, you look at Real Betis and Atletico Madrid, and I think your kit should be totally iconic with you. So I'm very much a white home kit, or sorry, blue home kit with.
Well, I was going to say that's not traditional, is
with
it?
maybe a white collar. The only other color that can be on there is maroon or dark blue, and I think that all away kits should be white at all times. I think it should always be white, but I'll take the black and red because of the tradition.
Yeah.
And then third kit you can go a little crazy with, but yeah, I'm a simple man. I like my colors solid.
Yeah, that sash kit is incredible. But you can throw in there. You didn't like the Nike ones, but there's a white one with a sky blue and navy bluish sort of. I don't know what you'd call it. Like it's not a sash, but it's a sort of a line down the. Down the,
that was my option number 2 for third kit.
Yeah, but you know that sort of. It is a little bit out of the box, but it's simple at the same time. I mean, some of the abominations we've had with Puma, I think, are just awful.
Yeah.
Thou shall not mention the fizzy sherbet kit. But right, okay, we'll move on to the final category then before we decide to call it a day. Again, it's another sort of conceptual category, something that you can sort of tailor it to yourself. You know, it doesn't have to be the most obvious answer, but it's your favourite all-time City player. Now, as I said, it doesn't have to be the greatest of all time, whoever you may deem that to be. It can be sort of for more personal reasons, if you wish.
Yeah, I mean, this is an easy one for me. It's a man previously mentioned on this episode, and that's Pablo Zabaleta.
Really? I didn't know that, really.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll
I don't know why I
always
sound surprised because it's an absolutely valid shout. You know, you've not said Mycon or Jack Rodwell,
Yeah.
but you know, it's not one that I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that as their all-timer.
I just adored, and listen, you've got to understand that as much as I try to shy away from it and kind of tear down the theory of this, there is too much of an American influence in me. And you know, we love our gritty, you know, NFL player that gets hit and gets up and plays again and gets hit and gets up and plays again. And he's the embodiment. Zabaleta is the embodiment of a Rocky style, like boxer out of a film that just keeps getting up when they get hit and keeps getting up when they get hit. And I just adored him. The amount of times, you know, whether or not this was great for player safety, the amount of times he was playing with, you know, a bandaged head and blood dripping down his side of his face, and he's still going into, you know, full-blooded challenges. The kind of player that you just feel like would die for the club on the pitch. And that it's just
very nearly did at multiple occasions.
Yeah. And, you know, I remember his quote shortly after he left City when he was asked if you could either watch City from the couch the rest of your life or play for Manchester United. And he said, if that was my only two options, I'd never play football again. And he just, you know, he's one of those players that comes from another country and they have absolutely no reason to kind of play for the shirt that way. And he did. And I've always adored him. And interestingly enough, it was that Van Persie game. It was his equalizer where that clicked for me, that he was my all-time favorite City player, and him running back to the center circle and geeing up his teammates and hyping up the crowd. And I was like, this is the guy for me.
Yeah. It's an absolutely valid shout, as I said. And he fell in love with not just the club, but, you know, the city itself. And I feel like he was genuinely not devastated in the sense that, you know, he was going to live in London and play for West Ham and earn a lot of money doing so, and has since, you know, had a fantastic post career. But, you know, to leave City, I feel like more than probably maybe Vincent Kompany, but other than that, the legends we've had leave the club in the last few years, I reckon that he was the one probably the most hurt by it. And you know, the stories of him loving the chippy in Didsbury on the corner, and, you know, going to status quo gigs and stuff, you know, fantastic person. And I think that's probably why it resonates with so many. There'll be people agreeing to this, because he above everything else, whilst a sort of a little bit of a dick on the pitch, to be honest, you know, he's the sort of player who you'd hate to have on your opposition team, but adore to have on your team. But he was just a gent off the pitch. And I remember multiple times people like Gary Neville, before Gary Neville was this sort of media behemoth he is today, in the early stage of his Sky Sports career, saying how much they loved Pablo Zabaleta and would constantly praise him. And I think that's probably where he is, basically, and where he finished his time in England, was just this sort of lovable character.
Yeah, and you guys wouldn't get to see this, but he's actually on U.S. television now. He works for ESPN and he covers La Liga.
Nice.
And every time they have him on our daily football show, ESPN FC, he's got just this blank white wall behind him, and the only thing behind him when the camera is on him is his city kit with his, they get the appearance kit, says 187 or whatever, and it's signed by the final squad that he had at City, and that's the only thing on camera with him when he's on, and I adore him.
Yeah, what a gentleman, and that's probably the best place possible to end. Adam, that was fun. Really enjoyed sort of digging deep. Really enjoyed more than anything hearing about the fact that you went to hide in the basement after City lost to Old Trafford and cried into a pillow. Why was there a pillow in the basement?
I slept I had a lot of sleeping issues as a kid.
Okay.
And I used to just leave my room and just go watch TV in the basement. And by the time I was maybe 14 or 15, I just slept in the basement long term because I had horrible insomnia. So I slept on a couch in the basement and just watched TV all night.
Well, yeah.
So technically I had run to my room to make it look like I was even more of a child. I ran to my room. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably could have said that. I just did this vision of you like unlocking the doors, because I get the feeling basements in the US are probably a little bit different than the UK, where it's like a cellar and it's like you keep.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So
I didn't run down and sit in the pentagram that's drawn on the dusty basement floor. No.
Yeah, it wasn't like a medieval castle you were locked in chains that you're at. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense, and I'll be able to sleep easier tonight. So we'll call it a day there. If you want to hear us again, Adam, I'll let you continue, and you can sort of begin to wrap up. Where are we? What do we do? And where can people continue to listen to us?
Yeah, obviously you can find us on any audio platform, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, the lot. The City Report is what we're called. Very easy. I would love to say you can find us on Twitter, but who knows if Twitter will even exist by the time this goes out. But if it does still exist, you can find us at the City Report Pod, and it's the same thing on Instagram as well. Is probably where we'll have to get the bulk of our posts going if Twitter does die. But yeah, you can find us on there, and yeah, if you're listening to this on our personal feed, you can find all of that info down in the description of this episode as well.
Yeah, for sure. And you forgot to mention there, daily episodes. We come at
yes.
you every Monday to Friday in normal season times. Obviously, this is currently in the World Cup. So in the usual season, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday episodes each week. I guess that's all left to say is keep supporting MCFC Foodbank. The people there are incredible. Genuinely incredible people. They've done some fantastic stuff, not just for the sort of the local community that you mentioned at the top, Adam. Taking donations and offering a voice to those who don't have a voice, amplified in this strange industry that we all sort of love and engage in. I guess that'll do then. Adam, thank you.
Yes, thank you. That was fun.
Yeah, it was indeed. And until next time, we'll see you later.
That was Amos and Adam from the City Report podcast. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed that. Right, we're 10 hours in. It seems a lot longer, to be honest. But no, it's been fine. I want to repeat something we did earlier today. Probably the most important part of the day, in a way, and it's about why we're doing it in the first place. It's about the food bank. So there's two clips here that I need to just drop into this show so that I can tell you all about it. So yeah, this early in January we did our second charity podcast. It was a wonderful day with great guests, and in January I spoke to Nick at the City Food Bank, and of course this food bank is a joint one with United as well. It's for Manchester, and there are wonderful initiatives across other football clubs across the UK and beyond. I spoke to Nick in January about how the food banks came around, why we need it. This is the piece we played at 9:30 this morning, I think, a long time ago. And I think it's an important piece that needs to be played again. When I listened to it back the other day, I realised it was as relevant as ever. Nothing was out of date. Nothing's changed since January. So what follows is the interview I had with Nick in January. And after that, there's a quick 6 minutes from Nick when he spoke earlier this morning, dropped me a little voice message telling me about what's changed since January. So do listen to this. It really explains why we're all doing this and what we're doing today, and the changes you can make to someone's life with the smallest of donations. Thank you very much. I am joined by Nick from the Manchester Food Bank to talk about the cause that this day is all about, why it's needed and so on, and why it's so important and what it wants to achieve and has achieved already. So, hi Nick, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks Howard. Cheers for inviting us on.
No, well thanks for coming on and talking about this. It's not... it's quite a depressing thing to talk about, but there's also lots of good stories that will come out from this as well. So I'm just going to start at the beginning and ask you, how did the Food Bank initiative get started? You know, the Manchester Food Bank side of it.
Yeah. So at the City Fans Food Bank support, we looking back at December 2019 now, it became clear that the situation in the country in general was not going to improve anytime soon. Food banks have kind of been a creeping illness in society over the past 10 years, and then they've kind of just jumped on us. I think the pandemic has really exacerbated those kind of issues and put them in the front of people's minds. And there were already a few fans food banks across the country. Significantly first started in England by Everton and Liverpool fans about 6 years ago now, and as football fans, we often rib each other, getting under each other's skins quite a lot.
Occasionally,
just occasionally, but at home, at the workplace, and everything, we're always talking. We do always talk, and we do often sometimes, especially when you get into the fan groups and podcast stuff, that you do this all the time. You talk, you hear each other's opinions, and you share best practice. And the Fan Supporting Food Banks national network is something that now encompasses West Ham, Newcastle, there's Villa, there's even a Morecambe group, and Southend recently, I think, and Southampton have got on board. It's a national initiative to basically try and look out for the communities that our football clubs represent. Very easily, you could find out that a friend, a fan that you've gone to the matches with, or family have ended up using food banks through no fault of their own. And it's just I think it's putting the community back into community clubs. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. So how did you actually start it? Were you involved right from the beginning with the City Food Bank, and was it?
Yeah, it's pretty much stayed the same core group of about 5 or 6 of us, and we've got a lot of associated, friends and associates who've helped us spread the word ever since, yourselves included. And there's always at least 3 or 4 of us at every weekend home game opposite the Asda at the end of Sir Howard Bernstein Way, collecting up to 3 hours before kickoff. And honestly, I think at first we really didn't know how it was going to go. We turned up with a couple of crates from B&M and a borrowed gazebo of a friend who really didn't want us to show the company that was on the gazebo. So not to drop him in it with his employer. But honestly, the response was incredible. That first game, I think we were playing at Everton New Year's Day, January the 1st, 2020. It was awful. It was practically pitch black at 1 o'clock. It was 11 in the morning, I think, because it was it was vile. I hate early kickoffs with a passion. I didn't like them before. I definitely don't like them now.
Not on New Year's Day either. So.
Definitely not on New Year's Day. I was chuffed with the Arsenal away fixture. I'm sorry, match going away fans. I feel bad for you, but Yeah, the response ever since has been fantastic from fellow City fans. In that first 10 or so games in January, February of 2020, before the pandemic hit, and we started collecting outside women's games, we collected over, I think, 1,200 kilos of food and toiletries for Manchester Central Food Bank. And then obviously the pandemic cut it short. Lots of stuff went on in the meantime, just because it was lockdown didn't mean that people still didn't need feeding. If anything, it was it was the inverse. We saw food bank usage rocket. So we did a lot of fundraising. You guys obviously did that first fantastic 12-hour broadcast. A friend of ours, Ben and Helen, they started a virtual club night, which has now turned into a real club night, which is fantastic.
Seen it, yes.
Mistaken for Strangers, shout out to them, which is amazing. But like I say, it's City fans, even non-City fans from all over. Like, he's a York City fan, which, don't need to go into too much of that. When I went to their wedding this summer, and they showed an awful highlight of York beating us, which was not something you want to see at a wedding to a City fan.
No.
We can cut that bit out. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. It was just right. It was right in my head. It was horrible. Honestly, the look on Helen's face, she was mortified.
I remember them beating United as well in the Cup, so it's all fine.
Exactly, that's it. Sorry, we'll go back to the lockdown stuff. Yeah, there was the massive fundraiser, which is, I think it's just touching £54,000 now, set up with the United Fans Food Bank, and that's the point. Hunger doesn't wear club colours has always been the motto, and to do it with them hand in hand is really shown a great example of doesn't matter who you support when it comes to living and dying and struggling in our communities. And it's just been, like I say, the support from other City fans has kept us going all the way through. But so we still starting again this season in just, I think, 10 games and one collection with the official support over. We've not got in the last figure, but we're judging the food and toiletries, which has been given directly by incredible. And you're doing a massive, your friends, families and neighbours who are struggling right now.
So just to repeat,
the moment, our usual spot is right at the end of the, I can say, under the next entire bridge, which is now a city landmark, of course.
Yeah.
Connecting the Academy Stadium to the main stadium. So it's opposite the Big Asda, at the end of Sir Howard Bernstein Way. If you actually type us in, MCFC Fans Food Bank Support on Google, we're on Google Maps now, which is great. So it helps, because eventually we would love to be stationed at different parts of the stadium just to increase donations and make sure as many people who want to donate can donate. But for now, like I say, because it's the small group of us, we're sticking there.
Do you do just the men's games, or do you do any other women's games, other occasions?
We last year we did become the first fans food bank in the country to collect outside women's games, and that was because we were in a really unfortunate period of no away games, postponed games, and bad weather. Actually, I think it was one that got postponed because of wind and rain, which is strange. It's just, it doesn't happen often, does it? So we did start collect outside women's games, but we've not been able to resume that this season because of the work and caring constraints of our group. But we are hoping. This is only the second year, and we've not even had one full season. So we're hoping that as time goes on, we're just going to be able to grow and keep on doing the work that we're doing, and eventually work towards a future where we don't need to do it.
So the GoFundMe site. Now I can read it out, but I will read it out right now. But it's probably easier that everyone listening to this just goes onto Twitter, check the 9320 Pod Twitter feed all day. My feed, Harry Hock 3434, all the food bank. Your food bank Twitter handle again is?
It's at MCFC Food Bank.
Yeah. So if you do like to type in web addresses manually, it's gofundme.com/f/MCFC-fans-supporting-food banks. As I say, that's the link. If you can give any donation, obviously you are helping people to put food on the table for people who are really struggling. Yeah. We really appreciate it. But It's easy. Go and find the links all day. If you're listening far away from Manchester, obviously it's wonderful if you want to do something local as well. If you want to make a charitable contribution, we're not demanding you click this link, but anything you can do today to help make someone's life better is amazing. When you set up that GoFundMe, did you have an aim? As you say, I wrote the figure down. £54,202, amazing, is what it's raised so far.
Yeah. No, we absolutely didn't. It was an interesting one because we realised. I mean, I feel like a lot of us moved a bit quicker than our government did, but we all realised that this is going to be absolutely catastrophic for so many different sections of society. I remember. Yeah.
To say the obvious, has it got a lot worse since we last did the first charity day?
Well, this is it. Everyone thought that, okay, as things get a little bit more back to normal, whatever that means, that food bank usage is going to drop off. And it just didn't. It stayed at the same level, and there's a lot of things affecting that. I think pretty much everyone listening can empathise with the current energy price hikes that are being seen across the country, and also the £20 uplift to universal credit was removed, which was shocking. So they've actually stayed at a steady level at the moment, and they have risen every single year. Food bank usage has risen every single year on year since records began in 2006 or so, which is worrying. I thought a pandemic would maybe see a peak and a trough, but it hasn't. When we first started this fundraiser, it was just after when I say we, I mean us and the United Fans Food Bank, we'd successfully petitioned both of the Manchester clubs to make a donation to the Greater Manchester Food Banks, as we'd just seen Everton and Liverpool do. So I think, and that came to 50 grand each from each club, so 100 grand, which was amazing and a great show of support from the clubs to the communities that they represent. So the fact that our fundraiser has now gone over the £50,000 that either club donated, I think that shows incredible. It proves how fantastic football fans are and can be, despite getting a pretty bad press over the past 30 years.
Yeah. Do you have any ultimate aims, or is it just to keep fighting the fight and doing what you're doing now? Raise money, have people drop off food.
Yeah.
I guess there's not a lot more you can do than what you've already done, because it's such an astonishing achievement already.
This is it. I mean, it does speak volumes of like community power, the power of fans and us as individuals when we come together and show our voices. But unfortunately, like you say, it's just keeping plugging on. You have to it's almost like fighting a rising tide. However, it's to us, a lot of it is about showing the intent and the community mindedness of City fans. If I could put down one sort of, I don't know, aim or something, we would love for the dream is, I remember Dave Kelly from the Evertonian from Fan Support and Food Banks telling me once, he said, if every single fan at Goodison Park donated just one item of food every single match day, then no child in Liverpool would go hungry that day. And I think that's kind of what we aim to. We just want as much engagement from fans as possible. And like you said, you don't force people to donate. It's nothing like that. We'd love for people to just come over and have a chat with us. We've hosted tenancy unions this year because one of the biggest causes of food bank usage is evictions and rent arrears, those sort of things. So we want to just keep speaking to other Manchester community groups and link the dots, because these are wider societal issues, and we're just City fans who feel the way we do and want to look out for our communities in this way.
Have you've experienced the other side of where the food goes and the good it can do?
Yeah. Oh, well, this is just actually to link it back to the actual fundraiser. What this fundraiser does, it gets portioned out to all the different food banks in Greater Manchester, the Trussell Trust food banks, that is. What Manchester Central Food Bank did, and they're the people who we collect for on match days, they use their part of the donations to run a series of holiday help pantries in primary schools in Moston over last summer, which was amazing. It was well, I say it's amazing. Like you said at the very start of this, it's a bit of a depressing fact that lots of children come back after school holidays noticeably thinner because parents find it tough on low incomes and such to feed the families in the time when they're not getting school meals. Obviously, free school meals are a massive thing that Rashford has campaigned on and brought a lot of awareness to. As long as he keeps doing stuff like that and not doing anything decent on the pitch, as he maintains to do, that's fantastic for us. But the point is that everything donated makes a difference. So everyone who donated at your last broadcast, that money will have gone to support primary school age children being fed over school holidays in North Manchester, and that's a massive, massive thing. We shouldn't have to be doing this, I don't think.
No.
But the fact that we're showing that we feel that this is not right, I think it's a really powerful message to be sending, and I'm so glad to be doing it with fellow City fans and fans across the country.
I say the one, in a perfect world, or even near perfect world, or even an average world, shouldn't be needing this at all.
No.
But it's not going away, is it? It's here to stay now. The need for food banks, I can't see it declining in the coming years. The only, I say only good. It's a smaller good thing is you have seen fans. We talk about less important things. Like 22 men kicking a football around a pitch, and we look at tribalism, people slagging off other clubs and VAR. But this one, smaller good thing that's come out of this is it shows the power of football fans coming together.
Absolutely, and look, football it's so important to our day-to-day lives. Look, these are I hate to call it a distraction because it seems to cheapen football. It's not about cheapening football. We all live our life with distractions, whether it's reading, playing games, or watching football, or doing anything. We need those things in our lives, and it's nice to have that. It's also nice sometimes to know that the club you represent or the fans that you sit alongside have also got the same sort of feeling as you when it comes to things like this. And you're right, this isn't a thing that we should have to do. This is the 6th, 7th largest economy in the world. Richest country rather. We shouldn't be seeing this happen in this day and age. You're seeing things like rickets making a comeback, Victorian diseases, which is terrifying. But no, as long as we all look out for each other, and there's a lot of power in communities. So, and I think we can all agree that football fan communities are another part of that.
So, just a final question: if people do want to help, there is the GoFundMe. There is the opportunity before home matches to drop off food. Are they the two things that you ask for people? Is there anything else people can do? That's it.
Yeah. So on our social medias, at least 2 days before every single match, we do post a little graphic saying where we are and what food is the food bank are in need of at any one time. But pretty much any non-perishable food, anything that doesn't need to be put in the fridge, nothing that has alcohol in it for addiction reasons, at the food bank. Toiletries are a massive one as well. We saw a lot of Premier League clubs over the past couple of years try and combat the period poverty sort of thing, and toiletries, all sorts, as long as it's not bladed or anything like that, that are really, really welcome.
Because some people just think it's about food, don't they?
Yeah, it's day-to-day life essentials. I mean, God, I was picking up some nappies the other day as part of a donation. I felt so out of touch because I didn't realise just how much a pack of nappies can actually cost. And these are absolute basics for raising a family, living in this country. It's crazy.
Okay, well, hopefully we can raise lots of money today. So thank you very much for coming on to speak about it. Thank you for everything you've done over 2 years as well.
No, Howard, honestly, thank you, all the guys, the Arsene Ali, everyone who's involved with this today, and all the guests and all the other podcasts that are coming on. It's pretty much all of the good stuff we've done over the past, just over 2 years since we started now. It's all been because of the support and activity that other City fans have given us and engaged in. So thank you so much for this. We really, really appreciate it. It makes us proud to be Blues.
I'm just I'll be honest, I'm just sitting on my backside for 12 hours, so...
Hey, work is work.
Work is work. It's an absolute joy to help, just anything we can do to help. And if you're listening, again, your Twitter feed, your Twitter handle is...
Yeah, at MCFC Foodbank, and it's at MCFC Foodbank on Facebook and Instagram as well.
Right, we're going to be tweeting today. We're going to put this podcast that we're speaking now, we'll put out the day after as well. And we'll be tweeting all week, basically. So check the 9320. The handle is 9320pod for details. The link to the GoFundMe. If you can bring stuff before a City match, anything, toiletries, food, anything, it helps put food on table. It helps people survive, basically. And you are making a huge difference with just one tin or just one item. Anything you can do helps. Every few pounds you can donate helps someone not be hungry. So yeah, if you can do anything. If you can't, don't worry about it. Just we've got 12 hours of top quality content if I don't press the wrong buttons and wipe everything. So just make a difference if you can, but if not, just listen, enjoy the day, help how you can in the future. And Nick, thank you very much for coming on and talking about the food bank.
Oh, cheers, Howard. Good luck with the rest of the show.
Thanks, and hopefully one day I won't need to ask you to come on to a charity day.
We can all dream.
Thank you very much, and we'll go back to the studio now.
Hi guys, my name's Nick. I'm one of the members at Manchester City Fans Foodbank Support. I'm just going to give you an update on how things are going with our group and the support we've been receiving. The start of this year's football Premier League season coincided with a whole range of terrible, unfortunate, events in the UK. Most namely, that everyone is affected by the cost of living crisis. Energy prices have been rocketing. With the mini budget, we saw people's mortgage rates, absolutely skyrocket, which in turn affects rents and things that we've talked about before is, how all these things are linked in our communities about, housing and health and ability to put food on your family's table. Like I say, everyone knows someone who's affected in some way by this, and it hits everyone no matter where you work, what you do, where you're from. This has obviously led to food bank usage going up. We've spoke to Manchester Central Food Bank, who are all of your fantastic donations go to. They're one of the biggest food banks in the entire Northwest, covering a massive region from right up in the north to Harper Hay, down to Rusholme, Gorton, Beswick, where Manchester City play, of course. And still 40% of those food bank emergency 3-day parcels go to children, which is it's just devastating. In response to this, the food bank, Manchester Central Food Bank, they're having to actually divert their funds that would normally go to fund projects that make sure that kids and families actually have access to schemes such as the Healthy Start vouchers that pupils get in this country. They're having to divert the funds that they would get, trying to stop people from being able to having to use food banks in the first place, to go to their emergency food service, which is it's such a shame. However, despite that, we have to say in these first third, nearly half of the season, we've had some of the best responses from City fans ever that I'd say that we've had since we started back in New Year's Day 2020. More donations coming in. We're seeing more new faces, people just popping in to say hi, because look, we never expect donations from anyone. It's always a fantastic show of solidarity to members of our own community. The collections have been huge, and thanks to City fans, we still remain the biggest donor, the single biggest donor to Manchester Central Food Bank, which I think is a massive source of pride for us as a community club and a fan base that wants to do things like that. And as our part, as the group, to combat this, cost of to try and do our part to step in more when we can. We're expanding to increase the donations. We've managed to one of the biggest problems people have with our things is people we're unable to do midweek collections because of work and care commitments. So we've managed to do a deal with Manchester Active, who run a lot of the leisure centres in the city centre across Manchester, actually. And in the squash centre now, there is a permanent donation point. Big blue bin, you can't miss it. So if you ever can't get to us, or our side of where we collect is too far away, you can go to the squash centre. And exclusive here first, we're going to see if we can try and roll that out across the city. So we're touching all parts of the city, from Wythenshawe up to the north and across. So that's fantastic. And also something else that we're very proud of is we've managed to start women's games collections again, which we were the first fans food bank in the country to start doing that back in January and February and March, before the pandemic hit and lockdowns forced us to stop. So we've been doing that for the past couple games now, and that's been incredible. The women's fan base, the city women's fan base is incredibly generous. So that is a massive, massive thing for us. And in case you happen to be going, they're playing this Sunday, playing Sunderland this Sunday at the Academy Stadium. So we'll be there collecting first. Probably one of our last ones till after the World Cup. And look, this is everything that we do. As we've said this before, this is us. We are not the only ones doing it. We are only able to do this because of the generosity and the community spirit shown by City fans, and it means so much to us every single time that we see a new face, a recurring face, at the collections. But it's not just that. You guys have done this charity podcast a fair few times now. All the podcasts involved, Howard and the team. Thank you guys so much. We've had support from the wider City community, online content creators, even down to in case anyone missed it, a little bonus over the World Cup. Laporte and Gundogan pledged to donate 1,000 meals to us, whoever tops their group. So we'll be keeping an eye on Spain and Germany over this World Cup. But like I said, once again, I just really do have to say thank you all so much, because in a time of intense need for everyone in society right now, especially in more deprived areas, which Manchester unfortunately is one of them, it makes all the difference to know that when not many people are looking out for us, especially those who have the power to change things, our communities are, our fan bases, and it makes me massively proud to call myself one of thousands of City supporters in the country. So thank you guys again, and good luck with today. I know these things are hard.
Nick, thank you as well for all the work you do, and those, of course, and within the Manchester Food Bank across the country, with very little acclaim, probably very little praise. You do it because you care so much. So we really appreciate it. This is what today's been about. Thank you once more, and yes, as always, as we repeated all day, if you're struggling yourself, no obligation to make a donation to charity, but if you can afford it, you are changing people's lives. You really are, even the smallest donation. So do check the GoFund link. It's all over our social media. It's on the YouTube link that you might be listening to right now, and I hope you enjoyed the content. There's one show left. It's staying stateside. Noisy Neighbours interviewing Nile Marr, son of Johnny, talking music, football, and whatever takes their fancy. It should be absolutely brilliant. Well, I know it is. And afterwards, I think it will be an open bar about 8:30 UK time, which means they'll be dropping in. I'm going to ask them about it, and we're just going to, talk about the World Cup, answer any Q&As. We won't probably run out of time to answer them, but we'll keep the questions for future anyway. So thank you to anyone who's listened today. Still plenty of fun to be had. This is going to be brilliant, what's coming up, of course. The Noisy Neighbours have delivered again. And thank you. A special thank you for those on the other side of the pond, of the Atlantic Ocean, for taking the time out, putting all the hard work in to produce this content for... Of course, they've got a link to Manchester, the Manchester City fans, but they didn't have to do anything, of course. They've really supported and made money for people struggling in a place thousands of miles away, and we appreciate that. So thank you once more. Now, I need to find it, the file itself, bring it in, and this will be, should it load? Let's hope this file is not too big. Let's hope we don't fall over at the final hurdle. Noisy Neighbours and Nile Marr. Hopefully the show will be coming up shortly. So do enjoy, and if you're still around in an hour, I'll be checking in with Joey and Mulv and whoever wants to join us as well from the contributors today. Yeah, and we'll just be talking nonsense for a bit to end the day. What better way to end the day? So here you go, it's Noisy Neighbours and Nile Marr.
Oh, great ball, set cross. Yeah! Thank you! It's a stuff of dreams! Dreams, man! Live it up, blue boy! Live it up!
Hey, everybody. It's the Noisy Neighbours podcast. It's me, Joey McCune, joined as always by Mark Mulvaney. All right, Mulv.
Yes, Jojo.
Okay.
Once again, our pleasure to contribute some dope content.
Truth.
As we team up with the other city podcasters in support of Manchester food banks.
I thought you were calling us dopes.
Well, I'll leave that up to the listener to decide the definition.
Okay, cool.
I mean, it is two dopes doing a podcast, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, last time we did this, we got special guests. We've lined up another special guest for today.
True.
We're very excited and let's just get right into it, shall we?
Yeah.
To welcome a man with impeccable genes, musical talent,
all right,
an obvious taste in football teams.
Okay.
As if he had any choice. All the way from Manchester, it's Nile Marr.
All right, guys, gentlemen.
Thank you for joining us, pal.
Absolute pleasure. Just hearing the intro music, I was like, ooh, tingles.
Nice job on the pants. I heard Mulv liked your pants a lot.
Yeah, well,
the jeans?
Not those jeans.
Okay, fuck. Shit.
I mean, that is one of my true passions in life, but we can save that for a different pod.
True.
It's fine.
That's where the tingles were, and that's what I'm happy for.
Nice.
Cool.
Well, thanks for doing this, dude. This is good. This is a nice thing. So we're going to talk. Obviously, we're in an international break right now. During the show today, we're going to talk just kind of how you consumed City throughout your life, because you've kind of been all over the place. We have another question about being a City fan in general, just for you, and then we're going to talk kind of what the season's been up to now that we're at the World Cup break, and how you feel about it, and then we'll wrap things up with actually something that you staged to us a while back. So we will get into that. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get into Niall's favorite portion of the show, the meat potatoes. Vic, take it away.
Meat and potatoes.
Sick.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh.
It's nice, right? It's good hearing it live.
Whoever's playing that guitar, chef's kiss.
Vic will appreciate that very much, Niall.
True, she's going to love that.
Yeah.
She's going to melt.
So this segment is more or less about you, Niall. We want to hear about you, about your City fanhood. Obviously, you come from a family of blues. We've had the pleasure of meeting your mum and your dad. He was so kind in letting us on his tour bus once when he came through Dallas. That was a night we will never forget.
One of the more surreal nights of my life.
I think.
I get that vibe.
I thought we were going to get beat up, not by him.
Oh yeah,
not by anybody in the bus. They were clearly were there for us, but the people outside were so mad.
So,
they were so ticked off.
There was about 60 people waiting outside the tour bus, right?
Yes.
And they were patiently waiting. And all of a sudden, the tour manager walks with me and Joey in tow, right? Me and Joey all decked out in City gear. I'm holding a City bag, right? and these guys are all the 60 odd people outside yelling at us. Fucking plastics, what you doing? Right? So they knew we were City fans, and they knew we were getting on the bus. So so Joey goes first up the steps, and I go second, and I get halfway up the steps, and I turned around and I double barreled these, right? As we got on, and I laughed. So we were on the bus, and the first people to greet us was your mum and dad, and so sweet and kind, and it was it was surreal, like Joey said.
Yeah, I got asked, Joey, do you want a beer, man? And I'm like, do I want a beer on Johnny Marr's tour bus? Yeah, I guess so. I'll have 1 or 15. Let's go. What are we doing?
Yeah, party's starting.
Yeah,
we chatted for about 15 minutes, and I said, right, Johnny, thank you so much. You've got a big crowd outside. We'll let you go. And he goes, guys, don't worry about them. I've got plenty of time. I said, well, in that case, do you want to do a podcast? He goes,
oh, you snuck it in.
Yeah, he goes, I thought you'd never ask.
Oh, mate, there you go.
So,
perfect.
Yeah.
Then next time I do a like hands tour, when we tour in the States and we come down your way, we'll have to get you guys on, because talk about surreal, that's a weird one.
That would be amazing, bro. That would be amazing.
Yeah, we'll make it happen, mate.
Let's go. So,
hell yeah.
More about you then. So obviously, your dad was in some American bands for a time, and tell me again, it's the Cribs. Oh, Modest Mouse. Modest Mouse.
Yeah, Cribs are a Yorkshire band from Wakefield.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
we're off to
Modest
crushing it so far. Off to a great start. Yeah. I love this.
No, Modest Mouse were the ones that took us over to Portland, Oregon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were probably, 14 or 15?
Yeah, I was 14, 15. Obviously, I'd been City fan my whole life up till that point. I mean, just to harken back to what you said at the start of the... just the intro there, when you're like, oh, you obviously didn't really have a choice. Well, weirdly, I was given an out when I think my dad does enjoy this story, because I don't really remember it, but he kind of is. I think this is a real source of pride. And I think it was when we got relegated again to the second division. Because bear in mind, so I was born in 92, so I've seen just absolute shit, for the majority of my time as a City fan. But so I remember, I think I would have been, I'm not sure, I would have been like, like 5 or 6 or something. You'll have to crunch the numbers on when we got relegated again. But my dad came up to me and he was like, hey, listen, really sat me down and was like, you probably aren't going to ever see City on TV, like your mates get to watch their football teams, and you probably won't ever really be able to wear your City shirt out, on like, or playing football with your mates and what have you. If you want to support another team, that's okay. So I was given an out, and I know, and even at that age, and I looked up to him and I was just like, Dad, I can't support United. And that story, after he told that, mate, deep down there was only one way. It's in your blood being a City fan. And when they opened the new stadium, we got like a tour and what have you. And in one of the like sort of conferencey dining halls, there's a condensed version of that story with my name, with a quote of, Dad, I can't support United. And to have that up in the stadium as your boyhood club, I'm like, that's pretty fucking sick.
That is, wow, I love it.
But it was like, honestly, being a kid in Manchester during those years of City, when it wouldn't have been so bad if it weren't for United being so totally dominant. And I think it really shapes it obviously adds to shaping you as a human being, because those kind of experiences, you were like, City fans had to hide in the shadows as a kid, you know. There were maybe 4 or 5 of us in my entire school, and it was like, I'd like to think of it as like the, you know, when they say, you hear stories of the Christians being persecuted in ancient Rome, you know, and you have to write codes on your walls and little nods to, you know, I'm an inside member of this very elite club, but really, it was like when I had to come into school after United won the treble was like the worst day of my life, you know.
It's just as high stakes, I know that much.
Exactly.
I had a hunch this might have happened to you, Niall, because when we wrapped up talking to your dad on his bus, I asked him, I said, so, you know, what would you do differently with the podcast? He said, you know what? Don't change anything. Just keep putting out content every week. And I was like, okay, cool. That was good input. And he says, hang on, there is one thing. Niall says you need to take the piss out of United more.
Yeah. You know, I understand what you guys are trying to do. And I love that I've seen you sort of grow into a slightly more professional operation here.
I don't know about all that.
Now with your insider football journalist friends, and I think someone needs to remind you. Just it's okay while we can. It's okay to stick the boot into them, because through my generation, it was unthinkable that there'd be any change in the scenario. You know, and just how bad City were, man. Like, I remember even when we were in the Premiership, like some of those games where it was just, wasn't there that season where we only scored 1 home game?
Yeah.
Or, like, we only scored 1 in a home game all season.
Shut up, Stuart Pearce.
Oh, mate, there you go.
I think I was at that game, actually.
Oh, amazing. You know, tingles again.
The last time you were good luck.
Yeah, there you go. And so I think it, for people of like sort of my age, being a City fan, we're in this kind of era that, like, obviously we're in the golden era of the club anyway. But it means so much to come from not just like a shit football team, you know, that you're in the lower divisions. Because even when we were in the Premiership, it was like, for some people I would say arguably worse, because the entertainment factor was so much worse. You know, so not only have I sort of grown up being scarred by being a City fan, it's also shaped you as a human being fundamentally. You know, and there's like a collective sort of PTSD that I think people of sort of my age, you know, who were like British school children in Manchester when United fans were just so dominant, you know.
You're all Jimmy Grimbles.
Exactly, you know, and look at us now. I mean, it's...
Look at us.
It's amazing. It's amazing, yeah. So, but, you know, so even through the worst times, like we had season tickets at Maine Road. One of my earliest memories of anything is being at Maine Road, and we had tickets in the Kippax, and we used to go with my mum and dad. And I remember being a little kid, you know, and we're talking one of my earliest memories, being at City match, like stood on the little seats, and we scored, and the vibe at games was very different now. You know, it's like, and this bloke, you know, like when you're a little kid, everyone is huge anyway, and this big grown man grabbed me and just threw me up in the air, you know, like someone I did not know when we scored, and it was terrifying. And football was like, it was an exciting thing, but it was also, when you're that younger, those in the Kippax and stuff, it was like kind of a terrifying event to be at, you know. So right from those early days, you know, it's been City, and my mum taught me how to get dark with football. You know, when the entertainment on the pitch isn't great, you have to kind of make it entertaining for you, and that's where football as a soap opera, I think, is a wonderful thing, you know. But that's where I learned to get real dark from my mum, because she's arguably the biggest blue in the house.
Yeah,
and then
I got
now
that
it's
feeling.
now it's my wife who is an
cool.
American from California, who has only known meteoric success.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. Like, obviously, I've only like dated American chicks, but like anyone that's been in my life, especially for the last, what are we going on, 15 years almost, has only known City like getting better, and then where we are now. Whereas like it was obviously a different level, but when I was growing up, anyone that was a soccer fan when I was little was a United fan or an Arsenal fan. And I was like, yeah, I like City. And they're like, who? And I'm like, shut up. they're fucking cool. They're cool, dude. Okay? You guys just don't get it.
Well, this is the thing that makes me laugh, is like, I genuinely don't know what, because you guys are, you know, because you cross both worlds in that American factor as well, and you've got multi-generational City fans around, you know. I don't know whether those kind of slightly newer fans, I'm being collectively gaslit to be like, my feelings weren't, you know, where you're like, were we that bad? Were we ever bad? And then they kind of don't understand where I am very much a classic doom and gloom City fan. You know, I'm getting better, but I've only known us choke for so long. And so that was always my default, and obviously I'm trying to unlearn that. But like for my wife, it's like there's none of that as a default position, and it's kind of amazing to see like newer City fans who have only known just amazing football, and like they've seen us dig ourselves out of situations way more than us not having that ability.
Yeah, it's a new phenomenon, isn't it?
It's amazing, because I think it's a new characteristic of a City fan. You know, and I don't know many clubs that have that kind of change. You know, where you go, your club's sort of character is defined by the character of the fans, and to have a character of your fans change so much over obviously a long period of time, but it's kind of wild.
Half are depressed and like pessimistic, and the other ones are like resilient, optimistic. Like,
and they don't understand. They don't understand why we're really depressed. That's the thing.
Yeah, like, why are you guys so sad? I'm like, you don't know how bad this thing has hurt me before, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was basically, as a kid, I learned, and I still have a lot of faith in football karma, and I used to chalk a lot up to karmically City just weren't ever going to win, because I was like, whatever, something's happened, and we're atoning for it. It's a similar phrase to I have, where it's never rely on Tottenham to do you a favour, you know. And
for sure,
if you go into it like that, you know, things kind of shake out. But it's nice, obviously, now enter with a golden period that I'm like, oh right, what a joy it is to be a City fan.
Cool. All right. Well, good to learn a little bit about. Well, let me just ask you to wrap that up. Like, when you were in the States, were you able to watch City at all?
Yeah, on one of those like spicy sites.
Oh, right,
you know.
right.
Hell yeah. A fellow pirate.
Yeah.
Yard, matey. What's up, dude?
Yeah, you know how it is. And but it's those, obviously, West Coast time. Some of those games were killers. Thankfully, I was a big fan of avoiding the score, because I tour so much, being in bands and things. There'll be a lot of times where you aren't going to watch the game. I'm pretty good at avoiding the score and then watching it on like a no spoilers website, and that you can catch up on, which again just saves. It really saves a bunch of hassle. But I remember being in Oregon and the time difference once. I'd been there for a long time. This was like, well, you know, when I was in my 20s, I'd moved back, and there's not many times I get like UK homesick, but I was really feeling like I needed basically a chippy and to watch the City match. Now, Oregon, harder than you think to do that, lads. I'm not sure how much time you've spent there, but there was a Scottish guy in town who used to have a like a chippy van.
Yep.
Weirdly though, only served it till midday. Opened at 9, served it till midday and closed. And
That's
I'm like,
weird.
dude, that is not the time you want fish and chips, you know.
No.
But he had Iron Brew and everything. It was the closest. It was the closest I was. It still wasn't right, but it was the closest I was ever going to get. It's the only place in Oregon, as far as I knew, that you could get mushy peas.
Oh, cool.
And so I found myself at like 9 a.m. waiting for a Scottish man with a van to get chips and mushy peas sorted. And I think at one point there was a British import store and I paid $8 for a tin of Heinz baked beans. And I just remember watching, being like, nah, this is a good life decision, and eating the most ungodly amount of food in the blessed AM to watch City. And that was a point where I was like, is this sustainable, being a West Coast City fan?
Brilliant. Yeah, I think Denton had a chippy van. It was a double-decker bus that had been turned into a
correct.
Like a
it was on
chippy
Fry
van.
Street.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
It was on campus.
And,
nice.
Yeah. The guy that ran it was from Yorkshire, probably a big Cribs fan.
If you have any idea how many times that poor man has seen me, like when I was in college, just like, hey, I'm gonna fish and chips. Oh God, fish and chips, please. At like 3 a.m. So he parked it like in an alley between two of the buildings.
Yep.
On this street where all the bars are next to campus. 10 out of 10 business move. Love that for him.
Yeah, like a drug deal.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
So like you could stumble out of the bars like I most of the time would, and I mean, thankfully he can understand it because most people aren't ordering them sober at that time, but what a lifesaver that guy was. Like he made me believe that there was no bad time for fish and chips, because like there would be times where
I'm going to say 9 a.m. 9 a.m. is not the time for fish and chips. I'm going to tell you that now, Joey.
I don't know, brother. I feel like if I was up drinking at 6:30 in the morning for the game, which has happened, a time of 12, game just ended. I'm 4 or 5 Guinnesses in, and then there's a nervous one that happened at some point before the match. Like, yeah, I'll take one. Give me fish and chips, dude.
Yeah, fair enough. I rescind my opinions on what a poor businessman that dude was.
He knew what he was dealing with. He knew what his hours were.
Yeah.
All right, let's wrap up the first segment, Joey, shall we, and move along.
Yeah, sure. Let's take a break. When we get back, we will talk more with Nile Marr. Stay put.
You're listening to the Noisy Neighbors podcast. Probably the best Man City podcast in the world.
All right, everybody. We're back in the Noisy Neighbors podcast. Joey McCune, Mark Mulvaney, and Nile Marr.
All right, guys.
Once again, not sure how we've pulled this off.
We know. They know.
Well,
Everybody knows.
This one is easier to figure out than others.
Yeah.
I have a quick question.
9 inches.
Nile.
Oh, sorry.
9 Inch Nails. What? Another band from Yorkshire. Niall, do you own the third kit, the pink paisley kit from a couple of seasons ago?
The psychedelic Manchester City moment.
Yeah, I think you know the one I'm talking about. The one where the club brought a few Manchester musical folks up there.
Yep. So I was in the room with. I
forgot about this.
Oh yeah, with some City execs, and who were very, very keen to show a lot of Manchester City, music people, the ode to the city's music scene, and they were showing the design, the very corporate sort of design pitch where they've really, really thought about every angle, and they're talking about it like they're ending world hunger and what have you, which is a language, and I get it, I appreciate what they're doing. I saw a slideshow of Manchester music photos, and I leant over to my dad, and we're in a small room with cameras on my dad, and like, and we were really, it was immediately told, like, best behaviour, because that's something that needs to be told to us first, before entering a room. But I leant over to him and just sort of went, if this is Paisley, because I knew it. I just knew what was going to happen. And they unveiled it. And when everyone the look on everyone's face was just, wow. I was absolutely, I was just like, what have my club done to me? And you know what? I know some people liked it and what have you, but to me, I was like, this is the most uncool thing I have ever seen in my entire life. I was like, what a wide miss. And the silence was long and loud in that room.
It feels like such a Jim from The Office looks at the camera moment.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
I've got to give
look sideways, like, oh, okay.
massive credit to the City media team that edited the video of you all in that room looking at that kit. They mainly focus on Noel. I assume because Noel had the most positive reaction, the least negative reaction.
No, he was he was a professional because he knew this is his job and he's got to deliver them something.
Right.
And I have no skin in the game.
True.
I'm not going to be the one on camera in a room with my dad and Noel, so I can sort of be as crestfallen as you like, but I basically forever now I can't take the piss of any club's kit because I will remind myself that we did that and I'm like yeah, all right, let's bite your tongue now,
Ah, that's great. No, sorry I set you up for that one because I knew you were
did we win anything
in
in that kit? Did we win anything with that kit?
We barely played it.
Yeah, well, thank God.
They didn't break it out much, that's for sure.
Yeah, right, cool, okay.
So that's
and again,
a no,
why would you put Kevin De Bruyne in that? A man of his facial complexion. Why would you put him in those colours?
Washed out, innit?
Right, yeah.
Oh, brutal.
Also,
brutal.
when I think Paisley, I think Belgium. You know what I mean?
Famous psychedelic rock scene, Belgium.
Psychedelic chocolates? No, that's Amsterdam. That's wrong too. That's a different country.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
No, thanks for being honest with us, Niall. I had a feeling you would be. So, this is coming out sort of right after the break before the World Cup. That's when we're recording this. So we're about a third of the way through the season, I would call it, and City find themselves about 5 points off the top. Arsenal are currently leading it. So Niall, has it been an encouraging start for you? And do you have an obvious highlight?
Aside from beating United so badly, we had to let them score a couple more goals just to even it out.
Okay. I think I saw that coming.
that was real. That was just amazing. But you know what? As the season as a whole, I don't see how anyone could really be that disappointed because we're still right in it. Yeah, there'll be like little disappointments where you sort of go, we were better than that. We could have got more points from the games, that we dropped points at. But for me, what I've seen is like the Fulham game, which I was at, was the perfect encapsulation of why I'm not worried. And with Pep now as a manager and the team having shown us twice that we can like grind out and gut it out, where you sort of have like, I know it's a bit of a cliche to do that like champions mentality, but I think I'm trying to let the team let that vibe rub off on me as a fan, with the team, because I saw that game, which was honestly one of the best performances I've ever seen at City, because it was wild, and watching your team just refuse to lose. I'm kind of like, well, what? So we're 5 points off. at this midpoint in the season. And okay, the Brentford match was disappointing, but I think mentally you could see a lot of the players, I felt like, went into the game going, we should easily beat these guys, and our mind is on the World Cup. Because it's what happened. I don't think you can discount that when you've got so many international players, you know. Just Manchester City with the most international players going to the World Cup. Just, you know.
Yeah, just slide that in.
Yeah, exactly. No, but you know what I mean? Like, it felt like they were already kind of 1 foot out the door. And so when I've seen them, when they know what's at stake and they can really grind it, I'm just like, you know, it's a team that are going to do everything they can to win, because a lot of the players, I think, have more so than previous generations of City players. This group of players, it always looks like they really hate losing. And that might be stupid, you know, because I'm sure all top level athletes
No, I
hate
know what
to
you mean.
lose.
I know what you mean.
You know, the Bernardos, like watching Bernardo not win for a duration of a game is an amazing thing. Kevin, obviously, it's immediately seen on his face. Even people like having Ruben Diaz in the team and stuff. These are dudes who will pick up a player who's maybe not doing so well during the match and basically be like anything short of slapping them, you know, across the pitch. And I think with those guys in the team, you're sort of like, well, if these guys can't pull it out, I don't know who can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Do you have a sort of player of the season so far, or maybe even tell us who your favourite is?
I mean, it's going to be Bernardo Silva, isn't it? You know, the people's champion. I mean, obviously, like it's amazing that we're this far into a podcast and we've not talked about Haaland. You know, because that is a real. I've never seen City, you know, talk about highlight. I know he's come on and kind of blown everyone's expectations away, but like, we play a different way now. You know, having that confidence to be like, yeah, but if you get it up the pitch, we've got someone who is head and shoulders, like literally above other defenders. It's amazing. You know, I mean, I have a theory about, you know, when everyone was talking about how good Van Dijk was, and this is me being complete biased City fan, but I think that was because City had set the benchmark in the Premiership for little strikers, and we were doing really well with it. So you get a massive defender who can bully little strikers. All the other teams were trying out the little striker thing, you know, and now you've got Van Dijk who has to deal with someone bigger. I just don't think a lot of these defenders are good enough to deal with Haaland. Now they've gotten used to kind of little guy football.
Small ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I think favourite player of the season just got to be Bernardo, because he's amazing to watch.
Yeah, massive fan favourite.
You know,
he's got a bit of the banter about him too. Off the pitch.
He gets it. He gets it.
Yeah,
doesn't
he does get it. Yeah, it's a big.
I mean,
does he ever? I mean,
naming his dog John Stones is such a power move. You know, so I live in Manchester City Centre, and one morning I was
show off.
I was. Yeah, I know. Just clang. You know. Is my studio a mere stone's throw from the Etihad? Clang. You know. No, but I was getting up one morning. I was like walking through town. This was last year, middle of winter. It's freezing, and I saw Bernardo walking John Stones, and
that's funny.
And yeah, and I was like, in my head, I was like, you've got to. I'm not one of these people. Like with musicians, even my heroes, you know, or people you don't know but you idolise, I can go up to them and not be weird. You know what I mean? Like, I can just be a normal human being. Footballers, I've had, like, no desire to meet any of them, because what am I going to say to them? You know what I mean? Like, how are we going to interact? But I knew I'd be annoyed if I didn't go up to Bernardo Silva and and I was there, and I was like, I went up to him, deliberately gave the vibe that I am not going to keep you at all, just fist bumped him, what have you. And then as I was walking away, I thought for some reason I need to show him the Manchester City tattoo I have just above, just above my like pubic bone. And
no, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, and I was wearing a huge winter coat, which then I had to basically kind of rummage around, and the look on Bernardo Silva, a hero, a look on his face for the split second was, this crazy man is about to get his dick out. And I realised, and I was like, no, I'm so sorry, no. And I've just got like a big 93-20 tattoo across there. And the look of the man's face.
A stranger comes up to you in the street and starts lifting his giant jacket up to show you something at least near his penis.
This is Piccadilly Gardens. This is it's a standard.
Yeah, and so safe to say, I think that interaction went well.
They had dinner later that night.
Okay, did you regret it? Did you go, I should have just stuck with the fist bump?
I should have, probably, but he did, then when he realised what he was looking at, he did start laughing. And because I think we both knew that we had that realisation that we were like, I thought you were about to just, flash him.
What a hilarious way to commit to
brilliant.
a bit.
Yeah. Well, speaking of tattoos, I'm not sure if in speaking to my dad he's ever mentioned this, but me and my dad have an agreement that stands as long as we live. That we've always said, the day United get relegated, we're getting the date tattooed.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
Say it out, Bobby Charlton. Take it.
I'm putting that out. I'm putting that out there to everyone. By the way, even if I'm on my deathbed and it happens, I'm doing it.
Yeah, I'm in on that.
Love that.
I think that'll be 2 City-related tattoos that are like contingent upon something happening that I would have to get.
Go on then.
Because the other ones, if City win the Champions League, I said that I would get G-Bob tattooed somewhere on my body.
Yes, I've heard about this. Another sound decision.
Yeah. I think I would get it like, I don't know, it'd probably be a thigh tat, honestly. Like that way at least it always show. Like where we live, I wear not crazy short shorts all the time, but they're by no means normal length.
No, you're tapping into your Italian roots there, Joey.
Okay, don't you dare.
They're just the spicy Irish.
No, don't. I'll fight you right now, dude. Where do you live?
Town centre.
Got it. I'm on the way. Bye. Italian.
Oh, mate.
Only one good thing to ever come out of Italy, and it's not Rolando Bianchi.
What is it?
It's Roberto Mancini, obviously. I mean, what are we doing here?
Okay. What about Balotelli?
Yeah,
Ballo's not bad.
I mean,
Ballo's great for the meme. Ballo is 10 out of 10.
Yeah. You know what? I know people at the club really. Mancini really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And when we're kind of like, we get a lot of. Amazingly, we get a lot of insider access to City as a club, and it's fantastic. Just being around that kind of behind the scenes at the high level, and they really, really didn't like Mancini because he wasn't this. He wasn't the kind of warm, welcoming sort of figure. But man, I will always love that man. He just like I love his hair, I love his suits, I love everything about him.
His goodbye letter, like
it was so classy, wasn't it?
Man took out a whole page in the newspaper just to say thanks and bye. Oh, what a king!
Beautiful, yeah, absolute king. And you know what? Even Pellegrini, I know obviously the last season was a bit shit, but for a man who always looked like he was on the touchline and he'd been locked out of his house for like 3 days in the snow.
True.
It's like a sort of your elderly neighbour who struggles with his front door. He was great as well when he was good. You know,
Chilean Burt Bacharach.
Oh, and again, in his spare time, wasn't he like a civil engineer that built bridges?
I agree with him.
Called him the engineer.
God, what an amazing man, you know.
So insider information, you say? Who's the new fullback going to be?
Oh, mate, I don't know. I'll have to.
I haven't seen that list.
Wait. Would you mean the new fullback that we totally don't need? You know, because Pep just decides anyone's going to play there wherever.
Go off. Go off now.
Yeah.
Go off, dude.
Oh, you're fullback. I don't know the meaning of the word.
Never heard of it, mate.
Yeah.
Plug a midfielder in there or a centre back these days.
I don't know her.
All right. We have gone off on plenty of tangents here and not really got to
it's kind of our bit.
Ask the questions we wanted to ask, but it's been great anyway. Let's wrap up segment 2.
Okay.
And do another bit in segment 3.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, we'll be right back. I need to pull up what that bit is. Stay there.
You're listening to the Noisy Neighbors podcast.
We are back on Noisy Neighbors podcast. Again, special guest Nile Marr. This is our contribution to support Manchester food banks, joining up with some of the other city content creators to bring you many hours of continuous content. And we will drop all the information regarding how you can do your part and contribute. We'll do it on our social media. We'll put the links up for you. I believe it's on Twitter. If you just off the top of my head, I believe it's at MCFC Food Bank on Twitter.
Oh. Can I just while we're talking about the people definitely from Sheffield, just this might not end up in the pod, but I have a conspiracy theory that I've entirely made up just to annoy the people of Liverpool.
Okay, I was going to say, this better not be about the Arctic monkeys, or we'll both burn this place to the ground.
No, this is... I just want it to get back to some Scousers just to annoy them, where the Beatles aren't actually all from Liverpool. 2 of them were technically born in Blackburn.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
They're going to be so upset about that. That's like half their identity.
Yeah, so if you guys could sort of spread that around, that would be great.
Okay.
I don't see any problem.
I've been trying for years, you know.
Are the 2 that are definitely from Blackburn, are they alive?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
They are.
Okay, cool.
The 2 that are alive are from Blackburn.
Yeah, might as well.
Hell yeah. That's even better.
Wow. Okay.
Damn.
Joey does love
Ringo
a
Starr,
conspiracy
big
theory.
Venky's chicken guy.
Oh dear. Do you have anything on Def Leppard?
I've got no insider info.
Okay. There's Sheffield. Am I right? Have I got that right at least?
Oh, I don't know, mate.
All I know is they've got a hand up on some other bands.
Oh Jesus.
What
Next. Okay.
They can't even go ba-dum-ts. They just go dum-ts.
Wow. Off the rails. Off the
Sorry,
rails.
guys.
This is great. This is what people expect.
Niall Marr, unofficial third mic of Noisy Pod.
That's right.
I'm making it now.
Okay. More shenanigans and outlandishness to wrap up this pod. We're going to do something. This was a Niall's suggestion from a long time ago that we've always been meaning to get around to, and now seems like the perfect time. Niall was once asked by a city blogger, shall we call it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. If he could form a band with city players, which city players would make the best band? So I'm just going to
Hello,
Niall, let you start us off here. Like, if you were picking a band of, like, maybe not maybe current players, but maybe recent, in the recent city history, what are you going with, pal?
So, I think my original one, because I'm going to say still one of my favourite ever City players is Nigel de Jong. I just think he was just so badass to have in the team. Similarly, as I know you guys are obviously Team Fernandinho, you know,
obviously.
I loved having a player like that, you know, in our team. But so I was always like, De Jong, he's got to be on base. Now I can extend that to Nathan Ake. In the current lineup.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm going to hit this. So this might get a bit niche just from like music world, but I was like,
Clearly
as much as I love
music, so.
Yeah. As much as I love De Jong, I think he would play the ugliest 5-string bass you've ever seen.
Okay.
Like, you know, now if Nathan Ake's on bass, dude's rocking a beautiful 60s P bass. The guy's got it down.
Okay.
So it's a toss up with those, you know. But yeah, so we've got the Dutch because Ake's Dutch as well, isn't he?
Exactly. Exactly.
So we've got the Dutch contingent and the on bass.
I can
and I
see
think
that.
That's a fair. I'm going then because you got to have a synth player, and I really do think even in recent years there's only one synth guy, synth vibe that I get from a player, and it's Gundogan.
Why?
Okay.
You know, because obviously there's the sort of German intellectual, the like intellectual, you know, I could see him in a turtleneck.
Obviously. Yeah.
You know, and I really think Gundogan listens to Brian Eno. You know.
Okay.
And I don't know, I think he's like, I could picture having a conversation with Gundogan about like an obscure Soviet wire recorder, you know.
He's really into his gear.
Yeah. He stays up late at night watching YouTube. That's
okay. Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah, that's the vibe I get from
I can
Gundogan.
see
And it's you know, he's the German sort of krautrock. He comes from krautrock.
Oh,
You know?
take it easy with the kraut. You know what I mean?
Keep out of your toilet.
Oh Jesus! Yeah.
Okay,
Mate.
so I've got a bass guitar player, Nigel De Jong or Nathan Ake.
Or perhaps both, maybe.
One's got a 5-string.
Double bass.
Yeah.
One's got a 5-string because that's considered quite uncool, isn't it?
It's naff.
Yeah.
And anyone who
okay.
says otherwise is wrong.
Okay.
But Nathan Ake,
you know.
cool enough to be on a 4-string P bass, you're saying?
Yeah, the man gets it.
Okay,
you know.
cool. Who's rounding out this rhythm section then?
On drums, I really think you've got a John Stones situation.
Okay.
You know, because
all right.
And I don't think he's going to be like a locking it down drummer. I think he's going to be a bit more of a. At some point, girls told him that they might be into drummers, and he just kind of went with it. And I think John Stones always fancied himself as a bit of a singer. Couldn't really play guitar, but he's kind of bonkers enough to play drums in like a sort of Keith Moon-esque way.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You know, and I just think he's one that the girls are going to really, really be looking at, subtly just kind of like locking it in. I don't think he's a particularly great drummer, but Gundogan and Nathan Ake are kind of covering for him.
So this isn't like there's not like a Neil Peart style drum set around him where it's like it takes up half the stage type situation.
No, I think he's going for like very much like a sort of British indie setup, you know, small, and he can't really play, but he can play enough, and he's easy on the ass. Sorry, does this seem like I've gone too deep into this, lads?
No.
I think I mean, it's more analysis than we've ever done on anything on this show, but we respect it.
I love it. Okay, well that leaves. There's got to be a front man.
Well, we're missing Phil Foden on guitar.
Oh, of course, lead guitar.
Absolute, because he's got the weird haircut. I definitely think at some point he's the man's listened to indie music. He just has, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he plays his guitar like sillily high up, you know.
Okay, like Tom Morello.
Yeah, but I'm more thinking like it's the like chin tickling level of like Foles, you know, or something.
Oh, right. Early Alex Turner.
Also,
yeah, exactly.
Chin tickling is not something I thought I'd hear on the show, but here we are.
Right, there you go. I will come back. Don't worry. No, and then so for the singer, you've got for me, we've got two options. So Jack Grealish, absolutely, because he's the pretty boy at the front.
Yeah, yep.
Though my dad just did an interview with Jack Grealish for City. This is why my dad has to behave himself on Manchester City media, because because we like the access that we have,
right,
yeah. Like consequences are low for what I do, but so, and he did actually ask if Jack Grealish is into tunes and what have you, and apparently he's so tone deaf it's almost like a medical problem.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Which
that seems pretty obvious, honestly, from the outside.
it tracks, doesn't it?
Yeah, big time.
So, but when he looks that good, who cares?
True.
So he's the singer, unless it's a wedding band.
Okay.
Because my thing is, if it's a wedding band, Micah Richards, because he's getting. He's getting the mums up dancing. They love him. He's got the big laugh. His suit is too tight. He's doing crowd work. Micah Richards is the best wedding singer that's never been.
Love it.
True.
In your experience, Niall, outside of wedding singer types, does the frontman need to be maybe a bit more aloof?
Depends what band you're in.
I was just thinking Jack Grealish is, by all accounts, one of the nicest human beings going, and I just wonder if he's got the,
Well, who do you guys suggest?
I don't know. I wondered if maybe anybody in your family history that
what are we doing?
A bit more aloof, you've been in bands,
like maybe non-footballers, maybe.
Interesting. I've never thought about a non-footballer.
do we have any aloof personalities at City? They all seem to be really good guys, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know Rico Lewis enough. Do you know what I mean? Or a Cole Palmer. It's one of them.
I mean, now we're talking city boy bands.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because that would be Rico, Cole, Phil's the bad boy, Jack. Is that 4? I need one more. There's always one that's old, I feel like. Have no rhythm, I feel like.
Rodri's not a muso guy.
No way.
No.
Oh, McAtee could be like the...
I mean, again, I'm sure 9320 are going
to... change of pace pod. This is
yeah.
This is what people...
when they hear that, I think, obviously, ponytail era Dettmer Chalice, the roadie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Used to be... used to have, a more important position, though, within the band. But they kicked him out or demoted him for some reason.
Yeah, he started as their out front sound guy, but actually just wasn't very good at it.
Yeah.
But they feel bad. I still do a bit, and again, I can't believe I still do this. But this is the kind of thing when once you find it funny once, I really latch on. Whenever we had the Dettmer Chalice era of the City, when everyone would be like, you go to a game and you go like, oh, what do you think the score's going to be? I'd always say what score I think, and then I was like, and the winning goal, a Dettmer Chalice screamer from outside the box. I was the one always calling for a Dettmer Chalice overhead kick,
Hell yes.
It was, you just never knew what you were going to get,
I still love that guy.
He just became a manager, yeah?
Well, it'll never die on the internet, thank God, but him galloping around the Etihad with the Premier League trophy and the song from Titanic behind it is one of the greatest bits of interneting that has ever been done. You can't...
Oh, no.
It's everything you want. His ponytail just flowing, elegantly.
Well,
Celine
and do you
Dion
remember-
just crushing notes. Oh boy!
By the way, if you ever want to see that ponytail, there is a barbershop in Altrincham at the station.
No.
Yeah, you can go and you can see it. The guy that used to cut Aguero's hair also cut Di Michaelis' hair, and the ponytail is still in there.
Is it like in a case, or is it just on the wall? You can just like pet
sort of
it.
dangling from the mirror.
That's wild. I'm gonna take it.
That is amazing.
I mean, I'm not gonna take it.
It's like Manchester City's version of the Blarney Stone, isn't it?
Okay, it's
now we're talking culture.
Okay, yeah. We think we're cool with a rock. You guys have the hair of an Argentine man.
Yeah. And, you know, a slightly above average Argentinian defender.
Okay, well, if those of you are still listening to this,
which
have
is
any
everybody,
ideas on what City players would make good bandmates or particular members of a band, let us know at NoisyPod. Appreciate that. Now that's a funny bit.
We need to come up. Someone needs to come up with a band name for them as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then
so
we need
I'll
to
leave that to the internet.
Once we get the band and a name, Jordy, since he's graphics guru,
he'll be running
needs to like make a like a poster or like an album cover type situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, without telling City, we sell it for money on our website.
I like this.
All right, Molt, is this it? Are we done? What do we do?
I think so. I think we've contributed.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I'll plug for us is at NoisyPod on Twitter, and go find us on YouTube and go subscribe to us on whatever podcast app you want to, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio.
Podbean can do one.
That's right, Niall. That is what they can do. Yes.
Yeah. I'm nothing if not a hater, guys.
Yeah. That's all I'll plug for us. This is a charity thing, so don't worry about anything else. Niall, what about you?
If just people can find me on Instagram while that's still going, it's just Nile_Marr. And for quality content that's not music related.
Strap in, folks.
Yeah, sorry, it's quite an. So I know we're wrapping it up, but I have to, when people I meet like in real life, in like just normal circumstances, and they're like, "Oh, have you got an Instagram?" I'm always like, "Be warned, I'm quite active on Instagram."
Well said, yeah. Cool.
Well,
all right.
I think that's it, huh? So thank you everyone for listening. Thank you, Niall, for coming on. This has been a blast. We will do this again. Maybe like an actual show, because this has been too much fun. Golly. Tweet at us what your favorite moment was from the show at NoisyPod on Twitter. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. Please make sure you contribute whatever you can to the food bank, and let's help some people out. Thank you so much, everyone, for putting this on. And until next time, everybody, ta-ra.
Ta-ra.
Thank you, as always, to the noisy neighbours and, of course, Now Marr. What a wonderful show. Really enjoyed that. And what a way to end. We're 11 and a half hours in, so kind of half an hour to go, but it's kind of an open forum. If anyone drops in, otherwise it's just me talking to myself whilst watching Belgium against Canada. So hopefully we'll get Joey Mulv dropping in, and I think Steve as well, though he has to talk quietly because he doesn't want to wake up his 1-year-old daughter. But yeah, hopefully they will be here in a second. So just thanks again to everyone who's listened today. Jordan in the background, keeping it all together, messing up me messing up and him kind of cleaning up my cock-ups throughout the day. Really appreciate it, Jordan, for being there all day and keeping it the glue, basically. It's kept it together. Thanks to everyone who's listened. Thanks to everyone who has contributed as well. We'll be putting a lot of this content out over the following days, and of course badgering you further to contribute more. Made a nice little sum today, but I'd love love it if we made even more in the coming days, because as I've said, it makes such a difference. Every little contribution makes a huge difference and can change someone's life. So thank you very much. And yes, I better send out, I think I've sent some links out to Joey, Mauve and Ste, so hopefully they will be here in a minute. And I best open a beer, because to be honest, I've earned it. So let's see who comes on now. I shall just send out some links. I should also add the full YouTube stream, all 12 hours of it, or whatever the final total is, will remain on YouTube, so you can just click into shows themselves via there. But of course, as I say, us and other podders will be putting stuff on our own site, I imagine. We'll be putting stuff on SoundCloud in the coming days and weeks. Well, days probably, so that you can listen to stuff at your leisure. Are you there, Steve?
I'm here. Am I talking too quietly?
Tell you what, if you talk quietly and I'll put you up at plus 12 decibels and then...
Perfect.
Nice.
This is the biggest risk I've ever taken in my life.
How far away is Hattie right now?
She's right above me and she's fast asleep. This is... Well, sorry, in the room. So this is the best, because I've got a table here, so I have to do it. So yeah, this is a gamble. A big gamble.
I feel guilty now.
No, I wanted to do it. It was my choice. I've chosen to do this.
Well, the worst thing you could have now is 3 loud Americans coming on. Oh, speak of the devil, here's Andrew.
I resemble that remark. So.
I was going to say 2 loud Americans, and I think Joey and Wolf will fully accept that as an accurate description. Then I saw you connecting, I thought, yeah, let's make it 3.
I mean, I will own up to the fact that I am the most likely to be loud of the Maine Road Ramble American contingent.
Well, there's one now, Mulv. You there, Mulv? Oh, silence.
Although does Mulv like to be called an American is the question.
Oh yeah, good point. I don't know. He's got a joint passport.
It was quite funny when we went on Talking Balls while we were over on our trip, and they were introing us as 3 Americans, and then John spoke, and then they had to wrap their brains around a Staley Ridge accent speaking at them from someone they thought was American.
Who was the host for that, by the way?
Natalie and Gaz.
Ah, right. Was Gaz on his anti-city rant? Oh, that's a joke.
No, honestly.
I think he's wonderful, don't we? Just a joke.
Yeah, truly, I enjoy him as a, both a person and also if that was your typical United fan, I don't think I would have any complaints about most of United fans.
Mull's been very quiet, which makes me think we're not picking up his feed, basically. So.
Oh, you're picking me up,
Howard. Oh.
What's popping? What's going
I thought
on?
He can't be quiet for this amount of time. Over 2 minutes. Can I just ask you to? Thanks, Mauve. That was brilliant, that show. Thanks for your contribution. Andrew, exactly the same to you. The fact you've really helped out from thousands of miles away, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So appreciated, honestly.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for putting it together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you did a lot of the hard work yourself as well. So, can I just ask, are you supposed to hate Canada, football-wise? Is that a thing in America? Are you cheering on Belgium as we speak? Is what I'm saying.
So my approach to it as an American is that, as a City fan, I would like to see Belgium do well because I would like KDB to do well.
Yeah, he isn't.
Yeah,
he's having a shocker. Yeah.
But I think if Canada continues on their current course, it's a really interesting question of how the rivalry between America and Canada will develop. But I can't dislike this current Canadian team. They just have a lot of really good stories. Yeah, I mean, it's outrageous that they aren't winning this, largely because of shit refereeing.
It is. Yeah.
But
is this not the referee who blew up 2 minutes early once in a African Cup of Nations games?
Is it him?
Is it?
Is he still reffing? He shouldn't even be
Don't
reffing
quote
still,
me
surely.
on that, but I think it might be, but I don't know. Yeah, it's
Canada were the top team coming out of CONCACAF. Is that right?
yeah.
Mm.
They
Yes.
won
This is a golden generation, a phrase Howard loves.
another golden generation, so they'll win nothing then. Yeah.
They've been amazing tonight. Yeah, I think was it Steve? I think they should have had 3 penalties probably.
Yeah, they took the
handball's
wrong
a
I
bit
think at
choice
soft.
every
least
time.
2. At least 2.
The handball's a bit soft, but yeah.
Yeah, but every time they're really good going forward, and then they're just making the wrong decisions in the final third every time. Just need to be calm and clinical, but
Which is kind of crazy because the thing you would say about why am I blanking on his name? Jonathan David, is that he's actually usually a fairly clinical striker.
Yes. Yeah, I'm surprised there's not more kind of transfer activity surrounding him. Now and again, you kind of hear about, Premier League side being interested in him, but he looks the real deal, he does. And there's not many of him about, there's not many of his ilk about, so. Howard, is this a question and answer?
I don't know if it can be bothered now. I don't know if it's just
Well, also, it looks like right now the Nightbot is largely the only one posting in the chat. So,
I mean, do you want a question and answer, Sting?
Well, just chuck us all one, I reckon.
Yeah, there's a pretty deep one I got.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
If you went back to the 18-year-old you, I can't. Let's read it out. I don't want to paraphrase and get it wrong. I can't find it now. What if you went back to the 18-year-old you? What would you change? Basically, what advice would you give yourself? So, apologies if I paraphrase that. That's a pretty deep question to end the day with. So,
I would say don't go to Brighton. I'm just going to leave it there.
or ever.
Maybe go for a weekend or something, but don't go and. I'll just leave it there.
I think you need to
currently
play with
looking
it,
outstanding warrants for Brighton.
I mean,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Tudor shows up.
18's when I went to university, which was the best 3 years of my life, but also the most pointless. So I think if I went back
What did you
in time,
study?
History. So they told you in those days, just study anything, get a degree, you'll walk into a job. Wasn't quite true, but I would just say, if I was going back in time to the 1990s, learn how to renovate houses. I'd be an absolute millionaire by now. So
Yeah.
learn a craft. Yeah, that's what I would say. So, what about you two?
I'll go with
No regrets.
no. I would go with date more people.
Date more.
Well, yeah, I had a well, I only really had a couple of serious girlfriends along the way. Now I've been very lucky and landed a top-notch spouse, but I've got a son who's about that age now, and so I'm thinking like this is the advice I'm giving him. So it's very easy for me to answer this. And the other one would be just be a lot more open-minded. I was quite a conservative minded person when I was that age, and it's taken many years to open my mind up to different things. So don't be so set in your ways that young.
Nice, Andrew.
Well, the football related one, I would say, is I would go back in time and tell my younger self to give up the dream of being an outfield player and switch to keeper, because as someone who plays keeper now, I think I would have been way better at it back when I was playing seriously. And then somewhat football related, I would go back and tell myself to put all of my life savings on Leicester.
That's cheating if you're going to do a sport. Yeah, if you know sporting results, that would be.
Hey man, look, you didn't say you didn't say there were any restraints here, and if I'm able to go back in time to myself at some point, like, that is advice I am giving.
I remember watching Back to the
don't
Future
have to work
2.
then, do you? So, yeah.
I remember watching Back to the Future 2, and when they got it centered around the almanac, didn't it? And I remember thinking, oh, they stole my idea. That was my idea, as if no one else had thought of it.
Yeah, because I mean, if you would put, they were 5,000 to 1 in the U.S. So if you would put $1,000 down, it's 5 million. Let alone, I mean, so.
Yeah.
Does anybody else think Arsenal are heading that way?
They've got the momentum, but the World Cup has Scoobied in because basically they go back to square one. Everyone resets after the World Cup. So if it wasn't for that, I really would have backed Arsenal because you can have the momentum last the whole season. There's nothing stopping you,
Right.
as long as you're lucky with injuries. And so,
that's but the luck with injuries thing to me is that they are so reliant on one or two players not getting injured at all.
Are they though? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if Party goes down, they're screwed.
Yeah, definitely.
Goes down as an injured or?
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Well,
fine piece of work there.
Let's move on, shall we?
I'd clap if it didn't wake my baby up.
You're playing the role of Joey on this.
Yeah. Where is he anyway? Is he coming?
He's back in Cleveland, so his availability is unknown.
Oh, right.
But he's been invited. So.
They only just discovered the internet there, so. I know nothing about
they just
Cleveland.
recently discovered American
I don't know
football.
Cleveland, so that joke's either spectacularly misfired
what-
or hit the nail on the head.
What town or city would you use that for in England?
Oh,
sort of a
gotta be Middlesbrough,
backwards-
is it not?
Middlesbrough.
Middlesbrough State?
Yeah, that's actually not a bad comparison.
Isn't Cleveland the murder capital of the US?
St. Louis.
Is it St. Louis?
Yep.
Is it really?
East St. Louis to be precise, but.
Oh. I just was thinking that was quite nice because of the musical.
I thought it was Washington, to be honest. Was it ever Washington?
DC.
No, it used to be Cleveland. I'm sure it used to be Cleveland.
in the 80s, DC was pretty rough in certain parts, but
I'm going to
St.
trust
Louis
that dog on this
has
one.
consistently been a place you don't want to live at because it is a large urban city that peaked in about 1910 and has been on the downslopes ever since, which has caused them some structural issues.
Is Rhode Island, for example, is where's the really nice places in America? Where would you say is like where do people in America think of as being a really nice place in America?
I mean, part of the issue is depending on which side of the political aisle you are on.
Oh, really? Yeah. That's
yeah.
depressing, isn't it? That's depressing.
Yeah. If you ask the big fan of the last president, they would tell you that New York City, San Francisco, Chicago are all urban hellholes and murder wastelands that you should never visit. So,
but I would think of as New England's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Nature-wise, that's great. The American, the American West is just crazy.
Yeah.
You've got the Rocky Mountains. You have the Grand Canyon. The Grand Teton. I mean, all of our national parks are just
go to Toronto or Vancouver
Yeah,
instead.
Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
Actually, Vancouver is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been.
I spent 10 hours in Toronto. I went to a McDonald's, went up the CN Tower, walked around, went back to New York. So
wow,
very nice.
Adventure.
I know. Well, no, I went to Niagara Falls. I went to Niagara Falls, and after 2 hours, went. Nothing else to do now, is there? So,
yep.
Once you've been on the whatever it made the mist or whatever, or once
Yeah.
you've seen the
Made
falls,
of
which
Mist.
are beautiful, the town itself is an absolute.
I will tell you, one of the most disappointing landmarks you can visit. And now I live in Texas. You may have heard of the Alamo.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
How uninspiring is that?
That's what Belgium was facing in the first half, eh?
No, very.
Yeah.
Well, so what is the Alamo then? What does it look like?
It's just like a big shed. It's really there's nothing to it.
We all love
Yeah, it's a tiny little building that a bunch of Americans holed up in, and got slaughtered.
Right.
What's the
Christ.
England alternative, Steve? Would you say
A big
British?
shed.
Would you say Stonehenge is overrated?
Uninspiring.
Stonehenge
yeah.
is massively overrated. Yeah, it's just stones, isn't it?
It's just stones.
How did they get there though? That's the thing, isn't it?
I know.
See, I think you should pitch that shirt to them to sell in a shop. Just stones, isn't it?
You can see it from the motorway. Just poke your head out the car window as you go past. It's fine. Yeah.
I prefer that white horse. You know, the big white horse in the hill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I prefer that. That's good.
I've got another question.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's a football one. Do any of you still play football? Say 5-a-side, 11-a-side.
Yeah.
Irrespective of that, what's your position?
Oh.
I don't. Only badminton, because that's all I
Right.
can. That's the only way I can get exercise.
How's that going? Are you moving up the ranks?
No, I just play with my friends, but it's a great way to get out of breath. So, we are thinking of getting an old men's 5-a-side put together. So, but never get around to it. So, does anyone else play?
Yeah, I used to be a left back when I was younger, and I was pretty all right. And now that I'm old, I just play the 5 piece and stick in the middle. Just basically, in my head, I'm a box-to-box midfielder. In reality, I just stay right in the middle and just don't do that a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I'm left back as well, by the way. If I was to play, which I don't. So.
I'm in a bit of a Ronaldo situation at the moment where I'm between teams.
Have you had your contract cancelled by mutual consent?
We have a team that our supporters club put together called we called Oil Money, and we haven't played. Yeah, we haven't played in a couple of seasons, but looks like we're trying to get it going again. When we were doing it, Joey and I were it was like 6-a-side. Joey and I were a centre back pairing.
Nice.
Yeah, so enjoyed that very much, and looking forward to getting back at it. But Andrew plays, I know that. Go on, Andrew.
Yeah,
How
so
tall was
I
your defensive partner, sorry.
Joey.
How tall?
Oh yes, yeah.
It's like watching Maguire and Martinez play next to each other.
Exactly. Yeah. That's where I was leading this, Andrew. Yeah. Sorry, Andrew. Yeah, go.
Yeah, so I actually play pretty much once a week. So I play an outdoor neighborhood-based league that's here in Indianapolis that is actually in the process of trying to expand to other cities. But you actually play with your true neighbors, and you get points for stuff outside of the matches as well. So volunteering, carpooling, taking public transport. The tagline of the league is called Neighborhood Soccer for Good. And it's a pretty cool thing. But so now that our team, we were an expansion team 2 seasons ago, when they expanded to kind of cover all of Indianapolis, we this year are playing in the off season in indoor, which is 7-a-side, so keeper and 6 outfielders. And I'm mostly a keeper, but depending on who shows up, I may rotate out into. Usually we're playing a back 2 or a back 3, so you don't really have left back, right back, but kind of an outside defender in a back 2 or 3.
Are you good with your feet then, as a keeper?
I'm not terrible. I'm not like Ederson levels, but like I'm not bad.
Will your defenders pass it back to you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's good. That's all we need to know. So
yeah.
I'm
actually better with my feet than I am with my my hands, as someone who never played keeper until they were 27 years old.
Well, I was a keeper as well, really. But basically, part of the reason I enjoy badminton is I have very good reactions. Don't know if this is rubbish. It's nothing to do with being a southpaw. I think that's a myth completely, which is why I was also good at being a goalkeeper. But I totally lack the mentality to be a goalkeeper, because you have to be crazy to be a goalkeeper, and I couldn't do it. And I had a Joey Hart problem, which was shots to my left. Bizarrely, being left-handed, I was weak with shots to my left and preferred them to my right. So you have to have a special mentality to be a goalkeeper, I think.
Not to be a dick, Howard, but like, isn't the whole point of badminton that your reactions don't have to be that good because the thing sort of floats in the air?
Not with the athletes that I play with. No.
Oh right.
You can smash a shuttlecock. Yeah.
Yeah, but it sort of floats though, doesn't it?
Wait, isn't that what Maul caught his son doing the other night?
It's like you make out it's levitating in the air. How do you win points then? how do you win points if it just
I
floats
mean, it
in
gradually
the air?
gets there, but you know.
Yeah.
If you make it out like half an hour in and it's like
I mean,
1 point
it's basically
down,
a parachute, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot easier than tennis. Let's put it that way. It's like,
oh dear.
I'm just going to say smashing a shuttlecock. I don't think that is a phrase that should be uttered.
That's a sport I like, to be fair.
Just before the 9 p.m. watershed as well. So.
Oh shit! 10 minutes out. I could have gone away about 10 minutes.
I've got another question. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I muted some of the words in our pod because I thought we might get a tweet off a city or something like that. But I don't think the other ones did. So
can I make a confession, by the way? There's something I edited out yesterday's show. So at the end of a show, like
this is amazing. Did you edit this out yet? This is amazing.
Of course, he edited it out. You know, at the end of a City review, I always Asan or me will go up the Blues.
Yeah.
So we did the England review of England-Iran yesterday, and just out of impulse, at the end of the podcast, I went up the Whites.
Oh, right.
And then immediately went, oh, that doesn't sound good, does it? Thankfully, it wasn't live, so I clipped off the last
Howard, I
seconds.
can sympathize with you there because my team, so we are known as Intermonon, which is there's a old train line that is now a bike trail that kind of cuts through the city, and we are kind of right up on that, so our team is called Intermonon, and the train that ran on the Monon line was the Cardinal line, which was a red and white logo, so our kits are white with like red detailing. And so I've had to just come to terms with the fact when I am trying to applaud my teammates for a good passage of play, saying nice work, White, and not to pluralize that because then it gets very awkward.
Oh, come on, England. Are you hyped up, Howard?
No, club over country, obviously. So
are you sure you're not hyped up?
I admit I am enjoying the competition as a whole, even though that's
Me and my mum and my dad and my gran go off to Waterloo.
That is amazing.
You know I can cut you off at any point on this one, yeah.
What was that? That was amazing. Was that actually Howard?
Oh yeah, he does them all. I don't know if you know he does
all
them
my
all.
content, yeah.
Oh,
me reading poems, me reading the Anfield rap out.
Do you know?
I mean, the Champions League one is the best one of all time.
Eh?
The Champions League one that they did.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know it was coming, and I was driving my car. I actually had to pull over because I was
killed
laughing
3
so
people,
hard.
yeah. It's bullying. It's nothing more, nothing less. So.
Well, you're just lucky we don't have the merch setup that the Noisy Neighbors do. Otherwise, we would have made a "What's Papa Domin' with Hockin" shirt.
Oh, that's class.
If I get a cut, you can do whatever you want. That's all I'm saying. Times are hard over here. You're also lucky. I'm so lazy. I'm never ever going to sample anything you say.
Do I need to send New Order a cut of this?
We ain't no hooligans. This ain't a football song. 3 lines on my chest. I know we can't go wrong.
I get confused between the Anfield rap and the quiz and all the other things I've done. So. Hey, Johnny Marr's done a tweet about us.
Oh, let's go, Johnny.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
What a family, by the way.
Yeah. Now
Top.
sounds amazing, yeah.
Top to bottom blues.
So you like in the family now?
I do call him Cousin Nile. No, they're fantastic. They are. Nile was a handful, wasn't he?
A handful.
It was great.
Yeah.
Really good. Really funny stories.
Yeah, it was really good. Can I just ask the 2 Americans of sorts about the World Cup?
Mm-hmm.
Are you confident for Friday? Do you think USA are going to get? We've got a Welshman here and 2 Americans. Who's?
I think we could get a point, maybe, but there's 0 chance of us winning. And if we get a point, I'll be very happy.
Right. And how much does it mean to you, national team football? As I said, City beating Liverpool in the Carabao Cup probably for me trumps England winning the World Cup. So. Maybe.
No.
So
I may
think
change my mind on that. So
if you gave me a choice between, oh hey, thanks for the